how they handle this so poorly, right? For Van Bondi to come out and talk about the files, and oh my God, just and then like within a blink of an eye, they come out with this bullshit Sunday night memo saying there's nothing to see.
I think there's just a lack of coordination.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think just the messaging problem is always kind of a key element of the Trump administration. I'm just saying, a hallmark of a Trump administration is the ability to have a self-inflicted wound. Shoot yourself in the foot because of messaging.
Alright, so at the beginning of this video, I told you guys I was going to give you my take on why Trump doesn't want the files to come out. I'm just some guy in the so obviously take this with a grain of salt. I feel like if Trump was on the list or there was incriminating evidence against him involving tracking or something similar, it would have come out already. The CIA doesn't like him. If they had something like that, I think they would have already used it to get rid of him. But I reckon Trump is worried about being on the list. I think he used the Epstein saga to tap into the young male audience to get elected. Guys like Rogan, Schultz, the Nelk Boys, Theo Von, and Logan Paul on side, he was finally going to give everyone an inside look into the shadows of government and expose all the corruption. Then once he got into office again, he realized how bad the Epstein files really were, how far-reaching and wide they are, and figured that if he dropped it all to the public, it would wreck the rest of his presidency. He probably finally realized how damaging it would be to the country, that would clean down Congress and corporate America, fuck the stock market, and cause a recession, etc., etc. And he thought, do I really want to be the one who does this to my country? It'll ruin the rest of my second term. I'll spend the rest of my presidency rebuilding Washington. I don't know, to the businessman, he doesn't really seem like he's committed to ripping apart the U.S. government and ruining his beloved stock market. He's used to winning. The whole Epstein thing is a distraction from how well he thinks he's doing, and he's even literally said that, right? Who cares about Epstein? We all have other shit going on. Look how much we're winning, etc. So it sounds to me like he used it as an election promise to get people on board, and just hope that everyone will forget about it and move on to the next thing. Except that's not going to happen. I don't know. It's either that or he's plain and simple on the list and there's incriminating evidence against him. At this point, honestly, who the fuck knows? Anyway, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon so you can watch my breakdown of Shane Gillis and the ESPYs, plus a whole bunch of exclusive, uncensored content. If you enjoyed today's video, please hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second one, Podcast Crazy Bites. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Tremendous amount of anti-Semitic legislation. As we discussed earlier, there's a lot of questions surrounding the nature of how
I voted for none of this. You're doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for. I wanted to stop the wars, keep funding them. I wanted to shrink spending, reduce the money, he's increasing it. It's like everything he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back. Maybe even more reasonably, he's just kind of run selfishly this whole time. He didn't really care about well-being. I don't know that he did, because none of the differently.
It was a very, very nasty.
I was excited about his point. RFK, I was like, yo, they can fix the food. I was like, hey man, I think this couldn't work. And none of it has happened. None of it has happened.
Along with their
America's foremost political journalist, Andrew Schultz, has finally realized that he was doomed. And it's perfect. Watching Andy and the Toy Story boys sitting around looking confused as to how this could have happened is ironically some of the funniest shit I've seen on Flagrant in a while. Remember, this is the guy who, over the past year, deliberately repositioned himself and his podcast around this whole independent political commentator grift. After Rogan swallowed Elon's mask, Schultz wasted absolutely no time in jumping on the bandwagon, believing that this time was different. Trump was serious. He was going to drain the swamp, release the Epstein client list, and finally expose the deep state. Schultz even had him on the podcast where he had his people change up the set a little, make it all nice and cozy, and then proceeded to ask a total of 0 questions about Epstein or the list, and why he didn't release the files in his first administration. Instead, Schultz smiled and nodded while he ate up Trump's aura and hyped the idea that this was all about to happen, that Trump was finally going to deliver the goods. But now, after Trump told the whole nation to collectively shut the fuck up about the Epstein files, Schultz's audience has turned on him. Why didn't you guys ask Trump directly about his involvement with Epstein when Trump was on your show? Not only did you vote for this, you helped campaign for it. Imagine carrying water for this administration, then acting shocked when you find out they lied to you. Who was the president when Epstein unalive? Who was friends with him for years and years? Schultz still believes in Trump. Trump is one of them, and they played us once again, and we fell for it once again. Trying to defend Trump at this point puts you in the cold. Round of applause for flagrant, you all fucking campaigned for this. You are the guys who had Trump on your show and laughed your asses off with him. Sometimes the laughter needs to stop. Crazy how much Schultz deflects from Trump refusing any negative light every turn. Remember when Andrew said it's not cool to be a Democrat right now? Yeah, man, you look so freaking cool right now. This is your guy, Andrew. I like Schultz, but let's be honest. He's a confident idiot. He literally helped Trump get elected. You vote for this and help make it happen, Andrew. And that's exactly the point here. Schultz didn't just fall for Trump privately. He helped market the idea that Trump would file Paul McNamara and of the Epstein files. The worst part is, though, that Schultz still can't admit that he fucked up. Because, as you've probably already seen, Trump isn't just failing to deliver, he's openly mocking these guys now. Trump even just doubled down on Truth Social, dismissing the whole Epstein discourse as a waste of time, ridiculing his so-called friends for even asking about it, and said Epstein was somebody that nobody cares about anymore. Hey, Schultz, he's talking about you, bro. And so he confronted with that reality. Schultz, well, let's just say he still doesn't quite understand that he's being duped. Instead, what we get from him and his crew is pure goop. A masterclass in influence and mental gymnastics as they try to justify, explain, and rationalize why their guy, the guy who helped rebrand their entire show around, is now treating them like fools.
You're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein and its words within a Muslim cultural basis. We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the picture. And people still talking about this guy.
I'd like to suggest that
that is unbelievable. You want to waste the time and you feel like yes.
I don't want to answer.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question at Epstein at a time like this when we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy. Before it happened in Texas, it just seems like a desecration, but I'll give you that.
Sure.
So we're stupid. Yeah. We're the idiots, guys. Just to let you know, we're wasting time. That is, like, in all seriousness, that is, I think, what is enraging people right now is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously the Trump administration is trying to cover it up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all. All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan Volcano, see what he was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office. Shut down the Hoover building. Day one. They'd be still standing. And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, if I wouldn't share it with you. I do. Yeah, I do believe that 100%. Especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that.
So after that moment, after Trump publicly dismisses Epstein as irrelevant and Schultz and the flagrant crew half realize that they're the fucking idiots, Schultz does exactly what you'd expect. He pivots. He doesn't confront the fact that he helped to build this narrative. He doesn't acknowledge that he himself spent the better part of the year hyping Trump as the man who was finally going to release the Epstein files and deliver the transparency that all these legacy media outlets supposedly couldn't. Instead, Schultz immediately reframes the whole thing as a matter of tone, as if what's really bothering people is simply how dismissive Trump sounded at that press conference. But this is where it gets beautiful, because Schultz can't even see that it isn't just Trump insulting their intelligence. It's so much worse for him than that, because Schultz is implicated in this shit show now too. The reason his audience is now turning on him isn't because they're suddenly shocked that Trump didn't follow through. It's because Schultz spent the last year positioning himself as the guy who knew better, as the independent thinker who had outgrown comedy and become something more serious, something smarter. I mean, how many times have we had to sit through epiphany after epiphany about the simplest shit most of us had figured out back in high school? But when he finally got Trump across the table, he didn't ask about Epstein, he didn't push back on anything substantive, he didn't challenge Trump on any of the contradictions. He smiled, nodded, linked it all, and asked for more like a good boy. And even now, even after surviving this whole humiliation ritual, he still can't quite admit that he was part of the con.
The Spanish
maybe I'm wrong on this, but okay, you keep talking about this Epstein. They keep talking about this Epstein list. I got my desk. Now they're saying nothing happened. So one or two things in my mind is possible. One, you're covering it up. Or two, nothing really happened, and you exploited the of thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here? Because that one to me sounds just as bad, if not.
This is where things get even funnier, because instead of sitting there in that studio and accepting what has just happened, that Trump has blown them off, the big list was never coming, that this entire narrative they've wrapped themselves in has imploded. Trump and the flagrant crew immediately started performing the exact routine we've seen from the podcaster ecosystem over and over again. When they get caught with their pants down and their dicks in their hands, they don't admit fault, at least that they hyped all of this. They don't sit in the reality that they were duped and pull out the mental gymnastics, because the best move in this situation is to continue to act like you're smarter and more independent than your average viewer. So what do? They start asking the questions they should have asked years ago. Maybe there's a cover-up. Maybe there's some dark national security reason why Trump had to walk this back. Maybe it's all a forward just move and they just have the clearance to understand it yet. Anything to avoid admitting that Trump simply used them and the Epstein list was never going to get released.
So what does covering it up mean? Either there's an intelligence operation that's happening within the United States that is aiding and abetting the exploitation of children. It's not right. Our taxpayer dollars go to this and some type of CIA black budget. So we're now complicit in this thing, but it's for the greater good of America, right? So we kind of are like, or Trump is implicated in some direct way because obviously he knew Jeffrey Epstein from back in the day, or both of those things. So let's talk about these two scenarios. So let's say it is an intelligence operation, like you just said, that our taxpayer dollars are going towards the abuse. Do they have this conversation with Cash, Bongino, Trump, and the administration, and basically go, what do you want to do, guys? If you want to tell the entire country that the CIA and potentially the FBI that our organizations are doing this and that we're in on this and this is what we are, what will that mean for the rest of the world? How will the rest of the world view us? What are we capable of? We're supposed to be the good guys. We're supposed to do damage of sharing this with the world. Do you think they share that information with Trump? You would imagine that in order to keep the files from coming out, it's going to go all the way to the top, is my assumption. Unless there's some type of like hidden agreement where it's like, hey, we're going to protect him from information so that he doesn't sound crazy. And he can just kind of run with whatever the mainstream. The fact that his tune is even switched up leads me to believe that he something. So the reason he knows that we're going to showcase, we're going to talk about this guy. They ran on it. They ran on cleaning out this swamp. They ran on it. They brought all the influencers, gave them all binders. It was all redacted. You remember this? Yeah. They tried to promote this. Like they were building this excitement up for us to just get, I don't know, what is the term? Like the wind taken out of our sails? Yeah. So the fact that the tune has changed from, hey, let's have a social media moment with the binders to, they're still talking about this guy. Yeah, we're talking about it because of you. Yeah. You're the one that keeps the conversation going when you hand out the binders to the social media influencers. Yeah. You're the one that keeps the conversation going when your FBI director goes on podcast and said nothing happened. He goes on. Okay. So, it has to go to heaven. Especially for everybody. Why am I still talking about this? Because you wanted us to talk about it. Yeah. You promoted it.
That has to be the biggest slap in the face to his audience I've ever seen. Schultz has a history of this right up there with screwing over all his fans who paid for his special, only for him to release it on YouTube for free a few weeks later. A move so typically Andrew Schultz that he even bragged about on his podcast after it all went down. He literally dropped the podcast where he bragged about how much money he made from his comedy special, and his fans ate it up and asked for more. Sort of makes you think maybe they kind of deserved it, And here he is again, caught in real time, realizing that Trump's promises around Epstein were exactly the same kind of transaction. Schultz helped sell that fantasy. He positions himself and Flake as the place where this narrative down with nuance and insight, where you get real talk about Epstein, not just noise from the mainstream media. Meanwhile, Trump was playing them all along, dangling the Epstein list as bait, and then discarding it as soon as shit started to get real, and everyone kept asking the same questions. So calling that out for what it is, Schultz retreats into even more speculation, spinning up increasingly convoluted explanations for why Trump has now abandoned. Seriously, the mental gymnastics in this episode was next level. I honestly can't wait to see if Rogan outdoes them this week.
Alex Acosta said on record, we have this on record. Alex Acosta was, I think, at the time, the district attorney in Palm Beach, Miami, Palm Beach. Yeah. He said he was going to give a sweetheart deal to Epstein. He said, I did it because I was told he was intelligence. I was told to back off. Because he was intelligence. That is said. That you cannot wipe that clean from the record. That has been said by I don't want to say trusted source, but a source that is reliable and knows the weight of their words. So to me, I think that's where we can at least, we can have some confidence that he does have connections to the intelligence community. Right? So bare minimum, there's connections. Maximum, this is this like massive blackmail ring. It's not only blackmail. They've inserted themselves in governments. They inserted themselves in royal family. They inserted themselves in like the American intelligentsia, the highest levels of universities. Like this is evident. Trump either is told that if we release the details on this, it will destroy confidence in America at home and abroad. Because one country runs a child blackmail ring on its own people. Yeah, like what would the collateral damage of that be? How would we react to that? What if we found out our alphabet agencies were doing that? Like, you know, the thing I don't get is
phenomenal contributions.
new information happened because Trump's first 4 years, this is when he got locked up. This is when he would have been told.
That's also true, yeah.
That, hey, this is he's intelligence, this compromises, don't release it. That's true. That's a good point. There is a version where it's like, what is it? It's like a mutual trust version. So it is nukes on everybody. So therefore, they're like, we could go after Trump with this, but by exposing Trump as part of this thing, it might expose all the other people or confirm that it is an actual blackmail ring. And once it's confirmed that it is an actual blackmail ring, we got to see how far this goes. So there is a version of this where he is involved. Right? That's not completely clean just yet. He is involved. To what extent, we do not know. But it's not like the most absurd thing, right? Like, the guy was partying with Epstein. I think, yeah, right? So his name was in the black book. I think Trump's the hooker in his life. That would be like the most shocking thing to ever hear, right? Is he asking for ID? Every single time, I don't know, and that's part of it. That's probably the name of the game, right? So you get the girls that are 16 or whatever to go, and then the guys aren't asking questions. And now you got it all up to you.
Schultz is saying this now. He's finally realizing that Trump's probably on the list, that the reason Trump won't release the Epstein files might just be because Trump himself is implicated. Honestly, for America's foremost political journalist, Andrew Schultz fucking sucks. This is like having a child explain Santa Claus isn't real, or that Jake Paul's fights might actually be rigged in his favor. This is Andrew Schultz's investigative breakthrough after spending a year rebranding his podcast around becoming a political journalist. Wait a minute, guys. Maybe he's just not releasing the list because he's on it. Incredible work, Schultz. That's a Pulitzer Prize worth epiphany right there. It's the dawning realization that everyone else figured out from day one. While Schultz sat there in front of Trump, smiling, nodding, piping up the same tide influencer rhetoric about draining the swamp, and never asking a single substantive question along the way. The idea is that you can feel Schultz is trying to pretend that there's some nuanced revelation here. He presents it as if it's this edgy, uncomfortable truth, like he's the brave one for finally suggesting it out loud, even though people have been saying this from the beginning, and he just laughed it off and called them haters. But here's the best part. Even as Schultz starts to say the quiet part out loud, he can't let it end there, because admitting that Trump conned them would mean admitting that Flagrant's entire rebrand was built on nothing, that this entire act as the edgy comedian turned and serious commentator was a grift that his audience was right all along when they continually trolled him in the comment section. So instead of sitting with that realization, what does Schultz do? He leans right back into mode, gearing up for one last desperate pivot to protect the flagrant brand from total collapse. This is the moment where Schultz and his den of dick riders slide seamless from admitting that maybe Trump's on the list back into their conspiracy code, where they argue that maybe Trump isn't at fault after all, because maybe the CIA actually runs the entire country. Of course, because it can't just be that Trump lied, right?
Trump's compromised. So Trump's compromised. Let's go through. There's another scenario. Let's assume Trump isn't compromised. But the intelligence community is coming to him and they basically say, this is us. This is what we do. There are a lot of people here that are going to go down if you out this. And the reality is you're not going to out this. And I'd like to take this a little further. There's a version where the intelligence community comes in and they go, you don't really run the country. You get to make a lot of decisions, and that's fine. But you look the other way at the things we do, and we look the other way at the things you do. And then once the things you do cross paths with things that we do, we remind you that you don't really run the country. The idea that we have a new person running the country every 4 years or 8 years, and they plot the course of America for the next 300, it's kind of absurd. Right? There has to be some version of permanent government. Obviously, it's not established, and they're not speaking about, they're not shining a light on it. But there must be some version of this permanent government that maintains the course and to maintain the course, just like every other country that's run a dictatorship doesn't to maintain the course. So it wouldn't be shocking to me that happens. Maybe he's involved, maybe he's not involved, but he could have had a conversation. They could have come up to him and be like, we missed on purpose, right? They could have sat down in the room, we missed on purpose, right? It was the guy who had the perfect shot on you from 100 meters away or whatever, we missed on purpose. You didn't look at him and sign, look at the closer. But we missed on purpose. And we won't the next time, unless you tell people to look the other way about his sentence. To me, I would not be surprised at all if the CIA and the FBI actually are running the country.
Hang on. Wasn't that the entire point of draining the swamp? Wasn't that exactly what Trump ran on? The whole premise was that he was the outsider, the guy who wasn't controlled by the deep state, the guy who wasn't afraid to go, the guy who wasn't compromised, and now we're watching Schultz and his crew try to rationalize Trump's failure by saying, well, maybe the intelligence agencies really run everything and Trump knew anything about it. That's fucking wild. Because if that's your explanation now, that Trump is powerless, that presidents don't really run the country, that IA and FBI are the real government, then what exactly were you selling your audience for the last years? What was all that posturing for? What was all the Rogan positioned himself the same way, independent thinker, the guy who couldn't be bored, the guy who gave Trump his platform precisely because Trump was supposed to be outside that system. Has turned around and not only failed to deliver, but doubled down and mocked him for ever believing he would. What do? They double down as well. They twist themselves into knots explaining why it's all part of some bigger plan, why Trump isn't really to blame, why he's just a victim of forces too powerful for any president to overcome. And the best part, Trump himself is the one dismissing them now. After all that support, after all that campaigning disguised as commentary, Trump is openly telling guys like Schultz and Rogan to keep quiet and move on. That's what makes this collapse so fucking funny. Not just that Schultz and flagrant got duped, but that they helped sell the con to their own audience and spent the last year turning their podcast into a marketing channel for politicians. And now Trump himself has discarded them like the useful idiots they were all along. I find myself saying this in almost every video I make these days, but this shit is seriously so fucking predictable at this point that the script writes itself. But anyway, make sure if you haven't already, subscribe to this channel right here, then head over to my second channel, Podcast Freaky Bites, and subscribe there as well so you don't miss out on my upload throughout the week. Also, don't forget to hit the link in the description to my Patreon, where you'll find all my uncensored long-form content covering Rogan and everything in between. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Alright, so what are we thinking about this? It's disappointing. It is disappointing. Do we ever find out, is there ever any closure on
quite often there are errors, and there are multiple versions circulating. Because of these errors that get repeated by scribe after scribe, but the Spaniards were especially dedicated to the concept of precisely correct. That required a lot more of their investment in grammar and things like that. By the way, I'm sorry about the image here. Those of you who were born before, let's say, 1970 will recognize it as a shipwreck. So, anyway, let's go on. Another example of the antiquity of the Spanish Gold Age that I find is especially perfect is massive poetry battle that erupted between the traditionalists not convinced and the history local not So the story goes like this. Everyone's big supporter
Before we get into today's serving of falsehood lasagna, I've got to remind you, everything I'm about to talk about comes direct from the plaintiff's legal filings in this civil case. These are just allegations. None of this has been tested or proven in court yet, and Brendan Schaub is still fully entitled to defend himself. In fact, according to the latest court records, Brendan hasn't even been officially served with the lawsuit. So, technically speaking, he hasn't had his chance to respond to either claims or put forward his side of the story. There's a very real possibility Brendan's sitting in the studio right now, watching this video, finding out about these allegations for the very first time. So, let's be crystal clear. As of today, these are just claims made by the plaintiff. They still need to be tested in court, and Brendan Schaub has not been charged with any crimes in relation to this specific complaint. This is a civil case, not a criminal prosecution. We're just unpacking what's in the public court documents. The legal system will handle the rest. Also, I will alternate between the words Austin and Texas throughout this video. No, it's not intentional. It's just paid for watching hours and hours of
calculate the metric value of vowels, basically without vowels, vowels added here, typically without any vowels whatsoever, you have to memorize which vowels go with each word. That makes it easier for them. But there are certain vowels like the shocker that you have to do different ways.
Alright guys, buckle in because one of the that even Gringo Copy is looking like the least embarrassing thing he's ever done. See, while most comedians move to Austin to chase stage time and work within Brendan's inner circle, or just sit in traffic near a Buc-ee's for 6 hours, your boy Brendan's been busy racking up lawsuits like he racks up missed punchlines. And this latest one isn't about the so-called Reddit trolls. It's not about podcast bots. It's not even about his failing podcasting empire. This time, Brendan Schaub is knee-deep in a civil lawsuit out of Palm Beach County, Florida, with allegations so ridiculous, so on brand, that even the fighter and the kids subreddit could have dreamed this one up. We're talking tax fraud, wire fraud, civil theft, piracy, and brace yourself. You guys are gonna fucking love this one. Allegedly using a CBD company's private customer database to spam strangers with promos for his failing comedy special at the time. That's right, you buy CBD oil to help your anxiety, and next thing you know, Brendan Schaub's in your inbox begging you to watch Gringo Copy. That's not just poor marketing, that's psychological warfare. But let me back it up for those of you new to this bumper saga, because to really appreciate how epically Brendan fumbled, we got to start from the beginning, before the lawsuits, before the storage unit studio, and before the Botox.
Chains like Brendan's
Let us move on to another figure who will certainly share the coag but has a military science. His years are 992 to 1055, so he just slightly overlaps with private trouble that moves on to the 11th century. His claim to fame is that he was a military genius, and get this, phenomenal, served as a Jewish general leading a Muslim army for
I wanted
16
these
years.
forms, and the mom's like, do not give
Incredible.
medication.
Where would you hear of such a thing, that you have Muslim soldiers following the orders of a Jewish general, and this was right to the end of his life. I mean, he died as a general. He was never fought out, he never retired.
This story starts with
And
Brendan's
he was a
newfound love of
ferocious
CBD
general,
oil around
tremendously
6 years ago.
successful.
He starts
We know
asking
this
around, and
because he
eventually,
wrote a lot
Pure
of
Spectrum
poems
CBD, a company founded by a guy named Brady
are
Bell,
so
enters the picture.
surprising.
Brady's typical
Such a
entrepreneur
range
trying to
of
build a legit
human
CBD brand.
experience that you
He's
won't
making
find in
moves,
such a
sponsoring
religious
athletes,
poetry at all.
trying to get into the wellness space, and for some reason, someone, possibly under the influence of far too many modern supplements, suggests Brendan Schaub as a brand ambassador. Now, most rational people would look at Bubba's coverage, fumbles at MMA career, fumbles at stand-up comedy, fumbled podcast after podcast, fumbled basic geography by moving his business to a storage unit in Texas, and think maybe he's not the ideal choice. But they rolled the dice anyway, and in late 2018, Brady Bell brings Brendan Schaub into Pure Spectrum as a partner, giving him 10% ownership of the company, straight out of his personal estate. All Bubba has to do is promote the brand, make a few social media posts, show up to an event or two, mention it on his podcast. You know, the bare minimum for someone constantly bragging about being a business shark. But Brendan didn't just fumble the bag. He lit it on fire, shoved it in a Texas storage locker, called it content.
Say
They have some stuff going on, like some drunken shakes, some
and
other
at the
stuff.
same time, they're highly valued experts in secular fields
Pure Spectrum.
that are essentially, followed by non. People have, for example, lots of tremendous geniuses like Bill McGowan, Arizona, and Leon,
Are you?
some phenomenal rabbis who make
Oh, you
tremendous
started your own brand. Did you buy into it, or did you form this
and
company?
you will have some figures like Albert Einstein, Freud, make phenomenal contributions to world culture.
You brought it, I'm going to try it
But
out.
you will rarely have
But I got the best
figures
for you.
who are
That's for you.
very well
We don't live far from
expert
each other.
and recognized for contributing to Jewish culture overall, and at the same time
Thanks, dude.
contributing
Yeah, no problem.
to secular
It's nice
culture
I can do.
overall.
So
You
here's
will
where it all
not
starts.
have the chairman of the
Honestly,
Joint
it
Chiefs of
wouldn't be a
Staff,
true
who is also
Brendan
the Rosh
story
Yeshiva
without
in
some
Lakewood. It just
world-class
doesn't happen. We
self-sabotage.
don't have those kinds
After
of
getting
figures.
his 10%
Jews
stake in
tend
Pure
to
Spectrum, Brendan
specialize
allegedly
either
does what Brendan does
things
best.
Jewish, or
Absolutely
when
fuck
you
all.
get to
The
the
lawsuit
modern
spells it
era,
out clear as
things
day.
secular.
Brendan
And they
is
excel
every
in both
single
areas, thank
required
God.
social
There are
media
lots of
post.
people
For those
who
keeping
have
score at
made
home,
their
that's
names
88 out of 88
their
missed
light
posts.
shines
He
across the
skipped
entire
professional
globe for
events.
what they've
He
done.
failed to honor
But
his
it is
contractual
only really in
obligations.
Spain where you
Meanwhile,
see people like
get
Shmuel
this,
Anagid,
he still
who
managed
is
to collect
equally
over
famous
$370 grand
and
in
as
commissions
a
from Pure
Hebrew
Spectrum.
poet
That's
and
right,
rabbi.
Brendan allegedly pocketed
Minorities,
hundreds of
one of the
thousands of
greatest
dollars while doing
physicians
less
of the
promo
world,
than
and at
Jim
the same
does
time,
research for
one
the
of the most
fighter and the kid.
stellar
And
thinkers of
honestly,
Judaism
that's impressive in its
simultaneously.
own way.
This is
But like
something that is
every
really
good Bubba
characteristic of the
scandal,
Spanish Golden
things
Age,
get
and we will
dumber.
see it over
Because
and
as
over
Gringo
again.
Puppy
So
started
fascinating.
tanking harder
But
than
let
his
us go
Spotify
back to
download numbers,
Shmuel Anagid.
Brendan
And
allegedly
by the way, the
decided
term
to get
Anagid
creative. And
means
by creative, I
like
mean
the
desperate.
leader.
This lawsuit
It was
contains
probably
possibly
applied to
the
him
funniest
by
sentence I've ever
Rabbi
read in a
Rothschild,
legal
who
filing
was one of the
on multiple
leaders of
occasions
the
in
Jewish
2019
community
and
in
2020.
Baghdad, the
Mr. Schaub
yeshiva
solicited
in
plaintiff
Baghdad.
to send
And
mass emails
this
using Pure
recognition
Spectrum's customer
given
database
this
to
title
promote defendants'
Anagid
unrelated
was
comedy
probably
specials
both
to help
a
boost poor rings on
homage
Showtime
to
and
his political
IMDb.
position
Let that
and
sink in for a
his
second.
tremendous
People are signing up
scholarship.
to
And
Pure
you will have
Spectrum's
this term
mailing list
used,
because they want
this
CBD
title of
products.
Anagid
They're
used
dealing
over
with
and over again
anxiety,
in
pain,
many Muslim
sleeplessness,
areas
and
for
Brendan
the
allegedly tries to
leader of
hijack
the
the
Jewish
database
community
to
in that
spam
area.
them with ads.
Now, I mentioned
Gringo
that he
Puppy.
wrote war
Imagine
poetry
buying
and then
CBD to help your anxiety, and next thing you know, Brendan's in your inbox saying, what else you got shit?
the election carrier
It's a comedy special
who would
higher than
fly
a
them
Rotten
back to
Tomatoes
his son
disaster
in
movie.
Granada
But
and
wait,
to
it
against
gets
the
so much better because apparently even Showtime and IMDb were so pissed off by Bubba's guerrilla marketing tactics
wrote
that
not
they
only
allegedly
war poems
threatened
but
legal
also
action directly from the lawsuit.
love
Defendants'
poems.
misuse of company
He wrote
assets
church
for
poems,
personal
which is
gain
a
resulted
fascinating
in
phenomenon
negative
where
consequences,
kind of the poetry
including
slam
threats
thing,
from
imagine
Showtime
like
and IMDb
rappers who
for
are,
improper
arguing with each
promotional
other,
activities.
kissing
After
each other,
receiving
shaving
threats
each
from
other,
Showtime, Mr. Shaw acted like he
he wrote
didn't
those
know
kinds
about
of
the
poems. Well,
promotional
really,
campaigns.
surprising.
Plaintiff
He wrote
with After the execution, like everyone else, retreat to Joe Rogan's bunker. Honestly, imagine being so bad at comedy that even your own strategy backfires, and the platforms you're desperately trying to elicit threaten real action just to get the stuff. It's almost poetic to give poetry and CGE and a big one logo side, but we're just getting started. This was only the beginning of Brendan's downfall with Pure Spectrum. The next chapter, the non-compete violation, the $100,000 payoff, and what might be the sloppiest business move since he tried to trademark Tiger Thick Whiskey.
Here's one of my favorite poems from the French way, and I'm going to read it and you really have to forgive my attempt at a Sephardic accent, but that's not the way you can get close to hearing the sound of the poem, which is really gorgeous. I'm going to have to read it something very this poem is dedicated to the capability without actually investigating. Sorry.
That's failed attempts to boost his comedy media company's customer list like his own personal email channel. Things finally came to a head. By late 2020, he rendered undisputed denial of writing on the after months of failed quite literally less than nothing. The terms of the deal were breached. Brandon signs a dissolution agreement giving up higher 10% stake in Pure Spectrum. He agrees to a 12-month non-compete, meaning he can't promote or partner with any rival CBD company during that time. Everyone walks away with less brain cells than when they started. Simple, right? This is Bubba we're talking about. If there's one thing Brendan loves more than abusing PEDs, it's violating contracts he never fully understood in the first place. Because not even 2 months after signing the non-compete, Brendan allegedly turns around and starts publicly promoting Direct Hemp, a competitor of Pure Spectrum, founded by co-defendant Daniel Herder, one of the masterminds behind what allegedly happens next. Brady Bell, the founder who originally brought Brendan into Pure Spectrum, wasn't having it. He sent cease and desist letters, or as Brendan calls them, cease and desist letters, reminding Brendan of the non-compete he literally just signed, and he probably even tried to speak slowly so Brendan could keep up, But true to form, Bubba allegedly ignores everything, keeps promoting Direct Hemp, and focuses on the only thing he's consistent with, doubling down on the dumbest possible move. It doesn't stop there though, because behind the scenes, things are about to get a lot darker.
In slow motion, I'm on the horse, right? Like I'm going.
Unfortunately,
There's like
can't
smoke
connect
in the
these
town.
dots completely,
Like this.
but nevertheless, it's fascinating.
Why is that my horse house
My
on?
daughter is not a possibility at all.
No, they bring
We
it.
have those
Because
three
I
little
was one girl
poems
in the
preserved in
well,
Arabic
that's a
in
sick
a
ass
15th
cowboy.
century.
Right, sweetie.
And let me show you a
And
couple of
the
them.
cows,
First one
the cow in slow motion. It's like,
dear. You who graze
and I'm
constantly
looking like super slow.
I resemble you in wildness and in blackness beyond. Both of us are alone without a friend.
August 2021.
We keep blame
According to the
always.
lawsuit, Pure Spectrum and investors are plotting a hostile takeover of the company. The plan: push Brady Bell out of his list, take control, and in classic podcast industry fashion, glaze over the details later. But they have one problem: they need Brendan's help to pull it off. Even though he's away his ownership, they allegedly approach Bubba with a deal. Hey Brendan, we know you technically gave up your stake, but how about you lie on some documents, pretend you still own 9.3% of Pure Spectrum, and help us vote Brady out? We'll throw in $100,000 for your trouble. Now, if there's one thing Brendan loves more than Scorpion Milk, it's easy money with zero accountability. The lawsuit claims he took the deal faster than Theravon distanced himself from the fighter and the kid, signed the false declaration, claimed he still owned part of the company, and helped oust Brady Bell from Pure Spectrum entirely, all for a cool $100K, which in Brandon's world would cover salary for the next 4 years. But don't worry, stupidity doesn't end there. You'd think after pocketing a question $100,000 for allegedly faking ownership documents, Brendan Shaw would ride off into the sunset, maybe retreat to another failing YouTube channel, or finally invest in a real studio that doesn't double up as a car park. But no, when Bubba fumbles, he fumbles hard. The lawsuit claims that after helping boot Brady Bell from his own company, Brandon kept the scam going with some classic paper trail manipulation. We're talking allegedly filing for tax returns, using fraudulent Schedule K1 pretend he still had partnership income from, and participating in what the lawsuit calls a civil conspiracy designed to defraud the IRS and Brady Bell's estate. I mean, the man's so addicted to fake numbers, he allegedly tried to bot his own tax filings. And look, this isn't just, whoops, I forgot to declare a podcast ad. We're talking potential felony-level allegations. Wire fraud, tax fraud, civil theft, fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy to commit tax crimes. The lawsuit doesn't pull punches. It paints Brandon as a textbook scammer, hiding behind his MMA background, influencer persona, and ever so fragile ego to cover up for his incompetence. The plaintiff's legal team even calls out Brendan's pattern of behavior. Defendant has consistently leveraged his perceived public persona as a former athlete and comedian to mislead business partners, evil obligations, and engage in fraudulent conduct for personal gain. Translation: the Think Boy business model isn't built on hard work. It's built on smoke, mirrors, storage units, and allegedly illegal shortcuts. But to truly understand how we got here, let's zoom out for a second.
I'm in the business of likability, so when I go on the road, I'm seeing two for younger comments, people get in there, you think that through all the comments or whatever it is, it's not real, man. I'm in the business of likability. I don't know, 10 endorsement deals. That's how I pay my bills. I've got endorsement deals. This isn't a flex, it's just showing you that, I'm more love than I am. I go coke shop, I can't just I can't do it without nice people.
We know that he lost his daughter.
I sell tickets on the road. That's how I pay my mortgage. So that stuff is real. That's attainable. I see those people. So I think that's what helps me navigate through all the darkness. I'm a shark when it comes to business. They understand.
This lawsuit isn't happening in a vacuum. It's part of a long, slow-motion train wreck we've all been watching for years. Failed MMA career, blamed it on concussions. Failed comedy career, blame it on being too big, strong, and good-looking. Botched podcasts, blame it on Brian Callen, Chin, and production staff. Banned from Rogan's mothership, blamed it on protecting comedians from his fists. Now allegedly scamming CBD customers, falsifying tax documents, and panicking when the feds get involved. This lawsuit basically takes all the worst parts of Brendan's public persona, the fragile ego, the self-sabotage, the desperate clinging to relevance, and shows that allegedly it didn't just happen on YouTube. It was happening in boardrooms, tax filings, and corporate documents. And to no one's surprise, it all circles back to that name trademark Bubba energy. Deny, deflect, distract, and somehow still fumble the bag. But if you thought this was just a civil court drama, think again, because fallout from this lawsuit could make Gringo Puppy look like a career high. Brendan Shaw, former UFC heavyweight, failed stand-up comedian, storage unit landlord, podcast bot enthusiast, now facing the most on-brand legal meltdown of his career. If even half of these allegations are proven true, we're not just looking at some slap on the wrist YouTube drama. We're talking massive financial penalties, triple damages under Florida's civil theft laws, IRS investigations for filing false tax returns, potential criminal referrals to the Department of Justice, and worst of all, more storage unit podcast episodes while he scrambles to salvage the empire. But let's be honest, we all know how this plays out. Brendan's going to hit the fighter in the kids set next week, acting like nothing's happened. He'll glaze Rogan harder than ever, even though Rogan hasn't acknowledged his existence since the move to Austin. He'll blame the haters, aka who's been reading the call filings and pronounce the word conspiracy. And in true Bubba fashion, he'll probably fuck up the legal defense worse than he fucked up his copyright lawsuit. The one he thought was a defamation lawsuit for 2 years until I called him out on this channel, and his lawyers had to scramble to convince the court that he was lying on the podcast to save the case, which he still lost. But let me stop for a second, because even even with everything we've seen from Brendan over the years, there's one particular part of this lawsuit that feels almost too dumb to be real. According to the filings, Brendan allegedly sold a 9.3% ownership stake in Pure Spectrum CBD, pocketing $100,000 for it, despite the fact that, and I can't stress this enough, he didn't even legally own the stake at that point. He already signed it away months earlier in a dissolution agreement. Now, look, I've covered Bubba long enough to know he's no Terrence Howard. The man once thought Texas was an actual place. He thought Gringo Puppy was going to break Netflix. He thought Rogan would actually let him set foot in the mothership green room. But surely even Brendan Shaw isn't dumb enough to sign legal documents selling part of a company he doesn't own. Surely the people around him, and let's remember, Brendan's constantly professional his legal team is, were they just sitting there watching him allegedly sign fake declarations, cash checks for non-existent equity, and thinking, yeah, B, this is how Bezos built Amazon? I mean, how do you even end up in that situation? Where were his lawyers, his manager? Was there literally no adult supervision? Chin's back there fumbling focus, Callan's busy planning his escape, and Brendan's out front allegedly committing corporate fraud like it's another poorly planned drug giveaway. We've seen Bubba talk about being a business shark. We've seen him glaze himself on his car shows. We've seen him claim he's too strong, big, and good-looking to fail, but allegedly selling phantom ownership in a CBD company while already locked in a non-compete. It almost defies belief. Almost. Because when you zoom out and look at the pattern, the comedy career that fell apart, the Texas move that back, the numerous scandals, the alleged tax issues, as surprising as it sounds. Maybe Brendan's been winging it so hard for so long that people around him just stop questioning the dumb moves. Maybe the entire Thick Boy ecosystem is running on autopilot, fueled by bot views, blind confidence, and questionable paperwork. But let me be clear, this is all just speculation. It's my opinion based on what's in the lawsuit. I believe this case will hinge on whether or not Brendan legally still owns to share in Pure Spectrum CBD. Brendan hasn't faced defense yet, and maybe when he does, it'll make sense. Maybe there's a rational adult explanation how he allegedly tried to sell a stake in a company he didn't legally own. Maybe he still owned it and the plaintiff has it all mixed up. I mean, it's entirely possible. But based on history, I wouldn't count on it. This is going to get messy. It's going to be public, and all here for it. So if you want to stay up to date on the Bub downfall, make sure you smash that subscribe button for this channel, then head over to my second channel, Podcast Bites, and subscribe there so you don't miss out on my up throughout the week. Also, don't forget to hit the link in the description for my Patreon, where we go unfiltered, uncensored, and deeper than Brendan ever went into reading his own contracts, allegedly. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I know there's only one pure CBD in this town, and it's Pure Spectrum. Partner.
You have that large brown circle, which is the
You do? I knew it. This makes me want to use Pure Spectrum, you know? What do you think about this? Too much?
activity, intellectual activity, being able to Jerusalem and Talmud, with the activity of patriarchs. They're organized.
This is how you move, you guys. You're in the sphere right now. You're on the show.
Every time the Rogan sphere gets talked about, we never get the thing. When Cat Williams said 6 unfunny comics, we knew it wasn't us. I would have been happy if he wanted the 6 unfunny comics.
Losing Cat probably his point.
I just started doing testosterone from a company. It's like, above board taking it, but like you should make sure you honor your blood all the time. We'll get to that at some point. Keep taking it.
Shouldn't just give you testosterone. Like, let's.
My place did. Shout out to Men's Health.
There's no things you can do where you see a doctor and they're going to be able to essentially predict within a couple of years of when you're actually going to die.
It's the Joe Rogan doctors. I want to know, Joe, who's he said bird to where they come and they put him in that machine like Luke Skywalker on Hoth, and they come out and they're like, if you never eat beans again, you live to 105.
Bird's going to need more than that.
Every time I see you, it's like a crater. Settle down, boy.
After Tom Segura's untimely retirement from stand-up comedy to pursue a Hollywood acting career, and Brendan Schaub's retirement from the stage just last year, full baseball dad redact, spots have opened up in Joe Rogan's elite group of top 250 comedy assassins, and he may have just found 2 new recruits. Legion of Skanks creators Louis J. Gomez and Big J. Ogerson backed out of JRE last week with Our Faith Expert, which dropped yesterday. And they didn't let us down. Every now and then, a comedian goes on Rogan's podcast, shows how unfunny and serious he's become ever since he moved to Austin and built his own comedy bubble of yes men and ball washers. But it makes it even funnier when one of the comedians is one of us.
I find all these things because I watch all of the podcast breakdown. It's my first time being here, but I know the set so well because you guys have a great podcast for the podcast cringe and comedy.
Oh, they love it.
Well, not even attacking you guys all. Like, it's a good show for them to go and whoever the guest is.
Yeah, he goes, Bird embarrassed himself. That came out like an hour after the episode came out. These guys are on it.
He embarrasses himself.
That's it, right? Embarrassing to rock bottom, right there.
Don't give him attention.
Yeah, you're right.
Already watched it. I don't want to our guess. I'm 18 minutes into it.
And so after watching this episode of JRE, I developed a newfound respect for Lewis and Big J. Even though I've never gotten into their stand-up comedy, I've always liked their raw style of comedy podcasting. Big J was on JRE as a solo guest only a couple of months ago, and he's made several other appearances on the podcast as well. But I think because of all the political controversies going on at the moment, and Rogan's tendency to ramble on and on and on about the same 5 talking points this year, seeing the way Lewis and Big J pushed back on him and kept cracking jokes while Rogan was trying to be serious made me brick up like Andrew Schultz having an epiphany after taking a blue chew. I had a couple of clips sitting in my back pocket waiting for the right time to share with you guys, and finally, thanks to Lewis and Big J, the picture is complete. Never has it been clearer that Rogan has lost the room and fallen off completely. He's dug himself into a hole that he can't get out of, and his closest friends are exposing him to the fraud that he is. Let me show you exactly what I mean.
I feel like when I'm talking to Elon, same thing.
Yeah.
Like, you tell there's like numbers running in his background going on.
He's trying to figure something out while you're talking.
He's clearly on, I mean, that's how you make rockets and electric cars, and also on Twitter at the same time being addicted to Twitter. Like, where's your time coming from? Hey, you playing Diablo?
Joe's friendship with Elon's been one of the funniest and eye-opening things of his career as a podcaster and especially a comedian. He's in way too deep at this point, and it's too late for him to throw in the towel and admit that he was completely manipulated and that he's been compromised. We saw how he completely dismissed Elon crashing out on Twitter after he fell out with Trump, but he's finding it harder and harder to defend Elon. The thing that makes this all so interesting is how much it's compromised him as a comedian podcaster. I know all of you won't agree with this, but for me personally, I think that comedians should take the piss out of everyone, anyone, and everything without being tied to any particular side of politics. I think Anthony Jeselnik nailed it when he said that as soon as you interview a politician and your goal is to keep the peace and have a nice conversation, then you are no longer a comedian. At that point, you're just a podcaster. And as much as I love to shit on Tom Segura, recently when he had Mark Norman on Two Bears One Cave, it was actually refreshing to hear the way they spoke about politics and current events. But there was something that Tom blurted out that I almost couldn't believe when I heard it.
One of the craziest things that it became normal to us, but it's fully insane completely, is that when he became president the last time, he's like, I'm doing a rally this week. You're like, you're already the president.
Oh, yeah.
These rallies were just like positive vibes only.
Ego boost. Yeah, he could be so hypocritical. Like, I'm sure if Biden accepted a plane from Saudi Arabia, he'd be like, well, that's crazy. But when he gets one, he's like, that's what you do. It's business. It's a plane. I'm not going to get back.
What am I going to do? Not fly?
Exactly. I mean, getting a plane from the Middle East is crazy. That's like getting a train from Auschwitz. You know, like they're the ones giving us the hope. We've got a little history there. And we're getting a bat from China.
And then it's like, they're like, are you personally used? It's like, no. Which you know that he'll leave office and be like, I decided to use the plane.
Yeah.
Like it'll go to his presidential life, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all, there's a lot of grifting done, I think.
Oh, yeah. Big, I mean, it's everybody. I know Trump
gets this grifting, which he is, but like Pelosi's grifting, everybody's
All politicians. It's about enriching themselves and their friends. Like some people bought into Elon, bought X to champion free speech. Like that's what you believe. That he's just like a free speech advocate, right? $4 billion in the name of free speech. Yay! Okay.
Yeah, it's all silly. I try to avoid a lot of it, but it's so in the culture, it's hard to avoid.
It is.
Ever since Tom retired from stand-up comedy,
So it's a flat fight.
as a Hollywood actor, he's been speaking out more and more about shit that he knows Rogan won't like. And nobody can convince me that he wasn't talking about Rogan there when he was saying all that shit about Elon fooling people into believing that he bought Twitter to save free speech. There isn't a bigger advocate for that idea than the guy himself.
Well, there's so much. Thank you so much for buying Twitter. Thank you so much. I'm not exaggerating when I think you changed the course of history. I really do.
There are literally a dozen clips of Rogan ball-washing Elon Musk for buying Twitter and saving free speech, but that's the one that makes me cringe the most. He could at least make eye contact with the guy while he was gargling his jizz. But I think Tom Segura and Mark Norman nailed it in that clip before because they were pointing out the absurdity from all sides of politics without taking sides. And that's exactly what happened with Lewis and Big J. After Rogan brought up how special and amazing Elon for everything he does, Lewis just couldn't help himself. And then when Rogan tried to rein it in and keep the worship going, Big J stepped in and compared Elon to a teenage girl. This next clip is like podcast poetry.
I couldn't imagine being that rich and ever opening Twitter. Like if I was that, like I was, like I'm just definitely above tweeting.
I think really rich guys, one thing that happens when you're really rich and people are stopping communicating and you get pissed off and you think, well, I can just buy Twitter. Like nobody would do that normally. You need a wild person like Elon to do that. That's a wild move. So I'll just buy Twitter and then pay them. He paid $44 billion for it because he wanted it. It wasn't worth that because, and then we found out a ton of shit, man, that we wouldn't have found out about like censorship.
So it's just on the basic level of like someone his age, like doing the same action that like a girl flopping on her bed on her tummy and kicking her knees on TikTok and like whatever. Trump's stupid. He's on the list.
Yeah, I just made it. You don't need to prove anything else. You made it.
Yeah.
What else you got to prove?
Find out the newspapers.
It's just, if I double my net worth, I'm gonna disappear from public life altogether. Much less Elon money. That's insane.
I think you're aware when you have a lot of money of how many different entities are manipulating society. You feel compelled to do something about it. You're literally one of the only people that can.
Do you think that he did do something about it?
He definitely did when he bought Twitter.
Twitter
He
changed.
definitely did with Doge, just exposing some of the wild, like billions of dollars that's gone to who knows where with no receipts. And
But did they even do anything about it, really? Or he just exposed it? People talking about it for a
do
week.
anything about it. It's gone. So many NGOs. You want to know how many NGOs there are? There is one NGO in India for every 600 people.
I don't know what an NGO is. Just so you know.
Non-government organization. Yeah, no. Sorry. Non-governmental organization. It's a non-profit.
Future reference, if you can make all your acronyms, just say the whole word out so that Lewis gets he's a stupid idiot.
I should assume that no one knows about it. You do, but I should assume they didn't know about it until I started talking to Mike Benz about it. I was like, wait, what?
It's getting harder and harder for Joe to defend Elon. I'm sensing he's going to want the podcast soon and give it a chance to clear the air. He's in way deep now to turn on him. Don't forget, Elon was the one who made the convincing case for Rogan to endorse Trump last year, and not even 6 months into the administration, Elon had a public falling out with the president and went full Tom Segura on Twitter. Meanwhile, we're on the verge of War 3, and I'm not saying that Joe's to blame for any of this or that he shouldn't have endorsed him and be friends with Elon, etc., etc. Rogan can do whatever he wants. It's his, and he grew it from nothing into what it is today. It's clearly compromised him as a comedian. This year, he just seems to have this grumpy confused look on his face all the time, like he's struggling to make sense of everything. The worst part is he can't even use any of this as material because he's buddies with everyone involved. What an absolute fucking disaster. And speaking of disasters, it seems like Joe Rogan and Bert Kreischer can't keep each other out of their mouths. Bert brings up Joe and vice versa on almost every episode of their podcast these days.
You stop drinking. How was protect our parts when not drinking?
It was fun.
And you're the only one not drinking there.
Yeah.
But then at some point, aren't you wrangling three people who are blackout drunk?
But it's okay. I've been blackout drunk. I know what it feels like. It's not bad. In health purposes. I was like, I work out so much and I take care of my body. Like, why am I poisoning it all the time? And I said, let me just take a break. I just took a break, and I was like, God, why do I?
Yeah, there are like things you can do where you see a doctor and they're like able to essentially predict within a couple of years of when you're actually going to die.
It's the Joe Rogan doctors. I want to know, Joe, because he said Bert too, where they come and they put him in that machine like Luke Skywalker on Hoth, and they come out and they're like, if you never eat beans again, you live to 105.
Bert is going to need more than that. Every time I see him, he looks more like a creep. Settle down, boy. He's capable of doing it all sometimes.
It's part of his thing, you know. So I think he feels like I should put words in his mouth, but my Bert Kreischer, if I'm not getting geeked up and having fun with the fans like that.
Like if he does a show and he doesn't take his shirt off, people will boo.
Yeah, but he wants to take his shirt off, and they wanted to come off.
100%. I do too.
When I did a Bert's podcast last time, I was like, so let everybody get in your head about like all these complaints are about Bert being the same person that we all are, and also who he is. But it's like now it's all of a sudden like you're worried that Bert, people want you to take your shirt off. And they want to hear your stories about your family, you're letting people go like, well, you don't do it like this person. We don't tell jokes like Mark Norman. You know, it's not what your thing is. It's not a thing to worry about.
He reads the comments. That's the problem.
Yeah, and it's just like the same people who go on Yelp and write reviews. It's just plain. So when you go on social media,
Yes.
it's like it feels like I have a pretty decent, like Legion of Saints, we have a really like healthy fan base, and then there's like 30 dudes,
Not healthy.
not physically healthy. There's like 30 dudes who hate me and want my son to die. And then if you go onto Twitter, I'll just see that, and it does like
It's not good.
yeah.
It's all 30 of his followers.
There's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of people that want to get your head, but it's almost all unhappy people.
Okay, Rogan's impression of a Bert Kreischer fan was unbelievably accurate. Seriously, it was perfect. But yet again, we've got Joe with his bullshit theory about the haters. For those of you who don't know, if you think Rogan's a hat comedian, you're just an unhappy, mentally ill lunatic with nothing going for you in life. So basically, if you don't like his material, or you just don't think he's funny, it's because you don't understand the genius of his comedy. It's the audience's fault. To test his theory, though, let's take a look at a clip posted to the official Legion of Skanks YouTube channel. This is one of those clips where you see the first 10 seconds and dive straight into the comments like an unhappy, mentally ill lunatic with nothing going for you in life. And just wait until I show you some of the comments.
I bring my opener. The guy from New York goes up. He's having a rough set. I'm praying. I'm going, I hope no one is watching this. I feel an energy behind me. Rogan is standing there watching him bomb. Yes. And then we walk back in. Rogan goes, he's bombing, man. He can't be here. And I go, I know. I'm getting him off right now. Literally, I run at him and I go, light up. And he's like, what's going on? I go, light him up. And this is the worst I've ever had. I go, listen, he was a little tough. I go, I go, you gotta go right now. He goes, what do you mean my dad's in the green room? I go, yeah, you gotta get out of this club right now. Security. I go, Joe is unhappy and it looks really bad for me. Get the now. I've worked years. You get the out of here. He goes, where do I go? I go, I don't know, just walk around 6th Street. He's like, it seems dangerous. I go, get out of this club.
There's a chance Joe's gonna do with a crossbow. You
Joe literally looked at me. He goes, he can't be here. And I go, I agree. You want to look right now? We'll break his legs. Get the Navy SEALs and him in the face. Let's shoot him in his face.
Joe Rogan getting angry at a comedian not doing well is a joke in itself. That is bananas, the bomb expert himself. Joe Rogan talking about someone bombing. Didn't Joe encourage the Gringo puppy to start comedy and Brent Cryer to become the machine? How could Tim argue with that track record? Meanwhile, Joe has never done a funny set in his entire life. That's Rich coming Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, the dude who bombed his special, is upset someone's bombing at his club. Those were literally the top 7 comments, and much the whole comment section was shitting on Joe for being a massive hypocrite, given how he's a certified bomb expert himself. Just ask Mark Norman. And like I said, that clip is from an official LOS YouTube channel, so it's a pretty accurate sample of what comedy fans really think of Joe's act. But Joe even gets trolled by his own comedy mothership Instagram profile. Whoever posted this picture of Rogan is definitely 6 feet under somewhere. That's rough. Like I said at the beginning, though, 2 spots have opened up in Joe's elite group of top 250 comedy murderers, and Lewis and Big J are desperate to fill them in.
We always say, like, how much Dave Smith came on for, like, talks with you after that, individually. Man, me and Lewis, like, why doesn't Joe embrace us the way he embraces Dave? And then someone brought up the first picture we ever took here. It's so funny, it's the werewolf. I am standing behind the werewolf, like, I'm getting sucked off. Lewis is, he's getting sucked off by the bear. And Dave is just leaning in, touching it. I'm like, oh.
That's hilarious.
Dave keeps going back.
Davis his hand on the head gently.
Yeah. Is Dave in the Rogan sphere? We're trying to figure out how to get in the Rogan sphere. My over sphere is right now.
First of all, Shane isn't in the Rogan sphere anymore. Let's just move Shane out, move Big J in that position.
Doesn't require the Rogan
Ari's
sphere.
moving in Thailand or something. He's gone.
It's not even room for you guys. You're in the sphere right now. You're on the show.
Every time the Rogan sphere is talked about, we never get, like, when Cat Williams said 6 unfunny comics to you, I knew it wasn't us. I would have been happy to be one of the 6 unfunny comics.
Listen, Cat probably his point. When I was trying, he thought I wouldn't have him on. I'm like, bro, I love it.
One of my favorite, like, stand-ups to watch a special of. Because I have a hard time, like, laughing at, like, on TV specials.
Chronicles?
It's so funny, dude.
I'm not gonna lie, I need subtitles for it, but I do it on the weak side. Right now, Cat Williams is very, very funny.
It's good to see Joe finally acknowledging that Cat Williams was right about him and his friends. On a side note, Cat played Rogan so hard with that comment. He got on JRE shortly after, and his Netflix comedy special went viral. Cat was playing chess while Rogan was playing checkers. But it just goes to show how profitable it is to be in Rogan's inner circle. Big J and Lewis were trying to get a regular spot on JRE, and I am totally down for Protect Our Trailer Parks. Come on, J-Mo. I know you're watching. Plant the seed in Joe's head and let him think it was his idea. Throw in Mark Norman and it'll be perfect. I mean, it looks like Big J has taken the appropriate steps for admission into the top 250.
Like, big up Smajaro.
It's nice to see.
You know, I am exercising too. Beautiful. You have to, or it will just be floppy and weird and gross.
Or it'll eat your bones.
I guess also, yes, it'll eat your bones, they say. I just started doing testosterone from a company that's like, you know, it's above board taking it, but like you should make sure you monitor your blood all the time. I'm like, yeah, we'll get to that at some point. I'm gonna keep taking it though.
You don't monitor your blood at all?
No, not regularity, I think. Should probably do that. Yeah, they did. Take 2 peptides that feel like fire. It feels like fire when I inject them, but I don't know. It's the one, the BPC 157. That's the one everyone's doing.
Right, that's a good one.
And it's something that's blue.
Man, temperature hold up. Mentally blue, you're not supposed to inject.
It's not that. It's G. It starts with a G. It's some of the letters. GH.
Mentally blue is weird stuff. It's a dye for like fabrics that people take for its fits. Like it boosts mitochondria or something. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't take it all the time, but I have taken it, and I don't know. I couldn't drive. Couldn't explain.
I asked my doctor to put me on testosterone. I think we talked about it because you're like, don't worry, your doctor. I got a doctor for you. And I was just like, yeah, maybe I'll just stop smoking weed.
You think that was killing your testosterone?
I think so. It was like lower than it should have been. It was like in the high 3s, and now it's in the mid 5s.
Well, like your good doctor what they'll do first is ask you exercise, what are you eating, how much you sleep. It shouldn't just give you testosterone. They should be like,
Please did. Shout out D&D Men's Health. 15 minutes, don't give me anything. I don't want a needle.
there's a few doctors out there that like to go buck wild. Of course, I think they get
All that's left is ice baths and saunas, and Big J will be ready for a regular spot at the mothership and quarterly appearances on Kill Tony. Speaking of Kill Tony, I'm working on a video for Patreon exposing Tony Hinchcliffe for something I've been following for a few months now, so check out the link in the description if you're interested in signing up for that, as well as a bunch of other exclusive uncensored videos. None of these guys should be on TI's underlying medical condition to be honored. Like Lewis said, he made a couple of lifestyle changes and his test levels went right back up into the normal range. Don't get me wrong, if they have a legit reason to be honored, then obviously it's important to get their levels up. Obviously telling me that there aren't 5 things Bert should be doing before going on TRT. In Austin and Ways to Well must lick their lips every time Joe Rogan sends them a referral. It's basically a cult at this point. Make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second one, Podcast Cringe Bites, so you don't miss out on all of my uploads throughout the week. And make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
It's weird. You forget that there's out there sometimes.
Yeah.
Counters and modifiers.
Wait, are you going to church too, or is that bullshit? I've been to church. Why? Have you ever been to church before? I've been. It's actually very nice. They're all just trying to be better people. It's a good vibe. It's just a Christian church.
Not denominational Christian.
Literally all I eat. I eat 90% red. Wait. Are you sober? Dog, for 3 months. Don't you get bored though at night? No, I thought I would. That's the thing. I have fun doing stand-up. I have fun hanging out in the green. You're just tired all the time. It's like it beats you down. And if I was doing 3 nights in a week at the club,
Let me bong the speed.
yeah, exactly. My bodega cat.
J-Mo, bong a beer, brother.
We'd love to have you. You're sober too, like Gay Rose.
Protect Our Parks is back for episode 15, and a lot has changed since the last time we were here back in January this year. And I'm not just talking about Joe Rogan's pin code. The first thing is they're back on YouTube after 3 episodes, 12, 13, and 14, weren't uploaded due to copyright reasons. Maybe you guys remember, just after Rogan struck his second Spotify deal, part of his agreement was that Spotify would publish all JRE episodes on all platforms and monetize everything themselves after his viewership by over 75%. During the 3.5 years he was exclusive, why you now see those ad reads around the 8-minute mark and 35 mark. But since he came back to YouTube at the beginning of last year, he might also remember all those issues they were having with copyright, especially on the Protect Our Parks episodes where they play a lot of music. It was on episode 11 that Rogan and Jamie had to explain to Mark, Shane, and Ari that as part of their new contract with Spotify, they couldn't play any copyright-protected music on the show anymore, and Gillis blurted out, "But that's what we do," and Mark Norman said, "What the fuck did you guys sign?" So after all of that embarrassment, they didn't upload the next 3 episodes onto YouTube so they could have a drink and play whatever songs they wanted without losing any of Spotify's ad revenue over on YouTube. But now they're back, except their latest episode was the shortest in Protect Our Parks history, coming in at just over 3 hours and 10 minutes long. And I'm not sure what happened with Spotify, but somehow they managed to agree to allow Jamie to play whatever music Joe wants, because for the last 30 minutes of this episode, they were basically just listening to music and smashing beers. Well, except for Rogan, because he's sober now. Oh, and he's a Christian as well. But I'll come back to that in a moment, because from the beginning, you could tell things had changed. It just seemed like they were kind of being reflective about their past shenanigans, and they were getting ready to settle down.
You sick. Oh, he came back with the bomb.
Just classic made in America. Hold on, I gotta
Thank God you're leaving the piss. We had a triple wash just in the pitcher because Norman pissed in it once. Oh, wow.
We've had some rivers to the point where when it's like you take a Bucks Day, I'm like,
Oh, yeah. It's like a marathon. But America needs it. Yeah, the boys need it. They do. They tell me all the time. I see them out in the streets. So when's Protect Our Parks? They say it all the time. When's the next Protect Our
But
Party?
they take a year off your life, so you gotta spread them out a little bit. You know, it's like what's that? The Tough Mudder.
Right. You can't do them every weekend.
That one photo of the one who had like 25 or 26 beers. Every once in a while I see the photo. I'm like,
Yeah.
But that is what people genuinely need. They need bros.
They're doing it.
They want to. If they can't, they wish they could.
Yeah.
They want to. Everybody wants to.
I grew up doing this.
Yeah, every man have fun.
I was
really
really
get together and not
stop doing this at some point.
Never.
This is the best life. This is the best life for guys.
100%.
We're the luckiest people that have ever lived.
Like you had Jimmy Carr on, and he was talking like I'm doing this today, then I'm going to Chappelle's thing, then I'm doing Kill Tony, then I'm doing the Mothership, then I'm doing an arena in Scandinavia.
The best life.
What a life.
The best life.
Of course, Rogan thinks that guys need a podcast with 4 dudes drinking to show them how to have fun. Like, he's already got a monopoly on shit-talking thanks to the Mothership Green Room, but now that's extended to drinking in his podcast studio. Why can't a podcast just be a podcast? It ain't that deep, Joe. We all know how to have a drink with our buddies and talk shit. We never needed you to show us how it's done.
There's a take on anything and everything that's like,
Yes.
you know, it's just you gotta find where
That's
it
kind of my
is.
goal. Just come up with this.
What's been easy
Far joke of all
Thanks,
time.
dog.
No, not yet, Joe.
What's that? It's fired up. It's game. Pulled up 3 drugs. I've been here 8 minutes.
These are
No drugs.
just nicotine, just those epic. Don't get the fence on us.
Lucy Bree.
Don't get me wrong though, I like listening to them hanging out and talking about whatever's happening in the world. But let's be honest, the real reason we're all here is to listen to Mark Normand and Shane Gillis trolling Rogan. It must be hard for them being the only 2 comedians in that studio. So stick around because I put together a compilation of Mark and Shane's highlights for you guys towards the end of this video. The anti-Semitism was strong in this one, but there's something more interesting going on here in my opinion. See, I think there's something going on with Joe. If you haven't heard, Rogan stopped drinking 3 months ago and started attending church.
You know he doesn't get us is the gout. The gout's coming for us.
When I heard
That is, isn't it?
No, Colonnade is the gout.
Carter's gout.
Meat. Kidney disease.
Meat.
What is the real cause? This sounds like, no, it's literally all I eat.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I eat 90% red.
Wait. Are you sober?
Dog for 3 months.
Sober from alcohol.
Yeah.
Clear.
Yeah, according to the law, everything else.
And nothing else.
Caused by a buildup of uric acid in the body, leading to the formation of urate crystals in the joints. Linked to lavish diets and alcohol consumption of wealthy individuals, including royalty. I guarantee you, it's the alcohol.
And I'm bored.
Yeah, it's not. It has nothing to do with.
Wait, are you going to church too, or is that bullshit?
I have church.
No.
Why? Have you ever been to church before?
I've been.
It's actually very nice. They're all just trying to be better people. It's a good vibe.
Why don't you go to a gas
I tried that. I did that.
I went to St. Pat's in York.
Yeah, that's a beautiful place.
Yeah, very nice. Some guy gave me a rosary. I keep it.
If it's not Catholic, which one is it?
It's just a Christian church.
No, it's so Christian.
Animal proteins such as pork, red meat, shellfish, and oily fish are high in purines, making individuals susceptible to gout.
There you go. No shellfish.
Additionally, alcohol reduces the metabolism of uric acid, enhances disease condition.
No.
I guarantee it's the alcohol. The alcohol in the lobby probably said, "You're it's just like they do with sugar." No, it's saturated fat that's causing all these heart attacks to happen.
Stay tuned for Joe Rogan's Christian arc. First, he told us he was a comedian, then opened up a comedy club and anointed himself as a comedy legend simply by placing his comedy album on the wall with all the greats that came before him. Next, he'll start his own church, throw on a wig, and declare himself the second coming of Jesus. But I'm not knocking Joe's newfound faith. It's just suspicious as fuck. People are speculating that he's got incoming allegations and he's trying to get ahead of them, like Russell Brand did. And I've also seen people saying never ever since he made the move to Texas that it was only a matter of time before Rogan became a Christian and started attending church. To Rogan's credit, I actually think it's deeper than that. Remember when that biblical scholar Wes Huff went on JRE after he debated Rogan's buddy Billy Carson? That was in January this year, around the same time Protect Our Parks 14 dropped, and that's when I think things started turning for Rogan. In fact, it was Wes Huff himself who confirmed Rogan had been attending church just 2 weeks ago on a podcast.
And have you talked to Joe Rogan since your out of the park conversation with him?
Well, my conversation with Rogan went 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
It's a little bit longer than this conversation. Yes, Joe Rogan and I have had on and off communication since then. I can tell you for a fact that he is attending a church, and that that has been a consistent thing. And so, things are happening, and he's a very inquisitive individual, and I think for the better, in that he's communicating with me and other people in his life who are influences that can speak into, these issues of reliability and trustworthiness and verisimilitude of something like the pages of Scripture, and where he should and shouldn't be looking for the information in regards to that.
Jeez, that looks like the most boring podcast ever. Give it a few years and that'll be Protect Our Parks. But on a more serious note, this is what I think happened. Wes Huff is a pretty charismatic guy. He wiped the floor with Billy Carson and in the process got Rogan's attention. Then he went JRE, and I really think he impressed Joe with his knowledge of ancient texts, including obviously the Bible, but mostly his study of the reliability and accuracy of the actual texts in the New Testament. Now, I don't know about this stuff personally. I specialize in talking shit about people on the internet, but apart from Jordan Peterson, Wes Huff seems to be the first Christian who really impressed Rogan and got through to him. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's what I think sparked all of this. Put aside whatever you think about Wes or Peterson or Christianity in general, the timeline of events seems to support my theory, in my opinion, of course. The funny thing is, since Rogan stopped drinking, he seems to have increased his intake of pretty much everything else.
The only reason I drank the booze, the only reason I stopped booze is because I wanted to see what it'd be like to have no booze for a long period of time. Yeah, it's a lot better. I mean, you feel a lot better.
Don't you get bored though at night?
No, I thought I would. That's the thing. I have fun doing stand-up. I have fun hanging out in the green room.
Yeah. But you're also not like actually.
When it comes to sobriety.
Yeah. What was the final switch?
Well, I wanted to try.
Fall down.
Well, I just got tired of it. Feeling when I would work out the next day.
Hangovers are real later.
It's real. It's all bad. You're just tired all the time. It's like it beats you down. And doing 3 nights in a week at the club. And then
Let me follow this beat.
Yeah, exactly. My bodega can't be back. He'll be back.
you think so?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a support.
yeah.
It's not like I'm not out now.
Probably we're saying they don't judge their current situation.
Thank you.
We would love to have it.
It's just one of those things where you stop doing it. You're like, oh, I feel so much better. Why was I doing that?
It's also like at this point, like who gets to drink? See, I have a different thing. I'll go like 4 or 5 days. By day 5, I'm going.
Let's go.
It's not even like you can't just have all of up the air.
And then you regret it the next day when you're
The
like,
next day, you go, I already threw away those 5 days.
let's get the wheels fall off.
Like, I had a good time drinking. Don't get me wrong. I like it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just
I don't like what it does to you.
It's nice to see that Mark and Shane give absolutely zero fucks that Rogan of drinking. Mark's waving his whiskey brand around for the camera, and Shane's telling Rogan to shut up for a second so he can smash a beer. But here's the thing, it's kind of a double-edged sword for Rogan. You guys have probably heard me say a few times that he's a massive hypocrite because he sits in the studio episode after episode crapping on about how healthy he is, spending thousands of dollars a month on supplements, peptides, TRT, HGH, and stem cell therapy. Fuck, he's even got Shane Gillis onto ways too well. In this episode, he was raving about how surprised he was to learn that his bloods are clean and he's not pre-diabetic. Seriously, somebody has to investigate this place. I was suspicious when Bert Kreischer started saying the same shit. Anyway, as I was saying, Rogan would wax lyrical about being super healthy while puffing on a cigar and sipping on a glass of whiskey, then going to his club and kicking on in the green room with all the elite assassins he keeps on his payroll. So it makes sense now that he stopped drinking, and you heard him say earlier that he feels better now, he was sick of feeling shit every day, etc., etc. Same old story. The flip side is he built his whole image on being a dude. He was the one who would get high while talking to a scientist and have a cigar with a professor. He was our guy on the inside asking all the right questions and cutting through the narrative. But now that he's gone sober and become a Christian, the feeling is that all of that is slowly slipping away. And when you combine this with how dense he's become over the last couple of years, how the pandemic broke his brain, he even got into politics last year for the first time and endorsed a major candidate. It seems like the old Joe is dead and the new Joe is slowly killing our beloved Protect Our Parks. I say this in every Protect Our Parks video. Thank God for Mark Norman and Shane Gillis, because without them, this episode would have been a snooze fest.
Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine really ended climate change.
Oh, yeah. And then everything.
You know what I mean? It's like World War III is coming. It's like we don't have time.
Yeah, none of the climate change people like these bombs are crazy about temperature.
Yeah. I think Greta Thunberg just beat myself fake.
It did. Everybody's saying dead babies are bad. They go, well, let me see where they're from.
Yeah, Texas either.
It's over time. I caught that one. I caught it. I just stared right through it. Stared at the table. I don't even think that's fun.
I can't watch here on my phone.
That's a real. Ken, you just have to take a photo of your ID.
What's the problem, Mark? What am I, a minor?
You really are. You have a male cat, you castrate him. Everybody does. Because you leave him in the house. If your cat goes in the house, they'll pee all over your house.
That's true.
They'll mark every spot in your house.
Cat games.
You have to cut their balls off. I'm just trying to get Mark Kelly. It's fun. It's amazing how many cats there are out there, because every male cat gets his balls off. Hinchcliffe can play piano.
Come on!
And drum. Checks out.
And drums. Just sits there and plays drums. But he sits there and starts playing piano. You're like, where did this come from?
Plays a skin flute.
Extracurricular skill of stand-up is interesting. Bobby can dance well and skate.
No. Wow.
I bet he plays some video games.
Yeah,
It's math.
certain guys should pick up the sports. Eddie Gaines can shred on skis.
What a crazy dating app. Farmers all
I know. I bet it means white.
Yeah, they should have just
That's how do you say without saying it?
Not all black farmers are talking weed.
I got good news and bad, Daddy. I found the farm. His name's Tyrell.
It's only watermelon. I don't know what the hell. Sorry.
Cuddy said,
Bieber.
Kid Cudi said, Puff Daddy broke into his house before Christmas and opened all the gifts for his kids.
Yeah. Really? That's the Grinch.
He called him when he's in his house.
Whoa.
That's the funniest thing I've ever
That's
heard.
hilarious.
Yeah, that's like Ari. Ari might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ari.
You hate Christmas, you Eve.
Damn, dude, I can't believe you guys killed him.
Say it to you. What if you could?
You would. If the Jews got their head, you're going to burn your feet. January 27th.
Oh, yeah, man. It's allowed.
55 minutes out of this episode and everyone in the past.
Dude, I'm not trying to add work, I swear, brother.
Sorry, J-Mo.
He's very respected. I guess I respect him. J-Mo, long beard, brother.
We love that. You sober too, like gay, bro. You alright, Ari?
69.
Devil.
You had said it 72. That's unforgivable. What are you, a girl? Girls like girl. You like it warm?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Love it more.
If it's up to a girl, she'll go.
Easy.
Bert Kreischer's sue you. Bert Kreischer's going to sue you. I wish you weren't doing that.
Actually, it's 2025.
Just like Rogan used to be our guy on the inside, Mark Norman our guy on the inside of JRE, people the questions that people are thinking. I mean, he was the only one who brought up Rogan going to church and asking about his drinking, and he's the only one who basically called out Texas for their super conservative laws. The strange thing is, most of the drugs that Rogan takes are illegal in Texas, yet he sits there on almost every episode shitting on California for being a nanny state. Finally, Mark Norman pointed out the absurdity of load your government ID just to see a few feet pics. I mean, what are we doing here? But everyone missed the funniest part of the whole episode. This is one of those funny moments where you have to look away because the cringe is too strong to handle. As soon as Ari brought up Elvis and karate, I was like, fuck, no way Rogan rolls with this one. Surely he realizes the parallel with himself and shuts it down. Clearly, everyone in the room missed out on the irony. Not even our boy on the inside, Mark Norman, had a zinger in his pocket ready to pull out and rapid fire at Rogan while he was describing his own comedy career.
Every once in a while you hear a Hitler story where you go, God damn, that was pretty sick. Winchester, all right, love it.
I don't know. They told us, and I can see that that's big propaganda.
That sounds very.
He was pretty.
He did some math. As soon as you hear about
Everything goes from that.
The book I read about him, by the end, he was just sitting by his fire, and you just had to listen to him tell stories, and he would be on meth, and he'd be screaming. And everything about was like, I'm the greatest architect that's ever lived. I shouldn't even be doing this. Everybody thinks he thought he was a great artist. He thought he was the greatest architect. Oh my God,
This is Elvis with the karate.
Yeah. That was get pilled up and they pretended he was good at karate. And dudes just like, I can't believe you're doing this to me. They were trying to move him back out there and stop the movement. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. His liver was redlining all day long.
How in the actual fuck did Mark Norman miss that opportunity to give us one of the best protect our parts moments in history? All it needed was a you should see your act or something just to break the ice a little and remind Gay Rogue that he's a bomb expert. And not only that, not one person in the comment section noticed it either. Come on, people, do better. Way to let me down like that. But all jokes aside, which isn't hard when it comes to Rogan, I actually have a solution to all of the problems I've outlined in this video. Since Joe's moving into his Fox News boomer years and he cancelled Sober October because he's sick of Bert Kreischer annoying the shit out of him, why not replace Rogan with Bert and replace Ari with Tim Dillon? Hear me out. Just imagine that for a second. Instead of Rogan's political rants, we get Tim Dillon shitting on Elon Musk, Bert going so red in the face he blends in with the curtains behind him, while Shane Gillis calls everyone gay, and Mark Norman says, hang on, isn't Tim actually gay? Let's go, Joe, do something funny for once in your life. He's even got poor Jamie off the booze. Next minute, this is going to turn into full-blown boomer radio filled with your favorite Bible verses. Ironically, one of Joe's best jokes is from his Triggered comedy special from 2016, where he shits on religion for being completely made up. Sadly, that Joe Rogan is no longer with us. R.I.P. brother, we'll miss you. Get used to Rogan changing the subject when Jamie brings up Elon's tweet saying the reason the Epstein list hasn't been published is because Trump's on it, all the while he's got the fucking director of the FBI sitting across from him throwing his hands up and saying, that's none of my business, I know when to stay in my lane. But hopefully Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redman listen to the internet and get Shane Gillis as Trump and Carl Dunnigan as Elon's going to kill Tony, but something tells me Rogan won't allow that at the moment. Anyway, that's for another video. Remember to head over to my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, and subscribe so you don't miss out on all of my full review of Tom Segura's new Netflix show, Bad Thoughts. Check out the link in the description to my Patreon where you'll find a bunch of exclusive, long-form, uncensored content as well. Thanks for watching, guys. Catch you in the next one.
That's the weirdest thing is comics like policing should be talked about. If someone comes with the most amazing fart joke of all time, I'm gonna die laughing.
Eric Weinstein was right. We're not peers. We have degrees he has. And guess what he doesn't have? He doesn't have understanding of how the universe works. You don't think he has no understanding.
but you're going to call me an idiot. Let's go to war. And I want all the papers. Now I want the war to take place through written white paper. Because the papers are here. And if you say the wrong thing, I will sue you. That's the reality. When I get home, I'm going to put online the equations necessary to have a thing called unlimited energy to be employed directly from us to say fuck you to the world. I'm going to show them how to pull energy directly from the flux.
Terrence Howard's back from the womb and ready to take on the world with his pseudo-scientific theories yet again, only this time he brought his lawyers. And who better to bring him back into the spotlight than our favorite insurance pyramid scheme, multi-level marketing scammer turned podcaster, Patrick Bet-David. I honestly couldn't have thought of a better person to filter through Terrence's bullshit than the Persian rug salesman himself. This guy's got to be the slimiest grifter the internet's ever seen, right up there with Billy Carson, Russell Brand, and Brendan Business Shark Shaw. This is the guy who went on JRE and spent half the time presenting Rogan with gifts just to show his appreciation for being his friend. Fortunately for PBD, though, Joe's bullshit detector was fully functioning that day. Unfortunately for us, though, it hasn't been ever since. And if you think I'm exaggerating, just wait until you see PBD's latest grift. If you thought Joe Rogan exploited Terrence Howard's mental illness for clicks, wait until you see what he wrote to Terrence into promoting. I don't think I've ever seen a podcast guest do a pre-recorded ad before, but if you're not up to speed on the Terrence Howard law, here's a quick refresher on where this all started.
You felt like from the womb, I had to, you felt like I had these things that you didn't get out in a previous lifetime, and now you feel unstoppable. I have to. I remember all of this. You remember coming out? I remember being pressed, I remember being born, I remember being circumcised. Like people say, well, what business do you have coming about science and all that? You're an actor. Here I've been, here I'm an Oscar-nominated actor that is known all around the world, face recognition, vocal recognition all around the world. I've invented a new form of flying, tangential flight, the ability to fly around your own center of mass.
As you can imagine, Terrence's womb diaries ended up being one of Rogan's biggest podcasts last year, with over 11 million views just on YouTube. And just to clarify for those of you who are seeing this for the first time, Terrence believes he's able to access a higher level of thinking than the average person because he's able to tap into his mother's womb and access a mansion which possesses all of the world's secrets and bring them to us to help save humanity. Yeah, bro is cooked. But it didn't stop there. After seeing that episode of JRE, failed academic turned pseudoscientist turned financial executive Eric Weinstein reached out to our boy Rogan to offer his services in guiding Terrence forward with his theories and helping him to see the errors in his ways. And yes, obviously, this all happened live on JRE instead of privately behind closed doors.
Then you do this other thing, which is you teach. And your teaching is not good. You tell us stuff that's not true, that we can tell is not true. And then we say, okay, I can throw out the entirety of what he's saying. Well, 1 times 1 is not equal to 2. Let's start it. That, in fact, I'm angry at Joe because Joe should have pushed back on that. Joe is the law. The calculator says 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1. Each time you do that, I want to slap you and say, don't do that. And this is one of the failures of Joe's bullshit detector.
True words have never been spoken. Why we trust Joe Rogan to mediate these kinds of discussions is completely lost. I mean, but I guess it's all just for the funsies.
Howard, somehow or another, it's the craziest story ever. And Terrence Howard is like literally one of the smartest guys that ever lived. And all these genius ideas and inventions. And even though he seems crazy, it seems just insane that this is coming from an actor. This is from the Hustle and Flow guy? What? I understand it though. I kind of understand it. I understand. I mean, it made sense. To me, he's making
That'd be one of my all-time favorite JRE clips. I mean, fuck. If that's some of the JRE podcast, I don't know what does. Maybe that animal noise compilation that's floating around. But one of the best moments for me personally was seeing Neil deGrasse Tyson responding to Terrence Howard for calling up. See, Terrence has been trying to get you with his theories for years, but because he's a college dropout with no formal education or research experience, nobody seems to want to listen to his half-baked theory on why 1 times 1 equals 2. So Tyson hit back with one of the most condescending clips I've ever seen. And that's saying a lot coming from Tyson.
I recently learned I got name checked by Terrence Howard on his recent appearance on Joe Rogan. What can happen is if you're a fan of a subject, let's say a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not enough about that subject to know that you're wrong. This has been studied by others, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Fuck me dead. How good is that? It was only a matter of time before a famous scientist formally diagnosed the Joe Rogan guest with the Dunning-Kruger effect. And so after laying low for almost a year, Terrence Howard is back at the podcast studio ready to take on the world with his fidget spinners and funky mathematics. Apparently, even after making 2 viral appearances on Joe Rogan's podcast last year, he was still unable to get his papers peer-reviewed by publishers and academics, which he believes is a result of being ridiculed by Eric Weinstein and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like I keep saying, though, this whole situation is the gift that keeps on giving. Honestly, don't know what's funnier, seeing Patrick and David read the definition of the Dunning-Kruger effect out loud off the screen, or Terrence Howard demanding an apology from Tyson for hurting his feelings.
Anyone to do a peer review. I sent it off to publishers. Publishers refused to review it because Eric Weinstein, Brian Keaton, people came out, said the Dunning-Kruger. The amount of pain and suppression that's come my way because all I tried to do was provide proof of it. Nobody wants it.
Dunning-Kruger is a cognitive advice for people probably just completely disappeared. People with low confidence specific area tend to overestimate their abilities, while highly confident individuals may underestimate their skills. This occurs when a lack of metacognition prevents those with low confidence. So they're saying you're low confident in this topic. That's what they're saying.
This is what Neil deGrasse came out and said, and so now he owes me an apology. Why? Because with those same things that he said had no value, now we've already put them into a white paper, and we've been able to solve the 7 millennium problems and the 3 body problems with the same equations or substances that he said created Dunning.
See, I think Terrence is just fishing for a lawsuit. I think he's realized that nobody wants to entertain his whack theories. He can't get any of his papers published because nobody's really giving him the time of day. I also think that his acting career is pretty much over. So for him to get the recognition he deserves, I think he's trying to rope someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson or Eric Weinstein into defaming him so that he can drag them into court. Maybe the court will appoint an expert witness to assess his theories. Can you imagine? Nobody is willing to listen to Terrence, so he launches a lawsuit in the hope that the court will pay someone to read his white paper and give him their assessment. That's some Brendan Shaw-level logic. But like I was saying in my intro, watching Patrick and David trying to debate Terrence Howard on his 1 times 1 equals 2 theory was like watching 2 toddlers high heels on and paint each other's nails. PBD fancies himself as a finance guy who knows the ins and outs of investing. You might say he's a numbers guy. He builds multi-level marketing schemes called PHP Agency. I did a couple of videos on him a while ago, and CoffeeZilla has also exposed his dodgy business practices in quite a lot of detail as well. So watching him fumble his way around the numbers with Terrence, these 2 are the dumbest guys on the internet.
Average person hasn't put amount of time that you have put in. Credibility after 1 times 1 times 2, 1 times 1 equals 2. How do you come up with that?
Well, if I was wrong, made such a big stink.
What's 1.1 times 1.1? That is it bigger than 2?
It would have to be. Anytime an action times an action has to increase in volume.
No, but so if 1 times 1 is 2, that would mean that 1.1 times 1.1 would need to be bigger than 2, right?
It would have to be. Why wouldn't it be? It's only the mathematics that they're using, the identity principles, the which I call the Jim Crow laws of mathematics.
Let's just say if I have $1.10 in a stock, okay, and that goes up 1.1%. What is it? $1.10 in a stock, but it goes 1.1% rate of return. And my stock portfolio, what's 1.1 of $1.10?
Look it up on the calculator.
It's $1.21. So for example, so if I get a 1% rate of return, on one, if I do the percentage on the basic 1.1 times 1.1, it's still getting me 1.21. So to me, the basics of the 1 times 1 equals 2, that throws even a regular guy like me.
Bro, what? A 1.1% return on $1.10 is $1.11, not $1.21. Why is PBD challenging Terrence's theory when he can't do basic maths himself? Well, it turns out that neither can Terrence Howard. He thinks 0.1 times 0.1 equals 0.001. That's one too many zeros, bro. Come on.
I asked you, what's 0.10 times 0.10? 0.10 times 0.10 says 0.001, right? But we know that 0.10 is a dime. We know that a dime times a dime, 10 dimes times 10 dimes equals should equal.
Not necessarily.
10 times 10.
No, I know what you're doing. But that is a whole number. A dime is still 10 cents. So 10 dimes is a dollar. So it's not the same in the dollar sense. I see what you're thinking, like 0.1 equals a tenth of a dollar.
I'm saying there's a problem with the decimal.
No, but if a dime is 0.1 of a dollar, let's simplify it, right? But if you tell me, give me 10 of 0.1s, that equals 1. So that means I got 10 dimes. But if you do 0.1 times 0.1, then you get 0.01, right?
0.01.
Yeah, but that's a difference. So to me, the basics of the math, when you went there,
That doesn't go off to you? That doesn't seem off?
but I measure investment. The way I look at it is to say, what's 0.1% of a penny? What's 0.1% of a penny?
What's the value of a penny?
What's 0.1% of a dime? It's a penny. Right, it gets split, right? So that's I don't look at it from the physics.
Wait a minute, 10% of a penny would be, of a dime would be a penny.
That's right.
10%.
The 0.1 is 10%, right? So if you go to the investment side, you are giving up one time once in investment stocks, it stops right there.
What are we doing here? That was brutal. The only thing worse was all the bot comments the producers using them for having a fearless conversation in the face of all the hate. By the way, this is probably the best time to bring up PBD's latest. You guys are not going to believe this. So apparently PBD created this new app called Connect, which connects you with celebrities and so-called experts, basically paid by the minute or by the question, and you get to access people like Terrence Howard, PBD, Cuomo, and I don't know who the other people are, to be honest. Patrick even got Terrence to do an ad read for it.
Hi everyone, my name is Terrence Howard. I'm an actor, but in the field of science also. So if you would like to connect with me, you can connect with me on Connect. The QR code is out. And let's have a great conversation.
That is David. He basically just monetized the Reddit AMA and made an app for it. That's some high-level fake guru type shit. It's up there with Jordan Peterson's online university or Billy Carson's Forbidden Knowledge TV, where you can invest in the future of consciousness. Do people actually buy into this shit? I feel like it's one of those things where if you're stupid enough to buy it, then you kind of deserve to lose your money. Just like all those celebrity meme coins people keep piling their money into. But thank God for Terrence Howard, because he has a solution. Once we're all broke from giving all our money to fake gurus, Terrence will show us how to get free energy. That's right. You won't have to pay for energy ever again.
You don't have to pay for it. The same thing when I talked about beryllium. Utilize beryllium, even though there was some idiot chemists that came out to say that what I said concerning beryllium was wrong, but I dare them to compare beryllium to beryllium's reaction to oxygen the same way that magnesium behaves with sulfur, the same way that selenium behaves with magnesium, sulfur. Selenium behaves with I just lost my thought. So no, because magnesium, you have
Can you pull up the charts, Rob?
yeah, really the way that selenium,
Yeah, if you can just pull up the periodic table.
selenium's relationship with calcium, the same relationship that. The same way that selenium will mitigate what's taking place inside of calcium.
Seriously, the amount of times Terrence just rambled on and got lost was crazy. And PBD sitting there with absolutely no fucking idea what he's talking about, pretending like he was following what Terrence was saying with that stupid look on his face. I really hope that Terrence ends up doing the podcast rounds and we get to see him rambling through his theories with Andrew Schultz or Bert Kreischer, or even better, somehow I think Bubba's going to miss out though. He doesn't get the views to book big guests anymore. Audio's king, huh? But even though PBD had no idea what was going on, he did end up having the foresight to get one of his producers to put Terrence's paper into ChatGPT for an assessment. This was so fucking funny because it ripped Terrence's paper to shreds. No pun intended. It basically said, this guy's making shit up and he's applying scientific theories in the wrong way. By the way, I probably should have mentioned earlier, PBD got some random guy from NASA to come on the show to talk through Terrence's theories. Apparently he's a friend of Eric Weinstein, but I didn't include any of his clips in this video because I couldn't understand what he was saying. He kept pulling up these anal beads and waving them around, but I couldn't make any sense of it. Anyway, I'm pretty sure he's a CCP plant. Seriously, who knows these guys?
Can we put that through OpenAI? If you wanted us to put one through OpenAI,
Either one.
okay, put that one through OpenAI. See
And
what
that's what it says.
Yeah, let's see.
That's what let's get a.
Would you like me to ask ChatGPT?
Just ask it to evaluate. Is it right or wrong?
After evaluating the document, necessity finding, here's a breakdown. Critical issue, scientific inconsistencies, core mathematical flaw, 1 times 1 equals 2. This claim contradicts fundamental arithmetic and is not a system. Redefining this without rigorous and peer-reviewed framework makes the rest of the paper logic untenable. 2, unverified concept terms like power and coma, tensor shades, legend geometry are not recognized in mainstream mathematics. These concepts are not appear in peer-reviewed journals. Misapplication of physical laws of wave mechanics, conservation of energy and quantum equations, but applies them in a standard or speculative way. Last but not least, citation issues. The reference include real scientist Einstein, Planck, alongside fictional or pseudoscientific collaborators Howard Seeley,
At all.
yeah, at all. There's no peer-reviewed body work by these others, not specific, not scientifically.
Bro made up his reference list and thought no one would notice. I've honestly heard more credible theories coming out of Eddie Bravo's mouth. Terrence, though, is that he's a millionaire with money to burn. And after Rogan put him on JRE last year, things didn't turn out the way he thought they would. Now it looks like his acting career's over, so he's trying to bait other scientists into a lawsuit, which will give him even more publicity. And like all of Rogan's fake gurus, he's figured out a way to monetize the grift. On his website, you can actually order a custom-built tangential flight vehicle made by the man himself, except none of them actually seem to function. You can also buy some transcendental lighting handcrafted by Terrence, but you have to eat for pricing. And of course, you can buy a bunch of merch that says 1 × 1 = 2. Grifter starter pack. The amount of fake gurus that Joe Rogan has helped to create is seriously getting out of control at this point. And the worst part is, no matter how many of them get exposed after they go on his podcast, he never seems to care or address it in any way. Sometimes he'll just laugh it off and say, whoops, like that time when he had on with Josh Dubin, who went on to kill and dismember someone shortly after appearing on the podcast. But somehow I don't think that's the last we'll hear from Terrence Howard. All these podcasters know that you'll get the guaranteed views, so I have no doubt that a few more, so I'll keep an eye out for you. Also, don't forget that Kill Tony is about to Netflix for their first show. They head over to my Patreon via the link for a full breakdown of their Netflix debut. There's a bunch of other stuff on there as well that you might be interested in, so go and check that out. Otherwise, make sure you're subscribed to my channel here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
It's not a real image. They colored it and fixed it and put fade and brightness. And you know, like, how does that?
Well, I don't know if they did. This is a reconstruction of a
Man, I'm gonna guess
holographic image.
demolished. I'm
Because like I feel like I'm on Instagram a lot. Like I might be switching to a flip flop.
Right.
I'm not watching anything right after you come. My wife already bought the flip phone. She was like, I didn't do $9 put parental controls on my Instagram. I got the way. I'll show you for real. You'll see it.
Okay. I'm watching Bert do a sound. Oh, that's scary.
Bert Kreischer has finally made it back onto JRE after almost 2 years without a solo appearance. The last time he was on by himself was way back when his Machine movie came out in early 2023, and we all know how that went. But this is actually a big moment for our boy Bert, because for those of you who don't know, Rogan cancelled Sober October with Tom, Bert, and Ari after Bert got too annoying.
Ari, I wrote both Sober October and Protect Your Blood.
Oh, yeah, you're the only one.
You're the only one. They're the only one.
Respect that name.
What's that?
Respect that name.
We get lost in we refuse to.
Okay.
We just think it's kind of ridiculous that we got replaced.
Yeah.
Just replaced.
We just get tuned up, and all you do is chat. None of us challenge them in workouts. None of us on Protect Your Blood. Let's do a push-up.
I think I'm understanding. Am I the problem?
You're the factor. I wouldn't say problem. You're a factor. You're a key factor for sure. What Joe does that you don't have the capacity to do is not make it all about himself.
Hold on. No, hold on. There's a clip. Dude, hold on.
There's a gotta be a clip out there if you're not interrupting.
No.
You're fine. Look at
I'm not interrupting. I'm having a conversation. That's how conversations work.
Now, if you guys remember when I covered Bert's little temper tantrum with Ariel on 2 Bears 1 Cave earlier this year, I ended up defending Bert, even more recently, when Bert was complaining to Tom that he doesn't understand why people think he's a narcissist, because he's just trying to bring the same energy from his stand-up into the podcast studio. It was at that point that I honestly started to have a little bit of empathy for Bert, because up until that point he really just seemed like a self-centered, overweight alcoholic, demanded everyone's attention and couldn't read a room to save his life. Naturally, all of those were still true, but at least he admitted that he just didn't know how to switch off. Then he basically went on to say that he didn't understand why his friends were calling him interrupting and carrying on like a drunken frat boy, when that's what made him famous in the first place. And Bert's kind of right. I mean, over the last few years, he's easily been the highest selling comic out of the whole Rogan 6. But the flip side is his friends are the ones who have been encouraging him and enabling him for the last decade, and now they're the ones who are constantly calling him out for it.
Greatest form of affection you can give another comedian is to give them shit, right? But that's also, you also can get a temperature of how they're truly responding to it. You know what I mean? Like, you guys pick on Bert and everything, but like, if you got a sense that it was truly hurting his feelings, you would be more constructive about it.
Yes, for sure. For a little bit, and go right back to
Taking it back.
And that's the truth of it. They really don't give a fuck that they're breaking one of their best friends for doing what they programmed him to do in the first place. Don't forget, Bert's fame and fortune all goes back to Rogan.
This is what drove me crazy. I remember the day. We've talked about it before, but I remember the day. I was in the comedy store, and I was calling you from the main room, and you were on a motorcycle in Vietnam. I'm just checking it out. You were on a motorcycle in Vietnam. I'm laughing. But then I was like, dude, you really need to dedicate yourself to stand-up. Like, this is a trap. It's a velvet prison. These TV shows are a velvet prison.
You're like, dude, this is who you are. That Travel Channel will get away from it. You need to focus on stand-up and your podcast. And I was like, yeah, do the
machine. If you don't talk about this on stage, then you're not doing yourself a service.
But Rogan did us all a disservice that day. Fast forward a decade, and this is where.
And then Wilder, based on Bert Kreischer. And that was nuts. It's so crazy. That's nuts. It's literally a movie based on Bert. It really is. Yeah, and they wrote a story about it for Rolling Stone magazine.
The original title was The Interruption.
Those bird impressions are fucking unbelievable. I've seriously watched that clip 100 times and it never gets old. All we need now is for Adam Ray to get Bert Kreischer and kill Tony. Yeah, thank me later for that one. Now, don't get me, even though I've gone easy on Bert so far, this is not going to turn into some Bert defense video. Trust me, I put together a cringe compilation for you guys, which I'll play for you in a minute, and it's honestly some of the funniest shit you'll ever see. But what I'm really doing is having a dig at Bert's buddies because I think they're the ones who have helped to perpetuate his insufferable public image by going on and enabling him, but then shitting on him when he starts to get paid. And when I say the hate is strong for Bert, I mean the hate is strong for Bert. Check out some of the comments from the latest JRE episode. You people are so fucking brutal. I was a big fan of Bert, but with the help of my family and a great team of doctors, got my life together. I've been sober for this episode has me drinking again. You don't have to laugh at Bert's jokes, he'll do it for you. Damn, my excitement was quickly diminished. We'll try again tomorrow, ladies and gents. Even timestamps, guys, skip this one. No, that's my favorite. I'm a simple man. I see Bert and I close the tab. This is one of the guys who was hanging. Bert slander. Some days we come to the guests, other days the comments say thumbs up for clicking on the link, not pressing play, and only reading the comments. Bert stops being obnoxious at 5:32. It's even more funny because Bart is 1000% reading the comments. God damn, this comment section is ruthless. I've never been a huge fan of Bert, but even I'm starting to feel bad for the big guy. I was genuinely scrolling the comments looking for one positive reaction, and I straight gave up. Yes, actually no exaggeration. Literally 99% of the comments were shitting on Bert, which is honestly crazy. And that's because with the Rogan 6, whenever they got JRE for a solo appearance, I remember last year when Tom Segura went on by himself, the comment section was almost completely against him, and it's the same with Andrew Schultz. Brendan Shaw gets a free pass because Rogan has Jamie turn off the live chat whenever they do a fight commit. But can we just appreciate the irony of these guys being some of the original guests way back when Rogan first started his podcast and helped him to grow and believed in what he was doing when everyone else was wondering what the actual fuck he was trying to do? Now Rogan's audience has almost completely turned on all of them just because we're all so sick of listening to the same conversations over and over again about the fine art of stand-up comedy and how comedy brains are different to pedestrian brains, blah, blah, blah. You guys know the story. The thing is, though, all of this hatred really seems to be getting to Bert, especially with all the drama with Ari over October being cancelled and Bert getting a reality check over his tendency to interrupt everyone. At the very beginning of this, you could really see that Bert was happy to be back there, and it almost looked like he felt relieved.
Always good to see you.
It's always good to see you, man. I always say, like, you give the best hugs. I'm a hug guy, too.
Yeah.
I think it shows your emotion.
I love a real hug. Yeah, a real hug where someone loves you.
Yeah.
You know? You know I love you. So I give you a love hug.
I know you love me. I know you love me.
Oh man, that pulls at the heartstrings. There's nothing more homoerotic than two middle-aged comedians sitting in a studio being guarded by SEAL Team 6, blowing each other's faces and sniffing each other's farts while gazing into each other's eyes. Fucking amazing. God bless the 250. But in case you didn't know, Bert wasn't there to patch things up with his old buddy. He was the 6th Netflix special called Lucky because Bert's a lucky guy.
Oh, I should say, my special, Lucky, is streaming right now on Netflix.
Right now.
Right now. I say lucky because I am the luckiest guy in the world. I really am. Do you think about finding the friends I did later in life, you know? Like at 37 or 38 when I started meeting all you guys and hanging out with you guys. Getting into comedy at the time I did. We got into comedy
job. It was like, it was weird. It was like joining a circle. And I only got into comedy because I got discovered by Rolling Stone magazine. That's no more party. I mean, what are the odds of my life tracking out? So that's why I'm maybe lucky.
Well, we're all very lucky. If you're listening to this, you're very lucky because you can hear. How about that?
Yeah.
If you're watching it, you're very lucky that you can see. You're very lucky that you can afford a phone. You're very lucky. Like, most of the world lives in utter poverty. And that's the unfortunate reality of all these people virtue signaling about the 1%. Like, Mitch, you're in the 1%.
And Boomer Joe's back with his dog shit takes about how we should all be grateful because things aren't so bad, you know. We're all in the 1%, just like him. There's no difference between Rogan and his billionaire buddies and all of us working class folk. Stop complaining, bitches. If you can listen to and watch JRE on your phone, be grateful. Don't worry about your groceries, rent, and energy bills. Just pay for all that shit with fun coupons. And speaking of delusions, like I said earlier, I put together a cringe compilation of all the dumb shit Bert said throughout this episode, and it's honestly a work of art. I know I've been complaining about how unwatchable JRE is at the moment, but this was actually a half-decent episode. There was no politics or pandemic talk, just two of the elite 250 comedy assassins talking trash while sucking on brown cigars. Like, did you know it's wheelbarrow?
It's not barrel?
It's wheelbarrow. I'm always impressed when a man can program his own workout. Really? I can't. Yeah, because I can't. I think
to your own work.
No, I have a guy program.
Okay,
He comes to my house and trains me every day.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
My dog caught a squirrel. My dog, I have two bull mastiffs. Mac, the big one, has been, he's wanted to catch a squirrel the same way I wanted to have sex with my wife. Like, he wants it every day. And then he caught a squirrel, and I think it would be the same as if I had sex with my wife. It was way messier than he thought. It wasn't moving, and he'd move it. And I was like, oh, buddy, you should have never got what you wanted. What's great about these shows, like The English or Slow Horses or Black Doves, is there's 6 episodes, but it's a 6-episode arc. So it's not just like episodic, like we remember, like old dramas being where the whole thing happened in the hour, and then you never have to watch it again. Brand new one, the whole thing happens in an hour. There are these episode arcs where it starts off telling a story, and you pay out by the last episode, much like Peaky Blinders. Streamers have changed the way we're taking in content because if you start Slow Horses tonight, you'll watch all 6, and then you'll be like, honey, we're watching all of these. Because like I feel like, because I'm on Instagram a lot, like I'm might be switching to a flip-flop.
Right.
But I'm not watching anything
Right after you quit drinking, right?
No, my wife already bought the flip-flop. She was like, I didn't do that. My daughters put parental controls on my Instagram. I got it all right. Yeah, like I followed these 2 dudes climb Everest. I followed them on Instagram, climb Everest. And I was like, I gotta climb Mount Kilimanjaro. Because Kilimanjaro's a cheap. I want to sail in Hawaii. I want to see what it's to be afraid, you know, in the middle of the ocean.
Look up how many people die in Mount Kilimanjaro.
Oh, nobody. Mount Kilimanjaro is easy.
Yeah.
It's a light lift.
People have died.
And Mount Kilimanjaro is easy.
I guarantee you.
No, it's a long hike.
I bet people have died.
I bet it's under 10.
How many? 3 to 10 a year. That's a stupid thing to say. You know what? People definitely don't die on Mount Kilimanjaro that don't go to Mount Kilimanjaro. 100% of them all. 100% of the people that don't go on that stupid mountain. Just get an Oculus and watch that shit. Watch it near your head. Get videos.
I can't believe they still let people ride motorcycles. Because people do all the time. Okay, hang on. Bert's daughter's putting parental controls on his Instagram is the most Bert Crusher thing I've ever heard. And what did his dog do to his wife? Oh no, it was a squirrel. My bad. But all jokes aside, Bert, if you're watching this, you should totally start a GoFundMe to send you to Mount Kilimanjaro. Bro, I'll definitely donate to that. Go all the way to the top. Don't stop. We believe in you. And when you get back, you should get a motorbike and then you wheelbarrow. What are we doing here, B? Oh, by the way, did you guys know her story?
Yeah, right. How cool is that writing? Go back to that. Look at that thing at the bottom. Look how cool that is.
Can
you read that?
Yeah. It's really, I think it's Russian. It's acrylic or whatever it is. Cyrillic.
You can read that?
Yeah.
For real? You can read Russian?
Yeah. I never told you about the time I went to Russia.
You did, but I didn't know you could. I didn't know you learned how to read it. is really hard.
I just met this DJ, very big DJ Zen. I was with Santino. We were at a tennis tournament, and I said, "Wait, where's your accent from?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm Russian." I said, "Yeah," and he goes, "Ты говоришь по-русски?" I said, "Конечно." And we started talking in Russian back and forth.
How long did it take you to learn that?
As long as I was there, I got pretty good towards the end.
How long were you there for?
Month and a half, 3 months.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
2 months.
Do you have a hidden skill? A hidden ability to learn?
I know. I can speak Spanish.
How'd you learn how to speak Spanish?
I just grew up in Florida.
Really? I took Italian in college. I can't speak Italian. I took Spanish in high school. I can't speak Spanish.
No, I can understand Russian a lot better than I can speak it.
Yeah, you might have a hidden ability to learn languages.
And I can understand Spanish a lot better than I can speak it. But I was just in Spain. I was just in Spain a week ago, and apparently my Spanish sounds like maybe ice.
Ice. Say something.
Yeah.
Okay, what are the actual fun? Just when you thought the machine story was done and dusted, Bert reckons he can speak Russian. Went there for a couple of months 30 years ago. Talk about a useless idiot. And is that a thing if you live in Florida, you just casually pick up Spanish? Top 100 to try and have a conversation in Spanish with Bert on the next 2 Bears, 1 Cave. The kind of shit we want to see. Finally, Tom will be able to say everything he truly feels about Bert out without hurting his feelings. But we couldn't get through an episode of JRE without getting the full Dunninger experience. This next clip has so much green room energy, I'm honestly surprised they left it in. Throw a wig on it, and we've got the next Dumb and Dumber reboot. How much better do you think anabolic steroids are than testosterone? As far as putting weed on,
Is it so much more noticeable?
yeah, it's completely
I've never done an anabolic steroid.
Nothing serious. I've never done anything serious. I tried Anavar once, and I've done some minor stuff.
I joke that Tom's on was that big all the time. I think he is, but whatever.
Do you think he is?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
When have we ever known Tom to put in the hard work to lose the weight?
But he's been really disciplined.
Or is he doing? Anyway, so I'm joking. A little bit.
Not really. He would do it, not tell you.
No. His wife was on it. She got sick on it.
So did Brian Simpson. Brian Simpson got real sick.
So did Bobby Lee.
Yeah, folks, just carnivore diet. Just eat
Carnivore diet.
meat and eggs and you'll lose weight. Oh man, I was waiting for Jamie to jump in and tell them both that testosterone, in fact, an anabolic steroid. I'm honestly surprised that Rogan didn't know that, given how quick he used to dish out vitamin and supplement advice to all his guests. That is so typical of these guys, though, not realizing that they're dosing anabolic steroids by taking high doses of test, which they've all openly admitted to. And I'm not talking about TRT. That's what Bert thinks he's doing. But he accidentally blurted out on Theo Von's podcast that he's jacked up on tests and taking big doses, which for someone with such an unhealthy lifestyle like Bert can actually be really dangerous. And of all the people to be calling Tom Segura out for taking shortcuts to better health, Bert's over here throwing him under the bus for taking Ozempic, even when Tom's admitted several times to only doing it for a couple of weeks before he got sick and had to stop. Meanwhile, Bert has a trainer coming out to his house every day to train him, has a nurse come out to his house twice a week to give him a vitamin IV, and then eats and drinks like a pig every other day. For someone who takes his health so seriously, he really is walking a fine line.
I'll put those nose strips on so I can breathe through my nose.
You should get your nose operated on.
No, why?
Yeah.
Dude, I have a hurting. I don't think I
You should get that done too.
No.
Yeah, you should.
It's the
Your
worst.
guts are gonna poke out of your. That's what it is.
They already do jump.
That's gross. No, but your guts, not
No,
fat.
they do jump.
Do they poke out right now? Yeah, let me see.
I'll show you for real. And you'll see it.
Okay. I'm watching Bert do a setup, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's scary, dude. So that's a rip in the center of your stomach?
I remember when it happened.
Oh, dude, how long ago?
It was probably 12 years ago. 2 weeks later, I'm laying in bed with my wife, and I kind of lean up and I see it. And I go, oh, what's this? Some kind of dudes get it when they just gain a lot of weight. That's another way to get it. But I've never been that fat. But Tommy, I think Tommy might have had one. My problem is I get it fixed, but then I'm afraid of the aftermath of the surgery of 13 weeks of recovery of me not working out. I'm going to go haywire.
You don't have to go haywire. That's nonsense. You should get it fixed. You should get it fixed and get your nose fixed too. Just get it fixed. Just bite the bullet. Don't live with a compromised body. They know how to fix those things. Right out of your nose, you need your life. I couldn't do yoga class. The instructor, he would get mad at me. He'd like, yeah, breathe out of your nose. I'm like, I don't have a nose. It doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work. I had like 1/4 of one nostril. That was the only thing that was open.
For real?
Yeah, my right side.
So it wasn't just for you. Finally, we have confirmation that Joe and Bird are mouth breathers. But seriously though, Bird should totally get that shit checked out. I feel like every week we learn something new about him. As for Ronan Sober October, I hope he brings it back this year and they can all find a way to coexist in the same room for a few hours. Those are the best episodes in the podcast that he's been falling off hard over the last few months. Ever since the election, the ratings have been going backwards. And even though he's recovered back to the top spot in podcasting this month, his numbers are still way down compared to what they used to be. And don't forget, Bird's comedy special is out now. I'll be doing a detailed review over on Patreon, so make sure you check out the link in the description and become a member so you don't miss out. There's a bunch of other uncensored, longer form content on there, and it's a great way to support them. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
People saying, because I knew you as Joe's stand-up, and I remember people saying, he does comedy?
Unless you understand Aramaic, unless you understand the translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls, like
I'm fluent in Aramaic.
congratulations. Are you ready?
Yeah, I got Aramaic. I got obviously French. I had to learn Spanish when I was working in construction in Houston, and then I got some of the click language. Oh, really? No, I don't speak only English. Come on.
Woody Harrelson appeared from the curtains on the world's third biggest podcast over the weekend to have a chat with the third biggest podcaster in the world about the same shit he's been discussing for the last 5 years. And as you saw in the intro there, our boy Rogan was in fine form, dodging jokes like a professional boxer before bursting out into laughter once he was informed that his guest was in fact joking. I mean, this is a comedy podcast after all, right? But no, you're not mistaken. You heard me correctly. JRE has finally been dethroned from the top spot in podcasting in the most ironic way possible by the anti-Trump Midas Touch podcast. Oh, and Candace Owens too. Now, I don't think Rogan's ready to sack young Jamie just yet, because these rankings obviously change month to month, and JRE will no doubt rise to the top again once all the political bullshit dies down. However, there was one thing that caught my eye, and it's something I've been saying for a while now, that people always tend to call me out. Now we have the actual data to support it. So later on in the video, I'm going to have it. Make sure you stick around for that one. To start off with, though, let's have a little bit of fun here, because this episode of JRE perfectly captures why Rogan's podcast has been losing millions of viewers. I made a little super cut for you guys, which is going to make you physically cringe. But if you hadn't noticed, both Rogan and Woody were high as fuck in this episode. They started rating up a little bit after a couple of hours and got bored of each other. At the very beginning, though, Rogan's eyes were almost completely shut, and I'm all for this.
Everything's groovy as can be. I'm happy to be in Austin out here, you know.
It's a fun place.
Yeah. I mean, I stay here, so.
Yeah. It's perfect because it's like a blue city in a red state. It's like even the really cookie liberal people are pretty reasonable.
Cookie liberals. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that lately.
Did you get a lot of that after Saturday Night Live? Cookie liberals coming your way?
Yeah, it's a good transition.
That one was great.
At this point, I think it should be mandatory for Rogan and his guests to get rips before Jamie hits record. They can do it like the Hot Ones show, but instead of spicy wings, they have to keep taking hits throughout the pod. Now, that would totally pump up the viewership numbers, right? Basically, every app like Protect Our Parks, except with scientists and politicians and whoever the fuck else is up for it. But Joe was so baked at the beginning of the podcast that he completely forgot it. That whole conversation they had at the very beginning.
Still in LA?
I'm in Austin, right here with you.
You are.
Come on.
Where do you spend most of your time?
No, I live in Austin.
Oh, do you?
I live in Austin.
I didn't know you lived here.
I'm determined you and I are going to have to hang out sometime.
Let's do it.
So,
I would love to do that. Let's do it. Yeah.
okay, well, you don't feel just like you're back against the wall.
Yeah, man. Come on. I'll hang out with you anytime. Go to my comedy club.
Oh, yeah. Oh, great. What's it called?
Comedy Mothership.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
It's fun. It's a great place. My buddy Jimmy Dore is there.
That a boy, Joe. Keep reminding everyone that you're a comedian. But like I said at the beginning, even though JRE is now the third biggest podcast in the world, it's still the biggest comedy podcast, believe it or not. And for veterans, you'll know that Joe's biggest talent is being gullible to fake Twitter and Facebook posts, as well as missing jokes when they're staring him straight in the face. Seeing jokes fly across the bow of Rogan's shiny bald head has become a highlight for me. Yep, that's how sad my life is. What the fuck, who wrote that? I've got to start locking my computer when I go for lunch. Anyway, like I've pointed out in other videos, I honestly think a lot of Rogan's guests either forgot that he's a comedian or never knew it in the first place, because once he reminded Woody that he in fact owned his own comedy club, Woody loosened up a bit and started throwing down some sick trolls, except, true to form, they missed every time. Eventually, he just gave up.
You know, I'm of the school of thought that a lot of the religious experiences that people talk about were probably inspired by psychedelic experiences. And, you know, there's a great book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross by John Marco Allegro. Do you know that book?
I've heard of it, but I've never read it.
Unless you understand Aramaic, unless you understand the translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls, like there's people that
out there, man.
translation. I really?
Yeah, I got Aramaic, I got obviously French. I was working in construction in Houston, and then I got some of the.
Oh, really?
No, I don't speak only English. Come on.
Well, the John Marco Allegro book, he was an ordained minister. If you read John Mack, he was a psychologist from Harvard. He worked with people that have had alien abductions. This guy was.
I read that.
Did you ever read that? That's a crazy book, right? Did you really?
Yeah.
Where'd you meet him?
I met him on the campus in Harvard.
Oh, wow.
You know, I went to Harvard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I had a great night, and then went back home. No, I only visited there a couple times.
Well, I know you play really good chess. How many people have been turned off by religion by watching mega pastors in these huge churches flying around in private jets and driving in Rolls Royces? Like, oh, well, this is all bullshit. You know.
Yeah. Do you I had a couple of jokes. No,
Go ahead.
do you think
Oh, come on, man. Just say the fucking jokes, Woody. Even though Rogan won't get them, there's still a bunch of us watching that will. The problem is that Joe only understands toilet humor. That's why he's always laughing at T. Hinchcliffe's one-liners where he makes fun of someone's range, voice, or skin color. But there's also a more sinister side to refusal to acknowledge his guests' jokes, even though it's mostly involuntary. See, Joe's a comedy gatekeeper. He's a kingmaker, or in Hinchcliffe's case, a queenmaker. He doesn't like pedestrian brain civilians trying to be funny. He'd rather you just left it to the top 250 comedy assassins, the Austin murderers who snipe their audience one dick joke at a time. There's no need to try and be funny if you're not one of them. Real killers are here now.
Yeah, 20 hours out of the house. I went. They wanted me out of the house when I was 18. I went back after college for a year. Yeah, I mean,
Oh no, that's hard.
no, it was a good year.
Really?
Yeah, it was nice. Just drinking with Phil every day. No, I was just eating and jacking off in the beach. I was fighting right out of high school, so like I just didn't want to go. Bartender, that's crazy. It's Tom Cruise. So I understand why they wanted me out of the house. Like you're living an unrealistic life. That's really good. Okay, great.
Hey,
Is that like the least impressive skill of all time? Like someone makes drink by spitting bottles. Just make the drink. I just want to drink. Yeah, I don't need a committee part. Right. You know, if you really have to go do something.
There you have it, straight from the pony's mouth. Don't try and be funny or witty if you're a mere civilian. Leave that to the big boys. And if you fancy yourself a shot on stage, sign up for a Kill Tony show and see how you go in front of a live audience. But if that doesn't work, just start a podcast and buy yourself a comedy club. All jokes aside, which isn't hard on JRE, apart from Woody being high as fuck and rambling on like a drunken sailor, this episode was fucking terrible. I mean, how is it possible to have one of the greatest actors of his generation on the show and not discuss any of his roles? The closest we got was Joe saying how much of a fan he is and that he's been following him since the Cheers days. Imagine all the stories Woody has from his 40-year career in the industry. White Men Can't Jump, No Country for Old Men, Zombieland, and that first season of True Detective with Matthew McConaughey was fucking epic. Instead, we got Boomer Joe, the same boring ass talking spouting for the last 5 years. He literally checked off every single box and didn't leave a stone unturned.
I'm a fan of yours too. I really am. I love the things you've done that just flipped everything on its head. You know, the people you've interviewed, that you got, you know, people genuinely up in arms, you know, like you're not afraid. You're a fearless warrior, and I appreciate what you do. You know, I just feel like to mandate was crazy. That to me is fascistic behavior. I don't know how many sets you visited, but everybody was like, you know, masks. Yeah, and then there'd be different zones. Then, you know, you get, the closer you get to the action where the shooting is, and then that red zone, people, put your mask on. And I just like, I never bought it. I did a video. I wish I had it with me. I inhale it, hit a pot, right? And then I put on my mask, blow right to the mask, and I exhale, and it just comes out right? You know, the concept, people saying, you know, trust in science. It's a very unscientific concept.
Yeah, they stopped any early treatments that weren't the vaccine, and that they probably shouldn't have. And that a lot of people could have been saved because of that.
Was a hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, which some legitimate doctors found to be effective. You know, so that's why you can't even bring it up. And then you couldn't get it. Yeah, like suddenly they made it ungettable.
Well, you couldn't get it from Walgreens. They wouldn't be for you.
The media does push the divide.
The media is bullshit. First of all, they're dying. They're dying like AM rate. They're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. The internet is more compelling, and independent journalism is more accurate. Beautiful thing about someone like Elon buying Twitter, turning it into X, and having community notes is now you have a way of checking things where people use the community notes and they start posting studies in the community notes and say story's not true. Here's why it's not true. Here's why it's provably not true. But what they didn't understand is at the time they didn't understand the media landscape. They thought they were still huge. But they didn't understand, like, an average video on my show was like 10 times bigger than their show. Remember when Biden was on television, he was talking about the hurricane was coming? The most important thing when the hurricane is coming is get vaccinated. Everything's harder if you're not vaccinated. I also think weird with AI. I think with AI, and especially when AI gets attached to quantum computing, we're going to have an undeniable access to truth. Fortunately, there's going to be a lot of propaganda that's with that too, because a lot of this AI is programmed by people, so there'll be a battle of which AI is the most trusted. And then the real fear is AI governs us, which is probably going to happen.
What an absolute waste of a podcast. It was worse than the fart-sniffing orgy he had with The Rock when he came on the podcast, but at least he didn't bring up how bad social media is for your mental health. Oh, hang on.
You go on social media at all?
No.
That's probably healthier.
Yeah. Huh?
That's probably healthier.
Yeah.
Than being on it all the time. Because I know a lot of people that are on it all the time. It makes them sick. It's like radiation poisoning.
Rogan is easily the most chronically online famous person in the world. Okay, maybe the second most after Elon Musk. How many times has he gone on long rants about a Facebook post or a tweet he saw, only for Jamie to reveal the trolling and it's not real, or that Joe forgot to read the community notes section that he literally just praised in that clip. The best one for me was when he almost started crying over the father and son bomb match, thinking that dad was beating the shit out of the son and potentially giving brain damage just for a laugh, only for Jamie to eventually tell him that they were who had been talking shit about each other. Why does it lie? But thank God we didn't have to hear about how Rogan challenges himself by working out, jumping in the sauna, and taking... hang on.
Now, what point did you say to yourself, I'm definitely not a loser? There's no chance of me being a loser.
Oh, I don't ever think... I guess I think that now.
I mean, you're at the tippy top of the tippy top. And everybody's got to be kissing your ass and telling you how great you are. It's got to be hard to not allow your ego to dictate things, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I stomp my ego pretty good. I do it with workouts. I do it with martial arts. I do it with cold plunging and saunas. I put myself through voluntary adversity. It's pretty fucking brutal. I put myself through way more than life ever gives me.
Imagine being so stupidly rich that the hardest thing in your life getting into an ice bath after a workout. Yeah, that has to be harder than being a single parent or working 2 or 3 jobs to feed your family. Who knew the secret was a 10 a.m. gout followed by a cold plunge and a protein shake? And don't forget the sauna too. You know, the one you had built at the back of your estate so you wouldn't have to slum it with the peasants over at the health club. That's how he stays humble. Fuck me dead. What are we doing here, B? But like I said at the beginning, Rogan's numbers have fallen off this year, obviously, relatively speaking though. You can see on the Podscribe ranking chart his monthly downloads and plays across has dropped by a massive 35% per month, combined with huge increases for Touch and Candace Owens. But the metric that I found the most interesting was actually the average plays and downloads per episode. That's now down almost 40%, 3.1 million. Do you guys remember how Rogan used to quote his average episode views at around 11 million?
When I first started doing this, it was really just talking shit with my friends. We just get high and say stupid shit and just laugh and joke and just talk, just have fun, just hang. And it then became something very strange, like what it is now, where it's too big. You and me talking, just two. But it's not two with an audience of millions. And millions and millions and millions, and it's hard to see. That's a hard thing to even conceptualize. Because if you saw what a million people looks like, if you saw them in a room, you'd be like, holy fuck. If we had to have this conversation on stage with 11 million people, you'd be like, what the f*** is it?
So I've heard Rogan use that 11 million figure a few times over the years, but now it's come right down to just over 3 million, which is obviously still a crazy number, but relative to where he used to be, it's a massive drop. Now I call this his new Spotify deal over a year ago, which is around half the size of his first contract, and everyone was calling it as a win for Rogan. He beat the woke mob and got a new contract, etc. But the reality was the new deal was watered down because his podcasts had fallen off so hard during those Spotify years. It's also interesting to look at the breakdown of the views. Around 1 million came from podcasting apps, but the bulk of the views, around 2/3 or 2 million, came from YouTube. So YouTube really is still the king of podcasting, despite what Spotify will have you believe. And I think it's obvious as to why JRE has fallen off so hard over the past few years. This episode was a perfect example. After the pandemic, Joe just wasn't the same. And I'm not saying he was necessarily right or wrong about certain things. A lot of the shit he was talking about before is actually true, and the mainstream media massively fucked up when they tried to cancel him and make him look like a freak. But this all happened like 5 years ago, and Joe just hasn't moved on. I honestly think that between the money, the fame, all the shit that he takes, bubble with almost no interaction with the real world, and just like Woody was saying before, everyone around him kisses his ass and tells him what he wants to hear because they all want a piece of the pie as well. It's pretty sad to see because, like a lot of you guys watching right now, I used to really enjoy listening to JRE back in the day, but now it's become so predictable and boring that it's no wonder his reach has more than halved in only a couple of years. Anyway, make sure you check out the links below or just head straight over to podcastcringe.com and check out all of my new merch designs. Otherwise, sign up to my Patreon via the link in the description for my longer form uncensored content. And don't forget to like this video and subscribe to my channel on YouTube while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Oh, I know it'd be a step down. Why would you? Yeah, no. Just headache in your life. But I'm just saying, I would vote.
There's like you, like Shane Gillis, like Joe Rogan. You guys are also rock stars. Like I hear all about it.
Today, I'm at the grocery store, and I got recognized, and I said to I was with Stacy, the lady just met, and she goes, "You're just loud. You're just a large person." I'm very normal, but I do like fame, and I think it's worth talked about that in therapy.
Really?
Yeah.
The only thing Bert Kreischer loves more than being famous and getting recognized in public is talking about being famous and getting recognized in public. And thank God he's got a podcast to discuss his fame and fortune on. Otherwise, none of us would know just how rich and fortunate he really is. It's also a safe space for him to talk to other rich and famous people where they can openly exchange notes and give each other advice on how to deal with being in the top 1%. But when a top 250 comedy assassin meets a humble rock star.
I have no idea.
Bro went full Brendan Shaw with that one. But on the latest episode of Two Bears, One Cave, our boy Bert was flying solo with Blink-182 drummer Travis Barker, which had Peach's delight thanks to their shared love of exercise, sobriety, and love of family, as well as their shared fear of flying, which I'll come to towards the end. As you can imagine, though, Bert was more interested in discussing life as a famous person because we know just how much he enjoys the perks of being a superstar comedian.
I enjoy just the idea that I could other people. Yeah, that's like I've never cheated on my wife, but the idea that I could, and I could get pretty up. Like I kind of wish maybe I'll sign up for a Tinder just to show my wife who's my wife. How easy it would be for a 20-year-old. I can impress her so much. Like I could just take her on a private jet. She'd be like, "Whoa," and then I'm like, "Yeah, this is what we do."
Honestly, all I can say is I'm glad Bert doesn't have young daughters who might hear him say those things. That could get really fucking weird for them, you know? But publicly creeping on 20-year-old girls at the age of 55 aside, Bert's conversation with Travis Barker was really interesting because we got to see the difference between a narcissistic, inflamed, talentless hack compared to a humble, healthy, talented artist. Alright, sorry, just before we do that though, is it just me or is Bert red as fuck again? Seriously, what is going on with him? I thought he was working out and doing ice baths like Papa Rogan into, cutting back on the drinking and taking his meds. Why does he look like a beetroot doused in coconut oil? And thank God somebody else noticed as well. I can feel Bert's 195 over 153 blood pressure through the screen. Bert went from spray tan orange to heart attack purple. Bro seriously looks like gonna pop every single time he laughs. He reminds me of that Violet chick from Willy Wonka who blew up like a fucking blueberry and happers. Anyway, I digress. Let's get back to comedian versus rock star.
Do you like fame?
I don't really think about it, but like,
You've been famous for my whole adult life.
like I feel like being able to throw 5Ks and raise money for like incarcerated firefighters or LAFD, I feel like that's cool. That's a cool way to use like people knowing who I am, but I don't really think of it other than that, you know? I don't know. I'm like a dad. I hang out with my kids and I go to the studio every day and run and exercise. Like, I think sometimes me and my wife were just like, we just want to be normal. Like, we pretty much live a pretty normal life, really, you know? Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
What if you don't? What if you're not normal? Like, okay, because today I was in the grocery store and I got recognized, and I said to I was with Stacy, the lady you just met, and she goes, "It's because you're just loud. You're just a large person." And the lady, I bought a bunch of steaks for my sister's birthday. The lady said, "Can I come to the party?" And I went, "Yeah." And she left. I'll see you tonight. I said, "You better show up." And then everyone looks at me, and then they go, "Hey, bro, what's up? Can you just go to the grocery store?"
I will, but like how you handled it, like you acted normal, right? You were like, oh yeah, for sure, you go to the party, whatever. I feel like that's what you do, and they just like, oh, it's just Bert, whatever. You know what I mean? People just start to treat you like you're normal and like you want to be treated.
I am pretty normal. I do like fame, and I think it's gross. Talked about that in therapy.
Really?
Yeah. These famous Bert stories are getting out of hand, but they're also fucking hilarious. In literally every single Two Bears episode these days, he has a new story about being recognized in public, and they're always complete bullshit. No one has ever seen Bert Kreischer out in public and spontaneously said, "What's up, Bert?" What really happened was Bert made a scene in the butcher so everyone would notice him, and then he had to explain to them who he was. Maybe he even got his phone out and Googled himself to show them that he really actually is famous, and then asked if anybody wanted a photo of him. That's a much more believable story, in my opinion. If Bert gets reincarnated, he'd probably come back as a governor's daughter who threatens the cops in a traffic stop and says the infamous line, "Do you know him?" before spitting racist slurs while she's resisting arrest. I don't know why I thought of that, but could you imagine if by the graces of God, Bert went on a drunken rampage and started destroying shit because nobody recognized him, and it was all caught on camera? Fuck, that would be a gift. He'd still somehow try to use it as a flex, though. Hey, can someone pull up that clip of me getting arrested at the airport? I will say, though, before we keep shitting on him, he actually did come through on this episode when Travis told the story about how Paul McCartney deals with fame. This was such a good pick up from Bert. I'm legit proud of him for this one.
I heard someone tell a story one time, and they were like, Paul McCartney was telling a story to a certain person, and he was like, you don't need a bunch of security, you don't need a bunch of handlers. Like, if you want to go to the grocery store, start going to the grocery store every day at the same time, and let the people at the grocery store get used to seeing you. Suddenly you'll do it, no one will bother you. It'll be really normal.
Yeah, but that's his best friend got shot.
Look at that idea, though. Think like if you don't start,
Actually, I love Paul McCartney.
yeah, me too.
That's exactly how John Lennon got murdered. Was he took the same path so the guy could find him.
Crazy.
At the same time, but they did the same thing. I mean, like, that's like crazy advice.
Yeah, that's
what happens when you're so famous, no one questions you.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, that's great advice, Paul.
I think it's just about doing.
Bro got his buddy killed and then told the world about it. And Bert would know about taking unsolicited advice from somebody who's so famous that everyone just agrees with everything they say, even when they're talking absolute shit. Like I said, though, that was a rare podcast W from our boy Bert. That was some Theo Von level awareness right there. But Bert really is a slave to fame. He craves it like a fat kid standing at a vending machine, sliding his coins in and punching the numbers for a soda, sweating in anticipation as he watches it slowly drop from the chute into his fat fingers. Wait, Bert actually is that fat kid. Anyway, it was all just banter between the comedians until Travis gave Bert permission to call himself a rock star as well. Like fuck. This was seriously the last thing we needed. Now for the rest of the year, we're going to have to listen to Bert's made-up rock star stories.
And one of the coolest dude I've ever met. Like, there's a couple of guys I've met in life where I go, I want that, I want a little bit of that. Looking at your eyes and like how you're just so grounded and just relaxed. I was like, okay, there's something big.
There's like you, like Shane Gillis, like Joe Rogan. You guys are also rock stars. Like I hear all about it, and I hear a running theme through everything you're saying. Like it's like comedy is the new version of a rock star. Those guys are partying like rock stars. They're just as wild as rock stars. So, and it's exciting. It's exciting.
I'll tell you this. First, my daughters have both seen Shane Gillis live, and they didn't have the same look after seeing Blink-182.
Like that.
Bro, Shane Gillis catching strays on an episode of 2 as 1 Cave is absolutely fucking wild. For those of you who are new here, Bert has a complicated relationship with Shane. On the one hand, they're buddies who hang out all the time and bash Bud Lights together, but the dirty side of the Austin comedy circle jerk is that Shane has become so famous that most of these guys are now living in his shadow. I don't think any of Rogan's comedians have ever been in a Super Bowl ad, and that's probably about change. Don't get me wrong, there's no big thing going on, but just listen to the way Bert tells this next story. He's so fucking transparent that it's like listening to a toddler. He starts off by humble bragging that he's been doing comedy for almost 30 years, and then goes straight into a story about how his daughter saw a Shane Gillis special before he was famous. Like 3 or 4 years ago. You know how it ends, but this isn't the first time that Bert has hinted that he knew Shane before he was famous and helped bring him up by putting him on his tour, etc. So on the one hand, Bert's obviously jealous of Shane's fame right now, but he also praises him while giving himself credit for helping him become famous.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I love it. But much like when you're getting into drums, just because that was your thing and you were big. It's like I got into comedy, in like 97, 98. And I just got into it because I was like, I don't no career in it.
Yeah, you're just funny.
It's not what it was. What it is today isn't what it was then. It's cool watching kids, like watching like the old Georgia saw Shane for the first time. And this is gotta be like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It was before he was famous. He had this great joke. He's now in one of his books about going to old plantation, a reenactment plantation, and the black guy coming up. It's in his bit. I'm not going to do that bit, but it's pretty aggressive. Larry heard it and was like, she's a little woke. She went, ooh. I said, what? She goes, you're not allowed to say that. I was like, why not? She's in trouble. They go, did you think it was funny? She's like, yeah, but you can't like that, can I? And I was like, yeah. She's like, you're laughing at that. I was like, yeah, baby, that's the whole point of comedy. It's like, you gotta push the boundary. Next night, her and her friend Daisy are crying. Next thing you know, all the girls are back at our house, and Shane's Beautiful Dogs comes out, and 15 girls in our screening room, and they're watching Beautiful fucking Dogs. 15 that's girls watching Beautiful Dogs, and they're like, he's the GOAT. And I was like, I got questions on there too, girls.
Yeah. By the way, Beautiful Dogs came in September of 2023, around 18 months ago. I don't know why he's saying this happened 3 to 4 years ago, before Shane was famous. Whenever Bert talks about Shane, he's got to remind everyone that he's been around for decades, whereas Shane's only just come up. But speaking of Bert's career, he actually provided the best metaphor I could have ever asked for to explain how he got so famous and started selling out half-filled arenas. If this isn't the perfect representation of Bert's career, I honestly don't know what is.
Last night, look, you guys can edit this out if you want to. Last night we did Tony Hawk and Jason Ellis' podcast.
Oh, cool.
Live. I know both of them very well. And I said to Jason Ellis, I said to Tony one time, I want to learn how to ollie. I'm a big skateboarder, but I never knew learn how to ollie. And once you learn how to ollie, you really open the door to a lot of fun in skateboarding. And I'm too old. They brought a board on stage, okay? So this is last night. Now, mind you, he's always told me, I can get you to ollie in 5 minutes. I can get you to ollie. Whoa, okay. First one you'll see is my weekend ollie. Okay. So this morning I went pretty drunk. Okay. Now Tony Hawk says, okay, let me help you. To never ollied in my life.
And I saw the first one.
Yeah, and I'm drunk. Wow, that's crazy. Dude, I woke up this morning and I texted him and Jason, woke up a different man.
Bro, you didn't even fucking land it. You stabbed it in the skateboard when flying. How is that a fucking ollie? He couldn't do one by himself. So Tony fucking Hawk holds him while he tries again. Still fucks it up. Falls over. Then gets up and hugs. He just won an Oscar for the Machine movie. By the way, did you catch that Bert was drunk? I don't know if you mentioned that bit, but like I said, that is the perfect metaphor for Bert's whole career. He tells the Machine story to Rogan once. He thinks it's the funniest story ever. He tells Bert it's amazing and he should keep telling that story, even though it's not funny and there's no actual punchline. And then a bunch of degenerates laugh hysterically every time he takes his shirt off on stage and tells that stupid story. What are we doing here, B? Now, for those of you who don't know, Bert has a chronic fear of flying. He talks about it in almost every episode and how he can't get on a plane without drinking. But in one of the most Bert-crushing moments I've ever seen, he actually tries to one-up Travis Barker's fear of flying with his own story. Yeah, this is actually crazy. So if you didn't know, back 2008, Travis was in a plane that was taking off when the tire blew out, so the pilots had to abort the takeoff, but they were going too fast and the jet around the runway, crashing through the airport fence across a highway, and then it burst into flames. Both pilots died. Travis's personal assistant died, and so did his bodyguard. Only him and his buddy Adam, aka DJ AM, survived, except Adam would then die a year later from a drug overdose. But Travis didn't come out unscathed. He suffered burns to 70% of his body. He was hospitalized for 11 weeks. He had over 30 skin graft surgery and developed severe PTSD, depression, and he refused to fly for over 10 years after the incident. The guy literally would catch a cruise ship to meet his band to do gigs 2 weeks before it started. He even sued the aircraft company and settled with them a year later. It wasn't all bad news though, because the crash helped him to get sober and get healthy again. He started running, eating well, and he dug himself out of a hole eventually. And so with all of that in mind, this is what our boy Bert says to him when they're discussing his recovery from the crash and everything he's been through.
You have no idea how I've had some rough flights. I've flown a lot. First plane flight I took, as they were taking off, I said to my mom, I said, okay, that's high enough right there, and we're taking off. She was like, we're going higher. I go, no, we're good right here. We're flying. And they go, we're going real high. When we went above the clouds, I just started panicking for the whole flight. I was terrified of flying. The last sober flight I took, I was 18 years old, and we were flying to the Virgin Islands. Me and my whole family as a graduation present to me. And my mom, God, I was getting into therapy. My dad and my sister were making fun of me because I was scared, and I started crying uncontrollably. It was terror. I was panicked. And they were still making fun of me. And when we were on a flight home, we were at, and I was panicking, then we had to fly home. My dad goes, buddy, let's get you a couple rum runners, it'll be fine. And he bought me 2 rum runners, and I drank them. Like, 1 more, I should be good. Bought me 2 more, killed them. I've never flown sober since. I've flown sober since. I've done it a couple times, but that started my problem with drinking while playing.
Bert tried to troll a bond with a plane crash victim by sharing a story of how he was anxious flying in the clouds one time and needed a drink to calm down. It is one of the most Bert Crusher moments I've ever seen. Bert talking about his fears of flying to someone who was in a tragic plane is being Bert. Bert saying to Travis Barker, you have no idea, I've had some rough flights, is wild. Bert really said, I've had some rough flights, you have no idea. After Travis just explained being in a plane and catching on fire. Crazy. Travis Barker had some Zen level strength to sit through all that bullshit with Bert. I actually felt bad for him while he was describing the accident and his recovery. You could tell he didn't really want to talk about it in that much detail. His whole manner just kind of changed, and it felt like he was reliving the trauma in that moment. All jokes aside though, Bert can be a tone-deaf prick sometimes. He's so fucking insufferable at the best of times, but seeing him try to empathize with Travis by saying, you have no idea, I've had some rough flights, really capture how much of a delusional douchebag he really is. Like, Travis was being how long it took him to get back on a plane after the crash, and how he had setbacks and he still had to push through to this day. Bert doesn't realize saying shit like that just makes him look like a weak loser next to someone who's actually gone through personal growth after a tragedy. But hey, I guess he's a rock star now, huh? Anyway, speaking of rock stars, I just dropped a video on Patreon covering the Protect Our Parks guys on Kill Tony after their JRE appearance, so check out the link to my Patreon below if you're interested. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching guys, I'll catch you in the next one.
What I do on a 5K, I find a nice ass and I follow it. There you go, dude.
Silver and gold, so
You're saying to me what I did 25 years ago is better than what I've done the last 20 years. That's insulting. Well, I'm not going to be mad at you for the rest of the interview. I just want to tell you, that's just a stupid way to start a conversation. So you peaked 20 years ago, Bill. Let's be friends. No, it's not. Better artistic presentation of First of all, you're wrong. You're one of these. You're Chinese, right? They're 10X. Oh, thank you. That is so. They're totally.
years old. Just because I said the first show was better does not mean I said the second show wasn't
so right. I'm acting like a wife.
You're such a whiny bitch sometimes.
Usually not. You just said it. You're right. I'm acting like a wife.
When I first saw the thumbnail for the latest episode of Bill Maher's podcast, I said to myself, what the actual fuck, and went straight comment section. It turns out I wasn't the only one. Matt Gaetz going on any podcast after his resignation, let alone Club Random, wasn't on my bingo card for 2020. And as you saw on the intro there, it only took Bill a few minutes to get a character as an arrogant, out-of-touch boomer who thinks everyone else is stupid. His little dummy spit, they ended up getting along really well, which honestly just ended up being fucking weird.
Looking in your eye, talking to you, not the media guy I saw. You're a lot brighter than I thought you were.
Did you think I was not right?
Yeah.
And what gave you that impression?
Like, everything you've said it.
And so the podcast went in so many different directions, but once they got into Gates' allegations and his resignation from Congress, a week after being re-elected in a landslide victory, things got really weird, and then it got straight up creepy. Not to mention Bill Maher's ad reads for Kim Kardashian's Skims company.
Yeah, it's fake news. It's not making underwear for men. Yeah, and they're fantastic.
There's something eerily ironic about Bill Maher whining about social media and politics, and then in the next breath shilling underwear for Kim Kardashian with a straight face. But let me get you up to speed on the Matt Gaetz situation. For those of you who don't know what happened, between 2017 and Gaetz allegedly paid 11 women over $90,000 to have sex with him, plus a 17-year-old girl, which is illegal in the state of Florida. He is also alleged to have regularly used coke, pills, and weed during these encounters, not to mention the fact that he actively sought to derail the investigation by interfering with his testimonies. You know, the usual bullshit. But one thing that isn't alleged and hasn't proven beyond any doubt is that he has a stupid fucking face. If Bert Kreischer could recreate himself, he'd want to look like Matt Gaetz. And so with all the other rolling around, forcing his resignation in December, for reasons which I'll explain shortly, Bill Maher couldn't help himself and had to throw in a little dig at Gaetz for spending so much money on hookers, which led to one of the strangest conversations I've ever heard.
I don't know what you heard about me. I don't know what you heard about me. Remember that one? What if the gang had $1 out of me? Well, that doesn't apply to you. Sorry, I didn't mean to go there. I just sang this song. It's way less than Skip Bayless, I would suggest. I saw that 1.5 million. It's so typical, though, isn't it? Guys who are certainly of a certain age, but they can be young, who are just so desperate for anything. You say they're married. I'm not knocking marriage, but, you know, it's just been so long since I've had any sort of affection or anyone touching them or laughing at their jokes that they make such fools of themselves. They just want something from someone of the opposite sex that makes them feel alive again.
You're so right. And what is so, I think, undertold in the sugar daddy, sugar baby dynamic that we see play out pretty regularly across society now is like, who's taking advantage of who? Because what you just described, a lot of these guys that fit that archetype, they get in to some young see that they haven't been in before, and they will do anything. They'll give up their family, their house, their money.
What up, Joe?
But wait, are you saying that they're the person utilizing leverage and the power dynamic?
What did you say?
Literally has
Yeah. Talk to you later, big dog.
Bill Maher and Matt Gaetz criticizing rich dudes who pay for sex is absolutely fucking wild. And then Gaetz saying, "Don't call me a congressman because that's a demotion." Bro has a weekly talk show on One American News Network that nobody watches, and he thinks it's an upgrade from being
What's on fire?
Not to mention the fact that he was
What's
so
on
popular consistently
What is?
by over 30 points at every election, including the one just November. One thing I've
It's been
noticed
around
from
for a long time.
guys
It'll be
like Bill
fine.
Maher on podcasts
Why is
that
it on
they'll
fire?
have really strong opinions on
Why is it
various
on
things,
fire?
But then they'll have this strangely soft and almost apologetic take on something, you know,
Alright,
like
let's check it out.
sex and how it's a compatible thing to do. Bill actually pulled out one of his books to read Gates a passage to show how much he empathizes with Gates' situation.
And then there's fans, which in 2021 swelled from 12 million to 85 million users. And if you're a little behind and don't know what fans is, don't worry. It's a side hustle your daughter is using to pay off her college debt. It's just a platform where you can share recipes or maybe your poetry. Yeah, you can do that on fan, but no one does. It's women showing their virginity to men who are men. That's what we have, a kind of a mass economy. Women have become so cynical about men, and the economy is so bad for them that so much of this economy revolves around the horny guys. Here's the crux of it to me. Prostitution is a term we apply across the way. It doesn't just apply to sex. You can put yourself in business, in politics, anything. It means doing something you hate for money. That's what it means. It didn't sound to me like the women you're with hated it that way.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between sex for money and sex and money. And if you start to blur that line, we're going to need a lot more persons in this country.
Bill Maher finding a common ground with Matt Gaetz over paying women to oddly kind of makes sense. If they're not outright soliciting, then they're just massive fucking simps, which also checks out. Gaetz is basically trying to say that he didn't outright pay for simps. He just regularly gave these girls payments because he's a kind and generous dude, and Bill Maher was eating it up. But then they went into this weird philosophical reflection on society and how we're in an epidemic of loneliness with fueling this type of behavior amongst men. Just let me repeat that for you. Bill Maher, a childless, wifeless boomer millionaire, and Matt Gaetz, a man who spent almost $100,000 on hookers over a 3-year period, offered their opinions on the problem with men these days. You seriously could not make this up if you tried.
I want to make a point about what you just read in that passage, because I think there's something that supersedes the horniness economy. And I'm being serious about this, and it's the loneliness economy. Yes. I think that we are in a true epidemic of loneliness.
But they go together, boy.
So I had a friend who, she's a female creator on Vans, and we're having lunch, and I was inquiring as to like what it's like what are these superficial relationships. I'm having multiple AI chatbots running at all times just to like interact with these people over text, and that was as economically productive as some of the on-camera activities. And I was amazed by that, and she ascribed it to the deep loneliness that these schmucks are feeling, and the fact that it created that connection.
Schmucks, they're up there, down on their luck enough.
I don't know, man.
Some sympathy.
I think that we wallow in our own, expressions of sympathy, and so I'm just on the other side of it.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Incels is one thing. You've heard that term. It stands for involuntarily celibate, which what I used to just call I can't get laid. But my strategy wasn't to like join a club with other fucking losers who can't get laid. My strategy, like in college when I never got laid, was to meditate and plot how I could get laid.
Yeah, but that would have to be before the masturbation, because afterwards the brain cells wouldn't be all that.
I was a
my strategy was
champion.
Go hang out with your friends who are out getting laid,
right?
And then there's going to be somebody in the group that doesn't end up with one of them, and you could be that second.
What are we doing here, B? We've gone into full lolcow territory at this point. 2025 is definitely going to be the year that all entertainers, podcasters, and politicians go full lolcow and just start talking shit 24/7 with no filter and no semblance of self-awareness. I mean, listening to Bill Maher explain what an incel is to Matt Gaetz, and then Gaetz' responses that he has no sympathy for losers who can't get laid, is peak podcasting. It's so bad that it's fucking hilarious. But finally, with all this incel talk, Bill Maher finally decided to bring up the allegations and ask Matt about the 17-year-old girl that he allegedly paid to get in bed with.
I want to know two basic things. One, was he ever with an underage girl? No. Okay, I know you said that, and if the Justice Department had any evidence, and again, people are going to attack me. You doing, defending. I'm not defending that case. I'm telling the truth as to what it is. And if you tell the truth, you're the hack. The Justice Department, this is Biden's Justice Department, declined. I can't believe Biden's Justice Department wouldn't have wanted to get you if there was something. So the fact that they said, we got nothing, tells me something. That they had nothing. Now, I don't know what anybody does behind closed doors. There's lots of scandals about lots of people, but I gotta go with what. So I put that aside. Okay. Second thing they want to know is what he was doing considered prostitution. So that's what we're talking about now. And I couldn't agree with you more. Like the Beverly Hills household really hates her husband now, but sticks around until a few times a year because she doesn't want to give up the big house. And to me, that's much more prostitution. That is textbook doing something you hate just for the money. Same thing if he stays with her. For the same reason, because he can't afford to get divorced. That's prostitution.
Okay, so let me clarify a couple of things here. First of all, the reason why no federal charges have been laid against Gates is because he actually hasn't broken any federal laws. A trafficking investigation against him over his trip to the Bahamas with all those hookers found no wrongdoing because in that instance, the youngest girl there was 18 years old. The allegation about the 17-year-old happened in Florida, which would require a state investigation and potential charges, which has no jurisdiction over. Incidentally, there has been no formal investigation in Florida. That might have something to do with the fact that Gates' father was the president of the Florida State Senate and is currently still a member of the Senate. I don't know for sure. I'm obviously just speculating out loud, right? But when Bill Maher kept pressing him, Gates began to get a little bit uncomfortable.
I wrote down the quote. There is this, okay? Well, first, when you say giving someone money, you're dating, that they didn't ask for, that's tuition. So, yeah, okay, that's your guy quote. But there's this in a text, I guess this is from your girlfriend at the time, talking about you and your wingman. The guys are a little short this week. If it can be more of a customer appreciation week. Now, with their coupons involved, I just have to ask the tough coupons.
Bill, this is a text message I neither sent nor received. Another person is sending this message, presumably about me, to tell other women that they shouldn't ask for money. It sounds like the person who sent that message really wanted to be the great recipient of any generosity. It didn't want her friends to also be the recipient of that generosity. And you're telling me that makes me some sort of criminal? I didn't send this message. I didn't receive this message. I'm referenced in it because one woman is telling other women, hey, there's no...
The phrase customer appreciation week, you never knew that before you wrote this. No. Also, this is in your defense. This is another thing from an article, again, in I think Washington Post. The committee found two women, 27 and 20, who did not consider the relationships transactional. So that's a direct quote. Again, hacks. I'm just reading what I read. Did you read that one?
I did. It sounded scandalous. Me dating a 25-year-old woman and a 27-year-old woman and having a non-transactional relationship.
Oh, you're talking to you don't know the half of it. Okay, so the other.
What the fuck does that last bit mean there? Look who you're talking to. You don't. Maybe it's because people call him a creep for consistently dating women almost 40 years younger than him. But obviously, that's not a crime. It's because he's got a killer personality, and younger women are desperate to hang out with him. I'm sure it's got nothing to do with money at all. But as for Gates, his fall guy was Joel Greenberg, who is currently serving an 11-year sentence in federal prison for such things as trafficking of a child, identity theft, wire fraud, stalking, and conspiracy. And like I said before, Gates resigned a week after winning by a landslide back in November. I mean, the guy is super popular in Florida, but remember, when a congressman resigns, the ethics committee no longer has jurisdiction over them for investigative purposes. Resigning is a way of preventing a report from being published, except even though Gates resigned, the ethics committee still published the report report because they felt like it was in the public interest. Now, obviously, there's political point scoring going and vendettas all over the place with this kind of stuff. Gates had just as many enemies in his own party as he did outside of it. He clearly didn't want that report to get out, which is probably why he filed a lawsuit seeking an emergency temporary restraining order to prevent the release of the committee's findings, arguing that the committee lacked jurisdiction over former members and that releasing the report would cause immediate, severe, and irreversible damage to his reputation due to widespread media coverage. Unfortunately for him, the report got released anyway. However, his official reason for resigning was because Donald Trump had nominated him to be the United States Attorney General, but everything got muddled up with the ethics report getting released and all the negative attention it was bringing him, so he withdrew from that nomination as well. But apparently, all of this just makes it even more relatable to the average Floridian.
Now, maybe your days as a party animal connected you more with who the American people really are. Is that a fair statement? Look,
I was never a holier-than-thou politician.
We know that.
Yeah, but you know what? Some people who had personal foibles and follies would then go and be in great moral judgment on others. And for whatever problems I've had in my life, trying to represent that I'm a better person than my constituents.
I'm saying, for their morals, I think you're more like them. I mean, I don't consider you, but especially having talked to you now, like, there are some dirtbags in your world.
Yeah, the former lawyer who became a senator and spent over $90,000 on hookers and drugs, whose daddy is a senator worth tens of dollars, definitely seems heaps relatable. Do these guys ever take a break from sniffing each other's farts?
We can Lauren, he's a patriot. Lauren Boebert's terrific. Okay, but she gives him jobs during musicals.
So what?
I agree.
So your jobs now?
You're taking girls to musicals.
Well, no, I had to be jobs, but I'm not entirely sure I would turn one down.
That's what they said, and my joke was like, they said, well, Matt Gaetz, he took dudes to musicals. I'm like, really? If you're taking a girl to a musical, isn't that payment in itself?
By the way, think about how fantastical that sounds. And I was bringing prostitutes to Broadway shows. They were my dates.
Right. I'm not upset. That is not a... I don't think people know what a person who has a pimp, okay, who are antenna, who gives jobs behind dumpsters. That's a problem too. And of course, there's high end, but they don't get taken to Broadway shows.
Bro was paying hookers to go to musicals with him. Yeah, that shit's wild. But hang on. How many different definitions of a hooker is Bill going to give us in this episode? The guy can't stop contradicting himself to suit the same narrative. Now he's saying that they have to have a pimp and hang out in dark alleyways. Wasn't he just saying the complete opposite a moment ago?
The crux of it to me, prostitution is a term we apply across the way. It doesn't just apply to sex. You can prostitute yourself in business, in politics, anything. It means doing something you hate for money. That's like the Beverly Hills housewife who really hates her husband now, but sticks to him a few times a year because she doesn't want to give up the big house. And to me, that's much more broad. That is textbook doing something you hate just for the money. Same thing if he stays with her for the same reason he can't afford to get divorced. That's
yeah, I'm just confused now. It's hard to keep up with all the jerking off going on between these guys, not to mention the rampant hypocrisy and narcissism. Gaetz is the type of guy who tries to convince you that the stripper is into him after he spent over $200 on dances. But I can see why him and Bill Maher ended up getting a conversation. They both clearly have the same taste in women. But like I said before, I'm sure it's because they both have really good personalities. personalities, and they're super fun to hang out with. There's no way, even when there's literally a paper trail of transactions from Gates's public Venmo account to a bunch of known hookers. All jokes aside, though, this episode of Club Random was random as fuck, but it was also oddly entertaining. It was a good break from the Joe Rogan circle jerk, but I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Gaetz had a bunch of missed calls from Rogan himself after he saw him on Bill Maher's podcast. And speaking of the Rogan circle jerk, I'll be reviewing the latest episode of Kiltone Gillis, Mark Normand, and Ari Shafir over on Patreon, so check out the link in the description and make sure you're signed up so you don't miss out on that one. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
There's something about something was just a drive-by. What's a drive-by? Was that a message I sent? I don't know.
Much smaller, much more focused on retail.
Jamie, the show's not about you. The show's not about you. As long as you've ever spoken on Jamie. Nasty tone to his voice. I've never with him. He went on. You're bringing it all on the Flickr podcast. Jamie's been complaining about it ever since. Ari, how do you feel about the Phil Coventry trade? Oh man, I think he just got us know today. I think it's going to be a fun this weekend. And then next, Protect Our Parks team. He's going to try. I would not do that. I was going to
Confidence for their box. That's what they should have
sing your part once from now. You know you're going to notice.
You
guys are very nasty. Obviously, you guys don't know how to handle booze. You guys are starting to act like rotten. And that's fine. It's a rare occasion to see Joe Rogan's side piece, young Jamie, piping up on the podcast. But last week on Club Parks, Jamie had basically had enough of Shane Gillis's bullshit and decided to set the court straight. The funniest part about this story is just how long Jamie sat back and kept his mouth shut while Shane was going around talking shit about him, how he owes him money from a night out at the casino, where Shane spotted Jamie $1,000 while playing blackjack. It all came to a head in the lead up to the Ohio State versus Notre Dame championship game that just finished, where Jamie's team ended up beating Shane's beloved Fighting Irish. So it's going to be interesting to see if Shane sticks to the deal and pays up and puts the t-shirt on. But all of this is mostly banter. It's annoyed with Shane's lying and calls him out for it. Because for the most part, Jamie are actually really good friends and they hang out together. But things started to get a little bit heated when it came down to their football rivalry. Whenever their teams are about to play, they both turn into nasty bitches on Protect Our Parks.
All the way. You want to go pee with me? No, I'm here. I'm good. I'm very comfortable. You went. Nah, Clipping.
That was fun. And I was Joe Rogan. He was standing there with Jamie. He was like, Jamie's the best. Yeah, he was so mad. Jamie felt.
I didn't.
I know. Jamie, you went home and jacked off to that couch. Jamie, how hard did you jack off to? Scale 7 to 10.
Just last night or today?
Just last night. Jamie, low-key funny. Low-key.
You're a virgin. Get caught.
Jamie, you got a little kind.
You see
that?
You've been on bully.
Shut up, dude. You're Dr. Gay.
Keep bullying.
He's gonna he tried to bully me. He bullied me earlier in the football season because he knows I like Notre Dame footing. No, we were just supporting Jamie.
Real nasty.
Shane was getting I was not getting it. Shane claims nastiness and others a lot, but he's quite often nasty.
Do you think YouTube would allow us to show piss on your dad?
Before we go any further, can we all just agree that Ari Shafir is the most disgusting JRE guest in history? If you didn't catch it there, Rogan was talking about the bottle of piss that Ari was waving around at the beginning of that clip when Rogan offered Mark Normand a shot at walking into the bathroom. Like, the guy is an absolute menace. He apparently took a shit on stage at Skankfest and also on Kill Tony, you know, because edgy comedian. Ari's equivalent to Bert Kreischer taking off his shirt is getting his junk out in front of a live audience, and the amount of times he just couldn't be bothered going to the bathroom like a normal person while in Rogan's studio, so he just starts pissing in bottles or beer cans under the table and gets piss everywhere. I mean, he was basically doing it on every episode until Shane called him out for it on Protect Our Parks 13 and told him to get new material. So on episode 3, he managed to walk himself to the bathroom like a big boy, which seems like progress, I guess. But getting back to Shane Gillis bullying young Jamie, last week in the lead up to the game, they were looking for an opportunity to G each other up, and then Papa Rogan jumped in and proposed they make a bet so Shane could win the money back that Jamie supposedly owed him.
Yeah, cowboy hat. I know you're talking about. Very disgusting style. That the idea of like these things keep accelerating. Yes. Getting more and more deviant. They try to that was back when. That was back when. Typical Buckeye. Championship week. It's championship week. You guys are at each other's throats. You guys have to bet. You have to win your money back that he stole from you. He stole from me. That's what I said. Jamie borrowed money from Shane to give him a cut. What do you mean? Give him a cut of the winnings. You gotta give him a gapper. Don't you know what a gapper is? So let's say if you and Shane are playing pool and you're gambling and you don't have any money, you say, "Can you give me $100?" And you say, "Yeah, I can win $300 off of Shane. You throw me $50. You throw me a gapper. Give you $100 so you can get an action. So even though you really technically only owe me $100, if you want this to keep happening in the future, you throw me a gapper. So you throw me $50. I do. It's free 50.
I think it's crazy that Rogan doesn't actually know the full story about what happened after all this time. Jamie's been keeping his mouth shut for over 3 years now, and you can see there how Shane immediately tried to change the subject by bringing up a question that he had for the podcast, which was about Ohio State's shady business dealings with one of Epstein's former associates, which I'll play for you in just a moment. But after that, Jamie hits back with an allegation of his own Notre Dame paying over $20 million for their team, and it basically just became chat. And the funniest part is how they both clearly prepared material to sledge each other with. Jamie even had the Ohio State song ready to go whenever Shane started talking shit about the game. But then finally, Jamie brought up the money that Shane still owes him from that night at the casino. And thank God for Mark Norman, because without him, we wouldn't be able to fully understand the magnitude of what was going on in that studio. His custom library of Mark Norman sounds and one-liners always helps to navigate the degree of bullshit swirling around in that room at any one time. So if you get confused, just wait for the noises.
It's a free an important question for the podcast. Jamie, who's the F-team that paid for Ohio State's roster this year?
This is information that I mentioned to you before, so I don't know if that's even true. Jamie always takes the establishment position. Talk about the Catholic Church. Lexner?
Lex Wexner.
Jamie,
that's his name. Now, Lex Wexner, what did he do and why does he pay for your entire roster? Most of your campus?
He donates a lot of money to Ohio State.
Yeah, what did he do, though? That's like suspect.
Big businessman. I don't know what he did specifically. I don't know either.
Google want to go on Reddit? Just Google him. See what he did.
Jeffrey Epstein worked for him.
Jeffrey Epstein worked for the guy who paid for your roster.
Oh boy. You guys spent so much money on your team.
Notre Dame spent $20.4 million. Side revealed by quarterback Riley Leonard in eye-opening take.
Wow. Yeah, this means nothing. This is called literal fake news. What is this from? That's always right. Yeah. What is this from? Jamie notes. Jamie, check the community notes. Jamie,
Are they going to be sad on Tuesday?
you're going to be sad if Notre Dame loses the national title.
Yeah, you'd be a little bit.
I don't know. I'll tell you this. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to take my dad. I'm going to say, I'd love Notre Dame to win one from my dad.
We'll rub it in. I'll tell you that much.
You will.
What if you
will.
What if you have to wear a shirt on your podcast?
That's not bad. I'll do whatever it takes. Yeah, okay. That's fair. Shane. I just throw that money down. I'll do the t-shirt. I'm not afraid to.
Wear a Notre Dame shirt. $1,000 even up.
Wear Notre Dame shirts.
Maybe $1,000 even up. Okay.
That's a date.
Incredible men for Jamie.
I hate it. Incredible. I hate it. Take the shirts. Do something embarrassing if you lose.
Cash. With my insurance, you still owe me a couple $1,000. $1,000 from Vegas.
Really? What happened to Vegas?
I get all the way nothing. I paid for this man.
Yeah, Mark Norman's that guy in every group that always gets you into fight but seems to disappear when shit actually goes down. Then he rocks up at the end and says, "What the fuck happened to you guys? I went to get a drink and you all disappeared." Meanwhile, he was the one who told the other guys that his buddies been railing with their girlfriends just because he was bored and wanted to see what would happen. But the thing that's been really bothering Jamie was Shane's appearance on Flagrant back in 2023. This is where Andy and his den of dick riders brought up the night at the casino and asked what really happened with Jamie at the blackjack table. And this isn't the first time that Schultz has conspired to talk shit. Nobody punches down quite like Andrew Schultz does. Remember that time when Tom Segura told him about Bert's phobia of clowns and balloons? So Schultz thought it would be a good idea to hire a clown and fill the studio with balloons when Bert came in for an episode of Flagrant. Yep, that was the first time in my life where I felt a little bit of empathy for our boy Bert. He really didn't deserve that. Oh, fuck it, maybe he did. Anyway, so when Shane was on there in September 2023, Schultz brought up the casino story and asked Shane to explain exactly what happened.
None other than Jamie.
Jamie is such a I knew it was Jamie, dude. He's such a good about this.
So bring that up, Jamie. Jamie, the legend. We pulled him in. We pulled up Jamie for some Adele. We're in Austin, and Jamie was like, "Listen, yeah, the last Protect Our Parks, I was going to bring the story up with me." You set it up the way that you know, because we only know Jamie's version.
It was after a show where the casino.
Weren't you with?
Yeah, with Rogan, Dana, also with the boys. Trump was just there.
You guys are charged up.
Yeah, and Dana and Dilla were betting like $1,000, not like per hand. And then we're at the other. I guess we're playing a little bit more. Playing blackjack. Jamie gets an ace, gets another ace, splits it. Now he's out of money. He needs somebody to help. I go, yeah, I'll play that. I'll play that card.
How you worded it?
And then another one and another. We got 4 aces in a row. And I ended up paying for the aces. He paid for the first one. And then they all won. And I think we should have split them winnings.
Evenly?
That's it, pretty even, yeah.
Now, here's the question. Pretty even. It seems.
I just bullied him and I gave him $800 more. I kept like doing that like passive shit where I'd be like, no, that's what it is. You should have got more.
75%.
I did get more. Eventually, I did get more. He was upset about it because I guess in poker and gambling, if somebody backs your bets, you just pay them back what they gave you.
And then
Not the winnings.
no, you get a little bit. You have to give.
I should have gotten all my winnings. Just what I got.
Yeah, you won that one. I think it was like, I gotta pay him back no matter what if I lose. There's no
But
risk.
it was the risk, though. No, that was the risk. If those hands lost, I lost those chips.
Oh,
He wasn't going to give me back. That was the risk.
Yeah, so if you take the risk, you deserve all the rewards.
I agree.
Yes, this is one rule. It's like, I'm gonna pay him back no matter what. This rule after he won.
These were degenerate gambling addicts that were like, well, you pay for me, and then if I win, it's my money, and you get yours back. No, suck my, dude, you're not out of money, you need mine. I want your money.
Yeah.
I'm on your side.
I couldn't agree more, but Jamie, I did start bullying him a little into giving me more and more money.
I believe that.
And I was hearing enough to just take it. How much was the winning? No, I don't know. I forget. I swear to God.
Jamie knows exactly.
I know Jamie knows.
$300 exactly.
$274, and I think we split it even. Or maybe I got a little more than
You should get 75%. You pay for 75% of the hands.
not 75.
We love Jamie.
Jamie's in. I'm taking. I invited him to Ohio State the other day. I was going to get him his tickets. But he wants to.
He's in Ohio.
He paid for half of it.
I think he should.
Of course, Schultz's entitled brat side piece, Akash Singh, thinks that Shane should have gotten 75% of the winnings, but Shane actually did admit that Jamie gave him half the winnings, which is what actually happened. They're obviously good friends, and Shane was clearly just trolling Jamie the whole time by dragging out the story and making him out to be a whiny bitch. The reality was that Jamie did offer Shane half the money straight after it happened. And like I said earlier, it's crazy how no one actually knew the story, including Rogan, who was the time, which makes it so much funnier. Jamie's been sitting there, the mouth shut, while Shane's been on the podcast multiple times over the last 3 years since it happened. Finally, when Rogan kept bringing it up and Shane kept digging in, Jamie decided it was time to set the record straight once and for all.
What happened? He didn't throw him effort. We talked about it. I feel like I didn't have any money when we went to the casino, but that's not how it started.
Sweet Jamie the man.
I gave him half the winnings. I gave him half the winnings. You should not have given that much money. You gave him half the winnings? Yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah. Just give me the money back. That's what it's been a thing for 3 years. You're wrong. He sat through 4 hours and didn't bring up that information. I brought it up for a year and a half. He goes on a Twitter podcast and starts talking shit. All right, wow, he gave you half the gap. He didn't have to give you half the winnings. That's crazy. Because he lost it all the way. It wasn't just one gap, or was it? You know, explain what happened now. Tell lies. Oh, that's How much did I put up on 2 aces come out? How much did I put up on that? The second time aces came out enough to cover that one. I had 400. I borrowed 600 from Shane. Fourth time, it happened again. And then we won all 4 hands. Wow! And we're starting to collect the money because everybody else won too. There's chaos in the table. I said, that's mine. How much money do I get? And I gave him a stack of chips. I said, that ain't good enough. And then he turned into shit. He goes, I don't know. What are you getting? Was it 5K though? I ended up, we only won 8,500, so I think I ended up giving him like 4,200. Okay. I was just making fun of him. Yeah, and then if I was talking shit. I feel betrayed. I can let you say it. That's what CNN does. Oh my God, it's worse. It's real fake news now. Wow. Jamie wins, and I feel like he's gonna win this bet too. I feel like he's getting $1,000 and you're gonna have to wear a t-shirt.
Mark Norman said earlier, I've never heard Jamie piping up so much during your podcast before. There was that time when he got his knickers in a knot, a moon landing conspiracy expert, Mark Sabrell, was on the podcast, and he threw a tantrum because no one was listening to him. Really went for it in this episode, and it was good to let him go and not shut him down like he usually does. We've all seen the clips of Rogan giving Jamie death stares for interrupting him or talking too much on the podcast. Joe likes his side pieces to keep real quiet and do as they're told. But now that Jamie's team won, supposedly Shane has to give him $1,000 and wear a t-shirt that says, I'm Jamie's bitch, which I think is simply beautiful. You know deep down that Shane's going to hate it. He even looked kind of embarrassed admitting that he went along with Rogan's story the whole time and never thought to correct the record. Jamie kind of reminds me of Milton from Office Space. He's been sitting there putting up with everyone's bullshit for years, and finally he just says, yeah, nah, I'm done, and blows the whole place up. And Mark Norman also brought up how much Rogan pays Jamie, which is something many of us have speculated about for a while now, and judging by Rogan's response, I actually think Jamie gets paid a lot more than we initially thought. Mark asked if Jamie gets paid than did, to which Rogan said, yeah, he gets paid a lot than he did, and he gets paid quite well. Now, I'm not sure what that quite well actually means according to Rogan's standards. It could be $200K a year, could be up to $1 million. Who knows? But it wouldn't be that crazy if it was, seeing as over $100 million a year just from podcasting. And Jamie's obviously a super important part of the show. So if you want to know more about how much JRE changed when Rogan replaced Red Band with Jamie, I did a video about it a while ago over on my Patreon, so go and check out the description if you're interested in signing up. There's plenty of other stuff on the JRE and Kill Tony as well. But while you're here, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys.
Started an all new.
Little let that happen again. Second to a commercial break. Take these whole play mode. It's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. When you get caught with your pants down, you're supposed to say, I got caught with my pants down. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah. Especially if you're public. Like, it's very clear that you're incorrect.
Well, the irony of the situation is if he just kind of left it probably wouldn't be anywhere close to the splash that it's made. And we told him that. We said, like, hey, Barnabas Strike on effect is going to happen.
The money that you were making and the popularity you thought you were making is all going to be spent on attorney's fees. And I don't care about winners. I just want you to spend money. You see, so all the dark energy that you're bringing toward me, have chemically converted that energy into money. That's exactly what I've done.
Only Joe Rogan can bring on a degenerate con man into his studio, encourage and entertain his whack theories, and then turn on him after he gets exposed for being a fraud. It seems like Joe's always the last one to figure it out these days. Billy Carson appeared on the Joe Rogan Experience last year in June to discuss his theory of the Anunnaki, a group of alien gods who led an ancient advanced civilization and created us humans to mine gold, which naturally Rogan took at face value, except what Rogan didn't realize at the time was that he was entertaining a mentally ill lunatic who literally sells potions. I'm sorry, did nobody on Joe's team think to check out the guy's website before booking him? It's called forbiddenknowledge.com. So it's safe to say that Rogan's infamous bullshit detector has well and truly been smashed into 1,000 pieces and disappeared from the face of the planet.
It's one of those things where it's very unfortunate when people get caught with their pants down. And I'm not an expert in many things, but the things that I am an expert on, you can wake me up at 4 o'clock in the morning and ask me about those things. Martial arts or comedy, I can tell you, I can give you an expert version of reality. It seems like he does not have that, and he is a wonderful talker, and it's a lot of fun. I like watching his videos. I love all that ancient history stuff and most ridiculous tinfoil hat aspects of it. It's fun. It's entertaining. But when he was on with you, it was quite apparent that you are an expert in the Bible and in many religious texts, and he didn't necessarily have facts.
Okay, so I'm going to take you guys through all the juicy details of this beef between Conman and Billy Carson and biblical scholar Wesley Huff, because they actually had a debate late after Billy's appearance on JRE. And to say that Wes wiped the floor with this guy is a massive understatement. Wes basically unbuttoned Billy's shirt, unbuckled his belt, unzipped his pants, and stripped him naked for the world to see how full of shit he really is. And as ironic as that sounds, it was actually fucking hilarious. In fact, it was so bad that Billy has apparently launched a legal action against 5 people related to this debate in an effort to steal back the narrative and save his livelihood. He's effectively trying to silence them. Seriously, if you guys want to have a laugh, stick around to the end where I go through a couple of clips from his unhinged 3.5-hour rant on a live stream after the debate got published in December. The guy has a full-on meltdown, but we can't let Rogan get away with this. As much as someone like Wes Huff on the podcast, who's an actual expert in ancient texts, so that he can clarify the record and explain why Billy Carson is a fraud, Rogan has a tendency to exploit mentally ill conspiracy theorists just for clicks and then turn on them once they get exposed for all the things they said while they were in his studio. Just ask yourselves, did we really need an expert to tell us this guy was full of shit?
If you talk to Terrence Howard, do you know his theory about how planets are created? That it's just things ejecting from the sun over billions and billions of years, and that there's a Goldilocks zone where you can create life, right? And that's where the people are.
Makes a lot of sense.
It makes sense.
Because I just thought hours ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we were talking about conjugations and everything.
I've been out for like 3 days. I left this podcast for 3 days. I was like, damn. First of all, how would you ever imagine that a dude who's an actor on a television show or in movies, that's hard, right? Like freaky.
You honestly could not make this shit up. Joe Rogan testing Terrence Howard's theories with now disgraced Billy Carson is peak JRE. All we need now is for Joe to convince ChatGPT that we're all lemmings forced into slavery by the Anunnaki. My 2025 bingo card will be complete. But for those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, let me get you up to speed. Carson's theory is that these ancient deities called the Anunnaki were advanced ancient aliens from a planet far, far away called Nibiru. They came to Earth thousands of years ago in search of gold. Now, the gold was what they needed to stabilize their planet's atmosphere because science. So they came down to Earth, genetically engineered humans out of mixtures of primates and their own DNA to create a labor force to mine gold. Oh, and along the way they passed on their knowledge in advanced technology and science, which led to the construction of megalithic structures such as the Egyptian pyramids.
So the idea is that there were beings that were having wars on this planet. Do you believe they were having wars with people that were revolting, or were they having wars with other beings?
They were fighting with each other. And evidence of these wars can be found in the book of Deuteronomy in the modern day Bible. These gods, I didn't mean gods with an S, because everywhere in the Bible where it says God singular, it's actually a mistranslation. They were fighting each other over resources and people and control of the planet. And you see these wars in the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, the Sumerian tablets. And these wars are just nonstop. No matter where you go in any culture, you're going to discover that these beings, in some way, shape, or form, engaged mankind, brought knowledge, teaching, building techniques, and just so much more wisdom and information, esoteric wisdom, alchemy, all these things came from these people.
The craziest version of this story is that they genetically engineered us out of lower, put us here to mine gold. That's the wackiest version of it,
Right. That's the bare bones.
Yeah, the wackiest version is that they made us, which is, we've talked about this a couple times, but how bizarre it is that human beings have this incredible fascination for gold.
So the theory goes that because the human race was born out of the DNA of the Anunnaki, we have this advanced esoteric knowledge sitting deep in our brains, just waiting to get unlocked. And Billy Carson believes that certain individuals have been able to do this, such as himself and Terrence Howard. Well, how fucking convenient, huh? Oh, and if you're wondering how he got into all of this, well, it didn't quite happen in his mother's womb. It took him a little bit longer to unlock his Anunnaki DNA compared to Terrence Howard.
When did you start going down this road of exploring all these engines?
Well, it was a long time ago, 1977, in Miami, Florida. We moved from New York to Miami, next city, Opelika Airport, living in the hood. I'm outside in the backyard playing, but I'm looking at the airplanes go over. And this one day, this plane goes over. It's not really a plane. It clears the horizon in seconds, not minutes. It just goes straight across. I know from as a little kid, the planes take a long time to go from one point to the other. It went straight across, glowing, almost like a tic-tac, glowing metal. Yes. And then it came back and it stopped for me, completely silent. About now I can estimate about 250. And then it just went gone. And I ran in the house and I told my mom, hey, I can't believe what I just saw. And my mom said to me, son, back in the day, there were advanced beings that came to explain this in 1977. Mom, to my mom. Yeah. That's why I dedicated the book to her. And so I went to the library at Rainbow Park Elementary the next morning and I told the teacher I have to go to the library inside the school, Rainbow Park. I said I need to get all the encyclopedias on space, on aerospace. She gave me the encyclopedia on aerospace, and that's when I started researching from that exact moment. Wow. And I haven't stopped since.
So you were how old? 7 years old. Oh my God.
I got locked in. I'm looking at submarines. I'm looking at hovercraft that existed way back, and flying this that we had created in the military way back. SR-71s and all this stuff. And I'm trying to figure out what the hell, and I couldn't find it. But it took me down the path of technologies and advanced technologies and aerospace information. And I kind of became a quasi-aerospace historian. And that led me in further on down the line to studying, architecture and seeing the connection between the two.
Yep, that checks out. The local elementary school had encyclopedias on aerospace engineering back in the 70s. And I love how his mom casually dropped that there were ancient beings who visited us thousands of years ago from an advanced civilization. Dinner's ready. Come and eat. Oh, and we were visited by ancient aliens. What are we doing here, B? Like I said at the beginning, we can't let Rogan off the hook. He can't have it both ways. On the one hand, he's just talking shit and entertaining these interesting theories with a non-grifter who's trying to grow his audience to sell more books and potions from his website, but then he gets an actual expert on to fact-check him, and then he shits on him after he exploited him. 2 months before Rogan had Billy Carson on JRE, disgraced comedian Andrew Schultz had Billy on his flagrant podcast as well, which Rogan reflected on with Wes during their chat last week.
Andrew Schultz and I had a discussion about this. Like he said when he had Billy on the podcast, he said, we're not going to research anything. We're not going to search anything. We're not going to just let him talk. It's fun. Yeah, Andrew's awesome.
The difference is, though, Andrew Schultz isn't trying to get to the bottom of anything or dig for the truth. I mean, the podcast is called Flagrant. Rogan, on the other hand, like I keep saying, likes to play it both ways. He's either deep for the truth and exposing establishment lies, or he's just a meathead comedian talking shit with his buddies. It just depends which direction the wind is blowing. But now that you have all the background context to this debate, let's take a look at what actually happened. In October of last year, a mutual friend of Wes and Billy Carson brought them together for a virtual debate, which they both agreed to, even though they'd only been given 24 hours notice. And Billy exposed himself for being a fraud almost immediately. He was literally laying out his basic beliefs when he made an error.
If you want to, I guess, go first, Billy, as to how you came about from like the findings where it seems that Jesus was not crucified, or that's not accurate.
Or in my videos, if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible. Okay, according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified. That Bible predates the King James Version of the Bible, and the text there actually is about 12 to 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible and the King James Version of the Bible, which came much later.
Straight away, Wes Huff's bullshit detector went off, and he politely began to dismantle Billy. Remember, Carson is relying on a particular text that he believes to be the real Bible, as it predates the Bible. He believes that this is where it states that Jesus wasn't crucified, but he was actually married and led a normal life.
Refer to the Sinai Bible. Would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus? Like the codex that comes, okay. That's why I was trying to get some clarification. Codex Sinaiticus is at the British Library, so you can go and see it. It's on display. And the British Library has actually digitized the entire manuscript. So I work with manuscripts in my linguistic work. I'm an expert on early Christian scribal culture, and particularly in Greek manuscripts. I have a facsimile, so I have a photocopy that was done by the British Library of Codex Sinaiticus that I work with in my office. The only reason I asked for clarification is because I want to make sure that what I'm addressing is actually what you mean, and not addressing something else. It's a 5th century Greek manuscript. It comes from approximately between 325 and 350 AD. And its text of the Gospel reads almost identical to the modern Greek text that we develop translations from. You say that it denies the crucifixion, or that the crucifixion is there. I mean, I can go on right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up the end of, say, Matthew 27, where it has Jesus being crucified, and that's in Codex Sinaiticus, or the John 19, or any of the other ones.
Copy of the text Billy was referring to right behind him on the shelf, and as he could tell there, he studied it in great detail, and he confirmed the claims that Billy was making were completely fabricated because it was consistent with the Bible as we know it. It was at this point where Billy realized he was out of his depth and declared that he'd misspoken, and he was actually talking about a different document, which, as it turns out, just like Billy Carson, is a known fraud as well.
The text where I was referencing actually was misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas.
Yeah, well, so that's good. So let's deal with that too, because I've actually worked with, there are 2 manuscripts of the Gospel of Barnabas. The Gospel of Barnabas is a really interesting document because it is a known forgery. And so that's why I think it's important to get to these sources. So we know it's a forgery because it does things like in chapter 92, it says that Jesus spent 40 days on Mount Sinai, and then he came to the Jordan River and he walked to Jerusalem. But Mount Sinai is more than a week's journey away from Jerusalem, and neither Mount Sinai nor Jerusalem are close to the Jordan River. So never mind there not being a route from the Jordan River to like around Mount Sinai or going to Jerusalem.
So the key ingredient that Billy Carson has been relying to cook with is a known forgery amongst biblical scholars. Basically, everything that came after that was Wes correcting Billy's incorrect interpretation of ancient texts and writings, because that's what he specializes in.
The problem is to really delve into these subjects. It takes a tremendous amount of research. Years of research. You really have to know what you're doing. Most of us don't.
Especially with language. And when you study the language, you realize the complexities of these things. And so when someone has it and they're making statements obviously indicative of someone who hasn't studied them, it's super apparent.
Right.
And so I think it's one thing to be making claims about, say, like history or the Bible, but when you start to get into like linguistics and philology, it gets messy. If you don't know what you're talking about, it gets really apparent really fast. When I see people like Billy Carson talk about being able to read Sumerian, I'm like, dude, I read ancient languages and I can't. I've tried and I can't make heads or tails in Sumerian. So
that's a tell.
Unfortunately, it kind of gives away.
Listen, I like Billy. Really enjoy talking to him. I really do. I think his videos are fun, but I also think truth is important.
I have no problem with him as an individual.
He just needs course correct. You're not doing people a service, especially people like myself that aren't educated in this. Like we turn to others who claim to have vast knowledge of this to help me out. Tell me what's going on. When I sit down and talk to you, tell me what's going on. And if you don't really know, you get over a lot of people, unfortunately, for yourself.
I remember thinking to myself when I was making the video covering Billy's appearance on JRE last year, this guy so casually reinvents passages from the Bible and says things like, the Bible has been misinterpreted for centuries. For example, when he said that whenever there's a reference to God, it's actually the plural gods, and that's why we know there were these ancient aliens who came to visit us. They were god-like beings, etc., etc. So it seems kind of obvious to anyone watching that Billy was getting loose with the truth. As it turns out, he had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. And as you can imagine, being fact-checked like that in such a long and comprehensive debate with an actual expert completely ruined Billy's credibility. And when grifters get squeezed into a corner, they do what grifters do best. They grift even harder.
The fallout was that not only did he not want us to release the conversation, but then he started throwing out cease and desist letters, and then trying to sue me.
What was his argument?
Apart from the fact that he was embarrassed that he lost.
Well, yeah, that's not really an argument, right?
Well, the cease and desist letter, yeah. The letter said, I don't want you to use my name or my face in anything going forward used up until the point you need to remove.
If you're a public figure, he's clearly a public figure. Is that even, can you actually say no?
So for those of you who are interested, here's the cease letter, or as I like to call it, cease and desist, that Wes received from Billy's lawyers. He's basically trying to claim that he has moral rights over the video, which he never gave consent to. Yet at the beginning of the debate, both him and Wes politely that they've been looking forward to an opportunity to debate things and flesh everything out together. So it's clear that he gave consent to the interview, which obviously would be published, but like all professional grifters, he took it a step further and potentially prejudiced any pending lawsuits against Wes by doing a live stream where he openly admitted that he was pursuing a slap lawsuit, which for those of you who don't know is illegal in most jurisdictions. It's basically when someone launches a lawsuit for the purposes of silencing or punishing somebody else for exercising their right to free speech. But why don't I let Billy explain it to you?
The money that you were making and the popularity you thought you were making is all going to be spent on attorney's fees. And I don't care if I win or lose. I just want you to spend money.
Yeah, couldn't have explained it better myself. But of course, he didn't stop there. He went on to explain how the debate was a cult conspiracy to defraud him and tarnish his good the name because for one reason or another, these Christians had become obsessed with him. Accordingly, they were trying to exploit his high public profile to elevate themselves into the public consciousness so they grow their cult and profit off his downfall.
The network with hundreds of thousands of people all over the world to supposedly end Billy Carter's career. Well, they don't realize that not only are they not ending my career, they're making me more famous. Because they call my name out every 5 minutes. I'm on their tongue and their lips every minute of the day. When they go to sleep, they dream about me. When they wake up, the first thing they do before they kiss their wife or their wife, they talk about me. They post me and call my name 24 hours a day, nonstop. They're absolutely infatuated.
Oh man, that was spoken like a true narcissist. This guy has mad Brendan Shaw. Instead of walking away and taking the L, he doubles down and becomes fully unhinged. The scary part is how he is while spouting all this nonsense. This guy really believes his own bullshit. He's got it all figured out. After unlocking his Anunnaki DNA at the age of 7 years old, he's been channeling all the dark energy for his own benefit, just like in Star Wars.
Because of what they have done now, they have created this whole energy field. That's what's behind me now, this spiral of energy. They've created this energy. There's only one force that exists in the entire known universe. That one force can be used for darkness, and it can be used for light. Just like the Jedi. The Jedi will use the Force for dark. The Jedi will use the Force for light. I'm sorry, and the Empire will use the Force for darkness. It's up to the wielder of power, all this energy that they're in their crock pot stirring up. We're going to attack Billy Carson. We must do everything we possibly can, including making fake accounts, making bots and robot accounts to comment and hate and try to thumbs down videos and attack and threats against his 12-year-old child. Threats against his family. Where we at now? I'm at 11,499 people. The most I've ever had was 5,000. You guys doubled my popularity on a live video in one day. Thank you so much. All the dark energy, all your listeners, and all your followers, and all your cult people, and all your people that are in your organizations that are coming to watch my video with that dark energy. Now they're going to see the fall of Billy Carson. Dark energy, that frequency that's coming here. You see this behind me? That's the face of God. God's not a man flying around with a magic wand granting wishes. God is a frequency, and it's your job to tune in. Y'all didn't tune in, so I'm tuned in. So all this that you're bringing toward me, I've alchemically converted that energy into money. That's exactly what I've done.
Yeah, bro's high as fuck. Just like all the grifters before him and after him, it's always just about the money. And like I said, Joe Rogan's complicit in all of this. He can't expect to bring these guys into his studio who are clearly suffering from severe cases of delusional narcissism, and then just turn around and say, whoops, yeah bro, you're the one who pushed out there to your tens of millions of followers, and now you're acting like you are. It's like all those YouTubers who are trying to play the victim card after Honey Scam got exposed. I mean, Rogan himself is still shilling for BetterHelp and AG1 on his podcast, even though everyone knows about their dodgy practices and false claims. So it's going to be interesting to see how far this goes. In my opinion, Wes's lawyers should be able to easily get any slap suit thrown out of court without much damage, which will honestly just make Billy Carson look even worse. I'm telling you, this guy is Brendan Shaw all over again. But no doubt he'll still have thousands of followers who won't care, and they'll still keep buying his elixir of the Anunnaki and subscribe to whatever other scheme he's got going. Anyway, thanks for joining me with this breakdown of the whole situation between Billy Carson and Wes Huff. While you're here, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Enjoy your little 100,000, 200,000, 600,000, whatever views you got. Enjoy it. I mean, take your little $20 check. I don't live off of YouTube money. It's peanuts.
And I've said this over and over again. If Apple could make an American-made phone and charge me more money, I'll pay double for it. What's a phone like? $1,500? Is that what it is? Just $2,000. Yeah, charge $2,000. People pay. Most people are like putting on the part of their bill to pay a little bit of it off every day.
It's hard to pinpoint the exact moment that Joe Rogan's brain fell out of his head. For some people, it was the Spotify money. Others claim the pandemic that cooked him. For me, though, it was the opening of his comedy club in Austin when his cognitive decline really started to set in. Before that, the podcast was his pride and joy. It was 100% dialed in and fully dedicated to bringing in the best guests with the most interesting backgrounds to discuss the most whacked out shit that nobody had heard about. Now it's become a circle jerk of open micers, never been funny comedians, and right-wing grifters who are here to sell us a book or a pill or some sort of online course. The worst part is, though, it doesn't seem to matter who the guest is these days, because once Boomer Joe gets going on his talking points, they end up just sitting there and nodding their heads in agreement until it's time for Joe to hit the green room at the Comedy Mothership to mingle with his latest assortment of top 250 comedy assassins. But unlike the decline of many other internet personalities, Rogan possesses one defining feature that no other has possessed before him. He truly has no fucking idea what's going on, and that's what makes this so fascinating. Let me explain. If you've been following this channel for a while, you would have seen Rogan give dozens of his guests the advice not to read the comments. And this is what really makes Joe a pioneer in this space. Take, for example, his latest tweet reply. Here, Elon Musk's parody account retweeted an article about how all of Alex Jones' assets are to be liquidated, including his flagship InfoWars show, except Boomer Joe didn't realize that it was a parody account and not the real Elon Musk. So he decided to reply in all saying yes. Now that's not the funny bit. The funny bit is he would still have no fucking idea that he got duped by a parody account and not the real Elon. Because we know that Joe posts and gushes. We're all just waiting for him to bring up the Elon parody tweet in the podcast action as Jamie is forced to correct him.
Could be some troll shit. Anything about they got me. Yeah, they could have got me. Yeah, that was the fake image they got me. It's sons of bitch. It's just amazing how much stuff is fake.
So we all know that Joe They Got Me Rogan has been having a tough time on the internet, and the only time he realizes he's been duped is when he brings it up on his cast for Jamie to check. Watching JRE these days is basically like going to a family barbecue and getting the latest shitpost updates that all your boomer relatives fell for. But despite the failure of Joe's infamous bullshit detector, he still blames the boomers for believing in the mainstream media.
Distrust in the media is at an all-time high. It's probably, it has to be higher than it's ever been in human history. At the same time, you have these independent people that have become bigger than the media. That's never happened before. There's never been a thing where just an app that you get on your phone has 30 times more views than the top show at CNN. Yeah, that's never happened before. But now that's the world that we live in, and so propaganda is not effective anymore. They're just a talking head. Yeah, they just no believe. They know that the mouthpiece for some giant corporation. No one thinks that's the real news anymore. You have to be like old boomers who are like real tired, like those old liberal boomers. They still like MSNBC. Yeah, you know, like the Stephen Kings out there. Yeah, MSNBC to the death. Yeah.
Joe Rogan not realizing that he's the one spreading fake news to 30 times the audience size of mainstream media is big Joe Rogan. But the frustrating thing for me is how Rogan wastes decent guests by just talking over them and ranting about the same topics over and over again. On the latest episode with former Navy SEAL and CIA contractor Sean Bryan, you'd think Joe would have had a bunch of questions about his background and all the shit he's seen over the years. Instead, it felt like Joe was the one being interviewed, and it seems like I wasn't the only one who noticed. Sean just did his interview of Rogan using Joe's own platform. Genius. Joe talks for 3 hours. Sean, no shit. Great podcast, Sean. Your guest Rogan had a lot to talk about today. It feels like Sean is the interviewer and Joe is the guest. Sean Ryan doesn't like hearing himself talk, which is why he's so successful. He really just lets the guest talk. Best interviewer. So instead of going deep into Sean's background as a U.S. government assassin, Joe wanted to talk about shit he saw on Twitter.
You've seen the Steven Crowder undercover he did with that COVID czar in New York? No. Have you seen that? Jamie, go to his page and find the most recent one. Because the most recent one is this guy's openly talking about monkeypox is really just gay guys get it from unprotected. Let's let it. Yeah, is it on his Instagram? Go to it, I'll show you which one it is. Yeah, that's it. Is it? No, that's not it. That's not it. There's a recent one. No. I know. Maybe it's somewhere else. Scroll down a little bit. See if you can find the one. See that one right there? That's kind of yellow. It's yellow there. There's got to be one where he's talking about monkeypox. That's not, because that's all about shutting the schools down. God damn, I gotta find it. I watched it on X. I probably thought saying X now. Yeah, good for you. I feel politically correct. Like when I call a transgender person a girl, she. Like, you like that? How I did that? I said she. No, that's not it. The monkeypox one. God damn it, I know I saved it. If you want, I can find it. I saved it on my phone because it's just so bonkers. God damn it. This is going to be a problem. Just see if you can find it. It's got to be out there because I watched it this morning.
Through the whole first hour of the podcast, Joe would remember something he saw on Instagram or Twitter, and he'd pull it up so he could read it off the screen for everyone. And people are starting to get sick of his obsession with politics, and it's not necessarily because of his political views, it's more that he's just so fucking lazy when it comes to any sort of real discussion. Instead of getting Trump or Kamala on his podcast, which he could easily do, he'd rather just rattle off a bunch of fake tweets or memes about them and then pretend like he's well informed and weeding out all the bullshit. I mean, we're talking about the biggest podcast in the world. He's had some of the craziest guests over the years. He could have whistleblowers on there, or even just the people he always talks about. Instead of reading their social media posts, just get them in there for a talk. Like, what the fuck is the point of having such a big audience if you're just going to read off the screen and repeat the same shit over and over again? And it all goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of this video. Joe has stopped putting in effort to book the best guests and have the best conversations. Ever since he's built his comedy club, he's been in autopilot. Guys like Theo Von have been into it, and even the internet's second biggest loser, Logan Paul, beat Rogan by having Trump on his podcast as well. By the way, if you're wondering who the biggest loser is, well, you'd have to be a numbers guy to figure that one out. Thanking me. But speaking of signed affidavits,
we have like very loose rules on what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. Like there was a lot of outrage because people were saying that ABC somehow or another had gotten the subject matter to Kamala, and that they had agreed to Kamala that they were not going to ask her about her PA record when she was in California, and that they were not going to talk about some other person she was involved with that might be in trouble. They said they were only going to fact check Donald Trump. Yeah, I think if they did give her the questions, and they really did, and this is someone signed an affidavit. See what's going on with that. See what the latest with that, Jamie. So someone signed an affidavit that was an ABC employee that claims these things. Humans sometimes will do things.
According to this, it says that this started with a claim that there was an affidavit, but I don't know that it's ever been actually presented to anyone.
Interesting. Didn't it get discussed on Twitter and people were posting the veracity of it? I think he wanted to put it on his phone. Colin Rugg, I know, had Bill Ackman. That's right. Bill Ackman was who tweeted it. Didn't know if the claim was accurate, but shared it anyway, which is what's fun. It's fun to do on the internet.
They said that the person who did it was killed in a car crash, and that seems to be false.
Yeah, that was amplified by Marjorie Taylor Greene, who also doesn't do herself any favors. I think they do stuff like that. This is my take on that. When I saw all these people tweeting that the guy died in a car, I was like, that might be a trap. They'll throw out a fake story, make people share it, like, without looking into it at all. It turns out to be complete horseshit. Makes the whole thing look like horseshit now. Now it looks like makes the affidavit, it's at least connected to horseshit. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a good tactic. Yeah. Smart tactic. They got a lot of good tactics. They're very organized, which is really interesting.
And then in one of the most perfect acts of irony put forth from the universe, right after waxing lyrical about how political operatives spread false information to help the story get traction and build a narrative, Joe spreads false information to help a story get traction and build a fake narrative. If nobody does it quite like our boy Rogan. He starts off by quoting his mechanic as a reliable source, then he makes a completely false statement about political donations, pops in, and then proceeds to get fact-checked by Jamie while clinging on to the fake chart that duped him on Twitter. Fucking brilliant.
George Soros just bought 200 radio stations. Yeah, man. First of all, what a bad investment, because who listens to radio? That's bad investment. But second of all, what are you going to do? Like, because one thing that I do find is that right-wing talk radio is probably the only the only place where you get a lot of right-wing ideas. The reason why I know is my mechanic, whenever he fixes one of my cars, he brings it back. He's always listening to right-wing talk radio. So I turned my car on the other day, and I'm listening to these guys argue about Kamala Harris and border, that she was the borders are, you know, they can't swear, but they were going over this, and I was like, that's interesting. Like, maybe that's what he wants to stop. It's also like, if you look at the amount of donors that donate to the right, have you ever seen that chart? No. It's nuts. The left gets so many more donations than the right does. Like, it's a giant difference. Why do you think that is? I don't know, man. I think a lot of rich people feel guilty, and they get into philanthropy, and also it's a good way to cover their ass and make them look like better people.
I wonder if they're buying their place outside of the rules. Like, hey, donated you got just the top donors to OpenSecrets.org. 6 of the top 7 are Republicans.
Oh,
Individual donors.
Individual donors. What I was talking about was, like, they showed a chart that had, like, Google, Facebook, all these mega corporations that were donating. Some guys donated $105 million. But that guy's probably worth billions. That's probably some sort of a write-off, too, isn't it? That's pretty crazy. Go to top corporations via party. Because that's the chart that I was looking for. This is the number one. This is corporations. So they donate more than Google.
This is federal contributions.
So 2 million is the top one, and that's Empower Parents, PAC, and these are right wing. Is that why it's red? So it seems like the top 4. What is that Google chart that I was saying? I don't even see Google on this.
Well, it says Google Bureau Alphabet gave on Open Secrets. It says they gave just under $10 million to contributions and then spent $21 million in lobbying. Top recipients, obviously, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, they're all looking. So Google's all.
This is who they donated to.
Yeah, I love how when the left does it, it's because they're evil and manipulative, but when the right does it, it's just a tax write-off. Whatever your political views are, it's obvious that Joe falls for all the shit he sees on Twitter and Instagram from all his grifter buddies. Nothing beats the time when he thought Joe Biden was rambling about airports during the Civil War, only for Jamie to break it to him that Biden was actually quoting something that Trump had said. But Rogan's fixation on the pandemic is also something that needs to be studied. He got ridiculed for spending so much time rehashing old talking points about the pandemic in his latest special, Burn the Boats, but that didn't stop him claiming that it was the defining moment in the fall of modern civilization while talking to a bunch of comedians on his podcast. What you're about to see here is a glimpse into the mothership green room.
Go into apocalyptic times. Do you think they'll look back down in the country for a year and a half as like the trigger that made society begin to collapse?
I don't think they will. They'll never acknowledge they were
Do you
wrong.
think, but like historians, objective historians, you think they'll look back on this time and be like, this is the fall of Rome?
It's the internet. The internet is the beginning of the end for everything.
Yeah, but it's not, because the internet didn't shut the country down for a year and a half. Without the internet, they would have pulled that off so much easier. They would have scared the shit out of you. You would never know. But if this happened in the 1980s, you would never know how many people died on respirators. You would never know about any of that. You would know about a goddamn thing they didn't want you to know about. That's what's so scary about the internet.
But in a strange twist of fate, while entertaining 3 of his fellow top 250 brethren, Joe was faced with an uncharacteristic disagreement from one of his disciples, which forced him to swiftly correct course and trample over this shocking display of insubordination.
So funny coming into this room and thinking all the things I watched there made such like, would it be the Cat Williams thing or
That was wild. The one just said Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard one's very interesting. He's a very, very smart guy. He just doesn't have a formal education. Terrence is like this super smart guy. He's way smarter than anybody around him. But then the really super smart guys are actually super guys who are educated about it. They don't engage with them. And so Eric was like, let me just talk to this dude. I think he's one of us. He's just going astray. Just a brilliant guy who hasn't actually gotten the correct education. He's kind of like a self-taught genius. Nah. Don't think he is, man. He's crazy smart. He's not like he's gonna hang out with more people like him. You know what I mean? He's too smart for anybody he knows.
That's right.
He needs more Eric Lawrence.
A few years ago.
That was a close one, huh? But it just goes to show how out of touch Joe is with what most of his viewers are thinking. After all the fallout from his Terrence Howard episodes, Joe still doesn't realize that Terrence is clearly suffering from a mental and he profited off of his misfortune and helped to publicly humiliate a sick man. I mean, we're living in a time where the parodies of JRE are more accurate than the podcast episodes themselves.
You know what Pink Trip is? No. You don't know Pink Trip? Pink Trip he's a guy on the internet who takes clips of podcasts and creates narratives of things that are totally not happening.
What I've tried to do is introduce a set of tools to the scientific and mathematical comparison.
One times one is what? Like, this is simple. What's wrong with you? It's a simple question.
1 times 1 equals 2.
So you don't know basic multiplication. Parents has an issue with multiplication.
I don't have an issue. That's a metaphor that there's something very wrong with the math because math should not be done. And if the square root of 2 didn't have that problem,
Listen to me very carefully. You have lost complete touch with reality.
That pretty much sums up the 7 hours of airtime that Joe dedicated to Terrence Howard's memories from the womb, and it was blindingly accurate as well. But we can't forget Joe's other obsession, the moon landing hoax. Some of you may remember that I covered his episode with moon landing hoax expert Bart Sabrell, but it came up again with Matt Walsh in episode 2204, which was actually fucking hilarious. The best it was when Joe brought up his bit about the moon landing from his latest special to Matt Walsh, expecting the customary response, "Oh my god, yeah, I watched your special 3 times, it was so funny, Joe," except instead this is all he got.
Moon landing, you're not a...
I used to like
You don't anymore?
I had a joke in my act about that before COVID, I would have told you vaccines the most important invention in human history, and after COVID, I'm like, I don't think we're going to know.
Yeah, I know that was good, but yeah, you actually think
I think there is a less than 0 possibility that we did not go to the moon. I know.
hang on, so if there's a less than 0 possibility that we did not go to the moon, doesn't that mean, never mind. If you didn't catch that episode, basically, Joe went on a 40-minute rant about how the moon landing was fake, while Matt Walsh just sat there with his resting bare face trying to figure out why in the fuck he brought it up in the first place. The top comment on that episode is, Matt, I came to talk about my movie. Joe, we're going to talk about the moon landing. So it's plain to see that Joe's in cognitive decline. Some people say it's years of substance abuse mixed with delusional comic syndrome, but I honestly just think he's so fucking rich now that he literally gives 0 fucks what anyone thinks about him, including his audience. And when you compare his decline to someone like Brendan Shaw, who actively went after his audience and tried to bully them into submission, Joe's decline is quite unique. The fact that Joe has no idea what the internet really thinks about him is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen. For a guy who warns about the dangers of falling into echo chambers and getting sucked into the big propaganda machine, he really has manifested his own ironic destiny by becoming Boomer Joe. So we can shit on his stand-up comedy as much as we like, but the truth is, Joe Rogan is funny as fuck. He just... Anyway, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon. If you're interested in my longer form uncensored content, there's plenty of stuff on there right now covering Rogan, Kill Tony, various lawsuits, as well as other bits and pieces, and it's a great way to support the channel. Also, if you're not a regular here on YouTube, hit that subscribe button and make sure to give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. I'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, I hate the show, but sometimes you have to. I think stand-up is a form of hypnosis. Do you think so too?
Absolutely. Yeah. I get exactly what you're saying.
You lock them in the way you're. When I'm seeing a guy kill on stage, I'm locked in to the way they're thinking. I'm letting them think for me. I'm just letting them think for me. Right. You know, and it's so funny. And it's like, it's a form of hypnosis. And I said the only way that that's going to really work is I have to just be completely dialed in. I prepared for 5 hours the day of the show. Wow. Just watching video. I went to the gym. In the gym, I'm listening to myself. It's like I want to be just dialed in. 100% dialed in.
So Joe Rogan's fresh off his live comedy special, Burn the Bones, which is sitting strong with an IMDb rating of 4.9 out of 10.
I hate dumb people that are confident, you know. Also wrong. I hate dumb people that are wrong and confident.
But another one of the 250 cold-blooded comedy murderers is gearing up for his own special, Love You, due to be released on Netflix globally on August 26th. When it comes to relatable celebrities, Adam Sandler has to be pretty close to the list, even though similar to Rogan, he has a net worth estimated to be around $500 million. In fact, back in 2021, he signed a new 4-year movie deal with Netflix worth over $50 million. But the similarities with Rogan don't stop there. Sandler's well known for his generosity over the years and bringing his friends along for the ride. So when he appeared on the latest episode of JRE for the first time ever, it was like two heavyweight comedians coming together who had both taken very different paths. Not only are they both approaching 60 years old, they're also only a month apart in age. And so, as you can imagine, the conversation was dominated by comedy talk, which for me wasn't such a bad thing. It wasn't like another one of Rogan's disciples going on the podcast to kiss the ring and take their holy sacrament. Adam Sandler's a comedy legend with decades of stories under his belt, so it was looking like it was going to be similar to a Dave Chappelle, Bill Burr, or Louis C.K. episode, except it wasn't. And I think the reason why is because, like I said in the beginning, Rogan is fresh off his own conversation, turned into a post-special debriefing session with Adam Sandler. And even though the podcast went for 2 hours and 17 minutes, they didn't get into the details and talk about Sandler's own comedy specials until the 2 hour and 15-minute mark, literally 2 minutes before Rogan wrapped it up. To me, it seemed like Sandler just wanted to use the bathroom and keep going.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I pee for one?
Yeah, we can wrap this up. We've done 2 hours and 40 minutes.
We did?
Yeah, this is.
We've been in that long?
Yeah, we've been in there.
Get insane.
This is the setup. Oh, that's funny.
So I'll come back in a moment because I want to go through some podcast cringe swap first. Just quickly though, if you haven't already checked it out, there's a link in the description to my Patreon where you can watch my breakdown of Rogan's latest comedy special, Burn the Boats, as well as a bunch of other videos, including a big one I'm working on right now, covering Kill Tony's weekend at MSG with full clips and commentary. So if you're interested, follow the link in the description to sign up and support the channel over on Patreon. But if there's one thing that came out of Rogan's special, it's that he's reached the limits of his creativity as a comedian and storyteller. He rehashed a couple of jokes from previous specials, including one from 15 years ago, and he repeated shit we've heard a million times on the podcast. And speaking of repeating shit a million times, this episode with Adam Sandler was full of them. But the best one was definitely Rogan's description of what it's like to bomb on stage.
I've eaten it before, but still felt I did good because I've remained kind of confident, right, and believe it in my still. But the ones where I look out and I see them hating me, and I go, yeah, why am I here, man?
I say bombing on stage is like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother.
Yeah.
It's probably worse than that because somewhere out there, there's probably a guy who wouldn't mind sucking 1,000 dicks in front of his mom. You know, he'd be like, "Look at me, mom. You hate me."
99.
So if you're like me, you've probably heard that analogy a bunch of times over the years. The evolution of Rogan's bit about bombing on stage and how he's tightened it and trimmed off the fat over time. Take a look at the little compilation I made for you guys, and then I'll show you how Adam Sandler completely transformed it and made it actually funny.
So what's it like to bomb? That must really be so. I
would say it's like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. So that's what I described it. But the problem is, that kind of time, maybe that's a lot. It was much real quick. I'm not saying it's a climax. You get content in a short period of time. Got a good head. The best things that can happen to a comedian is bombing. It is so bad. I always describe it as like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. The difference is that there's probably someone out there who would enjoy sucking 1,000 dicks in front of their mother, but nobody enjoys bombing. So it's probably worse than you have to have something wrong with you to want to be a comic, because it's a brutal, emotional battle. You bomb so often, particularly in the beginning. Bombing is devastating. I described it as it's like sucking 1,000 in front of your mother. The thing is, I think there's a person out there that wants to suck 1,000 in front of their mother. I doubt there's a person who wants. Bombing should be enough pain to stop anybody. I would say that bombing is like sucking 1,000 in front of your mother, but I think that's not true, because there's got to be a guy out there who would like to suck 1,000 in front of his mom. There's got to be a guy out there who's like, see this, mom? 999. This one's for you. Raise you wrong. But no one wants a bomb. I always say that bombing is like sucking 1,000 in front of your mother. The problem is there's a guy out there that would like sucking 1,000 in front of his mom. It's like, this is what I do for mom. Number 99, mommy. Just sucking them down. It's like bombing in comedy, like a depression. Bombing is like, I always say it's like sucking 1,000 in front of your mother. But I think there's someone, there's someone out there that probably would like sucking 1,000 in front of your mom. Like, I'm doing this because of you, mom. 99. No one likes bombing. No one likes it. It's just utter failure. It's a tricky thing, because it seems like you're just talking, but there's a lot going on. It's very complicated. It's hypnosis in a way. You're hypnotizing people. You're dragging them into the way you think about things. I always say bombing on stage is like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. I think somewhere out there is a guy who wants to suck 1,000 dicks in front of his mom. You know, someone out there going, "You watching, mom? You watching? 99." Just like, there's at least it's probably been on your mom's house.
So Rogan's been working on that bit for around 10 years now, and it hasn't changed that much. He's added some physical elements to it and tightened the delivery, except it's still missing something. You know, the funny bit. But this is what happens when a poser meets a comedy legend. This is the difference between Rogan's 10 years and Sandler's 10 seconds.
99, let's go. My mother would 100% at the end say, you could have done it. Yeah, you could have sucked them hard. Why did you stop on that one man? He wanted to explode in your face, and you stopped. I feel bad. You should call him and tell him to suck.
Okay, now Joe can stop saying that fucking line. Adam Sandler made it funny, and now it's over. Let it go. But that's the thing with Joe. It actually makes me cringe watching him pretend to be an elite comedian and associate himself with some of the biggest names in the world.
It's the best. It's a crazy thing, and then no one can teach you how to do it either. You have to figure it out yourself, because your way of doing it is different than my way. Doing it my way is different than Kevin's way. Kevin's way is different than Seinfeld's way. Everybody's got a different way of doing it, and nobody can teach you how to do it. You can learn some things from watching other people. You can learn some things. Oh man!
And even just on Kill Tony over the weekend at MSG, he was on the panel for the Friday show and made an appearance at the very end of the show for a gag with Shane Gillis as Trump after last week's controversy. But when he's on the panel sitting next to guys like Gillis and Hinchcliffe, he looks out of his depth. While the other guys are dropliners and roasting the open micers, he's sitting there giving them advice on how to improve their game. And everyone's just sitting there playing along. They just don't have the brain to understand comedy like these guys do.
It's so funny, a comic's brain is so different than a pedestrian's brain.
But getting back a podcast with Adam Sandler, he at least seems to be a fan of Rogan's comedy and complimented him, particularly the fact that he did it live. And I've got to say, as much as Rogan's comedy doesn't resonate with me personally, I will admit that he did pull off a pretty flawless performance, considering it was a live event. However, as usual, Rogan took it a step further, claiming yet again that he sees stand-up as a form of hypnosis. Like, seriously, I've never seen somebody endlessly analyze the intricacies of making people laugh as much as Rogan does.
When I was young and I wasn't doing well, I was like, a guy who was drunk on stage. I started doing a guy who was very nervous. I don't know. I was going for that shit too.
Just trying to find it.
I didn't know. I tried to be comfortable on stage, you know?
Right.
And that's what you had going on your live show. I was like, whoa, comfortable and not terrified. You sat in moments, not easy to do.
I was in the zone. When I'm at my best, only thinking about the thing I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And you lock the audience. Yes. I think stand-up is a form of hypnosis.
Yes.
Do you think so?
Absolutely. Yeah.
When I'm seeing a guy kill on stage, I'm locked into the way they're thinking. I'm letting them think for me. I'm just like, think for me. Right. You know, and
That's funny.
and it's like, it's a form of hypnosis. And the only way that that's going to really work is I have to just be completely dialed in. I cut a lot of stuff. Yeah. But it's been 6 years since my last special. Like I said, I was thinking about doing a special in August of 2020. Then the country shut down. Then I didn't do stand-up for 8 months. And when I did do stand-up again, I remember I had to listen to old recordings. Luckily, I record everything.
I think Joe's mistaking hypnosis for yelling at people and forcing them to laugh. And I think he's right in a way, because the way he stares the crowd down and opens his eyes wide and yells the punchline, it would kind of feel awkward not to laugh if you're standing right in front of him. So he's definitely got that bit figured out.
So this girl I used to work with, she was like a volleyball player. She was really hilarious. She was working at the front desk, and she was like, "Oh my God, I saw this guy." This is 1986. This is when Kinnison had his HBO special, and she told me about her doing Kinnison's bit made me go to the video store to get a VHS of Kinnison's special. That was like the first seed in my head where I was like, "Okay, this is comedy." Yeah, that was comedy. Comedy was like something I really liked, but it was so different than me. Yeah, it was nothing they ever knew. Right. It was just different. It was like I didn't see myself that way, but I saw that guy. I'm like, that guy's an animal. This is a different kind of comedy, and that was like the first seeds in my head that I had of doing comedy. Yeah, that's amazing. He changed comedy. He really did. Yeah. There was no comedy like that before Kissing came around. He was a different kind of comedy. It was like all of a sudden comedy was like yell. Yeah. Oh my God, that was just worse. When he talked quiet. Oh my God. And he was a legend in the store.
So it's no secret that Joe got inspiration from Sam Kinison. I actually compared their stand-up styles in my review video and special, and even though he's so obviously trying to mimic Kinison's style, the missing piece for me is the actual joke itself, separate from the delivery. Like I've been saying, Joe is a very good performer. He's great with a mic in his hand, but in my opinion, it's his writing that lets him down. So what we end up with is basically Joe just screaming into a mic with average material. And I know people have been saying Burn the Boats is just as bad, if not worse, than Brendan Schaub's Gringo Puppy, but I think that's not true. For me, Rogan's just an average comedian with a disproportionate amount of reach relative to his talent, which I think is similar to Dane Cook in the early 2000s. And finally, at the very end of the podcast, after listening to Joe talking about his own comedy journey for 2 hours, his development deals, all of the murderers he's been on the road with, and even a Jimi Hendrix impression, Adam said finally get a word in about his own special, which, don't forget, was the whole reason he went on JRE in the first place. But by then, Joe had gotten through all his talking points and decided it was time to wrap it up.
What a fucking odd feeling when you think about going on stage and just going, basically telling all you people, just watch me for an hour. Right. Just watch me. It's worth your time.
I know you drove, you got babies there.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, you bought tickets in advance, you planned your day out.
What a psycho of a human. Just go. Come look at it. Yeah, man. So for my special, this one, I did probably 2.5 hours, and had to cut it. Josh Safdie and Joe had to pick the right, we thought was the right. But I didn't have so much. By the time I did the special, I just came off the road. Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I pee for one?
Yeah, we can wrap this up. We've done 2 hours and 40 minutes.
We did?
Yeah, this is.
We've been in that long?
Yeah, we've been in a.
Get insane!
This is the setup. Oh, that's
So Josh Safdie, he directed it. He wanted it to feel like you get to hang out with me. And it's kind of like just goes on throughout the show that's wasn't supposed to happen. And that's that. It shows before the show, during the show, and after. That was not a comedy club. It was just a little theater that they do. These people bought a theater. They put on little plays there. And Josh liked it, and they made it kind of feel like a stand-up.
That's awesome. And when is it out? What day?
The 27th. Oh, it's 27th. Yeah,
Okay, it's a couple weeks from now.
Yeah. All right, man. Congrats on yours. Congrats on everything, bud.
Thanks. Congratulations to you too.
My piss ended the whole thing. I appreciate it. All right, right on.
Yeah, it seemed like Sandler was having a good time and wanted to stay in and chat. I don't think he does many long-form interviews, and like I was saying at the beginning, he seems like the kind of guy with a bunch of cool stories, but instead just kept dragging the conversation back to the art of stand-up. I would have expected this episode to go for 3 hours, but it seems like Joe's been keeping the episodes shorter these days for some reason. Maybe it's because he's got to get over to the mothership and hit the green room to hang out with his comedy brain buddies. I don't know, it ended up being pretty disappointing. Out of the last 7 episodes, this was the shortest one. I mean, the podcast with Terrence Howard and Eric Weinstein went for over 4 hours, but we only got just over 2 hours with Adam Sandler. Anyway, remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my breakdown of Joe's latest comedy special, as well as my upcoming breakdown of Kill Tony's weekend at MSG. There's also a bunch of other stuff on there as well, so go and check it out, support the channel. Also, if you're not on this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
News Radio was fortunate, got to play like a more retarded version of myself. I was like basically like into a lot of conspiracy theories and it was like a version of me.
Let me give you another example of this, if you don't mind. I'm going to use another biblical story.
When you were biblically, the lights are flickering behind you, almost like God is interacting with us. The spirits in the room, Jimmy. Have you noticed the light flickering?
Hopefully they're the right spirits.
Well, I think they were.
He's an old man. The story started.
She started talking about Abraham, started flickering again. It's going out. It's telling you, dude. It's never happened before. This is wild.
So Abraham is like 70 years old. We're freeing the children. It's like, no, I don't think so. Oh, my son, he's so confused. He thinks I'm a girl, but I still love him. That's how wonderful I am.
The last couple of weeks have been pretty controversial for Joe Rogan. A lot of his listeners aren't happy. Since the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, everyone's been waiting for him to have Alex Jones on the show, or even Eddie Bravo. Basically, anyone who can come on there and entertain the various conspiracy theories about the shooting. At this point, people would even be happy to see Joe's CIA handler, Mike Baker, come on the podcast to tell us all what to think about the whole situation. There's even a theory that Mike Baker told Joe to play it cool and stop talking about it. So instead, Joe's had a few stand-up comedians on, a singer, and Francis Ngannou for the latest MMA show, none of which have reached 1 million views. And Rogan's refusal to have more controversial guests on the show like he used to is starting to affect his numbers, to the point that Tucker Carlson just dethroned JRE as the #1 podcast on Spotify. Sure, Rogan's back on YouTube now, so that's going to have an impact, but so is Tucker. It's not like Tucker Carlson has an exclusive arrangement with Spotify or anything. So I think it's safe to say Joe fumbled the aftermath of the Trump shooting by not having a dedicated episode, or at least address it in more detail than he did last week, which I covered in a previous video. But today, finally, Joe had his first decent guest on in a while. Jordan Peterson made his 9th appearance on the podcast, which I thought could have been the episode we were all waiting for, except as it turns out, Jordan was only there to promote his new book called We Who Wrestle With God and his new online university, the Peterson Academy. They didn't discuss any current issues, and they didn't mention the Trump shooting once, but it wasn't all bad news, because within the first 30 minutes, Joe went on an unhinged rant about psychedelics. Rogan definitely looked like he was on something. I don't know if he spotted a bottle of Alpha Brain or he dumped a few addies before Jamie hit the record button. Whatever it was, it had him choking up over classic cars from the 60s.
I'm a gigantic fan the 1960s automobiles. I love them. There's something about the shapes of them, the way they sound. There's something about those shapes. There's something about the designs of those cars that resonates so strongly today. A 1990 car, it was psychedelic inspired, 100%. 100%.
The funniest thing about this was that Jordan just came off an interview with Elon Musk, which was awkward as fuck because Jordan kept interrupting and talking over Elon. Whatever you think about it, Jordan's always had a big ego and loves the sound of his own voice. But when you pair him up with someone like Elon, who's one of the most awkward dudes on the planet, it makes for some really interesting conversation.
Some back and shoulder injuries with me, of course, fighting the world champion super wrestler and charging him at full speed to knock him over, which I did succeed in doing.
But you paid the price for it.
A very, very high price.
Carnivore guy will fix that.
No, I'm sorry.
The carnivore guy will fix
Look, I'm awful. I like meat. I'm pro meat. I don't think a carnivore guy is going to fix this particular issue. I think.
My wife had an injury of 40 years. Okay. It resolved in 2 years on a carnivore diet.
You can see steak.
Yeah. All beef.
Sure. I'm a pro. I like meat. But I think this is I think I'll probably get an operation.
I tried the carnivore diet.
Sure.
Anyways, that did happen to her. She couldn't lift her left arm above here.
Oh, that's great. As if Elon's not awkward enough as he is. So it looks like JP clearly got the message from all the backlash he got after that interview, because once he saw Rogan was gearing up for one of his epic rants, he just sat there and listened in silence. At one point, though, about halfway through Rogan's 20-minute dissertation on the perks and features of taking psychedelics, Jordan attempted to jump in and end Rogan's seemingly never-ending rant, but Joe just steamrolled him and kept pushing through like a bear in heat.
There's something about throwing water on that in the 1970s because it's equated these things with people that have poor discipline and bad social skills and ne'er-do-wells who fail in society, and that's not true. So, and all these people that I know that are billionaires, I know people that are like super rich people, like brilliant venture capitalist guys and brilliant tech guys, and almost all of them are enthusiasts. Almost all of them have had these experiences, and they're all kind of quiet about it. And it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Rogan was committed to hitting all his psychic talking points. It was honestly impressive how he was able to just throw everything together on the spot like that. Straight after JP asked him about the impact psychedelics have had on his life. I mean, he had to know that asking Joe a question like that was going to derail the whole cast and lead him down a rabbit hole. Basically, Rogan believes psychedelics are the solution to solving all the world's problems. It reminded me of a time when he was discussing the homelessness issue and then randomly threw in that psychedelics would have to be part of the solution.
The amount of money that it costs to have massive populations of homeless people is extraordinary. If they just put the same amount or maybe more to prepare for the future into some sort of like comprehensive program to try to help people that are stuff like that and clean them up, and it would probably have to involve psychedelic drugs.
Yeah, it's not a cure, it's not a financial cure, it's these people that are just,
but this time around, it all started with JP's new book called We Who Wrestle with God. It's his fourth book, and it's on one of his favorite topics. He's always talking about how biblical stories offer profound wisdom for the troubling times we find ourselves in. And so he was talking about how Abraham offered his son to God as a sacrifice, and he was emphasizing the idea of how we're to make sacrifices in our lives to pursue adventure and create our own character arcs. But Rogan was having none of it. As soon as Jordan got onto Moses, Joe turned the conversation around and walked straight into the burning bush head on.
Aware of some of the more recent work that's been done by scholars in Israel, where these guys have now come up with this hypothesis that the burning bush was actually it was a DMT experience, and that the burning bush was most likely an acacia tree. That the acacia tree is apparently rich with DMT, and they think, the way you get a DMT experience is you suck it, right? This is where Moses is encountering God.
Well, we have one of the things I know about theorizing, and it's certainly the case that people have been using psychedelic experiences for we don't know how
So we know how much Joe loves a good pseudoscientific theory. Only recently we saw how Terrence Howard convinced him that he was a genius and that 1 × 1 = 2.
I understand it though. I understand it. I understand. I mean, it made sense. To me, he's making me believe.
This time around, though, Rogan went balls deep on the stoned ape theory, which is something that he believed in for years, ever since he read Terence McKenna's theory. Basically, Terence speculated that the consumption of psychoactive mushrooms played a crucial role in the evolution of human consciousness and the development of language, culture, and religion. And Rogan's discussed this with various guests over the years because, unfortunately, Terence died back in the year 2000 from brain cancer at the age of 53. So he never had the opportunity to have him on JRE and talk about all his theories, although he has had his brother Dennis on the podcast, who was also involved in coming up with the stoned ape theory. But as much as Joe has tried to push this theory and help it gain traction, it's never really taken off within the mainstream community, due in part because it's almost impossible to prove the scientific method.
Terence and Dennis both came up with that stoned ape theory. Now, it's not a theory, it's a hypothesis. A hypothesis is speculative, but cannot necessarily be, is not yet proven. A theory is a hypothesis that has been proven with facts. So I disagree with them in saying it's not a theory, it's a hypothesis. Even though we may not be able to prove it, I ask people to suspend their disbelief. Now think of this. Our primate ancestors are going across the savannah. They ingest these mushrooms as a clan. Huge amounts of this coming here. Fractal patterns, landscapes occur. You have empathy. You have greater courage. You're the leader of that clan, and you can overcome your fears. You have courage, and you have empathy. Those are leadership skills. I think people should take note of it. People like to follow leaders who are courageous and yet kind. I think it's a very good explanation. It's an unprovable hypothesis.
How much did you pay attention to McKenna's theory about the evolution of the human brain, of the stoned ape theory?
Yeah, I looked at it, but I didn't find it persuasive. And in fact, if you press Terence McKenna, he didn't find it entirely persuasive. It's an interesting speculation. It's kind of a mind game. He said it changed us at the genetic level. I see psychedelics as having had the level of cultural evolution, that there are lots of interesting innovations that people who had psychedelic experience introduced to our culture. And we talked about religion earlier. That could be one of hundreds of them. I mean, Steve Jobs talked about, his use of LSD is very important to his formative experience. And in fact, there's a whole tradition of computer engineers going back to the 50s using LSD that I wrote about in the book. So, but I don't see how we were selected genetically because of there was an advantage to the people who were taking psychedelic.
And so even though the stoned ape theory is widely a speculative idea and one without evidence or any grounding in scientific proof, Rogan really believes that it explains why we were able to double our brain size in such a short span of time relative to the duration of our known existence. He thinks it should be mandated in some way by the government to decrease crime rate and improve poverty. I mean, the way he was talking about it to Jordan Peterson was one of the most impassioned and emotional rants I've seen him give on his podcast in a while. Some would call it unhinged. It was almost as good as the time he thought that those two YouTuber boxers were actually father and son, and he was worried they had potentially given the son brain damage until Jamie corrected him. So when Jordan gave to discuss psychedelics, Rogan gave him the full history on the stoned ape theory and why we're still living blindly by not accepting it into the mainstream.
I think we're in a weird place in society where the term drug is a blanket, and it covers things that have vastly different effects. And the idea that psychedelics are a drug, for lack of a better term, that's what we use. I don't think that's what they are at all. I think they are probably why we became people. I think they are probably why society advanced, and I think every great ancient culture probably celebrates them and use them. Understand possible. The world changes because now you know that that's possible. You can live your whole life and not know that the most shocking, profound thing in existence is 3 hits away. 3 hits away. And all of a sudden you're in a completely different universe in 20, 30 seconds. That's nuts. People look at it as like, oh, you're just escaping reality, and you're like, it might be the source of civilization itself. It might be the source of language. It might be the source of the expansion of the human mind over a period of 2 million years, the doubling of the human brain over a period of 2 million years. These ungulate cows that were everywhere, they would shed, and then these psilocybin mushrooms would grow, and primates flipping over these cow patties. If there's something on that, they're going to try it out. And if these things are trying it out, and they're doing this over a period of 2 million years, and they develop language and culture and weapons, and they start thinking about things, and they become different than every animal around them. And this was McKenna's stone tape theory, which I'm sure you're familiar.
I've noticed lately that Rogan seems to be talking more and more during episodes. I'm not sure if that's a coincidence or he's actively trying to talk more, because he's known for being a really good interviewer and letting his guests speak. But over the last couple of weeks, especially when he's had comedians on the show, I did a rough estimate and it looked like he was talking for around 70 to 80% of the time, which is odd seeing as it's a guest-driven podcast. So I'm not sure if Joe's purposely having on lower profile guests so he can talk more, or he's just trying to have the episodes with conversation to make it to the 2-hour mark. I also suspect that he's purposely refusing to have on guests to talk about recent events. I heard him say the other day that he never books guests in to fish for viral moments or to join the latest trends, except we've seen him do that multiple times in the past. I actually think he's trying to prove a point and clean up his image, especially after Terrence Howard embarrassed him and ended up looking like a bumbling fool. The more I think about it, the more it felt like he took advantage of somebody with a mental illness to get views. And now that he's doing so well and selling out all the time, he's made it clear that he wants to focus on building up the Austin comedy scene and cement his legacy as a comedy gatekeeper who helped nurture young comics and boost their profiles by hosting them at his club and on his podcast. So I don't think it's just a coincidence or bad programming recently. I think he's really trying to send a message that he does whatever he wants and no pulling his strings. But as for Jordan Peterson, he's been having a rough time recently as well. Too Lazy recently covered his antics on Twitter, how he engages with the trolls and gets into arguments with random on Twitter for no reason, and being a victim of online hate and the target of death for him have become his bread and butter. I mean, it's half the reason he blew up in the first place. Wherever he's being interviewed, he'll always find a way to bring up how much hate he gets and how tough it is for him being a public figure.
So one thing to know is that if there's a dragon, there's a treasure somewhere. Really?
Right.
Really?
Right.
You know, my family and I have really learned this in the last 6 years because we were subject to abuse and assaults in the public sphere that were designed to be deadly. There's kind of a process here because you're exposed to that. And then there's an intermediary period where it looks like it might succeed. And that's very stressful.
Right.
That's usually when people come up with their apologies.
Right.
Because they're just terrified they're going to lose. Oh, I did lose my job. And I lost my place. Right. So, like, the cost is great.
And like I was just saying, at this, Jordan's whole brand is being a warrior on the lines of the culture wars. That's part of the reason why I stopped following him as closely as I used to. I remember back when he first blew up back in 2016 for refusing to comply with Canada's Bill C-16 when he was at the University of Toronto. Those new laws added gender identity or expression as a prohibited ground of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. And so after that, he became a public figure in the debates over transgender rights, especially when it comes to children transitioning. He's also still involved in a long and drawn-out lawsuit with the Psychology Board in Canada because he's been so outspoken on issues like global warming and the Canadian government's overreach, which has cost him over $1 million so far.
Your situation in Canada was that they wanted you to sign up for re-education.
Oh, no, that's already that's the plan.
Right.
I do sign up. They said already that I have to do that.
Right.
We have an appeal in at the moment that's blocking. So
That's cost me about $1 million legal fees so far. So it's a very hard battle to fight. It's very annoying because the accusations continue to flow in, even though that's a choice of the college. And I've already been sentenced to re-education of indefinite duration, right, until they're satisfied that I've learned whatever the hell lesson I'm supposed to learn. So that the only reason that isn't happening is because we now have an appeal in front of the Supreme Court in Canada.
So he's become a hero for some people for his refusal to comply and his willingness to fight back against the establishment. And for him, apart from fighting for his personal beliefs, being a cultural warrior also pays really well.
You're a father figure, sometimes a prophet, a guru.
I believe that I'm a guru. I don't think that you can be a guru and tell people to take their own way. You know, I'm asking people to develop a vision for their own and to adopt the responsibility for that, but it has to be something that's personal. But
Do you feel a responsibility then?
yes, absolutely. Fundamentally, this is supposed to be helpful to people.
What if I told you that you're playing on young men's distress to make all that money?
That accusation has been leveled at me before. I don't know how I'm playing on their distress, exploiting it or helping it. Look, I've said right from the beginning that I'm an evil capitalist. I don't make any bones about it. I'm not ashamed of making money. It's very hard to make money.
Can I ask you bluntly how much you make?
I make $80,000 a month on Patreon. My book is selling about 20,000 copies a week. I have royalties that probably amount to $1.50 on each of those. The tours are about $35,000 to $50,000 an evening. I have a business that's generating, I don't know, something in the neighborhood of $200,000 a month for me personally. There's some other smaller sources of income than that.
You are making a lot of money out of this.
I certainly am, and so are a lot of other people.
So if you add all of that up, he's probably clearing around $400,000 to $500,000 a month, which is wild. But at least he's open and honest about it. That interview was from a while ago, and he's since joined the Daily Wire, which was a absolutely controversial move because he's basically thrown away any degree of independence that he had before. People have accused him of changing his stance on various political issues and becoming a mouthpiece for the Israeli government and Netanyahu. But from a legal perspective, his battle with the psychology board over in Canada is actually really interesting because they don't really have a way of cancelling using him to comply.
Is it important to you to maintain your license, or is it important to you to win this? It's important. There's two things that are important to me, likely. One is I'm not going to let a pack of ideologically ad moralists, lying moralists who are facilitating the butchery and sterilization of children take away my license, not without a war. I'm in a prime position in Canada to undertake this battle against the woke licensing boards because I have the money, and what the hell are they going to do to me? I'm not practicing. They can't take away my income. And likely they can't block my reputation. Really, there's nothing they can do to me.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. If you think about an average doctor or psychologist who's in a similar position, they would have been stripped of their ability to earn an income, so they'd basically be forced to comply or face bankruptcy. JP doesn't have to worry about that because he's got so much money coming in every month. But the problem for me is every conversation he has turns into a political battle and point-scoring contest. I miss the days where he would just talk about mental health and tell interesting stories. Now he fishes for controversy by saying the most outlandish shit he can think of.
I've studied atrocity for 40 years. I've never seen anything worse than what's happening right now. And that includes the sorts of things that were done in the camps in Germany. At least the goddamn Nazis admitted what they did was wrong. They tried to hide it. We trumpet it as a moral virtue. We're freeing the children. It's like, no, I don't think so. Mothers, I think what you're doing is sacrificing your child to the parading of your moral virtue. Oh, my son, he's so confused. He thinks I was a girl, but I still love him. That's how wonderful I am. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, giving trans mothers to the Holocaust is pretty wild, even for him. Those impressions were pretty funny, though. But he also went on the podcast to promote his new online university called the Peterson Academy, which coincidentally launched on the same day he was on JRE this week. And like I keep saying, everything he does is political and somehow reverts back to how he's the victim of an organized effort to cancel him. The launch video of his new academy had almost nothing to do with actually being a student and doing a course. It was all about the Cold Wars and how the universities have all tried to cancel him.
Other projects that we're talking about.
Okay.
All right?
Sure.
We're launching Peterson Academy today. We're launching with 20 courses. Best lectures in the world. Very, very high quality production. We invited best lecturers I could find down to Miami. 8-hour courses on the topic they really want. Highest possible production. High level, university equivalent education available to everyone for approximately 1/20 of the cost. Why did I decide to build an online university? Well,
There is a crisis now in higher education.
President of Harvard University resigned today.
She's calling for the genocide of Jews, violating Penn's code of conduct.
We have a problem of affordability and cost of student loans. We have a groupthink emerging, and that warps the entire academic enterprise.
I think it's funny because I got canceled at the university, so I can try to return the favor.
I think they're doing that to themselves, right?
Yeah, well, we got a better marketing campaign than the universities themselves.
So don't get me wrong, I used to be a massive fan of Jordan Peterson before he became a political player. It's hard to watch his stuff now because he seems so ideologically driven. And I'm not saying he's right or wrong, but when your whole end is being a victim and constantly crying in interviews, promoting fat diets and living your whole life on Twitter, challenging everyone who disagrees with you and fishing for arguments, yeah, it gets very unpredictable. Both him and Joe are full-blown memes now, so I still enjoyed the podcast for the entertainment value, and I've never heard of Life and Josie Jokes and Kiss the Ring. But anyway, that's it for me for today. Remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon to see some of my uncensored content. The whole 3-part series on Tony Hinchcliffe and Kill Tony is up now, so go and check that out if you're interested. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Famous statue of Mary in St. Peter's in Rome. Michelangelo made it when he was like 23, some ridiculous early age. Yeah.
He was 23 when he made that. That's insane.
God, what were you doing when you were 23?
Telling shitty jokes.
And Rogan was always passing money around.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he kept me in business for a long time. Rogan did. And also never touched my wallet and went out to the finest restaurants. He paid like 3 times in a row. I'm very like, this isn't normal for someone to get around, but not consistently get around. It's weird. And then later we're walking back to the counter and hey, just so you know, like, it's not a power position when I pay for you. It's just like that standard meal for me is about a quarter.
I think of money as fun coupons. Sure, that's what I think of it. Like, how much fun can I have with this? It's safety. Yeah, but it's also like, you have all these fun coupons. Why do you have them if you're not going to spend them? You should be spending them. I don't think he does it.
I don't know. He's a positive guy.
So if you haven't heard, Joe Rogan is dropping his film in 6 years live on Netflix at the beginning of August, and the response has been absolutely brutal. Even Rogan himself looks worried at the promo poster, and the fact that it's going to be a live event just makes the whole thing even better, or worse, depending how you look at it. So I'm going to take you through the responses so far to the announcement, but also, as you saw in the intro, Ari Shaffir went on the Tucker Carlson show this week, where they discussed everything from the Kobe Bryant controversy, all death threats that Ari has received over the years for his controversiality, as well as his experience as a Jew in the modern world. Needless to say, it was boring as fuck until they got to the end and Tucker asked about Rogan's impact on the comedy industry as a whole. That discussion, there's a clip on one of Tucker's YouTube channels with the title, How Joe Rogan Single-Handedly Saved Comedy. And as per usual, whenever Rogan's impact on comedy is discussed, or just his comedy in general, the guys having the discussion are completely oblivious to the fact that Rogan's comedy is trash, take a look at some of the most liked to that clip. Joe Rogan, honestly, is a good comedian. That being said, what he has accomplished with his podcast is extreme, and his commentary when it comes to martial arts is top-notch. Joe is an average comic. Ari would be literally Rogan. So what started as a conversation about how Joe saved comedy ended up accidentally exposing Rogan for buying his way onto the comedy scene. But over on the Joe Rogan Experience, for the second time in 2 weeks, Rogan brought up the fun coupons. So we'll get into all of that as well as a couple of other moments from the latest episode.
I want to say who it was. That was listening to Ghost Peppers today, and I forgot I had it on my hand. I just wiped my eyes. Gotta clear up something. Definitely gonna forget about your head.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! What a glowing endorsement of this product.
Oh my God! It's all good though, because Sam's lobster shirt made it through the comedy mothership stage later that night for the full Joe Rogan comedy experience. Podcast by day and comedy mothership by night. But let's get back to Ari's interview with Tucker Carlson. First, like I said, they discussed Ari's background and contract, and there was nothing really new there. But when they got to Rogan's impact on comedy, things got a little bit more interesting.
So that's actually my last question is about the new platform for comedians. Like, how central is Rogan to all this to this ecosystem?
I mean, he is the best. The amount of support he has. I mean, there's times where he goes, some big guys. Oliver Stone wants me on a podcast, but I can't. I have to go Mike Raw today or tomorrow, so I'm already booked. I want to promote. Whereas everybody else would go, well, the name Oliver Stone will get more hits than this open micer, so I can't. He's just like, I'm the name. I'm Joe Rogan. So I want to put this guy on and that guy on. And this guy's funny. I want to push him to a big platform instead of like, what's going to help me book my show? It's like interesting a little bit. He just, the casual talking about the outlawness of stand-up has helped all of us. Whether or not you've been on his show or not, he's made stand-up more popular. You know, so now we can all just, it's succeeding on a level, it's a crazy level.
So, like, what's the effect on the stand-up's career of going on road?
Time is not as big as it once was, because there's thousands of them. But guys like Theo Vaughn launched off like a good early appearance. Tim Dillon launched off that. Dave Smith, really became well known.
I know all three.
Yeah, and you do well on that Joey Diaz, but like it was consistent ones, It's not like, it's kind of like the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson was a long time ago. Yeah. It's like, they say like, you go on there, you're a star, and everyone you talk to back then, like, no, you're 8th time on there, you're a star. But that whole week, people recognize you.
But unlike Carson, I mean, Rogan makes the call himself. He doesn't have the clubs in thing.
That I've noticed in particular since Rogan opened his comedy club is he's having more and more comedians on his podcast to help promote them, and then getting them up on stage that night and throughout the rest of the week to perform at the mothership. If you're a fan of stand-up and you're constantly looking for new acts to watch, then it's probably a good thing. But I'm starting to see more and more comments, especially he's been back on YouTube, saying something along the lines of, I'm so sick of all these comedians I've never heard of going on the podcast, or as soon as I saw the description of this guest as a stand-up comedian, I clicked right off, or I knew I could miss this one. There seems to be a growing sense of fatigue with all the comedians Rogan's pushing on his podcast, and I'm not just talking about the Rogan 6. And it's not just because some of them we haven't heard of, it's mostly because the conversations are boring as hell. Rogan gets them on and starts giving them career guys, telling them the same old stories over and over again, and that's probably why the view counts on those episodes are so much lower compared to non-comedian guests. At this point, I think Rogan's risking too much by investing all of this time and money into stand-up comedy. People are starting to get comedy fatigue, and now that he's back on YouTube, he can't hide the numbers like he used to on Spotify. More and more is struggling to hit 1 million views. And when you consider that Rogan used to get an average of 10 to 11 million views per episode, it just goes how many people have stopped clicking on his podcast. But outside of the show, Rogan is known for being quite generous with his and helping out his friends who were pro. Because remember, Rogan's pretty much always had a public profile, whether it was news radio in the late 90s, Fear Factor in the early 2000s, or being one of the faces and voices of the UFC for almost 30 years. He's always been a celebrity in one way or another, and he's always had money.
And Rogan was always passing money around.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he kept me in business for a long time.
Rogan did?
I opened for him for 5-6 years on the road. Yeah, we're all good friends. We're good friends. But like, so I mean, I can't just try to pass it. I mean, Rogan, he just rules for it. And it's a way of like, he's like, man, your openers well. He was paying me $150 a set to MC. The standard rate was 50. He was paying $150, and then paying Joey Diaz would go with this also $150, and the rate for the middle was $100. And then one day he called me, and Joey, he goes, hey, I'm sorry, I'm giving you guys a raise. And I'm like, no one's offering us that much. Definitely not more. He goes, no, you guys are headlining, you should make headliner money. Give you $250 a set. So we'd come home like as much money as I would make pretty much on my own headlining that I never got any work, by the way, but like it would have been the same. And also never touched my wallet and went out to the finest restaurants. You know, it was great.
That's amazing. Yeah, why do you think he does it?
I don't know. He's a positive guy. So for a while, he just brought Joey Diaz with him, and then and Joey was pretty coked up back then. He gets to the airport. He's like, Joey, where are you? Going to answer his phone. And then he landed in the new city. He's like, where are you? He goes, I came up. I missed my flight. I was like, I was at the airport. You missed your flight. He just called excuses, you know? Yeah. And so he's unreliable. He might not show up. It became too much. But instead of saying, you can't come anymore, he goes, I'll just bring a second opener. So if you don't come, I still got somebody. It's to have an employee go, I just don't show up a lot. I guess I'll hire 2 employees then. Just one guy. He was like, he's too funny. He's got to be supported. It's our responsibility.
That's remarkable.
Yeah. So I try to do that with like young comics. It's like, you know, one time I was.
Wait, so when your opener gets too high to show up at the airport, you're okay?
No, I've never had a guy like that. People too, whatever. But like, no, I'm not going to pay for your meals if we're out, like in a diner after a spots. It's like, I got it.
Okay, so I want to point out a couple of things here. The first thing is the time Ari is talking about is probably around the late 2000s. That's when he joined Joey Diaz and Tom Segura, who were opening for Rogan on the road. That's also around the time that Rogan left Fear Factor in 2006, which subsequently led to the show's first cancellation. Apparently, at the time, he'd been doing it for several years, and he was starting to burn out, so he decided to leave and focus on his stand-up comedy career. Now, you've probably heard him say this a million times, but after doing Fear Factor, he had fuck you money. So he left and started focusing on his touring and brought his buddies along for the ride. But one thing I didn't realize until seeing this interview is that Ari wasn't getting any other work besides Rogan propping him up and paying him really good money to open for him on the road. Incidentally, Rogan would go back to Fear Factor again when it was revived in 2011, except it got cancelled again after one season because the ratings were shit. So I think it's interesting to put that discussion in context, given that Rogan made most of his money at that point from Fear Factor and went back for a second go a few years later, but failed. But going back even further than that to the mid to late 90s when Rogan moved to LA, according to Ari, even way back then, Rogan liked to pay for almost everything.
It was one of those. He was like brand new to LA. He took us all out for like a standard hotel, late night food. He paid like 3 times in a row. Brand new to LA. This isn't normal for someone to get around, but not consistently get rounds. It's weird. And we're at Carney's. It was a chili dog place. And I was like, let me get this one. I was broke. I couldn't afford the standard hotel, but Carney's, like, it was $3 each, you know. And he goes, no, it's okay. I'm like, dude, please, let me get it. There's also like a man sort of like hierarchy thing. You can't get your hand for me. I don't know you like that. And I insisted. And he goes, okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And then later, we're walking back to the comedy room. Hey, just so you know, like, it's not a power position when I pay for it. It's just like that standard meal for me is about a quarter to it's about worth like 5 nickels. Yeah, that's why I pay for it. It doesn't. It's meaningless. it's not for power. I thank you for buying me coffees, but like, that's all. I have more money, so take some. You know, like if I just go get coffee at your spot, I don't have to ask.
See, I know a lot of people think it's cool and really nice of Rogan to help out his buddies for so many years, especially when they were broke and he had all his Hollywood money. But for me, it comes off as cringy. It seems like he used to be a bit over the top. If I had a rich buddy who paid for everything all the time, I think it'd get annoying after a while. And the way that he apparently told Ari that he doesn't do it as a power move, he just does it because spending money is easier for him. That within itself is a power move. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it seems like Rogan's been lucky enough to keep tripping over truckloads of cash, and to this day, he hasn't changed a bit.
Whereas I mean, when you fly, like I just flew from Vegas on Sunday morning. It wears like that day, you're like wrecked for no reason.
Yeah, you know. That's what I have a hard time like spending the money to move up front. You know, right? Like I spent $600 once to fly back from Australia in first class. And then the whole time I was sitting up there, I was dissing myself for being such a bourgeois pig.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. One thing that definitely happens is people develop this sort of crisis. You know, the imposter syndrome sort of thing that happens when you become famous and when you become successful.
I don't have imposter syndrome. I know I'm good at the job. What I have is like just turning your back on your ideals of like punk rock, like dumpsters. That thing's hard for me to get over.
Right. I know. I see what you're saying. Well, I know a lot of people that get the imposter syndrome thing too.
It's so weird to be. You know what I mean? It's so strange. Like I'm really grateful to be here, but it is just like also weird to remember how far away from this room I was for such a long time.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, this room's been around. Well, not this one, but one of them been around for 15 years. As you get more successful, you're gonna get weird with money. It's gonna feel weird to you.
What you make is what you save.
Yeah, but it's like, what do you do with it? Like, I think of money as fun coupons.
Sure.
That's how I think of it. Like, how much fun can I have with this?
I think of it as safety. It can be taken away at any
Sure. That's up to a point. Once you pass a certain bank account number, it becomes fun coupons.
I remember when I had my first comma in my bank account with my dad.
You got a comma down. Yeah. You don't have to do anything stupid to just prove that you used to be poor.
You don't have to self-flagellate yourself.
Yeah, but it's also like, you have all these fun coupons. Why do you have them if you're not going to spend them? You should be spending them.
Oh, I mean, I'm burning them down.
You get a nice car.
No, I have a 2007 Chevy Impala. I don't have a bunch of, cool jewelry. My wife got this for me, $400. It's beautiful. It's a great watch.
What kind of watch is
It's a Boulevard.
Oh, it's pretty.
Joe's funny coupons narrative is starting to run people up the wrong way. In my video from a couple of weeks ago covering Protect Our Parks 12, the top 3 comments were about Rogan being out of touch and talking about money in that way. And it all stemmed from Rogan's new idea to expand his comedy operations into opening a new club and also potentially buying a local theater.
I think we've already kind of accomplished something that I never would have imagined we'd be able to pull off. And I think it happened because the universe made it possible. All the things had to take place. I had to have the Spotify money, LA's falling apart, the coming out, all those employees were available. Everybody wanted to move. We started doing shows with Dave outdoors. Then we started doing live shows indoors at Vulcan. The idea, stop thinking about money so much. Money is only fun coupons. But you're a zillionaire. No. But you are. Think about the money of the customer. That's what I'm saying, man. Exactly. But thinking about making more money. I made clubs specifically to break even. I want to make it the best environment for comedy and not lose. That's my goal. I want to pay people well, have a good time. That's my goal.
So I don't think Rogan's referring to all money being fun coupons because that would be a crazy thing to say. It's pretty clear saying that he personally sees money in that way because he's so fucking rich, which is still douchey, but I understand what at least. However, when you take into account the things that Ari was saying with Tucker and Rogan's seemingly endless investment in stand-up comedy, he says that he's just trying to help out comedians, but the reality is it looks like he's trying to buy his legacy as a stand-up. Joe's been trying to buy his way into comedy for years, and it's working. Like I said earlier, he's always had money all the way back to his mid-20s. Have you heard about his Disney development deal?
I realized when I was young, I got a development deal for Disney when I was, I think I was 25, 26. And I got this development deal. All of a sudden, they gave me like $100,000. I experienced that jump when I got a development deal. So I was like, I guess I was 25, 26, maybe 25. I got this development deal from Disney, and it was like $150,000. Like, $150,000. All of a sudden, I had money. Like my whole life, I was poor, and my whole life, I was like wondering how I was gonna fit when I was on my own. And it was like, how am I paying the bills? How am I eating? And I felt like a physical weight lifted over my shoulders. I remember feeling light, like weight had been lifted off me. Like now I didn't have to worry about my rent. Now I didn't have to worry about food. And I remember thinking, this is the key. It was like I felt lighter. Like I felt, and then I was like, oh, that's the key. Like get the monkey off your back. Get the bill monkey off your back, and that's the real thing. Get to a place where you're not worried. So that means like spend less money. That means like live a more prudent lifestyle. Whatever you have to do.
That's how you get the fun coupons. Just get a Disney deal in your 20s. But what do you do with all the coupons once you've got them?
I first got my first development deal. You know, I've been poor my whole life. And I got my first development deal when I was like 24 or something like that. 25, I guess. I was 25. Somewhere around that. Anyway, the point is, up until then, I'd always been poor, and car next to me, like, a couple months later, he said, do you have a gambling problem? I go, no, dude, I'm eating lobster every night. I had all this money. I was like, bro, I'm going to spend it. I didn't have any thought at all about saving it. I was like, what? Saving?
That was me. I just bought a couch. I bought like a $9,000 couch for our new home. And I felt so much guilt.
Yeah, you feel guilt, for sure. But when you sit in that sucker,
oh, come on, Joe. Get your story straight, bro. Are we spending or are we saving?
Get to a place where you're not worried about your bills. If that means like spend less money, if that means like live a more prudent lifestyle, whatever you have to do.
What are we doing, AB? Anyway, to make matters even more interesting, Rogan announced this week that finally, after 6 long years with no comedy special, he's coming out with a new one titled Burn the Boats, and it's going to be aired live on Netflix on August the 3rd. I'll definitely be doing a full breakdown with clips on Patreon, so check out the link in the description if you're interested in seeing that. But one of the funniest things Rogan has ever done is given us the gift of his comment sections, and let's take a look at some of the top replies to his announcement on Instagram. So straight under Andrew Schultz kissing the ring, we've got he still hasn't given up on that stand-up thing. Years ago, I knew him from news radio and obviously Fear Factor, then found out about UFC commentary. Once I started listening to the podcast, I was surprised to find out he was a comic. After hearing comedy, I was still surprised he was a comic. Oh, no one never gets old. We all know Rogan ain't funny, still love the pod though. 6 years mid. Not sure who's worse at stand-up, Rogan or Shaw. I feel like Rogan should change his don't read comments rules or read the general consensus every 2 years at least. I'll wait for you to release another unfunny special. And this last one, you know the old saying, if you can't beat it, buy a comedy club to stay relevant. But it's so true, right? Rothschild was released back in 2018, and since then we've had the pandemic, which really blew up the whole comedy space with Rogan's help. He moved to Austin and he built a whole new comedy scene. And now we have the long-awaited comedy special to remind everyone just how much of a comedy hack he really is, further reinforcing how he has survived and grown his comedy profile by always being the richest guy in the room. That's what makes this whole Austin comedy scene circle joke so funny. The fact that Rogan himself is so unfunny. But I could be proven wrong. Time will tell. This could be the comedy special to rule all specials and finally cement Rogan as one of the all-time comedy greats. Or we could end up seeing Rogan sweating through his oversized button-up t-shirt while humping a stool and forcing everyone to laugh by yelling through the mic and making stupid faces. At this point, he's better off just hiring ghostwriters like all of his buddies do. Anyway, that's it from me. Remember, if you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. I just got part 2 of my Tony Hinchcliffe Kill Tony series last week, and I'll be dropping part 3 very soon. Otherwise, if you're not a regular on this channel, hit the subscribe button, and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
They used to think of lobsters as poor people food.
Not they serve it to prisoners.
That crazy? Yeah. Used to fish them out of the East River, like for bar food.
Yeah.
They would go like back in the 1800s. They'd
Those
go
were chicken tenders.
No, they're not Joe's. Yeah, they're lobster. It's our favorite food ever.
It's so good. I'm not over it.
I'm not over it at all.
Or sometimes a government official.
And you do this other thing, which is you teach. And your teaching is not good. You tell us stuff that's not true, that we can tell is not true. And then we say, okay, I can throw out the entirety of what he's saying. Well, 1 times 1 is not equal to 2. Let's start there. In fact, I'm angry at Joe because Joe should have pushed back on that. Joe is in awe.
The calculator says 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1.
Each time you do that, I want to slap you and say, don't do that. And this is one of the failures of Joe's bullshit detector.
At this point, I think Joe's bullshit detector has become more of a magnet. It seems like every week he's got someone on his podcast with a new crackpot theory to sell the world, and Joe's sitting there front and center, eating it up with a glass of whiskey and a bottle of Alpha Brain, slip in a few zins and call it a party. But it's no secret why he's sticking to this formula, right? Terrence Howard's first appearance has over 10 million views just on YouTube alone, and in a couple of days since his second appearance has been up, it's gone over 5 million views already. It seems like we can't get enough of the conjugal waves he's putting out to the universe. This time around, though, Terrence wasn't alone. If you don't know who Eric White is, stick around because I'm going to give you his background so you can understand what's really going on here. But first, let's take a look at some of the stranger moments from the episode before we go balls deep into one of the most eye-opening conversations I've seen on JRE in a while.
In particular, in Castile and Aragon, the Jewish leadership was
Shout out to all the bombs right now trying to figure out what's going on. What are these guys talking about? We grab the Harry Potter.
Tax farming is
This thing that you create is based on error, and it's a beautiful error. And I think people are just not going to grab it. What's the error? The error is that the arc cosine of minus 1/3 is not equal to 3/5 pi.
And he hires out for the middle man to take care of because if the king assesses, for example, that from one particular region and acquire, let's say, 100 gold coins, then he will appoint a politically a Jew who will go out there and using a network of employees they will be in charge of
what are we doing here, B? And so as a consummate podcast listener, let me lay this all out for you. First of all, here's Eric Weinstein. Well, he's actually a super smart guy. He graduated from University of Pennsylvania with a Bachelor of Arts in Mathematics and went on to complete a PhD in mathematical physics from Harvard. However, he never actually held a traditional academic position. He was a visiting fellow for short periods at MIT and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, but his main work was as a financial analyst and consultant, which led him to become managing director at investment fund Teal Capital. So the first important thing to note here, which Eric admits several times during this episode, is that he isn't an academic, and he hasn't been involved with academic institutions for decades. Basically, he's not part of the academic establishment, like, what's his name again? You know, the guy with the hat and the long sleeves.
Flint Dibble, wasn't it Flint Dibble? Flint Dibble. What kind of name is that? He's an archaeologist.
That's the one, Flint Dibble. Fun fact, that's his real name. Anyway, you've probably also heard of Eric's brother, Brett Weinstein, who is one of the biggest pandemic grifters, in my opinion. Him and his wife have the Dark Horse podcast, which has turned to shit since they've run out of talking points. But you may recall he blew up after the Evergreen State College controversy in 2017, which coincidentally was the same year he made his first of many appearances on JRE. Now, there's a reason I'm giving you all this background up front, because towards the end end of this video, I'm going to tie it all up for you and make sense of it. As for Terrence Howard, if you don't know who he is, you can check out my previous video covering his first appearance on JRE, where I go through his background as well as various other important details. You may also remember, if you've seen that video, that Neil deGrasse Tyson actually published a response here on YouTube to some of the claims Terrence made about him on JRE. Tyson's response came up on this episode as well, where Eric both expressed his respect for Tyson, but also complained that he can be an arrogant establishment academic who not only didn't give Terrence a fair shot, but also, according to Eric, didn't fully understand Terrence's theories to begin with. Now, a couple of more things just quickly. Rogan didn't reach out to Eric to have him on with Terrence. Eric was the one who reached out to Rogan with the idea of doing a response podcast with Terrence. And so after all of Eric's waxing lyrical at the beginning about how shocked he was at the response to Terrence's first appearance and criticism of Neil deGrasse Tyson, he ended up basically confirming everything Tyson was saying in his response video. So what started out as this coming together of minds to give Terrence an opportunity to really flesh out his ideas with a part-time mathematical physicist, once Eric realized that Terrence doesn't fully understand the basic theories that he's supposedly refuting, it slowly sunk in that it's all just riffing on horse shit, which is an actual quote from Eric. The irony is, Eric himself suffered from a similar response to his own theory called geometric unity, which he presented on JRE in 2021. Like I said, I'll tie everything up at the end and show you exactly what I mean. For now, this is how it started.
I wanted you to talk to someone who's had a deep education, and let's see like what he believes about these ideas, and maybe you guys can collaborate, or just like let's start from Eric. Like what out of the podcast that I did with Terrence stood out with you?
I was not so happy with certain things that happened in the podcast, and then I started hearing the response to it. I was much more infuriated by the runs than anything I heard in the podcast, because I thought that a lot of people just use their position of greater formal education in some of these areas to be jerks and to be really dismissive and pretend that they couldn't understand things that you were saying. So one of the things I wanted to do was to try to just begin by steel manning, because I've been really disappointed in a lot of the critique that Terrence has experienced.
Joe loves a bit of steel manning, So like I said, Eric's mission was supposedly to come on the podcast and help Terrence to communicate the best version of his theories so that everyone could develop appreciation for what he's really trying to get at. Remember, that was one of Eric's main criticisms of Neil deGrasse Tyson's response, that he didn't put in the time and effort to really understand what Terrence was saying. Now, as for Terrence, well, he was pretty clear that he was hoping to partner up with Eric to help legitimize his theories, but there's a problem. See if you can pick it up.
I'm trying to explain physics the way you explain. Okay, I want to get for a partnership at the end of this. That's what I'm hoping to win you over to proselyte trust.
There's part of you that's one person who does that. There's at least one area that you have won me over. I'm very excited about. But I'd like to get back to
what is that area? Don't leave us hanging.
The linchpin. We'll get to
Yeah, but you can't leave us hanging. Let you talk. Just can't talk. Stop trying to control me, you freak.
He's got a plan.
I know. He's got like a very rigid plan. We're gonna have a good time.
Can I get an ayahuasca Cheeto?
So here's the issue, and this is going to come up again at the end when I show you the time Eric tried to publish his theory for the first time on JRE back in 2021. Eric has a scientific mind, Joe and Terrence don't. For the whole first hour of this 4-hour podcast, Eric was constantly trying to get the conversation back on track and stop all the jumping around and endless tangents from both Joe and Terrence. See, Rogan just wants to talk trash, have a drink, and get and go and hang out with his buddies at the mothership. Terrence, on the other hand, just wants attention. He wants people to listen to him tell stories and riff and weave his way around his pseudoscientific theories, because he's clearly a Hollywood narcissist who thinks he's got all the answers to the world's problems. But Eric actually wanted to achieve something. He wanted to build Terrence's theories up from the ground so that they were all reading from the same page, to at least have some point of reference as to what Terrence was saying.
This is like we said, we start with the tetrary and I
Wait, no, we haven't gotten to the tetrary.
Well, you're just talking about
You have a story. Yes, and by doing the Nantucket sleigh ride, you lose everybody like me, because nobody thinks that's real.
See, Terence he's not an academic, he's not a systematic thinker, he's an actor who loves attention. I mean, have we all forgotten where his theories supposedly came from?
Can I ask you, Terence, before we go any further, what was the inspiration for diving into this, looking at this 3D structure and space inside of it?
They're going to call me crazy again, but when I had been kicked out of the world as a result of allegations, I had another dream, and that same being woke me up and took me back to where I was when I was a child in the dream together. And then I was like, oh.
And so after the first hour of jumping from tangent to tangent, Eric finally realized what was really going on. And for some weird reason, it reminded me of a Stanley Kubrick quote that says, anyone who has ever been privileged to direct a film also knows that although it can be like trying to write War and Peace in a bumper car in an amusement park, when you finally get it right, there are not many joys in life that can equal the feeling. Eric Weinstein was trying to help Terence write War and Peace, but Joe and Terence weren't interested in doing the groundwork.
The problem, Terence, is that you have a desire to go immediately towards what this means, right? Before you get to what it means, people don't even know what it is. You are, in part, freely assigned repeatedly between things that remind you of other things. Now you have an incredible storehouse of things between your ears. If you're not very careful with the mathematics that you're playing with, you are going to get so hot. You're going to see everything connect to everything. And so everything is going to run. And your problem is that everything rhymes to you because you know a lot of stuff. Your brain's very good at that. And what your brain is not very good at is putting the amount of rhymes that it sees.
I think one of the big turning points in the conversation was when Eric realized that not only can Terence not do the math behind his own theories, but he doesn't understand the math behind the established theories that he's supposedly refuting and providing an alternative to. Once Eric realized this, it changed the whole dynamic of the conversation.
The moment that these tetraeds disappear, that interior space, it's no longer there. The moment that disappears,
I don't know how to stop you from doing this.
Why are you doing that? Why are you stopping me from doing what I'm not supposed to be doing?
I'm so far out over my skis. I promise you what the internet is going to say the next day about me is how higher Weinstein's.
Don't read.
You're taking all the good stuff that you're doing, and you get it, and you're saying it, and each time you do that, I want to slap you and say, don't do that. I think what you're doing is totally canonical, and it's very, very natural. And I think you're building models, and you don't know how to do the algebra. You probably don't know how to do the differential equations, all that. Fine, I can point you to books. I can try to help you.
And so Eric eventually got Jamie to pull up the theory of everything equation to see if Terence could make any sense of it.
This is my community and how it thinks of everything in the world. Right? Right. Do you have a way of relating what you think about in terms of what my community has wrong? Does this mean anything to you? This is not a gotcha.
No, I'm just saying,
do you know how to read this?
As we're talking about I as imaginary.
Yeah.
Now D to the 4, I don't know what the D is.
So that's the volume element saying that you're in four-dimensional space, you're going to take an integral.
And Y to a negative G. Y to a negative gravity.
It's the determinant of the space-time metric with which you might have an issue. The rulers look one way or the rulers look another way according to Einstein. You have to put more weight or less weight on a region of space. Do you know what that R is? That's the foreplay. Then in the parentheses is where the stuff gets crazy.
So look, I have a very basic understanding of what the equation says. I'm just some guy on the internet, right? But you think for somebody who claims to have access to a whole new way of doing mathematics and not only would he know what the equation is and its components back to front, but he should be able to sit there and completely rip it apart and point to all of its holes and shortcomings. I'm not trying to belittle Terence or make him look stupid. He has a very good job of that himself. But he's the one trying to teach us everything. And this is where Eric absolutely nails it. He got Terence for trying to teach us things that are clearly false because he doesn't have a comprehensive understanding of the basics.
Then you do this other thing, which is you teach. And your teaching is not good. You tell us stuff that's not true, that we can tell is not true. And then we say, that's why I'm tired of what he's saying. Well, 1 times 1 is not equal to 2. Let's start there. In fact, I'm angry at Joe because Joe should have pushed back on that. Joe is in law.
The calculator says 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1.
There's a lot of wilds who don't push back on. I'm not sure. No, that person's saying.
I understand.
That's why. But also because I know that people are going to eventually respond to it.
Right now, we've got a crisis where nobody knows what to believe. And unfortunately for you, you were in a bad spot because you wanted to have fun. You had a show and it got really big. So that's why you're getting that.
All right, there's so much going on there. First of all, like I was saying before, Terence is trying to teach us things that are obviously false because he gets the simple fundamentals so wrong. That in turn paints everything else in the same light. If this guy truly believes 1 times 1 equals 2, then he's clearly batshit crazy. The second thing is, Eric called out Joe for not calling out Terence. This is going to come up again soon when I show you Eric discussing the problem and peer review in general and why he thinks podcasts are so important to fill the void. Except here, Eric's saying that Joe did a crappy job of mediating the conversation. So my question is, which one is it? Is JRE the right or wrong place for this type of discussion? But the other thing is, and this is truly brilliant, you guys are going to love this. After Eric completely rips apart Terence's 1 times 1 equals 2 theory and proves how it's completely false, Terence pivots and starts pushing the narrative that it was just a metaphor and he didn't mean it literally.
When I say 1 times 1 equals 2, that's a metaphor for challenging the status quo. But in me saying 1 times 1 equals 2, like I said, that's a metaphor that there's something very wrong with the math because math should not be done. That's why I keep saying the 1 times 1 is more of
It's not a metaphor to us. It is life and death.
I understand that, but it was really to gain the attention.
Never do it.
To gain the attention.
Listen, you didn't know and now you know. So he finally openly admitted that he made it up to get everyone's attention. And that for me was honestly the best part of this episode because that's what everyone's been talking about. Terence became the 1 times 1 equals 2 guy. He even got the shirt made and everything. Now, after Eric completely shut it down, all of a sudden it became a metaphor. You seriously could not make this shit up. But then after all the technical talk came to an end, the final hour turned into a discussion about Neil deGrasse Tyson and the academic establishment, and basically how the whole system is rigged to protect their own and exclude outsiders, which I generally agree with. This is where I wanted to get to, because here we get to see the true motivation behind Eric calling Rogan to put this podcast together. One of the things I've noticed about Eric over the years is that apart from being super intelligent, also very calculated. This is how he set it up.
Terence, let me ask you a question. Have I been fair to you this time?
You've been amazing. Giving me criticism on things where I've made mistakes. You've told me where
this is not available as a service to academics. Academics, basically, it's a closed little world. And if you don't come with protection, we stab you in the eye. This idea that Neil said about why doesn't he just submit to peer review is the biggest bunch of shit I've ever heard. I cannot believe how disingenuous this is. He calls you the worst insult in academics, which is there was a study called Dunning-Kruger is both an effect and a study, and the ultimate insult is basically your mom.
What can happen is if you're a fan of a subject, let's say, a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but about that subject to know that you're wrong. And so there's this sort of valley of false confidence. This has been studied by others, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. To become an expert means you spend all this time. It doesn't happen overnight. You can't just sit in an armchair and say, I'm now an expert. It requires years and years of study, especially looking through journals where new ideas are published and contested. That's what we have learned is the most effective means of establishing that which is objectively true.
So remember at the beginning of this video how I said that Eric went from wanting to help Terence communicate his theories so people would take it more seriously, to eventually explaining that he lacks discipline and needs to learn the fundamentals before developing his own theories. Remember the whole blackjack analogy of sitting on 19 and then hitting again and again and again? Is that not what Neil deGrasse Tyson was just saying there? I mean, for me, this whole episode was basically Eric exposing Terrence for suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect. Eric kept calling him out over and over again for constantly trying to teach us when he clearly couldn't get the fundamentals right. But of course, there's an explanation. You see, Eric has had his own run-in with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
This is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Just so you don't feel bad about yourself. Talking about me and my theory. You'll be able to talk about to Eric Weinstein about the new theory of geometric unity. This is from 2013. We are all wondering about that. Cosmos is not your normal talking documentary. In fact, it's the feature of the original that enabled the series to live for generation beyond the shelf life of hundreds of other science documentaries.
Eric's claim to academic fame is his theory of geometric unity. It's his supposedly groundbreaking theory that aims to unify the fundamental forces of physics, including gravity, with the principles of quantum mechanics. The problem for Eric is that he isn't an academic. He doesn't have an academic position, nor does he have any research-related position in the fields of mathematics or physics. He's a finance guy. And so when he wanted to publish his theory of geometric unity, take a wild guess where he tried to do it.
I asked you for this date, April 1st. This is a favor to me.
Yeah, why?
I want you to have this.
What is this nonsense? You give me a stack of papers. You know I don't like reading.
You're not going to be able to read it.
Oh, this is your unity theory?
This is the first copy. It got to version 1.0. I want you to have it. And
Listen, you asked me. There's all these equations.
I believe this is the hardest one. This is the hardest part. This is something that I've been uncomfortable about sharing. I've been in what I call the ice cave for about 37 years. I shared a little bit of it in 2013. I shared a little bit of it last year, April 1st. And I am coming to grips with a story. And in part, you don't know this, but you've been playing a large role in my thinking about this. And,
well, that's a problem.
I've been being
well, what is it? Explain what it is. What's this thing that you what is this?
It is, okay, this is the hardest thing for me to say. I have to not hedge it. I think it's
this down so that someone who doesn't understand physics at all will understand this in a way that they can maybe explain to someone else.
Go to Jamie, pull that up, jamie.com. Try pull that up, jamie.com.
Perhaps this is kind of like the wisdom that we see.
There is a team of people.
People are listening. They're not just saying. Very few people are saying. Well, I mean, maybe like 30%.
Okay.
If this is a problem.
Yeah.
This conversation is a problem. People are tuning out right now.
Okay. Well, if you go to pull that up, jamie.com, look, there's no way in which I can talk about tensor analysis, curvature tensors, the theory of everything.
I understand, but I want you to boil this down. You're not boiling it down at all. Why did you do this? And what are you trying to accomplish?
This is something I wanted to do on your show as a thing. Future and courage to take the slings that are going to come at me as I saw online, which is what I'm going to do today.
Today?
Yeah.
So this hasn't been online before? Correct. Okay, so the people that are doing it in front of us live.
Boom. People can now, it's going to debut tomorrow because we don't release it today.
Okay, so there are three things to pull out clip. The first is Eric's pissing in Rogan's pocket. If you don't know what that means, it's basically the fine art of gassing somebody up to gain favor with them. Whenever there's tension in the conversation, Eric immediately compliments Joe and thanks him for giving him courage and helping him to take risks and put himself out there. Classic distraction strategy, right? The second thing is Eric is clearly using Rogan for his platform. Remember how I was saying that Eric is calculated? Well, him and his colleagues created a website called Pull That Up Jamie, where they put up all the clips that Eric had planned to go through on that episode, except they didn't end up going through them because Rogan was worried that it was too technical and it would be difficult for people to follow, given that this was back when JRE was exclusively on Spotify, where there's a higher percentage of audio-only listeners compared now on YouTube. The third thing is Joe hates technical stuff, and he doesn't like having to read things. JRE is the last place for an academic to be presenting their lifelong theory of everything. Rogan just wants to get high, talk trash, and speculate about hypothetical, nonsensical bullshit to fill the void between his ears. Now, until people can accept that about Rogan, they won't be able to enjoy his podcast. I spoke about this on Patreon recently. Years to realize this. Once I did, I started to enjoy the podcast again. But my point here is Eric Weinstein clearly has an agenda. It's this seemingly insatiable desire that both him and his brother Brett have to be noticed, heard, and celebrated as public intellectuals. See, Eric coined the term intellectual dark web, and it's basically a small group of academics and researchers turned public commentators, including Eric, Brett, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, and Sam Harris. They fancy themselves as the final frontier of free speech and intellectual diversity. Now, I've personally consumed a lot of their content, and I agree on many things and disagree on other things. But my point is, just like the Rogan Six, without Joe, nobody knows who Eric and Brett are.
The sad fact, Joe, is that you build something that has some credibility. And even though you think of it as, I just like having conversations with people, and a lot of them are fighters, and I'm just a meatball. We don't have any other place. You can't go to the National Academy of Sciences. It's too politicized. We can't go to Harvard. You saw it just happened with Claudine Gay, who's still a professor. Podcasts, as jippy and shitty and as variable quality as they are, Jerry very much included, this is all that's left. And my claim is that I'll challenge. I actually think that this is a better place to do review. Because I'm on the hook here. By the way, some of the shit that I've said is probably wrong.
So remember earlier on how I said there was a contradiction in what Eric was saying when he called out Rogan for not pushing back enough on Terrence? But now he's saying that podcasts and JRE in particular are the best places for these kinds of conversations. I think what he's really trying to say is that these conversations are important as long as he's there too. Don't forget, Eric's theory of geometric unity was widely ridiculed as being overly ambitious and having gaping holes in it. So then, in a sense, he's kind of in the same boat as Terrence, except he wears a suit, works for a venture capital firm, and has a PhD. But let me put it to you this way. We know Rogan has these guys on just to get clicks and entertain the audience. He doesn't actually care about the mathematics or physics because, like you just heard him say before, he hates reading and he hates equations. On the other hand, he is basically Dunning-Kruger effect in the flesh, and although he might have a flash of brilliance here and there, he clearly craves the attention and suffers from delusions of grandeur. And so Eric found a way to weasel his way into this conversation after he saw the traction that it was getting and figured it could be a good opportunity to get himself back in the spotlight. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Eric's a bad person or he's evil or anything like that. I think it's interesting how all of this came to be. First with Terrence on JRE by himself, and then with Eric as well. Rogan's podcast is so big now that it's almost impossible to normal, genuine conversation. And it's not just all the pseudoscience I'm talking about. Even with all the comedians Rogan has on there, half the time they're just kissing the ring to get that Rogan bump and a spot at the mothership, laughing and agreeing with everything he says. And I was thinking about this towards the end of the episode. What have we all achieved from the two Terrence Howard podcasts? I mean, we knew he was completely full of shit the first time. Now we had Eric Weinstein to confirm that. So we're kind of back to square one, except with almost 20 million views. I guess that's the answer, right? Anyway, that's enough from me. I hope you enjoyed this breakdown of Terrence and Eric on JRE together. If you want to see some of my uncensored content, head to my Patreon via the link in the description. I'm going to drop part 2 of my Tony Hinchcliffe Kill Tony series pretty soon. But otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
The claim is that you pulled off the same thing by finding a cheat inside of the linchpin, which is why it's cheat. And I don't even think you know how to use this. I'm about to show you, and I'm going to show you better. The whole thing. Listen to me.
Tony's out there with the bird right now doing fully loaded. Oh, there you go. He's like, what am I doing with my life? Angry.
Bird Crusher is one of those two fat guys driving a unicycle.
He's the pregnant man emoji on your iPhone. Yeah. People hate on Bird. Like, no,
that it's so funny.
People hate on Bird because I think he over promoting every minute of every day. It's not that fun. Yes, exactly. It's not fun for the people. And also the people that are like paying attention to your social media, like, leave me alone. Like, stop being so goddamn needy. Stop thinking about money so much. Money is only fun coupons. But you're a zillionaire. No.
Protect Our Hearts is back for its 12th episode, and as usual, when you have 4 of the 250 biggest comedians in the world, there's going to be a lot of comedy talk. And Rogan seemed to keep bringing the conversation back to his comedy club in Austin several times, which has been open for around a year now. Apparently, it's already reached its full potential, and he's looking to expand his comedy club operations to new locations. There was also quite a bit of discussion around Bert Kreischer's Fully Loaded tour, which sparked Rogan's latest idea for a comedy festival at the Mothership. So I'm going to take you through all of those details, as well as Irish Shafir pissing in beer cans instead of going to the bathroom, which ended up spilling onto the floor. Yeah, Rogan and Jamie weren't happy.
Suck. Don't do it, Ari. Go pee out there, you idiot.
Listen, I'll tell you this. Next time, yes, but it's already pitched.
We gotta get you a catheter. This is out of control.
Oh, I remember my first beer. But in terms of the comedy scene, you could argue that there are 3 comedy kings at the moment. There's Joe Rogan with his Mothership Comedy Club, Bert Kreischer with his Fully Bloated tour, and Tony Hinchcliffe with Kill Tony. Now, when I say comedy kings, I don't mean the funniest or best comedian. That's obviously highly subjective and depends on individual tastes. What I really mean is the guys at the top who have the most influence over the comedy scene and effectively operate as comedy gatekeepers. And I think for Rogan and Hinchcliffe, it's a little bit more obvious, Bert, especially when it comes to Kill Tony. But I'm doing a 3-part series on Hinchcliffe and Kill Tony over on Patreon, so you can go and check that out. Find the link in the description if you're interested. Part 1 is already out, and Part 2 is on its way. As for this video, though, I'm going to focus on Rogan and Bert, because they have very different approaches to comedy, and now the comedy club is off the ground and well, it looks like he's taking a leaf out of Bert's book to launch his own festival, except it'll probably end up being a little bit more like Skankfest than Fully Loaded. Like I said though, Rogan brought all of this up a few times and it ended up consuming half the podcast. I seriously had to edit out so much shit because it became so repetitive. But it all started with Rogan talking about how he feels like his comedy club is alive. Like, literally sounds like he's been spending a little bit too much time with Terrence Howard. That's for my next video.
His club's alive. I looked in the gummy. It's like clean as a whistle. I think club's alive. When I first walked into that building, it's been around for so long. When you have a building that's been around for all 100 years, it's got a feeling inside of it. That's like the first place I went to, the Cult House, that I almost. Did you ever see the Cult place? I still think about mine. I thought about doing like, if we get crazy big, like if we keep growing, to have like, you know how like Mitzi had the Westwood Comedy Store?
Not far away.
Not far away. I thought about doing that. I
like that idea.
Another one.
You got like you can only have one A-level headliner in town the weekend.
That's a great idea.
It's here than more kids.
You know another thing I thought about?
Yeah.
Buying a theater. Don't say the name. But I thought about buying a theater in town and having like big name headliners in every weekend. You're always going to be able to have like top level comics come in and do theaters. So you have them come and do theaters. You have them available for pop-ins any night of the week. Come on by. We're all friends.
And you don't have to wait till you get a terrible Live Nation deal with a show.
I do stuff with Live Nation too.
What's going on with them right now?
I'm in it for funsies. That's what I'm in it for. There's not enough time in the world for me to pay attention to it. But I feel so much bad about the scalping. Okay, well, I don't do that. We have it so that if Ari Shafir buys 2 tickets, you have to show your license, you're you, I look at your face, facial recognition, I know who you are, and then you get to buy 2 tickets, and those are only your tickets. You can't resell them.
Okay, there's a couple of things going on here. First of all, if you haven't heard the other 275 times Rogan has brought this up, the reason why his comedy club took so long to get off the ground after the pandemic was because he had issues with another building he was looking at, which had previously been used by a gay cult. So it sounds like maybe he'll be able to buy that place again and get it going. And honestly, I can't think of anything more appropriate than Rogan expanding his comedy operations into a place previously occupied by a gay cult. But there's also this business about facial recognition at the mothership. I've seen this pop up a few times where people complain that Rogan's a hypocrite for always complaining about big tech spying on us, stealing our data, etc. But then he's using facial recognition technology in his own club. He went on to explain in detail that it's actually to prevent ticket scalping and to keep prices lower than other venues and other shows, where some people will buy a bunch of tickets to control the supply and then sell them at a higher price. By using facial recognition, each ticket purchase is linked to someone's identity, and only they can use them to enter the club. I don't know, I think it's a little extreme, but I get where he's coming from at least.
The idea is like, stop thinking about money so much. Money is only fun coupons.
But you're a zillionaire.
No. But this is thinking about the money of the customer. Exactly. But that's also, I'm not thinking about making more money. I made the club specifically to break even. I want to make it the best environment for comedy and not lose money, and that's my goal. I want to pay people well, have a good time. That's my goal.
I've said this before. I think it's awesome that Rogan has the time and money to be able to set up his own comedy club and become a major player in the comedy world. It sounds like his heart's in the right place, but perhaps a more cynical view is that he's just a rich podcaster who moonlights as a comedian and wants to build his own clubs and theaters so he can create his own comedy establishment to make up for being an unfunny hack with too much. Yeah, no, that actually sounds exactly right. Anyway, I'll come back to that in a moment because actually, you know what? Let's talk about it now. Rogan was talking about the early days of the podcast and how it blew up out of nowhere, but he didn't fully understand how big it had become until this one time he was doing a show in Chicago.
I remember I was on stage at the Chicago theater. This was like years later, and I still didn't understand how many people watched because I never looked at the numbers. Yeah, I was like, I don't want to look at the numbers. Like, I just want to do it, do my best. That's it. I'm on stage at the Chicago theater. It's sold out. It's like 3,700 people. So I was telling the story. I go, how many of you guys listen to the podcast? And it just went, yeah. And I'll never forget that day. I was like, whoa. What year was that? 2011. I was like, this is crazy. And then I started realizing, what am I doing?
Yeah, keep going.
Let's get a table.
No one ever asked. Just keep going. Yeah, I didn't ask.
Yeah, I didn't know that story. That's great.
It was a weird story.
Mike Norman's reactions are always fucking hilarious. And I love how Joe tells the stories to give people an idea of how much his podcast blew up without him realizing it, when for me it's more about how his comedy career blew up because of his podcast. I mean, that's the elephant in the room, right? How is one of the most funny, famous comedians in the world selling out shows? And speaking of unfunny, famous comedians, let's talk about the other elephant in the room, Bert Kreischer.
Just did Fully Loaded together. He's nice. Yeah, he's on the trail.
Tony's out there with Bert right now doing Fully Loaded.
Oh, there you go.
He's like, what am I doing with my life?
It's fun, but you do activities.
Shane is always hey, Shane, wait, welcome to society. You're awake. What do you want to do? Get the camera out of my face. Okay, we're moving on.
Should we ever film ourselves?
What activities they try to get you to do? It's like we're doing unicycles today. You're like,
Is everything documented?
Yeah.
There's always a camera, and I go,
Bert is still making up.
cameras out of it. Bert is making up for the fact that he wasted so much time on that stupid Travel Channel show.
no tickets sold from that.
None. Zero. I called Bert up once. I was in the main room of the Comedy Store. I called Bert up, and I was waiting to go on stage. I was like, what's Bert up to? And I call him, he's like, I'm in Vietnam on a motorcycle. I'm trying, I'm having the best time. I go, Bert, listen to me. You gotta get off that show. You gotta be the master of your own domain. You can't do this. I go, you're a great guy. You're hilarious. You're great on podcasts. You should do your own podcast, and you should make money off of that and doing stand-up.
So Bert Kreischer is one of those two fat guys drinking a cycle.
He's the pregnant man emoji on your iPhone.
I've heard that that story about Rogan calling Bert in Vietnam more times than I've heard. And every time another part of me dies inside. But you gotta give it to Bert. He's created one of the movie tours in the world with some of the best comedians going around, including Mark Norman and Shane Gillis. He consistently ranks in the top 5 best-selling comics, and he's doing all of that using the same material for the last 20 years. Just ask him, he'll tell you. I'd be interested to see the numbers, though, if Bert went on tour by himself and did shows with local openers instead of all the big names he pays big money to travel. Remember that time when he mentioned how much it costs for him to run his tour every month?
I can't imagine trying to break into comedy. Like, you're a young comic working this, watching this right now. Man, I wouldn't do it. No, I wouldn't. It's too saturated. Man, I got in when no one knew you could make a living doing comedy. I got in the gold rush of comedy. Like, I got in when I'm doing arenas. I shouldn't do arenas. Like, by the way, there's like 10 of us doing arenas. There's never been an arena comic before. It was Dice, it was Dane, it was Steve Martin. And that made sense. They were the greatest. And now it's like me, Tommy, Sebastian, Schultz, Rogan, Chappelle, DL. Like, there's a lot. Chris Rock. I mean, you stick at a comedy club and you're going to hit an arena act. I remember sitting in a hallway and we were talking about our buses and then transitioned into private jet. What best, like, what mid-size do you like flying the best? And that's comedy. That's comedy. That's just stand-up comedy. That never happened. It's like, yo, I was talking to a comic the other day, and he's like, your stage show, how much does it cost? When you travel with, I travel with 5 tour buses. I have, it's like 1.7 for a month is what I pay for my stage. Like, it's such a huge business. If you're a guy who just wants to make people laugh, you have to negotiate the open mic scene, which is insane. Then you have to get into and surpass the drugs, alcohol that'll be just in the comes every weekend. And they've got you into Hollywood yet. Now you got to go to Hollywood, try to pitch a show, and see if you're actually likable. I mean, there are so many hurdles to get through. You've got to start a podcast. You got to have a social media presence. You got to have a social media team. Do you have a producer? Who's doing your content for you? Oh, by the way, your digital footprint needs to be this, and that's going to cost you $10,000 a month. Where's that $10,000 from? You're not getting it from stand-up. I mean, dude, I run a business, and I run a fairly small business, and I am one of the biggest comics in the world, and I'm still going, like, I'm checking, sure I'm paying my overhead. Like, it's crazy.
Just listening to Bert talk about all of that stuff really stresses me out. Imagine having to do all of that without the Rogan bump. And it's interesting because compared to Rogan, who's so-called arena comic, he sees things very differently when it comes to promotion.
Tour is so fun.
It's so fun. I gotta say that.
The activities, I'm always people hate on Bert. It's so fun.
You know what I mean? I'm Bert because I think he overpromotes.
Yeah, if the trainers weren't recorded, they would be hella fun.
I worked out with The Rock. One of the things I said, let's do no cameras. Let's just have fun.
Yeah.
So we all came in, we all worked out.
Consider North Bachelor Party, that's what Bert ruled, where there's no cameras. It was like, making activity.
Well, the key is,
too hard. I'm sorry.
The key is moderation. The key is don't be promoting every minute of every day. It's not that fun. Yes, exactly.
It's not fun for the people. And also the people that are like paying attention to your social media, like,
stop, leave me alone. Like, stop being so goddamn needy.
You should try to tell us what you really think. I can just imagine Bert lying on his couch watching that clip over and over again while Leanne rubs his back between sobs, telling him that Joe didn't beat it. But the irony of Rogan complaining about how performative Bert is, doing everything for the cameras and having dedicated promotional staff working from his house full time to sell out shows, when he was the one who encouraged him to quit his job and join the Rogan 6.
Like, I go to Tom's. If you've been to Tom's, it's like they have a real production staff. There's all these people running around with clipboards, and it's like, I look at Bert's house, and people behind computers just typing away. What they're doing? Like, what? Social media, crazy, promoting arena shows. Everyone's going nuts. I want that.
But now that Rogan has his own comedy club, he's he's getting a taste for how important marketing and promotion is. And that's how I think Bert and Joe are so similar. They just don't realize it. It's kind of like Bert has a touring comedy club when he gets established comedians and up-and-comers who are JRE approved, of course, to open for him and to help sell tickets. And in yet another twist of irony, all of this fully loaded comedy tour talk has got Rogan thinking along the same lines.
Great gigs, you got the best crowds, killer crowds. You go get drunk, then you get back on the bus to drive to the new gig. And it's just a great crew, and we're talking and we're smoking cigar. It's a beautiful thing.
It's like it's very fun.
It's fun. About a mothership comedy festival.
Now you're talking.
Buddy, if there was a number above 100%, I would give it.
Let's do it, Daddy.
I've been thinking about doing that.
Where?
But here. Do it right here. Why would I go anywhere? I'm not going anywhere. Yeah.
There's 1,000. Yeah. The answer's yes.
The whole of the town.
It's just everybody here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're kind of doing it every week.
Experimental shows, but you do other shows. You do weird shows, like storytelling show. You'll do like fun, weird, interesting.
Brian sits in front of a giant crowd. I've been thinking about a lot of different ways to expand. Like we're doing so well. It's like it's almost like we have too many people that want to come versus tickets that are available. Yeah. And I'm like, I want to set a
A-level headliner room would be great.
Yes, I want to not just an A-level headliner room. I want a theater.
Yeah,
I think a theater. Yeah, I think a theater is the move, and I think once we get the theater, then we do like a second Westwood type comedy store.
I love it.
We do Mothership West.
I love how Rogan pitches the festival to them as if they're going to say anything but, yeah, that's an awesome idea. Basically sitting there licking their lips and yet another JRE-sponsored comedy gig that they can use to elevate their profiles. And that's not by mistake. Rogan admits that his only goal is to create a fun environment for comedians to come and name for themselves away from the bright, shiny lights of Hollywood.
I feel like there's more room. I really do. I feel like there's more room, and I want to keep this process of developing comics.
You need another club, though. It's too much. It's overloaded.
Yeah, the idea is we're gonna do other clubs. I think we're gonna be going. I think we've probably been open a year, man.
Whoa!
The next stage, I think stage 2 is a theater. Stage 3 is a second club, like a little bit further out. And we just keep going further, a little. And everybody's gonna benefit. The Cap City will benefit. Everybody will benefit. The whole idea is like make this the best playground possible for comedy.
There we go.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty obvious that Rogan's trying to be a modern-day Mitzi Shore and build his legacy, not only as a comic, but also as a comedy king. Somebody who helps to nurture up-and-coming comics with broken wings and self-esteem issues. Mitzi infamously rejected Jerry Seinfeld because he was too clean and already put together. Apparently, she preferred broken comics who needed to build their careers rather than comedians like Jerry, who already had their routines figured out. But Rogan admitted that there was a lot of luck involved with his move to Austin and having the resources to be able to set everything up the way he wanted to. Also, Ari Shaffir is fucking gross.
I think we've already kind of accomplished something I never would have imagined we'd been able to pull off. And I think it happened because like the universe made it possible. All the things had to take place. I had to have the Spotify money. LA's falling apart. The comedy stores closed down. All those employees were available. Everybody wanted to move. We started doing shows with Dave outdoors. Then we started doing live shows indoors at Vulcan. Because once I got here, I was like, damn, the Vulcan's beautiful. It's an awesome place, but it's just not set up right. I don't own it. I can't just like let it go crazy. I can't set up a system of like open micers and like showcases, and we gotta have a regular club. You suck. Don't do it, Ari. Go pee out there.
Listen, I'll tell you this. I
Pee
ain't
now?
time, yes, but it's already pitched.
We gotta do it. This is out of control.
My body's trained from doing so many podcasts.
I'll
Are you
challenge
over pissing? Ari.
Why do you do this? This isn't cool.
Piss on the ground? Did you piss on the ground? How much piss did you get up?
You went out on the Lauren Compton show.
Did you really?
I told him I'm not allowed legally. You gotta go bid. I'm not allowed legally. You gotta get new material.
Who told you you're not allowed?
Penis. LAPD.
What'd they say?
They said, don't. You can never do that.
LAPD?
Yeah, after that forum show. Call me. We talked to a lawyer. They said you just can't ever do that again. And I'm like, and stuff. They're like, listen, if you ever do it again, you're going to jail.
Whoa!
Yeah, Lenny Bruce. Jesus, that could be you, dude. You're taking a stand, taking your Breaking the law, breaking the law. You like a Judas Priest song?
Yeah. You seriously couldn't write this shit. Rogan's sitting there laying out his plans to dominate the comedy scene and open up new venues and put on a comedy festival. Meanwhile, Ari's filled up 5 Bud Light cans with piss, and Shane's telling him he needs a new bit. And that's the elephant in the room during most of these conversations, where Rogan and his comedy buddies sit around talking about how smart, funny, and successful they are. It's the same with Bert Kreischer. Both of them are close friends with some of the best comedians. For example, both Mark and Shane came up with the help of Bert's comedy tour and Rogan's podcast. The irony is that the two comedy kings themselves both aren't. They've cultivated massive comedy ecosystems. Between Rogan, Bert, and Tony Hinchcliffe, they're basically the new studio system in Hollywood 2.0. Tony manages the talent, Rogan owns the studio, and Bert takes everybody on tour and anyway, that's my breakdown of the latest Protect Our Parks episode. It actually wasn't posted to YouTube, and I think it's because of all the copyright issues Rogan's been having since they usually shotgun ears to different songs, and on Protect Our Parks 11, they were all complaining to Jamie that they couldn't play music anymore because they don't have the rights to play the music on YouTube, just like everybody else on here, and he's playing a bunch of different songs without any mention of copyright or YouTube restrictions. So it sounds like the guys had a talk to Joe after and probably told him that it's boring without the music, so Joe must have got permission from Spotify to leave the music in and not post this episode onto YouTube. I also noticed last week that they bunch of Spotify episodes onto YouTube in one go, and a bunch of people started unsubscribing from the JRE channel because their feeds got spammed with all of those uploads. They ended up taking them down, but it was pretty random. Anyway, if you want to see part 1 of my Tony Hinchcliffe and Kill Tony, see my Patreon via the link in the description. There's also a bunch of other uncensored content on there. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Norman, you're not even really Jewish, right? No. Norman's not Jewish. Everybody thinks you are. Everyone thinks I'm a Jew. Jesus, come on.
So I skipped over.
And I don't know what I'm chasing, and I don't know what I'm trying to prove. Maybe I'm trying to prove it myself. Maybe I'm trying to prove it to the industry. But I know I'm fully loaded.
Dad? Is it dad? Is it family?
I mean, my dad was a guy who was always like always sitting out of me.
So that's a fun thing, watching people crest into stardom. You know, like bust through. You know, see how they handle it. Bert Kreischer's a cautionary tale.
If you think you had to achieve something to get people to hang out with you, then it's like being the rich kid with an N64 who nobody actually likes.
Wait, so is that me?
No,
This might be the psychology of all of it.
Yeah.
Every week it seems like we get a new piece to the Bert Kreischer puzzle, and it's been interesting to watch how different guests go about telling Bert what they really think. This week, Stavros made an appearance on Two Bears, One Cave, and he managed to get several sentences out before Bert interrupted him, which has to be some sort of record. But like always with these modern-day comedian philosophers, the podcast ended up turning into a therapy session. I should say, though, that it wasn't entirely Bert's fault. Stavros leaned into it and had quite a bit to say about Bert's career and the way that he thinks, and ended up getting Bert to admit how much the money and fame has ruined him. But as usual, it all started with a humble from Bert about how hard he works compared to everybody else.
I'm always fascinated. I mean this as a compliment, because your generation is different than our generation. Like, I can't stop working. And I remember, like, you, Stefano, your whole group of guys were all like, yo, work enough so that you can enjoy life.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to, because I ultimately working, like, this idea that you have to constantly be doing more and more is so fucked up, poisonous, I think. And that's like, that is the problem with America is the like, capitalism's good up until the point where you just have to keep going. But it's like, why don't you just find the place where it's nice and stop? Why do we have to keep, why do shareholders always want more? Why can't you just be a profitable business and get to see your family and do all these things? And, you know, I think that is the thing where, I mean, most people my age can't, like, are working just to survive. So it's almost like this thing of the best thing you can do is, if you're successful, is like actually just get to live like what a middle class person got to live like.
one generation ago doesn't exist anymore. So all I want is to, have a good time, make some stuff that's fun, and then figure out being happy. Because the other thing is, being successful can make you happy. Doesn't necessarily make you happy.
I'll tell you, being unsuccessful makes you sad.
Really special about three fat comedians sitting around doing a podcast, talking about how hard they work. And you could tell that Bert was sitting there just waiting for an opportunity to mention how successful he is and how much he enjoys being famous. He's almost like the Kim Kardashian of comedy because he's not funny and he's become famous for being famous. People know him as the guy who sells out arenas, due in most part because of the fact that he brings it up at every opportunity. But now that Bert's entire persona is being a rich and famous comedian, it's become a running joke that he struggles with the fame and he's lost control of reality. On last week's episode of the Joe Rogan Experience with Tony Hinchcliffe, Tony was bragging to Rogan about how much he's blown up after the Tom Brady roast and how much he's enjoying all of the attention, which Joe used as an opportunity to throw a couple of strays at Bert.
Drake hit me up saying Casey Rocket equals GOAT. Actual Drake. I started dialogue. I go, who is this? It's unreal.
You don't feel it's real, right?
Great.
Well, that's a fun thing, watching people crest into stardom. Like bust through. See how they handle it. Or Christ is a cautionary tale.
It's wild, man.
It's wild out there.
It's so fun.
Just kidding, Bert. Bert seems like he's having a great time. I remember when I called Bert. Bert was on a motorcycle in Vietnam doing that stupid TV show. I go, dude, you need to be good with comedy. Quit that stupid show. You're too funny. You're too good. Come back. Come back.
It's funny how Rogan will make fun of Bert for acting the fool, but then quickly remind everyone how he was the one who convinced Bert to become one of his never-been-funny comedians he pushes on his show. According to Bert, though, the fame didn't come quick enough for him, and he felt stuck for a long time. He even equated the comedy world to the mafia and explains how he desperately wanted to be a man who everybody knew and respected.
I have a really sweet spot in this business in that, and Tom saw it firsthand. It's like I was on Travel Channel and like not really. I was successful, but not like not across the board. I was like, Bert's here. Yeah. And then Tom was with me when everyone started popping, everyone started blowing up. Tom started doing. His podcast is growing, and already he's got 700,000 downloads on his Skeptic Tanks. He's doing his show, and I got fired from Travel Channel. I remember being, it's not like you're a pariah, but there's a stink on you with other comics that look past you. And trust me when I say, like, I think even at Brody's Roast, like, Tom goes, everyone's like, oh, Tom Screw's here. And I was just, I think I sat at the table with you and Bush because I didn't know where to sit. Yeah. And because I wasn't like a made man, and there were like people show up. Like I remember Bradley Cooper showed up. I was like, oh, Bradley Cooper. And I remember being like, whoa. And so like I remember not being like thinking, am I cool with the fact that I'm 44 and it's not going to happen? And people know it's not going to happen. And people would look past you. They look past you at a party, or look at you in the hallway of the store, and they go, Chris D'Elia's here, and they walk right past you, and you're like, okay, and that's your life.
Of all the people Bert could have brought up there, he mentions Chris D'Elia. Seriously? Was there no one else? Yeah, Stavros wasn't going to let that one slide. It seems like Bert forgot about all the allegations and lawsuits that came out a few years ago, accusing D'Elia of soliciting nude photos and grooming underage girls. And even though Chris was never charged with a crime and maintained his innocence the whole time, he is still struggling to shake off the accusations. Interesting choice from Bert there.
That's a perfect example because I would say, what's Chris D'Elia's life like right now? You know what I mean? Like, the point of success, if your personal life isn't right, if you might have a couple kooky habits, your personal life, it's like your success is not going to save you. Sorry, now we're just getting into like therapy and philosophy.
I would be curious, and I hope he keeps in the podcast, but I would be curious of D'Elia's perspective if he's happier now. His life is less chaotic, less crazy with his kids.
That really wasn't what I was talking about. I wasn't really talking about him
slowing down career-wise. That was the negatives with Chris D'Elia. I was kind of talking about some other stuff he was up to. But that is a great insight into your mind, Bert, where it's like it does matter to you in a way where, and maybe that's upbringing, right? Like maybe you feel the need to live up to something. I don't know if it's like family stuff. I don't know what the background is. I don't know like what you want to achieve. And so like you were feeling like a piece of it when you're like 45, but you can look at that. I can look at that as a very successful career.
Yeah, but claiming that D'Elia is probably in a better place now that his career has quietened down is wild. And like Stavros said, it's so telling that Bert only sees D'Elia's downfall from a fame and fortune perspective, instead of acknowledging that he's a fucking creep who allegedly preyed on underage girls. So it's safe to say that Bert, his obsession with money and fame is so unhealthy at this point that it's hard to say what will end up killing him first. But in terms of how he views himself in the comedy world, it's almost a forensic exercise in venues and segments. He measures the success of a comedian based on which venues they're performing in, instead of the quality of their actual work. Stavros explained during the podcast that his own career goals are to perform stand-up all over, but more importantly, to have one really good comedy special he can be proud of, and that will stand the test of time. Bert's approach is he's all about the stats and comparing himself to the other comics around him.
I always thought you're a successful comic, both of you guys, like coming up, you're very aware of, now, you could argue what you're doing now is insane. Like it is, it's crazy. Like there's no other, you're both doing arenas. That's crazy. You got buses, you know what I mean? Like, and not one. There's buses for the stage and shit like that. I would argue that's dubbing too much. I mean, like, I would argue it's like you're gonna drive me crazy. I've told this too, where I'm like, you can't keep working like this.
Oh yeah, it's always been progressing. Clubs to theaters, theaters to arenas, clubs to rock venues to theaters, theaters to arenas. Arenas, there's like two tiers of arenas. There's hockey arenas where you can get everywhere, like 7,000, 8,000. It's just a great night. Or then you get Emily, which is 19, or in United Center, and then you go, okay, so 2 at the United Center, and then you're like, wait, what am I chasing? Yeah, what's this? Yeah, what's my point exactly? What am I chasing? It doesn't go bigger than arenas, and it does stadiums, but who wants to do 72,000 people? I kind of do. Tampa, I'd like to shoot one special in the Tampa Stadium.
Yeah,
I'm talking Sixers. I'm talking everywhere.
That would be a really great experience for the person in the upper deck. I'll tell you that much. Well, $200. You're the machine in Echo.
I heard 4 times. I heard the machine 4 times.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. It's like, at a certain point, what the f are we even doing?
Yeah. So did you see what just happened? Stavros brought up the fact that Tom and Bert are each comics doing arenas, and he was trying to make the point that you need to stop and ask yourself why you're doing it and if you're happy performing at that scale. But Bert took it as an invitation to start breaking down the different kinds of venues and how many seats there are and what he's used to doing. How stadiums are crazy, but he would still do one, because Bert. And good on Stavros for calling him out, even though Bert didn't realize Stavros was making fun of his obsession with large venues. Stavros has this way of roasting his buddies by cracking jokes and then tying them into serious observations. Like just there, when they were laughing about hearing the machine story echoing through a stadium, Stavros said, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. At some point, you got to ask yourself, what are we doing here, B? And just in case you weren't aware, Stavros actually tours with Bert. Bert's Fully Loaded tour is just a bunch of comics on the party bus doing massive venues. We're talking Bobby Lee, Dan Soder, Dave Attell, Greg Simmons, Joe DeRosa, Mark Norman, Matt McCusker, Tony Hinchcliffe, Whitney Cummings, and the list goes on.
Doing some dates with him just for fun in a few weeks.
You're gonna do the Fully Loaded?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. A lot of comics.
I have no idea. I just know we're getting trashed on the bus, having fun, waking up, doing it again.
How long can you do that?
I don't know how long he can do it. I can do it for 4 days already. Like, I literally said to my people yesterday, I'll make sure I get the first flight out of wherever that ends up.
On the bus, the whole deal?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah.
Do you know how loud Bert must snore?
Oh, no, there's no way we can. No, there's
Do you have any idea?
There's no way that's happening. I think the whole tour is a bunch of snores. Like Big J over saying,
Oh, Big J! For sure he snores.
there's going to be like,
If I snore, he snores.
oh, yeah, sleep apnea machines all over
Yeah,
the bus.
CPAP's plugged in everywhere. Snotty bus.
Oh,
sure.
hell yeah.
Oh, chance in hell that guy sleeps quiet.
Yeah.
So I think the fact that Tony took a few days on Bert's tour says a lot. That's how big it's become, and it's almost like the comedy tour version of Joe Rogan's podcast. Bert likes to brag that he's helped out a bunch of comics as they were coming up, Mark Normand and Shane Gillis. And even though those guys would have made it anyway, and Bert exaggerates how many tickets he sells, he can't deny that Bert has created his own little ecosystem. And so here's the punchline. Fame has ruined Bert because now he has to keep up the party boy act for everyone to want to hang out with him. He knows that if he doesn't put on these massive shows with a bunch of comics, none of them would hang out with him.
Life isn't just career and working. That is a very American thing of like, let me accumulate more and more and more, and let me no amount of money is enough. And that's like a way of thinking. I think that we all can't help it. That's how our society is structured. But I'm trying to stay away from that.
I always more around like that. And I don't know what I'm chasing, and I don't know what I'm trying to prove. Maybe I'm trying to prove it to myself. Maybe I'm trying to prove it to the industry. But I know I'm fully loaded.
Dad, is it dad? Is it family?
I mean, my dad was a guy who was always like, always said he was proud of me. And so I know when we did Forest Hills last year, someone said to me, really great show, and they were like, can you believe you created this? And I said, no. And they said, why did you create this? And then I said, I was drunk. And I said, because if I didn't create it, I wouldn't be invited. And they were like,
that's very crazy.
And I was like,
the psychology of all of it.
yeah, if I didn't do it, no one was going to ask me to do it. And I want to have a party. And so if I don't create it, no one's going to ask me to do it. No one's going to be like, hey, get Bert.
It's also not true.
Well, now it's not because I've done all these huge. If I didn't do those huge things, I would have never been invited. I feel like.
But that's also like if that's why people are showing up, those aren't people you want to be around anyway. You know what I mean? It's like the people that would have been there if it was just going okay. Those are your actual. That's who you want to spend time with. You know, and it's one thing to like meet people because you're just doing more shows. But if you think you had to achieve to get people to hang out with you, then it's like being the rich kid with an N64 who nobody actually likes.
Wait,
like,
is that me?
No, but like that's the point. Is that you're a great guy, which is awesome to be around, and people are gonna like being around you, whether you have this. In fact, by striving for these for approval from people who don't, you might be spreading yourself too thin and like just get over yourself like in a like very basic way, and maybe even. And maybe even those people that would have been around, maybe you're not paying attention to them because you're striving for. Oh yeah. Yeah.
My sister caught you drink one too. He's sober. Oh, Tom, I'll take one.
It does look incredible.
It's so good. Take a look at that. If you look at the bubbles coming up, look at the great ice. Ice is really important.
And see, this is huge. I think you should have just successful enough to be able to say, I would like a Campari Spritz, and someone brings it to you.
That's very successful.
You don't need any more than that, though. You know what I mean? Like,
see, right there at the end, when Bert's sister brought him and Tom some drinks, you can see how none of this is serious for Bert. He just wants to talk, usually about himself. Any attention is good attention for him, and any publicity is good publicity.
I was on coke one time and I pulled a piece of meat out of my ass.
Oh, man.
I had and I was like trying to, and I couldn't.
You went for the C-section.
I went out there and I pulled it out. I was like, hey, now we are going to bed.
God damn it. Yeah, that's fucking gross, dude. But like I was saying earlier, Bert's stuck in the party boy character that he created, and it's pretty crazy that he's finally openly admitted
that he does everything so he can be accepted by the industry, as he calls it. Chasing fame has completely ruined him. He thinks that if he takes his foot off the gas and stops putting on these massive shows, then everyone that he thinks is his friend will slowly fade away. Bert knows he's not going to get invited to the party, so he throws the party himself. All he wants is to be included in the cool group and for everyone to cry at his funeral. And even when Stavros pointed out that it's not worth chasing the approval of all those comics if they're not your true friends, Bert just changed the subject and wants to talk about the bubbles in his drink. Buying your friends in your mid-50s is wild, and even if most of those comics are his true friends anyway and they value his friendship, he still believes deep down that they wouldn't invite him to the party if he didn't throw it himself. Stavros is 35 years old, he's 20 years younger than Bert, and he's giving him basic life advice. Meanwhile, Tom's just sitting there counting down the minutes until he can get out of Bert's studio and get back to Boston. The whole dynamic of these podcasts is just nuts. Anyway, that's it from me. If you ended up enjoying this video and want to see more of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon where I can speak freely without any copyright restrictions and away from YouTube's censor regime. Check out the link in the description. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Bobby was like that too when I would open for Bobby. And I'm much more of a Bobby Kelly. Okay, I'm much more of a let me get my head right for the show type of guy. We would go out, we'd be smoking cigars, we'd be talking to fans, real extra. We'd have dinner. We'd really go to a big dinner right before the show, and I'm like, bro, I need usually after too. Honestly, we may have been fatter than you were drunk. You know what I mean? Which is tough to pull off, bro. We might have been. We were crushing food in a fucked up way.
If Terrence Howard somehow or another, if it's the craziest story ever, and Terrence Howard is literally one of the smartest guys that ever lived, and he's got all these genius ideas and inventions, and even though he seems crazy, it seems just insane that this is coming from an actor. This is from the Hustle and Flow guy? What? I understand it, though. I understand it. I understand. It made sense. To me, he's making sense.
I recently learned I got name checked by Terrence on his recent appearance on Joe Rogan. What can happen is if you're a fan of it, let's say, a hobbyist, what's called, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not subject to know that you're wrong. This has been studied, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect.
So it looks like Terrence Howard was the straw that broke Joe Rogan's brain. It's been since he appeared on JRE, and with almost 10 million views on YouTube, apart from the Cat Williams episode with 20 million, Terrence has been the gift that keeps on giving. In almost every episode since, Rogan or his guest has brought up Terrence and his theories, but none have been more entertaining than episode with chef-turned-rapper Action Bronson. Their discussion of teriology has to be the dumbest conversation I've ever heard on Joe Rogan's podcast. And in one of the most perfect manifestations of irony put forth by the universe, Neil deGrasse Tyson dropped a diss track video setting the record straight on all the shit that Terrence Howard was talking about him in that now infamous podcast.
I recently learned I got name checked by Terrence Howard on his recent appearance on Joe Rogan.
I reached out to DeGrasse Tyson. You know DeGrasse Tyson. He was like, hey man, yeah, I'd love for you to come on my show, do my radio, do my TV thing. Love that. I was like, yeah, but I've got something I want to introduce to you.
I got name checked because 8 years ago, he sent me a 36-page treatise.
And it was only 36 pages.
So this is Terrence Howard attempting to reinvent mathematics and physics.
So now Tyson and Terrence are officially beefing. Tyson's diss track was 17 minutes long, and in 2 days since its drop, it has well over 3 million views. And like we just saw, he dusted off the document that Terrence sent him 8 years ago to go through and set the record straight for the lies that Terrence has been saying about him.
In this particular case, since I basically solicited it from him, I actually spent time reading every line, all 36 pages, and I commented. My comments are in red here. See that? I spent a lot of time on it, and I thought, out of respect for him, I should do is give him my most informed critical analysis that I can. In field, we call that a peer.
All jokes aside, this was one of the most humble takedowns I've ever seen. Neil was so polite, methodical in the way he refuted not only Terrence's pseudoscientific theories, but also his personal shots at Neil's integrity and character, which turned out to be completely and potentially defamatory. But Tyson isn't as squeaky clean as he might have you believe. Back in 2018, when the Me Too movement was in full swing, accusations started coming out about Tyson's past behavior, which were quite serious. Tyson denied the more serious allegations, which to this day remain unproven. However, he did admit to some inappropriate behavior with women, and he apologized for it. So there's definitely some fuel in there for Tyson and Terrence's beef. I covered some of Terrence's indiscretions in my recent video on his JRE appearance, including how Terrence actually pleaded guilty to charges relating to the stalking, harassment, and assault of his ex-wife. Once again, Cat Williams is tapping us on the shoulder and whispering, "I told you so." But just before we ascend to Mount Stupid with Rogan and Action Bronson, take a look at Tyson's polite but brutal takedown of Terrence Howard.
Make it clear that I'm delighted when I see people with active minds trying to tackle the great unknowns in the universe. It's a beautiful thing that people want to participate on this frontier. What can happen is, if you're a fan of a subject, let's say, a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not enough about that subject to know that you're wrong. And so there's this sort of valley in there, a valley of false confidence. This has been studied by others, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's the phenomenon where a little bit of knowledge, you over-assess how much of that subject you actually know. And then when you learn even more, you realize, no, I didn't know as much as I thought I did. So then there's a sort of a lull there. And then when you learn even more, you come back up. Ultimately, learning enough to know whether you were right or wrong. To become an expert means you spend all this time. It doesn't happen overnight. You can't just sit in an armchair and say, I'm now an expert. It requires years and years of study.
Regulars of this channel will be familiar with Joe Rogan and his 6 never-been-funny comedians' dedication to the Dunning-Kruger effect. I've covered this several times across many different videos. Some of the biggest offenders have been Bert Kreischer, Andrew Schultz, Brandon Schwab, and of course Papa Rogan himself. Now, thanks to Neil deGrasse Tyson, we can add Terrence Howard to that list, because we really needed a scientist to tell us what we already knew, right? Anyway, let's head over to Mount Stupid to get the latest analysis on the frontiers of mathematics and science. This is how it started.
By the way, I feel like it sometimes when I come on here. Terrence Howard. I don't even know what to say. I was like Googling to talk about after that. What the what in the actual? I understand it though.
I kind of
understand it. I understand.
I mean, it made sense.
To me, he's made. He's making believe.
There's no way he's a lunatic. Like, I've heard
you can't just come up with
things. I'm like, I don't think that's correct. He knows too much. So is he correct? I don't know. And then that's what has to happen is Terrence Howard has to sit down with someone who's an academic, someone who's got a PhD in whatever discipline they're talking about, and they can have a discussion. It all makes sense, but I'm a moron.
No, you're not.
But if you're talking to a mathematician, if you're talking to a physicist, someone who actually can understand what these computations mean, what he's trying to say about 1 multiplied by 1 can't be.
Is I believe that. I see it more in a linear way, not a linear way, a different way than him, like more similarly to him.
Right. Okay. There's something I recently noticed, and I discussed it on my latest Patreon video about Rogan making stuff up. And it's that there's a whole bunch of people out there that want to believe pseudoscientific theories, either because they're bored of the truth, or they can't understand the truth, or they're just following mainstream ideas. So as much as I want to shit on Action Bronson for the things he's saying there, I also kind of understand where he's coming in this weird, strange way, and that could be one of the reasons why Rogan's podcast is so popular. He's breathing life into all these crazy ideas at a time when trust in the scientific community and the government is at all-time lows. I'll talk on because Joe and Bronson start talking trash about scientists, which was pretty funny. As for Terence Howard, though, clearly anyone who understands fractions and basic multiplication and division can prove his theories wrong. But 8 years ago, when Tyson peer-reviewed Terence's paper, this is what he had to say about it.
I'm going to read you just my opening line here. It's titled 1 times 1 equals 2. So I lead off by saying, this is an ambitious work that is a clear indication of a restless, active mind. Within these pages, however, there are many assumptions and statements that are underinformed, misinformed, or simply false, thereby compromising or nullifying many of the subsequent conclusions you have drawn. It can never occur that the square root of a given number, when added to itself, is greater than the initial number squared, for that would expose a loose thread within the fabric of our understanding, a loose thread capable of unraveling the very ground rules of mathematics. That's a bold statement. So then I just say, this opening thesis is false. There are plenty of examples of this that have escaped your attention. His statement is shown to be false for every number that's less than 1 and greater than 0. For example, the square root of 0.64 is 0.8 when it is bigger than 0.64, and it's a larger number than the original. And 0.64 squared equals 0.4096, a smaller number than the original, to the extent that the next 35 pages depends on your stated thesis. This fact undermines your claims and assumptions and conclusions. It's not about feelings here. It's about objective reality.
Bro just pulled Ben Shapiro's "Facts Don't Care About Your Feelings" on Terence Howard. And it's funny that Tyson brought up feelings versus reality there. A lot of the pseudoscience that Rogan promotes is based off feelings. For example, even Terence himself explained to Rogan how these theories came to him when he channeled the memories of being in his mother's womb and accessed an untapped part of his consciousness by having inception dreams within dreams, giving him access to a mansion of knowledge full of shapes representing solutions to the world's problems.
You felt like that, like from the womb. I had to. You felt like you had these things that you didn't get out in a previous lifetime, and now you feel like I'm unstoppable. I have to. I remember all of that. You remember coming out. You remember being graphic. You remember being born. You remember being circumcised. You remember the whole nine. But for me, that's where it started. In there. And then when I was about 5 years old, I had another dream. And this room filled up with like this fluid, a dark fluid. And I could see the ripples of it moving around. And there was a being there. And I remember being walked through that fluid. He said to me, if you could have anything in the world, what would it be? I said to him, I want to know how everything works. And at that moment, he used his left hand and he opened up the door. And there was this mansion, big brown doors. And inside of it was this crystalline flowers. Big crystalline flowers, like a giant, like 5 feet across. And trying to see his face, he would reach in and hand me another shape. Each shape was different and amazing. And I woke up from that dream. But after that moment, anytime something strange would happen in a dream, I had powers of inception. Anytime something, I would be naked at school, I would say, I'm not naked. I must be dreaming. And immediately, I would run out of school or run out where I was, and I would find that mansion again. And I had all the knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know how any sane person can listen to that and conclude that they're sitting the genius. Like, the amount of rope that Rogan gave this guy is wild. If he wasn't such a rich and famous movie star, he would have been committed by now. Anyway, back to the conversation with Action Bronson. Oh man, this is that keeps forgiving.
He's talking about the periodic tables. This is what's. Wait a minute. What are you doing? How can you do this?
I understand about because of music. I understand the way that I feel what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like, stop trying to uncover just all these little micro bullshit.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm trying to regurgitate what I heard.
Always be cautious of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
As far as all the elements in between.
Yeah.
Like, why are they there when they're just...
You know what I'm talking about? Never explain this to me with this guy. She was frustrated to
I can't even remember what I'm trying to say, but you know.
Yeah. The way he was explaining how everything's connected.
Exactly.
Yeah. When you look at it like the way he was describing it, you're like, oh, wow, that kind of makes more sense. It does make sense. That's it. I mean, it just looks beautiful.
That's fine.
So there's a lot going on in there. First of all, the way the periodic table of the elements is structured is based off the number of protons in the nucleus of an atom, which gives you each element's atomic number. This way of organizing the elements was developed over several decades throughout the 19th century, but let's throw all of that out the window because it makes sense to Joe Rogan that the periodic table should be structured based off Terence Howard's frequency vibration theory, which also makes sense to Action Bronson because he can feel it too. Man, I love the internet. And did you hear what Bronson was saying there about there being too much microanalysis? This is the part that I find the most interesting because I've heard this before. It's the idea that the world is overanalyzed and we're thinking about everything in too much detail. We just need to step back and go with our feelings.
Because of music, I understand the way that I feel what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like, stop trying to uncover just all these little micro bullshit.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm trying to take what I heard.
See, that's so interesting, right? That kind of thinking on a mass scale is pretty scary. Remember what I was saying earlier about the scientific community and governments around the world is at a low point? Well, it's not a stretch of the imagination to see that if enough people catch on to that same way of thinking, which is basically to stop digging for the truth using the scientific method and just accept what feels right or whatever theory is the easiest to understand, well, you can see how if that thinking was to reach the top levels of government and our most important institutions, it could fundamentally change the way we see the world and how we organize ourselves. It's already happening in some of the top universities. That's why I think it's important for the government to be transparent and honest about what they're doing and why they're doing it, because if they don't and people lose enough trust, there's a massive hole there that's eased with pseudoscience, not to mention all of the political agendas at play. And I know that Rogan's just talking, and most people like myself are only watching stuff for the entertainment value, but every now and then you see a glimpse of the growing distrust we have of the scientific community coming out in these conversations.
That's dope. I need to know if this is true. I'm going to send you this, but it's so cool that I hoped and prayed that it was true, and I didn't even want to Google it. But it's that they took these photons. Did you see it? I didn't find. I googled it, couldn't find anything. How could this be fake? Like, why would they be lying to me, Jamie? Why would they be lying to me, Jamie? It's quantum entangled photons. So, this is what it looks like. That's quantum entangled photons. Now, again, for the record, I am a fucking idiot, okay? I don't even know what that means. I can say those words, quantum entangled photons, because you can be like, write down, without any Googling in an essay what a quantum entangled photon exactly is. Well, I think what it is these particles are entangled in some way where they don't have to be in the same place and time, but they react to each other. There's some method or some way of understanding how this is done. It's all swirly, yellow legal pad, chalkboard with a bunch of squiggles that you don't understand. Bananas talk. First of all, I don't trust these super dorks at all. Look at the photos of those people.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're pretty young.
Yeah, they're all too smart. I don't trust them. They're speaking gibberish.
I need to see some old guys who came up with all this motherfucking holography. Like, what the fuck is that? Where did this come from now?
scientist dudes and gals and non-binary folks.
So I get that they're just talking shit and having a laugh. I know most of you watching get that as well, but there's a bunch of people out there who believe all of this and take it at face value. Don't forget that most of the comments on the Terrence Howard episode with thousands of likes, they were all supporting his theories and agreed that he's a genius and his theories should be studied more deeply and taken more seriously. And what about this idea that a scientist should look a certain way, but then Terrence Howard should be a trusted scientist as well? That is such a mind-blowing contradiction. As for Rogan, though, he's been quite open about how badly he wants aliens and UFOs to be real, and I think that's where his overindulgence in these theories come from. In his defense, he doesn't claim to have definitive evidence or to believe 100% in these theories. He always toes the line and says he's just asking questions and having conversations, but he always seems to be looking for the answers in the wrong places.
Well, I would imagine that there's probably more to all these things.
Those toys he made, the figures.
Even our mathematics, as brilliant as the people are who have created all the formulas that everyone's studying, I would imagine that in the future they're going to have even better methods of figuring things out, and that all these things are going to evolve. That they're not perfect. If we want to get to like what alien civilization looks like, we want to get to like super insane levels of technology where they control all of the atmosphere. They literally can harness the power of stars. Like, there's so much work to do. Like it's the craziest story ever. And Terrence Howard is like literally one of the smartest guys that ever lived. And he's got all these genius ideas and inventions. And even though he seems crazy, it seems just insane that this is coming from an actor. This is from the Hustle and Flow guy?
So like I was saying, it seems like Rogan really just wants to believe Terrence, even though he knows it all sounds a little bit crazy. And Neil deGrasse Tyson actually called out Terrence for using false logic to prove his theories. Terrence tried to compare himself with some of the most famous scientists in history by pointing out that some of them were ridiculed in their lifetimes, like he is.
We go to page 2, and in here, he mentions people who he declared were persecuted because their vision exceeded the myopic view of their contemporaries. And he mentions Walter Russell, Nikola Tesla, John Keeley, and many, many more. Regarding your list of people who have made brave sacrifices, I know that to be a genius is to be misunderstood, but to be misunderstood is not to be a genius. The work of Walter Russell, has eluded any experimental support, and the work of Keeley is generally not reproducible. Science is about reproducibility. I can have the most brilliant, crazy, fun idea ever, and if I perform an experiment and no one else can duplicate that experiment, it belongs in the trash heap. It's me in my own world, thinking I've landed on an objective truth, when in fact I haven't. That's how science works. I think on Rogan, Terrence said that I trashed those 3 researchers.
The tack that I talked about Walter Russell and Victor Schauberger and John Keeley and Tesla as the people that I look up to. So he threw shit on he was like, well, Tesla stuff worked, but Tesla was never really respected.
When I'm just simply stating the fact, I don't think of it as trashing. I think of it as being honest. I could have softened it, but I don't think that's what people who care about you should do. People who care will be honest with you about ideas. Just always be cautious of the Dunning-Kruger effect. You put in a little bit of work and you have an idea, and then you think your idea is right, and then Einstein is wrong, and Newton is wrong, and then everybody's wrong, and then all of modern astrophysicists are wrong. That's bold. That's bold. Audacious.
So I don't think that Tyson would have dropped this video if Terrence had so badly misrepresented response to the 36-page paper that he sent in 8 years ago. It turns out that Tyson was actually quite respectful and for the most part helpful when he was critiquing Terrence's paper, but Terrence wanted to make him out to be this scientific establishment villain. Luckily, Tyson brought receipts.
I will note that from this work, Terrence produces art, sculptural art, which I find to be intriguing, even beautiful. To be more intriguing than beautiful, because you got to look at it, you keep looking at it, what is that? What's going on there? I just want to read you my ending comments here. I could not follow the reasoning of these last few pages, but the illustrations are beautiful, regardless of how they were derived. My notes have been strongly critical of your reasoning and conclusions. I was candid and blunt out of respect for the energy you have clearly invested in this work. But if you're sure that you are still right and have completely misunderstood your thesis, then you need to look for another person to evaluate what you have done and solicit their comments. In any case, like I say above, the images and illustrations in your final pages are beautiful works of art like any I have seen. That's to you, Neil. So, in case people wanted to know what actually went down,
So now that we know what really went down between Terrence and Tyson, it just makes Terrence even worse. He clearly made stuff up to make Tyson look bad, as if he was up against this big scientific machine that wouldn't take him seriously. And just think about this, right? You could just send Neil deGrasse Tyson a 36-page paper with no scientific background or credentials and get such a detailed and considered response. Terrence has had so many opportunities to get his eye across, yet he claims that he's being censored by the government and the CIA, etc. They're switching his phone off and listening to all his communications. Meanwhile, he was speaking freely for 3 hours podcast in the world. But let's hope that Terrence hits back at Tyson and we get a full-on public beef going. I think the ultimate would be if Rogan got both podcasts for a debate, maybe even get Flip Dibble on there too, just so I get to say his name a bunch of times in another video. But something tells me Tyson would probably turn down that invitation. Anyway, that's it from me. If you ended up enjoying this video and you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon where I can speak freely without any copyright restrictions and YouTube censorship regime by the link in the description. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
A method called biphoton digital holography uses an ultra-high precision camera and can be used to massively speed up future quantum measurements.
Well, that's all bullshit. It's not real time. It's not real. It's like it's like the AI shit. That's not a real image. They colored it and fixed it and put fade and brightness and you know, like how does that?
I don't know if they did. This is a reconstruction of a holographic
demolished. I'm a total moron.
So George, we'll talk about other things, but I want to open up by saying that I'm sorry. I feel break down what happened with the Paul podcast. I've gotten a lot of DMs saying that you're trying to grab me up, break your wrists.
God, I know that you brought us here for a reason, and I'm so excited to be here.
So Bobby Lee and George Janko finally managed to get on their knees and bury their beef. The heat has been getting stronger and stronger on Bobby. We've seen him go into damage control a couple of times, firstly on his own podcasts and then on the Joe Rogan Experience. Now he's managed to go one-on-one with George Janko. As for George, though, he's capitalizing on his fallout with the internet's biggest grifter, Logan Paul, for the 18 months. And even though I'm not a massive George Janko fan, I've never really followed him closely or anything. I've never liked him or disliked him. He's just never really been on my radar. But I've started to respect him more and more recently because of the way he's been handling this whole situation with Logan, Mike, and Bobby Lee. Now, I've covered George's fall with Logan in a lot of detail in previous videos, so I'm not going to rehash the whole beef right now. But if you're late to the party, basically, George had a falling out with Logan Paul when he was a co-host of the Impulsive podcast towards the end of 2022. The power dynamic changed, and they started to gang up George for his religious beliefs and felt that he was too uptight. So Logan started bullying him and putting him down in front of guests, and even on the episodes without any guests, But it all came to a head when Bobby Lee went impulsive on November 9th, 2022. I'm going to show you Bobby's explanation to George in just a moment, but basically Bobby caught on to the power dynamic on impulsive pretty quickly, and he realized that George was the bitch. So he used him as a target for his unpredictable, edgy style of humor, which included non-consensual sexual touching and humiliation, which resulted in Janko walking off and eventually leaving the impulsive podcast altogether to do his own thing. Fast forward to go, and the impulsive resident junkie in Logan Paul, Yes Man Mike, made an appearance on George's podcast, which ended up blowing up because George called out Logan, he brought receipts, and he did not hold back. Mike just sat there like a little lapdog and tried to play it neutral, but then his daddy Logan thought it would be a good idea to dig his hole even deeper and respond to George's accusations with his own little video with so-called dates, except he ended up reinforcing how full of shit he is and how incapable he is of any accountability for his own actions. Classic Paul family move. But one of the other implications of George's discussion with Logan's side piece was that the accusations against Bobby Lee began to resurface and get louder again. But no, Bobby has a history of harassing female morning show hosts on live TV, his comedian, and he's also known to flop his wiener out and dirty shit during his live stand-up because comedian. But his highest profile creepy act was when he kept touching George and tried to force him to touch and smell his wiener on that impulsive podcast back in 2022. So now, 18 months later, with all of these things coming back into the spotlight, Bobby managed to book a spot on George's podcast to clear the air and gain back control of the situation.
So, I usually do podcasts in my ecosystem, right? So it's like, I know the rhythms and I know what I can and can't say. And generally, every note is, I'm pretty open to, they know who I am, right? But with you guys, I didn't know, so and also it's a huge platform. So I was like super nervous. So, I tend to get bullyish and out of survival. Okay. And you looked at the cat. I get it, dude. I would do the same thing if I saw him. No, you can't eat him. Okay. I get it. Save my dog. Get him out of here. So delicious. I saw you lick him before. Yeah. God, no MSG or anything. I love it. But anyway, number one, I do so many podcasts. I don't even remember what I said or did or didn't do. I remember moments. And also secondly, when you walked off the set, I literally was confused by it. I don't know the drama behind the podcast. I thought the comedy instinct was to say that it was like boring or whatever, and I fell asleep. And the third thing is that, and I truly don't remember, and it is on brand, but I don't remember ever trying to touch you. But if I did that, I literally don't remember, but if I did that, I'm sorry. I do it for comedy reasons. I don't know anything about your religion or who you are. In fact, I didn't really know I know who you are now. But, with all that being said, I really, truly apologize. I love people. I love podcasting. And I think that you're a voice that people talk about now, and you're here, and I just apologize. It's like, thank you, man. I'm sorry. Sure. For real, I really appreciate that.
So first up, I want to say that George is handling this whole situation like a pro. Instead of whining about everything, calling everyone out, he's sticking up for himself and demanding respect from everyone around him by reaching out to them and having them on his podcast to hash it out. But let's just try to understand Bobby Lee's excuse for harassing George. He said he can't remember doing it, but if he did and George is still upset about it, then he's sorry. Bro, it's literally on video. Anyone can watch it. Just watch the video. What do you mean you can't remember it? Like, what are we doing here? Bobby's apology is basically, I can't remember doing it, but if I did and it upset you, then I'm sorry. Also, you're kind of a big deal now, so I'm extra sorry because you're doing so well. That's one of the biggest non-apology apologies I've ever seen. But luckily for Bobby, Janko knew that he had a tendency to push the boundaries of sexual harassment and non-consensual touching, whatever you want to call it. His real beef is with Logan and Mike, which again I was saying earlier on about how much the power dynamic had changed, and Bobby's appearance impulsive was the final straw.
Bobby, I knew exactly who you were, and I said this on the episode with Mike. Well, I do appreciate your apology. If it was me and you and we were just messing around and we were like having, and you kept grabbing me because I know your comedy, I wouldn't be bothered. I know who you are, your comedy. I've seen your podcast. What bothered me on that episode was my friends weren't being friends.
They didn't back me.
They didn't back me. They was actually going through things and they stepped on me when I was down. And it just felt like I wasn't in a place where the people around me wanted to succeed. I realized that you kind of got caught in this whole drama that we were all put into. But I just want to let you know, before, after, and during, I'm a fan of you. I really am. I like your comedy. No, I really am, bro. I really am.
Yeah, thank you. And let's just put it behind us.
Yeah.
Let's work together for the next few years. You know, I want to get out of business.
Why?
It's a very toxic environment, and I've gotten a lot of DMs saying that if you try to grab me up, break your wrists.
So in the Byzantine Empire, the Roman status of
like 20 of them. You know what I mean? Bro, tried it, which I don't even remember doing. And I was like, I didn't even know what it was for a while until I went, I don't remember, but
I actually, you know, it's so funny.
I asked my assistant to look it up, and she's like, I didn't see that. You know what I mean? And I was just like, oh.
Yeah. I was going to go into this whole, like, retaliation. But I do have receipts, and I have the clip as well. Yeah, I have receipts. I just didn't want to do that. Wasn't my whole like.
If I did, I did. I'm sorry.
No,
making me funny.
Yeah, people were just making it seem like I was making it up and making these things up, and I wasn't. I was in. And all I wanted to do, Bobby, was like, and I think me and you can see eye to eye on this. There's comedy that absolutely, yes, and also it's just kind of like no, it's not long though. It's long.
There's no way it's long.
I can show you.
I don't want to see it.
I mean, you grabbed it.
I didn't grab it. I didn't grab it.
So it's pretty clear now that Logan, Mike, and Bobby made George, and it seems like it was an ego thing for George. Not that I'm throwing shade at him for getting frustrated and feeling let down. That's a legit beef right there with his friends. Maybe George wasn't in the right headspace to be podcasting with Logan and Mike at the time. He said he was dealing with some personal issues, but it definitely shows the power dynamic on Impulsive and how Logan likes to put people down and belittle them for views, and Mike has managed to avoid it by being Logan's biggest yes man. So I 100% agree with George and believe that he did the right thing by standing up for himself and speaking up, and then moving on to do his own thing. And just looking at how much his numbers have improved for his podcast just goes to show that he made the right decision. Logan was laughing at George for doing his own thing and saying how no one's going to watch your show, etc. But if you look at the raw data, George is killing it with over 30 million views per month, while Impulsive is doing around 11 million. That's a beautiful little bit of karma right there. And just for reference, Rogan does around 40 million views per month. But as for Bobby Lee, the noise was getting too loud. He's been attracting a lot of attention lately for all the wrong reasons, and it's bringing into question his pattern of creepy behavior that has been going on for years. I think Bobby's harmless for the most part, and I think that's why he's been able to get away with things that for most other people have potentially faced charges for. So he obviously just wants to move on, and George sensed that after a while and moved on to the topic of Bobby's relationship with Kalila, his co-host on Tiger Belly, and also his ex-girlfriend. There is so much to unpack in this next clip, so take a look and I'll break it down straight after.
I will literally cry. If I see something sad, cry, and I'll feel it. Like when I watch that episode of the podcast, that's something I just went right back into.
So here we go, let's keep going.
I see how you try to divert it, but I'm actually
I don't know about it. It's behind us.
Can I ask you, what is up with you and your ex-girlfriend? I love this like relationship that everybody keeps bashing.
No, I don't see. Here's the thing with George, okay, is that I don't read anything online.
Teach me this, bro. You gotta teach me your ways.
I just told you.
No, I know, but like, how do you get into that? It's way too hard to do that.
It is.
Because right now you told me you read DMs, but then you don't read anything.
But I read DMs only because it's like sometimes I'm single and sometimes girls will go, hey, you want to go out? So I just look at DMs sometimes.
So what comments have skin?
It's not skin. It's just reality. It has nothing to do with you. They don't know who you are, right? They don't know what you believe. They don't know your values or your ethics or anything. They don't know anything about you. So why would you care what their opinion of you is? It has nothing to do with you. It's not personal.
But you have a podcast to talk about your life, so they know who you are. They love you.
No. I did a podcast, right? It's a form of therapy for me. Number one, it's a good way to connect with friends and stuff, right? Something that they come over and they do it, and it's fun.
You guys got to watch each other have your big
Can I go back
breaks.
to the comment thing, and then we'll go this? You know what I mean? It's not the conversation. What? No, what I'm saying, no, I'm saying, they don't read that. Let's make it an exercise not to read any comments. Because at the end of the day, there's something you can do to change it.
But do you really do that, or do you just do that just to comment? Because I know guys I don't read comments, and I see them on their phone.
There was a time when I did read it, and I was on my day.
It ruined the way you perform.
Yeah, and I just decided to not read it because it makes me feel bad. There's no healthy thing that can come from it, and it's a waste of time. I love my hand. I'm gonna change who I am or change the way I do podcasts.
I would love to take that.
Please do that. Let's try for a week.
I want to try it. And I just feel like I'm selfish by not doing it.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm just, and here it is. It's going to be easy, but I really mean this. I feel so grateful being with the feedback. I feel like I'm not caring what I do. It's kind of like the chef. Like
your fans love you. They know. I don't read comments for the positives. You know, it's the negative stuff, obviously.
Research for it.
Yeah. And also, the positive stuff isn't real as well. It's like, you're the greatest people, you know what I mean? Or, you know what I mean? You saved my life, or whatever it might be. I mean, it may or may not be true, but it's like, is it? I don't know. But, you know what I mean? You don't want to, and I don't want to base the way I feel about myself and how I go about my day based on either a positive or negative comment. You know, I find happiness. I'm trying to find happiness. And George, trust me, I slip all the time. I have a therapist, and I go in there and just so depressed over like something that I read or somebody said or whatever, and it's just like, you know, she tries to get my mind back into what I'm feeling right now. Anyway, don't read it. So when we're talking about my entire development climate, okay, so what I want to say is,
okay, so just before I play the rest of that clip, I want to pick up on something. Bobby's reasons for podcasting are: number one, it's therapeutic; number two, it's to connect with friends; and number three, it's just fun to do. Now, my personal view, you might disagree with this, is that those aren't very good reasons. To take it even further, I think those reasons are why Bobby has been having such a hard time, except for maybe the it's fun reason. Now think about this, right? If you're using your podcast as a substitute for therapy and to connect with your friends, then you're going to end up revealing some very deep and personal into your life and all of your friends as well. That's why Bobby gets so much hate. And the thing I don't understand is that Bobby's clearly a very sensitive guy. He doesn't take criticism well, and he's easily upset by it. So to use your podcast as a therapy session with friends is just a disaster waiting to happen. I think the reality is that podcasting is so attractive to comedians like Bobby Lee because they're lazy as fuck. I mean, that's the real reason why they do it, right? There's zero preparation involved, it's cheap to run and produce, and all they have to do is show up every week and share their feelings and trauma bond Oh, and it's insanely profitable. That's lazy comedians like Bobby who have never put out a comedy special because they couldn't be bothered writing material, love podcasting so much. It's simply easy money for them. The flip side is, put yourself out there, you're going to get backlash from your viewers because they see right through your lies and hypocrisy. So for me, that's where the whole I don't read comments thing comes from. It's because they want to keep making easy money, and any backlash or negativity can just get on with their lives. The problem is that because Bobby and Kalila used their relationship as the basis for their podcast, they can't now put the genie back in the bottle.
You love her?
I do. I love her, and
How'd you guys meet, if you don't mind me asking?
let me just get to this and real quick. You're so good at this that I'm trying to, there's just so many things coming at me.
I'm just so curious.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna tell you. Number one, like the other day, I was at a show, and Sarah Hyland, my other ex-girlfriend, was there. And when I saw her out there, and I miss her and I love her. I was at the airport once, and my ex-girlfriend Christine was there with her baby and her husband. It was just good to see them out there. And she was so happy. I don't go into relationships for sex or anything like that. I mean, it's a part of a relationship, but if that ends, like the sexual intimacy part of it, it doesn't end the relationship for me.
I agree.
So when I look at Kalila, I see one of my best friends. I love her with all my heart.
So we're moving now into the third final
and the things that people say about other shows. It has nothing to do with her. It has nothing to do with her, and it's like,
Is it hurt you more to see comments about her?
I think it hurts people more about her. There was a time where I would defend her online. I read something about her, I would go, hey, but then it's like, what's the point? And then other people glom onto it, and you're on this ridiculous argument with a stranger, and it's a waste of energy and time.
After this podcast, I would love to pray that you find the most amazing woman that loves you and has your back. And you can organize for me. I would love to pray.
I don't want to say also.
See, for me, that's just arrogance. When their viewers love and support them, they're fans, but when they criticize them, all of a sudden, we're all strangers. It's the Joe Rogan school of podcasting. Say what you want, do what you want, answer to nobody, and don't read the comments. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they should read every comment and reply to everyone and spend hours a day hanging out in the comment section like I do, but they should definitely have their producers read the comments and look for patterns or reoccurring feedback, etc., etc. Because if you go and look at most podcasters and YouTubers that fell off, you can see when it all started by reading the comments. All I'm saying is it's free feedback and they should use it to improve their shows instead of ignoring their fans and blaming their viewers for their problems. Anyway, that's my breakdown on the latest in the George Janko, Logan Paul, and Bobby Lee beef. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to check out the link in the description below to my Patreon. I recently put up a video about Joe Rogan's Alpha Brain lawsuit that no one seems to know about, so you can go and check that out if you're interested. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, the subscribe button, and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
God, I know that you brought us here for a reason, and I appreciate it. And I'm so excited that I'm able to friend you. I ask that today that his eyes and ears are open, and I pray that not only can he have a sober heart, I pray that Bobby finds a woman that blows him off of his feet, and that finds something that's a companion and shows true love. That way he can truly understand where love comes from. Because you felt like that from the womb. I had like you felt like you had these things they vowed in a previous lifetime. And now you feel like an unstoppable. I have to. I you remember coming out. I remember being compressed. I remember being born. I remember being served. Like people say, well, what business do you have coming in here talking about science and all that? And that here I've been thinking, Oscar-nominated actor that is known all around the world, face recognition, vocal recognition, all around the world. I've invented a new form of flying, tangential flight, the ability to fly around your own center.
Most of us know Terrence Howard as a Hollywood actor. You may remember him from such movies as Crash, Hustle and Flow and Iron Man, as well as the TV series Empire. But one thing you might not know about is that Terrence claims to have studied chemical engineering and applied materials, even claiming to have completed a PhD in chemical engineering from South Carolina State University. Except here's the problem. That university doesn't offer degrees in chemical engineering, and Pratt Institute, where he said he obtained his undergraduate degrees, shut its engineering program down in 1993. So there's no actual record of Terrence having attended university at all. But that's only the beginning. To say that controversy follows this guy around would be an understatement. To all of that, because as you saw in the intro, he was the latest guest on the Joe Rogan Experience, and no, you're not mistaken. He opened the podcast by describing his memories from being in his mother's womb, which he's able to re-enter to tackle advanced math, physics, and chemistry. Now, if you think I'm joking, just you wait, because we're going to go through this step by step. So stick around. This was a wild one. And just to give you an idea of what we're dealing with here, these are some of the top comments from YouTube. Terrence Howard is Cat Williams' final form. When Cat Williams finishes reading his 3,000 books, he turns into Terrence Howard. If Cat Williams interviewed Terrence Howard, they would just stare at each other and nod. 3-hour podcast, 9 seconds in, I woke up inside my mother's womb. This is what JRE listeners think every episode is. This is the longest Let Him Cook. So yeah, like I said, this was a wild one. But let's go through some of his scientific theories before we get to all the controversial bits about his criminal history and getting fired by Marvel. First off, we've got 1 multiplied by 1 equaling 2 instead of 1.
Is it that multiplication? If it means to make more and increase a number, how is 1 times 1 equaling 1 part of the multiplication taken out? I understand that if you're seeing it 1 time, the moment that you had that add the times in there, that multiplicative indicator, that means there's more than 1. An equal sign is supposed to show that there's a balance between these 2 numbers over here and a balance on this 1 over here. What happened to the other 1 in this equation? It didn't equate, and then I took the square root of that number. I took the square root of 2. Because all this started in 3rd grade. I was arguing with my teacher because we're talking about the square root of it.
Okay, so if you're wondering what in the actual fuck he's talking about, let me explain. 3 multiplied by itself gives 9, and 3 plus 3 is 6. Apparently that makes sense because 3 squared is a higher number than 3 plus 3. But then we have 2 squared equaling 4 and 2 plus 2 equaling 4. They're the same, and Terrence doesn't like that because 1 is a multiplication and addition. He thinks multiplication should be bigger. And then 1 squared is 1, 1 plus 1 is 2. You can't have that because how can a multiplication be lower than the addition of a number with itself? So because 1 plus 1 is 2, which is higher than 1 squared, which is 1, therefore 1 squared must be 2, and that's his proof. He simply believes that when you're using the same numbers, the multiplied result should inherently always be greater than the result of the addition. But just keep that one in your back pocket for now because I want to move on to his reordering the periodic table. Terrence has a theory that the ordering of the elements on the table fails to realize the true relationship between the elements, and he uses this as a building block for Jesus walking on water. Now, again, if you think I'm joking, just wait because we're only getting started.
When you say rebuild the periodic table, what do you mean specifically? Well, the way the periodic table is laid out, the periodic table they have now, it looks like a box. You'll see hydrogen sitting all the way over there by itself, but they don't show that hydrogen has the same tone as carbon. What do you mean by tone? Same tone, same key of E, 40.5 hertz. The next one would be like 81 hertz. You go to silicon, it would double up and would be 162 hertz. You go to cobalt, and it'll be 324.
Okay, hold on. Let's try to understand this for a moment. Terence is saying that the periodic table as it exists today doesn't accurately depict the tonal relationship between each element, which he understands to be the frequency at which each element vibrates. So like he said, hydrogen should be grouped with other elements like carbon that vibrate in the key signature of E. Now, he actually used this theory to patent a design for a propulsion system that he intends to develop with Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos to send into space to clean up all the debris left there that's cluttering our solar system. But let me come back to that because he actually gave a much better explanation of this theory when he did the Oxford Union interview back in 2017.
I used to think that energy, they transferred or understood the energy information through electricity. They're finding out it's through frequency. Well, guess what hydrogen sounds like? It's a key of information used to be thought about as just electrical information passing on. But I got a question for you. Have you ever been at a party with some of your friends you ain't seen in 10 years? You're like 14, hung out in a song that came on, you was, and everybody got up and was live at that moment. Now, say 10 years later, you got a friend. He's a good guy, but he was there when me and my boys formed this. So when that song comes on, our DNA tightens. There's a particular song, a scale in the gene for each and every one of us. Now, when that song is played, and your particular frequency is played, guess what happens? Your DNA celebrates and tightens. Everything else is pushed out. Harmonic wave resequencing. So say that the F over F sharps of the oxygen rate is only hit at an F, right? Because there's another frequency coming in from a generator over there that's changing it to change. So this F now hits the oxygen instead of hitting as an F sharp, it hits as an F. So when it hits the carbon and an E, it doesn't hit it quite right, so the domino don't fall right. So the next domino hits well. So now we have malformation within our DNA because the frequencies are being pushed off. But when we hear our tone, we tighten back up. So yeah, I'm in the process of building a harmonic wave resequencer with another doctor who has been able to successfully cure AIDS. Yes.
Okay, all right. So what he's saying here is that you can use this harmonic wave resequencing to repair malformations in our DNA where there's a class of frequencies which is supposedly the cause of defects such as cancer and AIDS. He came to this theory through the observation that a group of friends can enjoy the memory of a song together at a future date through a process that binds their DNA together, which happens naturally via frequency mapped into their DNA from the evidence of hearing the music together due to the specific compounds generated by the harmonic frequencies of the music. So instead of it just being a shared memory amongst friends, Terence believes it's the effect of the music's frequency on our collective DNA. As you can imagine, most people think he's full of shit, which he believes is part of a global conspiracy to silence him.
Man, don't turn my phone off, don't do that. Every time I get ready, well, because I know they're watching me right now. And they're mad at me.
Who's that? You see him with your phone?
Oh, I'm sure, because now I have to turn it.
Do you ever drop your phone? You ever drop your phone?
I've dropped my phone a number of times, but
you ever think that might be what's going on with your phone?
then I buy another phone.
And the same thing happens.
I'm 5
Get
minutes.
burners?
I used to, but then my wife would think I was cheating.
So you can probably tell there that Rogan ain't Terence's conspiracy theory that he's being watched and monitored by the government. But then something started happening in Rogan's studio that had never happened before.
Nothing's happened. My computer just froze again, is what I'm saying. Something freaked out with my computer. I might have just tried to.
You want to reboot?
I mean, I think it already did. I'll try again. We have to pause.
Okay, no worries.
It's love in government, man. You think it's not?
I think it is sometimes. I assume they listen to everything I say.
They do.
I'm sure.
They do.
There's a lot of orange. Oh no!
It's every time I'm shrinking in this video, it's just like it doesn't like to do this. I don't like. I have no control of the computer. Alt tab does nothing. Escape does nothing. Space bar does nothing.
Maybe you dropped your computer. Maybe you dropped your computer,
Jamie, you need a burner computer.
Yeah, they don't want their God killed. Gravity has been the thing they've been holding on to from the beginning, and it's just an effect of electricity. It's the draft left over by electricity.
All right, so who knows what's really going on in there? Maybe Mike Baker's bugs are playing up, or maybe it's just a coincidence. It's hard to say, but you probably got at the end there that Terrence doesn't believe gravity is real. He has an alternative theory that electricity is the force that creates gravity. Now, like almost every theory he discussed on the podcast, he provided almost no proof of it. Like I said earlier, he has around 100 registered patents, and one of his patents was apparently the origin of virtual and augmented realities, which he believes was stolen by the biggest companies in the world to create their own VR technology. Now, this one is actually pretty convincing.
I want to know what my first patent was. The entire AR, VR world was built off of my first patent that was abandoned because I paid $260,000 for the worldwide patent. But then my agents kept, my lawyers kept sending me these maintenance fees and annuities. I'm like, these folks are just trying to shake me down. I'm not going to pay this. And look at all the companies. If you look at the patent, these companies have all earned, they have multi-billion-dollar companies they built off of my patent. Just roll through.
Sony, Microsoft, Amazon,
Hewlett-Packard.
Yeah.
Keep going. I see them, and it's still making money. This patent is like over $7 trillion. But this is proof that my stuff is legit.
So Jamie actually pulled up the details of his VR patent, and it was basically an input-output concept designed for virtual reality to be controlled by users in remote locations, all feeding from at least one server via their own control unit and digital processor, which works by transmitting instructions by detecting the viewer's position. Now, here's the interesting part. All those companies that were listed in the previous clip that they were going through had all cited his patent in their own VR patents. How relevant his patent was to their own products and concept designs is another question, but that's something you can actually look up for yourself and confirm. And that's usually how these things go, right? These theories are clouded in details that never get explained properly, but they're used to make fast-sweeping statements like, this is proof that my stuff is legit. And that's where Rogan's skepticism crept in, especially when Terrence started talking about what happened with Neil deGrasse Tyson, who somebody Rogan has had on the podcast several times.
I reached out to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was like, hey man, yeah, I'd love for you to come on my show, do my radio, anything. I was like, yeah, but I've got something I want to introduce to you. And it was on 36 pages. It was a treatise. I started it off with 1 times 1 equaling 2. And he went in on my treatise, wrote, redlined everything. But then he started attacking, 1 times 1 equaling 2.
This is not his field of study, though, right?
No, he's an astrophysicist. He's an astrophysicist.
I wish I could really, truly understand exactly what you're saying, because I'm kind of getting it. You're doing a great job explaining it. But if you're right, that really changes everything. And it accounts for why physics kind of hits a stalling point. If you're right, so many people are wrong.
Everyone's wrong. No, but the universe backs me up. And I have the proof of it. This truth caused me this lifetime. They're wonderful. I've accomplished what I needed to do. Because I think in the previous lifetime, I was supposed to do these things, and I didn't.
So you felt like that, like from the womb?
From the womb, I had
so you felt like you had these things that you didn't get out in a previous lifetime, and now you feel like you're unstoppable.
I have to.
Yeah, so there are so many other theories and concepts that Terrence discussed in the podcast with Rogan. Way too much for me to cover here, but I want to tie all of this up for you so you can understand where all of his theories lead to. You just heard him reference the new form of flight that he invented. So remember what he was saying in the Oxford interview about the different elements in the periodic table having the same frequency, and therefore they can be combined to make compounds that can remap and regenerate our DNA, which his friend had already used to cure cancer and AIDS. Well, he basically extended that same theory into a propulsion system design that uses the collective pitch of hydrogen to propel itself infinitely. And so he wants Rogan to hook him up with Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos so they have his propulsion system and use it to clean up all the space junk. You may have heard a similar theory about how the pyramids were constructed in Egypt. Some researchers believe that the Egyptians used frequency and vibration to make the stone to move through the use of sound waves that vibrated the stone. So Terence's collective pitch propulsion theory isn't necessarily a new idea. Maybe in a previous life he was an Egyptian cat or something, and that's where he got the idea, who knows. But it's when Terence points to the deeper implications of his theory that it all starts to really fall apart for me. Now, I'm obviously not smart enough to really critique his theories in a meaningful way, apart from simply pointing out basic logical flaws. But when he starts using his theories as proof that God exists or that Jesus literally walked on water, it's really hard to take him seriously.
We're all just one great being. Yeah. You know, that's what they forget. We're not separate. We're all, the universe is probably one cell inside of some super organism. We're all God. That's what Jesus was talking about. That's what you know, Buddha was talking about. It's, now I want to show you electricity in the next one, and you'll see 5 linchpins bonding, and you'll see that it comes to the dodecahedron, and that's the release of energy, but it'll still make that same tetrahedral spin. When I talk about materials engineering now being able to be manipulated, and you can see that the dodecahedral labs and these 5 people, other 5 building predictable structures, and then those bond and make larger.
Find something totally different. So
this is Jesus walking on water. This is the proof in the pudding.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. Maybe he's speaking metaphorically, but if he literally means that's how Jesus walked on water, yeah, I gotta call bullshit. And it's funny because Rogan's discussed Terence's theories on his podcast before, and he seems to have changed his tune quite a bit over the years.
Did you see the guy from Empire's speech? Like, interview?
Yes.
Yeah, that seems almost like he's not. If he's pretending, he's doing a better job acting than Jawak Wentfinger.
Well, Terrence Howard, the guy who interviewed me for Rolling Stone, told me that Terrence Howard is like a legitimate genius.
Maybe figure it all out.
The eyes got DMT. That's what it sounds like. He's talking about
figure it all out. Yeah, it does sound like that, right?
100%.
But the inability to explain it, just kind of like it's all connected.
He was not explaining it very well, but very articulate. It was like, oh, this is like shockingly coherent for a ridiculous thing to say.
So I'm not sure what compelled Rogan to change his mind and give Terrence an opportunity freely on his podcast. Rogan seems to be searching for these kinds of conversations more lately, which is a bit of a throwback to the old JRE days, and considering he came back onto YouTube this year, it kind of makes sense that he's trying to go back to the old JRE formula. But as for Terrence, his controversies extend further than his scientific theories. Like I alluded to at the beginning, he's been accused and charged of multiple assaults, abuse, and harassment, most of which were against women. And he even admitted to hitting his first wife in that Rolling Stone interview he mentioned from 2015, which he believes they used against him to discredit his theories.
Can I bring you back to that Rolling Stone thing, though, before, because you kind of abandoned it? They had an agenda.
Yeah.
Because remember, at the same time, they were calling me a wife beater and all of those things. And then I put out the video showing what that same woman that had painted in a black eye, those pictures weren't made at the police station or at the hospital. She took those pictures herself, and she was blackmailing.
So it's alleged that Terrence appeared at his estranged wife's house back in 2001, broke in and chased her into the backyard, punching her in the face twice. Apparently his brother had to step in and end the assault, but in the end he pleaded guilty to disturbing the peace. Now, I think it's strange that those allegations led to a guilty plea of disturbing the peace when the charges were for assault, terroristic threats, harassment, and stalking. It sounds like he accepted a plea bargain of some sort, possibly due to a lack of evidence. But these kinds of charges kept coming over the years, and all of them had a similar theme to them of harassment, threat, and stalking. He's been married 4 times to 3 different women. He himself grew up in an abusive household. After his father was convicted of manslaughter and served time in prison, his parents got divorced and he was raised by his great-grandmother. So it sounds like he had a pretty rough childhood. I want to say though, I think he's an awesome actor. Even just in the podcast with Rogan here, you can see how much energy and charisma he has. And they actually spoke about how he got screwed over by Marvel and fired from his 3-movie deal.
You know, I was doing Iron Man. Yeah. Out of nowhere, you know, that gets taken away. We get a 3-picture deal with Marvel. A 3-picture deal. $4.5 million for the first one, $7.5 to $8 million for the second, $12 million for the third. We signed it. They come back to me the week that my mother died, and they said, yeah, we want Terrence. We want to come back for $1 million instead of the $8 million that we had agreed to. And I had an emotional reaction to a business decision to F you and hung up the phone. Immediately they go to Don Cheadle. But instead of just doing that, they had to spin, he was terrible on set, all of these things and this stuff.
That reminded me of what happened to Dave Chappelle when he started to speak up about Hollywood executives and how his own lawyers screwed him over with dodgy contracts that gave them all of his work in perpetuity. And so they went on a publicity campaign to paint Junkie, who was out of control and couldn't be trusted. I don't know the details of what happened with Marvel and Terrence Howard, other than what he said publicly, but it wouldn't surprise me if they simply wanted to get rid of him and replace him because of all the controversies surrounding him, so they decided to make the excuse that he was difficult to work with. I did also read that he got screwed over by the agency that represented him when he was on Empire. Apparently, the story goes that the agency tried to get more of their actors hired to work on Empire so they could take a larger commission overall, and if it happened, Terrence had to take a pay cut or just didn't get what he thought he was worth. He was getting paid over $300,000 per episode, so we're talking really big numbers here. But it's true, and his agency did do the dodgy on him like that. It could potentially be illegal, given that they're contracted by the artist to represent the artist's best interests, not the interests of the agency. But as for his appearance on JRE, Rogan was with Terrence to see what his theories are and simply try to understand where he's coming from. And when you consider how interesting and outlandish his theories are, as well as his charisma and passion for engineering and science, it's pretty obvious why Rogan thought it would make for a good podcast.
I feel like we could do 100 of these podcasts, but I think we should wrap this one up. Yeah, we just did about 3 hours.
I saw when I was looking at a lot of your stuff, I was like, damn, he be sitting there talking for 3 damn hours.
Yes,
what are they talking about? But we haven't even covered half of these things.
Let's do it again.
I would love to.
Let's do it again. I'm very interested to see, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that want to be able to talk to you about this.
I'm leaving those things with you.
Beautiful.
Just so that you can, and if you go into my book, you can walk through and I explain.
I'm going to listen to this podcast about 30 times just to try to get a slippery grip on any of it.
One of the criticisms of Rogan's style is that he doesn't prepare for his podcasts, he doesn't do any research, but I think Rogan himself sees that as a feature and not a bug. His perspective, he's just having a conversation with people he finds interesting and then leaving it open for them to come back and debate their theories with other experts. We saw recently how Rogan had on Graham Hancock to debate with archaeologist Flynn Dibble, and for those of you who are wondering, that's actually his real name. So I hope he has some of his other recent guests on the podcast to debate against experts in their fields, instead of just forgetting about it and moving on to the next guest he finds interesting. Anyway, that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this breakdown. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and remember to go and check out my Patreon via the link below if you're interested in additional uncensored content. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe thing and to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, that's my detox thing. I'm supposed to detox right now.
Detox. Detox on a timer? What do you do?
There's my wife got me this thing.
You look about 15 years younger. Now.
Yeah, that's because of her. I still smoke my cigarettes.
Why do you do that?
I'm a crackhead.
Before we get to that, can I just say that I might have been wrong about Seinfeld, yo. I might have been wrong.
Did he say something nice about you? No. Despite him being very rude to me. I've never met alleged now. I met him once. Yeah, that's why he doesn't like her. Yeah, it's not even his real last name. What's his real last name? Not something not Jewish. He's not even Jewish. All the reason to like him tends to be Jewish. You don't know that? That just makes me love him more. Seinfeld's not actually Jewish. An insincere compliment is just as nice. I don't care if they're lying to my face, but it doesn't matter what they think anyway.
What the f*** are you talking about? This is ridiculous.
Alright guys, welcome back. There's a lot going on here, so I'm going to get straight into it. As you may have heard, over the weekend, Jerry Seinfeld made the commencement address at Duke University, and a bunch of students staged a walkout citing his support for the IDF and the Israeli government in general. But Jerry's also been on a publicity to new Netflix movie titled Unfrosted, which is about the origin of Pop-Tarts. So through the commencement speech and all the interviews he's doing, for a guy who's usually quite private and lets his work do all the talking, he's been getting quite a bit of attention. And this is where Schultz comes in. Our boy Schultz has been quite vocal over the years about how he thinks Jerry Seinfeld is overrated and untalented. But now, all of a sudden, Schultz has taken a liking to him and even started to defend him this week. So I'm going to take you through Schultz's emotional arc with Jerry and explain exactly why he's changed his mind. I'm going to take you through a couple of the highlights of Jerry's commencement speech and show you Schultz's reaction to it and a couple of clips from Jerry's recent appearance on Bill Maher's podcast, and we'll also hear from him. Like I said, guys, there's a lot happening here, but before we go through everything, I want to give you the underlying point here that I'm trying to make, so you're not going into this blindly. If you're new to this channel, one of the things that my regulars and I dedicate a lot of time to is calling out the hypocrisy of the podcast elites and exposing their lies and contradictions. And one of the things that we've noticed is how Rogan and his buddies are slowly becoming what they always used to criticize. They started out by pitching themselves as an alternative to mainstream media, where they were looser in their conversations. It was a lot more casual and uncensored, which made it easier to watch and listen to. Really, as they found fame and bags and bags and bags of money, they began to replace the establishment media and they created their own version of the elite. Their podcast became corporatized, they began to brag about their excessive loss, and they talked down to their fans who called them out for being douchey. They're the living embodiment of the saying, you're a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And so Andrew Schultz's backflip on Jerry Seinfeld this week is the perfect example of this. But first, let me show you how all of this started.
Why do they even make the end of the bread? If we don't use it, just stop the bread. It's a good point. It's a good point. You're bringing up great points, and I'm like, that's a regular Seinfeld thing. I'm like, no, Seinfeld's whole banger. Seinfeld's whole act. I'll write Seinfeld. His great points? Right now. Just right down like this. Trash, Seinfeld's trash. Why do they call it air? Air can't jump.
Very cherished.
That's Seinfeld, son. That's Seinfeld. Air's just up there. What's the deal? Why do you warm up, not warm down? Access. Why is it warm? That is such a Seinfeld. We call it warm up, but then we call it cool down. But heat rises. Well, that actually makes sense. It's not even his real last name. What's his real last name? Not Jewish. He's not even Jewish. All of it pretends to be Jewish. You don't know. That just makes me love him more. Seinfeld's not actually Jewish.
So this is way back in 2020, just before Schultz really started to blow up, and his criticisms of Jerry were centered around how formulaic and vanilla his comedy was, which, to be honest, is a pretty fair criticism. I've always been a massive fan of the TV show Seinfeld, but his actual stand-up comedy, it always came across a little bit forced and overly performative, which doesn't necessarily make it bad, but I wouldn't go as far as to call trash like Schultz just did. But you could also sense some bitterness coming from Andrew, perhaps due to the fact that he hadn't really found his stride yet. He was just starting to make some real money from stand-up comedy and podcasting, and compared to Jerry with his predictable vanilla comedy, Schultz felt like Jerry's fame and fortune wasn't.
You like Seinfeld? Like I stand up?
Yeah, I'm a big Seinfeld guy.
You don't think he's wildly overrated?
I mean, dude, he started in 71
9. What do you want him to be? Like, I'm sorry he's not your Eddie. He was before Eddie. I'm sorry he's not exactly what you want him to be.
He needs to be exactly what I want to be. You know, the OGs I love. Like, I miss that.
He's been so famous forever. I think he's awesome. Like his specials are doing really good. The creative side. Seinfeld's my favorite show of all time. Like it's the best show. But that's
so overrated, bro.
That's so overrated. He's kind of the king.
He's also a billionaire, so you're asking him to not be pretentious when he's a billionaire comedian.
He was off his
comedy. I know. I'm like harder on him for some reason. Maybe it's because he's so successful. And
you're what are you next New York comic? I'm just
like I don't know. Like
he's like the king, dude. Once Cosby was out, that's the guy.
Really?
Yeah. So like Akash just said there, Jerry's basically a billionaire, which would make him one of the most financially successful comedians in history, next to Joe Rogan, Kevin Hart, Adam Sandler, Ellen DeGeneres. The list goes on. Even though none of these comedians made their fortune strictly from stand-up comedy, and I think that's what bothers comedians like Schultz so much about Jerry Seinfeld. He really was one of the first to make his fortune from being identified as a stand-up comic. He played himself in the TV show, which was a single stand-up comic from New York. Now, sure, Andy Murphy was a well-known comedian, but he made most of his money from movies. Same with Kevin Hart in recent years. Ellen got rich from her now-cancelled talk show. So when it comes to stand-up comedy, Jerry Seinfeld was probably one of the most recognizable in that genre throughout the 90s. And did I mention how rich he is?
Warren Littlefield wrote that if you would have given him another season of Seinfeld, he would have paid you $110 million for the year. $110 million.
I could have got more than that.
Yeah, when you do the math, it gets kind of crazy. Not to mention the fact that this was 25 years ago. Nobody was earning over $100 million a year for a TV show. But for Schultz, it got worse than that. It wasn't just Jerry's money and fame that bothered him, it also got personal.
Do you guys have like a thing? You guys have like a tour or something like that?
I would love to meet him. I've never met him.
I'll let you down. I met him once.
Yeah. We just talked about you the whole time.
Yeah, we did.
If I meet, no, I'm saying when I meet Seinfeld, he goes, Andrew Schultz. I was like, I know, right? Like, I'll have to defend you to him. Now that's what he does, dude. He wears those shoes. He goes something I'll have to get.
He wears the shoes.
I know. I would like to defend you. He gets just rails on you the whole time, and I'm like, no,
there's no way Seinfeld does that.
You're to New York.
Yeah, Schultz is in his feeling the time he met Jerry 15 years ago, and we actually saw how annoyed Schultz gets when famous comedians don't know who he is. There was that time when Rogan was telling Chappelle about Andrew's PowerPoint presentation too during the pandemic, and Chappelle basically said, look, good luck to him, but that's not stand-up, that's not what I do.
That's not, like you say, that's not stand-up. No. Like this thing that you're describing, God bless him.
Yeah.
That's not what I do.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah,
it's different. So it seems like Schultz is a little bit sensitive about his place in the stand-up comedy world, but in Schultz's defense, Seinfeld is known for being arrogant and dismissive of the people around him. And it's strange, you know, I spoke about this before in one of my earlier videos about Rogan versus Seinfeld, and some of you didn't agree with me, but for some reason, I feel like Jerry's arrogance kind of suits him in a weird way, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. But just keep this in mind as we move on. Jerry was 44 years old when his famous TV show ended in 1998. Andrew Schultz is 40 years old now. Tom Segura is 45 years old. So give or take a few years, when you compare them, Jerry had reached the height of his fame and career as a comedian around the same age as guys like Schultz and Segura are now. So Jerry made it big when he was quite young, at least in comedy years.
When you would go on Larry King, that was always so great.
Yeah, I love that.
It was great. That show, don't you think there's a hole for that show?
I think it's Joe Rogan. I think Joe Rogan, what? You just put your hands up like...
What I'm getting at is what was, I thought special about that show was it was 9 o'clock. Every night at 9 o'clock, Larry King was going to be sitting with someone who would probably be of interest.
Yes.
And that was a great TV. That was great TV. The set, I loved the multicolored dots, the blackness. You know, not like he was the greatest interview in the world, but he was good.
Well, but that's why I compared him to Joe Rogan, because they're both minimalist. Both of them do zero research by their own admission.
Right.
Like, it's like they just, I think Joe would say the same thing Larry said. I want to be the audience. I want to be the guy who knows nothing about you.
I know, but he's up for 3.5 hours. Larry King is, you know, it's on at 9. You're wandering around the house. You're looking for something to do. Who's on Larry King?
Right.
That was a great thing. I can't believe they haven't tried to replace that. It's not a coincidence that they're there. All these guys, whether politically, entertainment industry, corporate world, a lot of people are there for a reason.
I feel like a late night host is always a reflection of the society that we live in. Better than a lot of the signposts. I mean, like, that's why Leno was right for his era, and Johnny was right for his era.
And what do we have now? We have Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, and Jimmy Fallon.
I think
in that.
Why, look at this.
Oh, new Peter stand-up comics. What's that?
Oh, these are the 2 articles that were in the New York Times.
Am I in any of those?
You probably are.
I think that's a really good example of Jerry's arrogance, and for some reason, it doesn't bother me. I think it kind of suits him. Now, I'm probably too young to talk about the differences between old school late night and the current breed, but one thing I know for sure, without any doubt, is that the current breed are absolute bullshit. I miss Letterman. Anyway, like I said earlier in the video, Jerry's currently doing a publicity tour for his Netflix movie called Unfrosted, and I think it's funny to see Jerry being forced to do the rounds to promote it. He's 70 years old, he's a billionaire, he's probably motivated to do the movie to help out the comedy community and keep himself busy at the same time. And so even though he's trying to be conversational, it drops an arrogant take, which catches people off guard.
You know what I came to the other day? Because I'm going through this thing with the movie, you know, and you're doing a lot of press, and they're watching the movie and they're responding to it, you know. And I hit me the other morning. An insincere compliment is absolutely of equal value as a totally genuine compliment. There is no difference in value. They're both utterly meaningless and just as nice. An insincere compliment is just as nice. I don't care if they're lying to my face. It doesn't matter what they think anyway.
What the f*** are you talking about? This is ridiculous. Like, I gave you a very wonderful compliment, I think, and it came from me, and it's very sincere, and it's true about you. It's got to be more than an insincere compliment.
Not in that situation where you're meeting a stranger saying, "Oh, I loved your movie." Great. That's great. That's just as great. I don't have to know. Really? Did you really?
Give me that rabbit thing back.
A compliment from you who knows me.
That's what I'm saying.
That's different.
Oh, okay.
That's different.
I hope so.
I'm talking about 90% of the things people tell you in show business are not true and not sincere.
Of course.
And that's okay. Take what you like, whatever you like, and what you like.
All right, then why do you keep arguing when I say you're more mature than you have?
I like to argue.
I know, good.
I don't even believe what I'm taking.
Not even arguing.
So Jerry into his boomer years, and in a strange way, there's a lot of truth to the weird things he says. And this is how Schultz has magically found a common ground with Jerry now and decided to finally bury his beef, which Jerry never had any idea about, but it came down to his speech at Duke. This was Schultz backpedaling this week and throwing his support behind Jerry.
Before we get to that, can I just say that I might have been wrong about Seinfeld, yo. I might have been wrong about Seinfeld.
Did he say something nice about you on a podcast?
No, not at all. But despite him being very rude to me, that our one chance encounter could have had a horrible day. You know what I mean? Just could have had a bad day. But a lot of things go on in people's days. This is pretty recent. It's pretty recent. It's like 15 years. So, you know, whatever. But despite that, you know, I'm like, listen, everybody deserves a second chance. You know? And then Seinfeld did this commencement speech for Duke, and there's a bunch of these kids walking out because there's a Jew on stage. Crazy. It's really crazy. And it's funny that like all these people felt this way probably October 6th, but they were too pussy to say anything about it, and they're almost like using October 7th as a way to just be anti-Semite. The people have been consistent throughout the whole time. I'm not critical of them.
you have an opinion. Maybe we agree or disagree, but you've always felt this way, and you took the heat for feeling this way. You took it. The other people, they were too much of a fucking coward. They were too much of a bitches to actually take the heat. They were like really quiet. They're like, I'm not going to say anything because what will the people on Twitter say? Maybe I'll lose followers. Maybe people will watch my show. They were too see to share their opinions. All of a sudden, now that there's views in it, now that there's clicks in it, now that there's ad revenue in it, now that the numbers are up, now you're talking about it? Nah, you're grifting. You're grifting.
Imagine Andrew Schultz calling out people for being grifters because they're jumping on the latest trends and pretending to have hot takes. I made a video last week about Schultz having an epiphany and discovering what grifting actually is. And so I think maybe it's his word of the month or something, and he just likes saying it. But like I said in that video, the way Schultz describes grifting almost exactly describes himself to a T. I want to take a look at Jerry's commencement speech, and then show you Schultz's reaction, because the things that resonated with him really do say a lot about how much he's changed and how much he's becoming more and more like Jerry.
I have truly spent my life focusing on the smallest things imaginable, completely oblivious to all the big issues of living. Find something where you love the good parts and don't mind the bad parts too much. The torture you're comfortable with. This is the golden path to victory in life. Work, exercise, relationships, they all have a solid component of pure torture, and they are all 1,000% worth it. The only two things you ever need to pay attention to in life are work and love. Things that are self-justified in the experience, and who cares about the result. Stop rushing to what you perceive as some valuable endpoint. Learn to enjoy the expenditure of energy that may or may not be on the correct path. About work, you know how they always say nobody ever looks back on their life and wishes they spent more time at the office? Well, why? Why don't they? Guess what? Depends on the job. If you took a stupid job that you find out you hate and you don't leave, that's your fault. Don't blame work. Work is wonderful. I definitely will not be looking back on my life wishing I worked less. If that's not how you feel at work, quit. On your lunch break, disappear, make people, what happened to that guy? I don't know, he said he was getting something to eat, never came back. The thing I see going on that throws a lot of people off these days is thinking, I've got to make as much money as I can. I personally believe the real game is I want to have a coolest job. When I started out as a comedian, I did not think I was funny. But I'm a little funny. Maybe I wouldn't have to be that funny. I just have to be funny enough to feed one person. And I can do that with a loaf of Wonder Bread and a jar of peanut butter. I just wanted to have this super cool job. And cool is a word not easily defined. It's really just whatever you think is cool. So just go for what you think is the coolest. Money will be made eventually, somehow. Try not to think about it so much. I see this messing people up a lot. Put it to the side a little. Don't think about having, think about becoming. It's fine, but focus on becoming. That is where it's at.
Oh man, I'm so done listening to billionaires and millionaires telling us to stop worrying about money and just to work hard. And if you don't like your job, just quit. You'll figure it out. Try not to focus on having stuff, says the car collection of over 150 exotic cars. Jerry has the same exact Porsche in different colors. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff, huh? But finally for Schultz, now that he's part of the rich comedy elite, he can finally relate to what Jerry was saying.
Anyway, his speech was actually really good. Yeah, I thought his speech was really cool. Maybe there's like a... My wife sent it to me on TikTok, but I'm sure there's like a longer version of it. But he just talked about like the three things in life that he's... his three like lessons for life. I thought they were really good. So yeah, maybe I was wrong. I'm willing to forgive him if he. I'm willing to forgive him if he falls for that thing that he has no clue that he did. I thought what was really interesting is falling in love with these little things, and how valuable that can be, and how much joy come to your life from that. And it's very easy to just focus on the biggest things that are happening in the world. What are the biggest issues? What do I need to get done? What should I care about? And there are things that we absolutely love right in front of us that might make no sense to anybody else, but those things are going to end up bringing us maybe equal joy, maybe more joy. The other thing I loved was just working hard. Like, and swing the bat. Yeah, even if you don't know what you're doing, just work hard and
can take the chance. And it was great. And yeah, I thought it was good. It was, and also looking at the things you have as a privilege. But yeah, I thought it was really good. I mean, it's still Kim forever. Because he did something to me. You're being so anti-Semitic.
I know, yeah.
Why the hell do you hate this guy just because he's a Jewish kid from Brooklyn? I mean, it's wrong.
Now, don't get me wrong, I agree that you should work hard and be grateful for what you have. Take chances in life, don't play it safe, take a risk, swing the bat. But why is it that all the guys preaching about these things are either Nepo babies or struck up lucky and got rich in the absence of any real hard work? I mean, most of us are working hard, most of us are taking risks, we're swinging the bat every day, but statistically we can't all make big and become millionaire comedy podcasters. That's the point I'm trying to make here. When these guys were still coming up, they used to hate Jerry and they were bitter because he was so rich and successful. But when they achieved their own fame and fortune, all of a sudden they start preaching the same empty platitudes. Remember when Rogan was telling The Rock how he realized when he got his first big paycheck that the secret to this is not being poor?
Realized when I was young, I got a development deal for Disney when I was, I think I was 25, 26, and I got this development deal. And all of a sudden, they gave me like I think $100,000, and I had money in the bank. I was like, "This is crazy." All of a sudden, I had money, like in my whole life. I was like wondering how I was gonna when I was on my own. And it was like, how am I paying the bills? How am I eating? But then the moment I got that check, I remember feeling light. Like weight had been lifted off me. Like now I didn't have to worry about my rent. Now I didn't have to worry about food. And I remember thinking immediately, oh, this is the key. You just gotta get to a place where you're not worried about bills. So that means like spend less money. If that means like live a more prudent lifestyle, whatever you have to do. So then I was like, okay, now the most important thing is keep going. Yeah. Like make sure you don't lose any ground here and keep going, because now you know what it's like to be successful. Continue that. Do whatever you have to do, whatever work you put in, continue that. Yeah. And then when I got to a place where I felt like I have enough money that I feel really secure, then I started to learn how to be happy. And I never forgot it. He said, and we were kids. We were in our 20s.
The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period. We basically have 4 different types of population that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews, who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel. And they're sort of like circled with this green square box here. They're primarily a little bit north near the city of Mumbai. Then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also within the recognized population centers. Have a look at these 4 distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious oak here, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been a place called Sukara at the mouth of the Indus River, which also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time you get to the medieval period, the Rabbanite traders, who we spoke about in the previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the European and the Asian continents, and they're described primarily in Arabic historians. So know that there are Jews who are visiting all these grifters for jumping on the latest trends and monetizing drama for a profit. He really needs to take a look in the mirror and realize that he's describing himself. And as for his emotional arc with Jerry Seinfeld, it's so predictable that after his continuous rise, Schultz is starting to agree more and more with Jerry. The difference is, like I've been saying, Jerry's old school. He's 70 years old. Now, even though he's a life advisor, he still has his charm about him that many buddies don't seem to be able to grasp. You'll see what I mean in the closing clip I have for you guys right at the end of this video. I'm getting pretty sick and tired of rich comedians telling us to work harder and not worry so much about money. But on the other hand, work hard and get money so you can be happy. And the best one is just be grateful for what you have. I remember when comedians used to be funny. Anyway, thanks for joining me on this one. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And remember to check out my Patreon via the link below if you're interested in additional nonsense and content. Otherwise, if you're not a regular on this channel, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. Than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being we have lots of gods, let's run more anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to be the case in coaching. These three copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Laban, giving the Jews in Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that of course does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back to the ancient period. They are written in Malayalam language in the Telugu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying it is that it is so far from homogeneous. Just like when we talk about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So, although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have evolved with a local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a parokas, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element of the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the paroka itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of rasa, as a bride that is married. Fascinating concept. But anyway, they incorporate that right into the parokas. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the near tummy, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogue. In modern synagogues, there tends to be an electric bulb that sometimes made to look like a fire, but in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea. So the Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery. People like Vasco are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by one of those is none less than Gaspar de Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama. He took the name de Gama after his patron, as it were, and gone to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the impact of Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background, with that distinct clock tower, is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingley until the 14th century it was wiped by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with a clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock were something else. And the proximity of the temple and synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move to the next most well-known Indian Jewish group, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of B'nai Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little further to the north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous hilarity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It's important to note it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were more better understood. And a little less than figure than David Ben Maimon, the Maimonides, was killed in Iraq on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime, possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called B'nai Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the B'nai Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree, with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the B'nai Israel, as it were, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you can teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these B'nai Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of the world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry in the 20th century, was a very heavy movement of B'nai to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of the world Jewry, and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the B'nai Israel, here you see an interesting custom that
Tucked
Right
away on
next to the
page
mezuzah,
26 of Bumpers
the
Appeal
small
File,
device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of Hebrew scriptures in it that from the prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I know I would talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and the generational differences in this picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs from the early 20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sephardi really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrahi communities, also have tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves as Ashkenazim, who also had some India, but not nearly the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Paradesi basically the basis of foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local population from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jews. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the depiction and the Bnei Israel populations who are heavily influenced by Varna. That is the caste system in India, but it was accelerated of the British in the 19th century that adds to it classism. And you have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupations, and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste, the Kohanim, are not allowed to marry, for example, a divorcee, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertained to India up until 1947, at least legally. We also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British focusing on the English language rather than Indian languages. So much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as determinist. So we'll have to talk about the other I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did. Thank you very much for watching, and look forward to see you in more videos. Thank you.
But hold on, Jamie. So we're confirming. But but hold on, Jamie, don't stop.
When you guys are against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like,
we're not finding. You're assuming it's some light.
I said it could be 4 different lights. It also could be the reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of metal that has also light reflecting and away. I don't know. I'm getting more confused on all of these pieces because I thought that it would go to space.
No. Nobody thinks that.
They did go to
Jamie, you need to catch the book up on Reddit.
Well, look at Rogan seems to be on a roll for the last couple of weeks. He's been mixing it up with guests from different backgrounds, covering different topics, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm all for it. It's reminiscent of the old JRE before the pandemic, where you have interesting guests on to talk about everything and anything. Just today I saw he uploaded a podcast with pseudoscientist Christopher Dunn, which feels like an extension of the Dibble versus Hancock debate. But today I'm covering his recent episode with moon landing conspiracy theorist Bart Sibrel, who, like Graham Hancock, has known Rogan for years.
We first met, what was like, at least 20 years ago, right? 22 years ago. Was it 22? Wow. So, I had seen your movie, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with you, because this is before my podcast. You emailed me. Essentially, you're known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory. You're the guy who's researched the most. You're the guy who can auto-recall the most information. And you're the guy that the people that believe the moon landing will hate the most.
So similar to the Tucker Carlson episode recently, I left this episode of JRE feeling pretty disappointed. Even though I'm all for these kinds of conversation, Rogan's guests always seem to be put on actual evidence and rely on flaky strawman arguments to prove their points. Bart Sibrel isn't a scientist, he's more of a documentary filmmaker, pseudo-journalist whose whole career has basically relied on the moon landing hoax theory. He's kind of like a right-wing Michael Moore, and even though Joe gets an actual scientist on the podcast to debate, give Rogan credit here, I think he did a really good job at pushing back on Bart's theories and representing the counter-argument.
Well, I'm going to have to steel man some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously, it's like people would say, if I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we could do it. But if I was going to steel man, what I would say is, if I'm training these guys to film things, the only thing that I could say, if I was going to steel man it, would be what I said. I'm just steel manning it. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing is fake. Now, to steel man their position, like it took so much money and so many resources that we don't have that would be better served going to other things. Okay, to steel man that, you would say, what was the chain of custody?
Why would they do that if they really went to the moon?
Okay, the steel man. I mean, I know this is annoying.
You mean steel man means devil's advocate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm taking the other side's position.
Why?
Because it's interesting to see how it lines up.
Now, can I do the devil's advocate? What do you call it? Steel what?
Steel man.
Okay, the reason why it's doing that.
So Joe Steelman Rogan actually knows quite a bit about all these theories of the moon landing hoax and various bits and pieces of so-called evidence that conspiracy theorists point out in making their arguments. And I don't think Bart expected that from Rogan. It seemed like he thought it was going to be a walk in the park and Joe would push back on challenging of his assumptions, which, to be fair, Rogan is not for doing. He definitely picks his battles. And in the end, a little heated because Rogan kept pushing back on everything Bart would say, which led Rogan to get frustrated from all of Bart's straw man arguments. And then Jamie kept jumping in to challenge Bart as well. But then everyone just got confused. So I'll get to that in due course. I'm going to lay everything out for you guys first. At the beginning of the podcast, Rogan framed the whole discussion in what I thought was actually a really intelligent way by making reference to the context of the moon landing and everything else that has happened since.
I think today more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during this. You have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident where they got us into Vietnam, Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us in a war. There's the Kennedy assassination itself, which they still won't release the files. There's the moon landing, and then there's Nixon, getting Nixon removed from the White House. It was a giant government operation.
Yeah, like I was saying, I agree with most of what Rogan was saying there. When you look at the moon landing in the context of the Cold War and everything the US government is known to have done since then, it really does raise questions about the moon landing, given how important it was politically and how willing the government was to bend the rules to sway public opinion.
This one's the one that people hold on to the most because it's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientific community, the accomplishments of these people that are able to make things like the stealth bomber and all the wild shit that we know that is absolutely real. Space shuttle, SpaceX, all the amazing engineers and scientists. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? If this is the one thing that you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. They lied about everything. What did they tell the truth about? What did they want? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there, but what? We can't lie about the moon landing, guys. And everybody agreed.
So then, after setting the stage, Bart got straight into it with his theories and evidence of a moon landing hoax, starting with a basic comparison of technology from the 60s versus the technology available to us now.
So the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reasoning, because today, with 54-year better rocket designs and computer designs, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1,000th the distance to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land because they would die from the radiation.
If you're wondering what he's talking about here, basically there are these radiation belts in the inner region of Earth's magnetic field, which were discovered in 1958 by astrophysicist James Van Allen, which are now referred to as the Van Allen belts. He was the one that figured out that it was actually possible to get through these belts and land on the moon by flying through the weaker regions of radiation and get through unharmed. Otherwise, the radiation would be too strong for a human to survive. I'll pick this up later when Rogan challenges Bart, but for now, let's get back to his hoax argument.
So what they're really claiming is, back in 1969, ahead of schedule on the first attempt, when all of NASA's computers had 1 millionth the computing power cell phone, they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send us a day with 54-year better technology.
Okay, so that's the surface level technological argument about why the moon landing was possible 50 years ago. If we haven't been back in it, what makes you think we were ever there in the first place? Like he said, we have more computing power now in a smartphone than they did on the Apollo missions. But then there's the fake video and arguments. This is where it really gets interesting, because this is a direct argument that the government conspired to fake the moon landing by staging it all in a film studio with lights, cameras, and 3D models.
So they're saying they're 130,000 miles away. So they're in deep space.
So that proves it's the window. You see that?
So now there's people standing in front of we used to think that we're looking out into space at the Earth, but now we realize there's people staying in front of it. So there's other stuff going on. So something up there, you're filming a room, and then
that's really the window. That's an art.
Do you think that is just a piece of the Earth in a circular window? Well, I mean, do you think they put something over the window that represent the Earth?
Another photographer believes it's like a transparency of there's a circular
Let's
window.
Let this play out. Let's let this play out. So
that's the window. The point is, it's the window.
Back it up a little.
They're using the window to create a 1-foot model of the Earth.
I'll come back to this later on when Rogan pushes back and steelmans the counter argument. But there have been a couple of things that have fueled this theory that I think are really interesting. I don't know if you've heard of a famous film director called Stanley Kubrick. He didn't make a whole bunch of films, but he's widely credited as being one of the best filmmakers of all time. He made movies like Spartacus, Strange Love, A Clockwork Orange, Full Metal Jacket, and Eyes Wide Shut, which was his last movie. But probably his most famous movie was A Space Odyssey, which was released just over a year before the Apollo 11 moon landing way back in 1968. Now, you might not realize it now, but Space Odyssey was groundbreaking cinema at the time, and it's widely considered to be one of the best movies ever. One of the reasons why was the striking realism and futurism of the spacecrafts, as well as the depictions of the planets and space travel in general. In case you can't tell, I used to have an unhealthy obsession with Kubrick, so I probably know a little bit too much about all this, so I'll try and be brief here. Because 2001 came out around a year before the moon landing, like I said, "It was like nothing people had ever seen before. It led people to speculate that Kubrick was the one who staged the moon landing in a studio for the government. But not only that, when he was filming the movie, after he was finished with the actors, he spent another year filming the special effects in the studio, which sparked a lot of gossip about what he was actually doing in there." So that's where some of the speculation came from regarding his involvement in the moon landing hoax. But of course it gets worse. After this theory got traction, people started looking for clues in his other movies. Now, if you've seen any of his films, you'll know how much he plays with visual motifs and themes, and one of them in particular was the number of the hotel room in The Shining, room 237. Some people believe that this number represented the average distance from Earth to the Moon being around 237,000 miles, which isn't exactly accurate, but it's close enough. He also retrofitted some of the photographic lenses that Zeiss had designed for NASA to be used on the Apollo 11 mission for his movie Barry Lyndon. Those particular lenses had groundbreaking low light capabilities, which Kubrick used to light scenes using only candlelight. So, I thought I'd just give you that background on where that conspiracy came from. You can see how it slowly developed out of the movie 2001 and ended up evolving into a valid theory to this day. There's so much more I didn't mention. For example, Kubrick's political views in movies like Doctor Strangelove and Full Metal Jacket. But for now, let's get back to Bart Sibrel's evidence of a hoax.
Let's go over some other stuff. One thing I wanted to go over is the photographs and the shadows that are moving at different angles.
You'll see on the left-hand side is sunlight. Try it yourself. Go out in your front yard or your parking lot at work on a cloudless day. Two people, two telephone poles, two trees. They will always run parallel. They will never intersect. It's impossible for those to intersect. Over here on the right, the astronaut shadow is going at 12 o'clock and a rock 5 feet away. The shadow is going at 9 o'clock. A 90-degree intersection, proving that was taken with an electrical light that's really close, and it's probably behind the astronaut. And if you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle off. That proves it in a court of law.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a very strong legal argument, but you can see how the shadow coming off the rock doesn't seem to fit with the astronaut's shadow. There's several different explanations for it, which I'll show you in a moment. But just to finish off Bart's arguments and get to Rogan's steel manning, let's see what he had to add to the radiation argument.
Let me add one thing about the radiation. So, I called up NASA, said I'm a journalist. You sent up 2 Geiger counters on a civilian mission to specifically measure the radiation in the radiation belt, which they should have had 50 years ago anyway. And then I said, can I please have those radiation readings? They said it's a classified military secret because the temperature of the sun isn't a military secret. When you send probes to Jupiter to find out how much helium is in Jupiter's atmosphere, the amount of helium isn't a military secret. So why would the amount of radiation surrounding the Earth and the radiation belt that most people don't know about, why would that amount of radiation be a secret? Because if they reveal it, it would prove that they couldn't go through it to the moon.
Okay, so I want to make a couple of comments before I show you Rogan's pushback on all of these theories. Probably the biggest thing I noticed about Bart is that he does the exact same thing that guys like Tucker Carlson and Graham Hancock do, as well as most of the non-expert, highly opinionated guests that Rogan has on the podcast. They'll use a legitimate observation that raises a question and then declare that it's irrefutable proof of a conspiracy theory or alternative theory, contrarian theory, whatever you want to call it. Now, I'll give you my personal opinion on the moon landing hoax at the end, but this is what started to annoy and frustrate Rogan during this debate. Bart would make a valid observation and then follow it up straight away with, therefore the whole moon landing was a complete hoax.
What they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today. Not necessarily, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past and in the future. It's impossible.
But they haven't done a moon landing program today.
No, it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon. But it's taking more time.
They're not right, but they're not doing it. Right, like during the Apollo,
they can't do it.
That's what you're saying. Yeah, I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist today. It's a massive program to try to get the first person on the moon. And it was a concerted effort by how many scientists? How many people were involved? How many people?
A couple 100,000.
Okay, that's a lot of people to organize and to focus on one very specific goal. That's not happening today. So to say that we can't do it today. It's like people would say, if I was steel manning the position, I would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. If we wanted to do it today, we could do it today.
Well, actually, they are
400,000. Here's the argument against that it would be fake. But everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out.
So there's a couple of things going on there, and like I said at the beginning of this video, in my opinion, Rogan did a pretty decent job of putting on Bart's talking points. On the one hand, we haven't been back to the moon since the 70s, but on the other hand, we're living in a very climate now, and we don't necessarily have a reason to relaunch the Apollo missions. But the idea that it would be too difficult to coordinate is something that really resonates with me. You've probably heard people say this about the 9/11 attacks, how it would have been far too hard to coordinate several agencies and thousands of people into staging it as a false flag attack to invade the Middle East and remove Saddam Hussein, etc. However, the difference here that Bart actually pointed out is that almost all of those 400,000 staff and personnel were on site. So, it would have only required a dozen or so conspirators, including Stanley Kubrick, the film crew, the astronauts, and a few suits, to coordinate this hoax, not to mention smartphone and social media didn't exist. So it would have been easy to get away with it back then compared to now. I still think it's a stretch to assume that all of those engineers and scientists working on the project didn't notice that it wasn't possible. I mean, they were the brains behind everything, right? Anyway, after Bart got into the whole shadows argument, Rogan pulled him up yet again for jumping to false conclusions, flaky, almost circumstantial evidence.
Like I said, shadows intersecting at 9 degrees, which you can't duplicate in sunlight, which means it's electrical light, which means they didn't go to the moon. All this, the footage we encountered.
That doesn't mean they didn't go to the moon. It means that photograph was fake.
Okay. Well, why would the pictures be fake if they really went? But
well,
in any case,
you could make the argument that the radiation damaged the cameras and they weren't able to get real photographs, so they made it a conscious decision to use fake photographs. I think they had a lot more hubris back then. They faked a lot of photographs back then. It was pretty common. Or publicity firms that worked for NASA had a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they could have the photos that they didn't have of an actual event which really took place.
This is where I think there's some common ground between people who believe the moon landings and people who are unsure but are still very skeptical of government. You don't have to stretch your imagination to believe that the US government chose to fill in the gaps by staging some video and photography in a studio instead of just being transparent with the public and telling everyone that they lost a whole bunch of footage due to radiation damage or simply just human error. It's like that old saying, sometimes the cover-up is worse than the crime. So I personally have no issue believing that the government was capable and willing of making that decision. It's being open and honest about what really happened.
Here's what I would say if I was trying to counter what you're saying. All right, the Earth at 130,000 miles to the moon. The moon is the size of Earth. The moon, on a full moon, is fairly bright, and you can walk around outside in the dark. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflective light because of the oceans, and it's glorious, it glows in the sky. You would imagine that if you were filming Earth from 130,000 miles out, you would have to blacken the insides of the walls, and you probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window. It probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth and what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if they're shooting it through this window and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the Earth with the kind of cameras they had back then would be to do it that way.
if they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, the Earth would be a tiny dot.
It wouldn't be that small. No, it wouldn't. But stop. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You gotta think about how big the moon is. The moon is a big ass thing, right?
So let me ask you this, Jim. Do you think the moon landings are real or not?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you,
I just want to know what you think.
I'm going to go at this. I'm just going to try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying without giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually.
So clearly, Rogan sits on the fence with this one, which I tend to agree with if I'm being honest. even if you accept that the government obviously faked, produced, edited, whatever you want to call it, that's still not concrete proof that the whole moon landing was a hoax. All it proves is that the government created videos and photos for public consumption, just their massive space program. And the thing is, most of the arguments that Barr put forward have already been debunked by actual scientists over the years, so it kind of feels a little bit silly for Rogan to have Bart on there without getting someone who can actually explain why he's completely wrong sitting right next to him. He needs to find the Flint Dibble of astrophysics to get him on to debate Bart. Granted, we'd ask him to come back on to debate a real scientist, to which he agreed, so we'll hold out for that. But I think that Rogan realized about halfway through that he should have done that in the first place and started to regret doing it on his own. It ended up just turning into a confused shambles. Jamie started piping up and challenging Bart, and Rogan was stuck in the middle.
Right. Well, if I was trying to so it's not that they're 103,000 miles out, but it's that they're in space faking the shot.
Yes, they're faking being halfway, which is why it's so bright. The reason why it's so bright is because they're just like the space station.
That doesn't, I don't know, I'm getting more confused on all of these pieces because like I thought that they didn't even go to space.
No. Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks
they did go.
Jamie, you need to catch the book up on it.
Well, we concluded, yes, they are faking being halfway to the moon.
No, that's not what we concluded. We concluded that they are faking that the blackness around that image of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming. But hold on, Jamie. So we're confirming that blackness, which is clearly the inside of the cockpit, right? Clearly. But they're saying that blackness is space, and that circular image is the Earth, looking at the Earth through space. That's clearly deception. You're talking about camera equipment. If you take camera equipment, the old school film, and you run it through old school radar detectors at the airport, those metal detectors, fix up your camera equipment.
It wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon. They went 6 times in 3 years. They threw cards on the moon.
That's
they
not what I'm
golf
saying.
on the moon.
That's not what I'm saying.
And yet, for some reason, today they can only send mannequins to orbit the moon.
Listen, we're in agreement on this. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what you could say is that the real maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage is because they went through radiation. But hold on, Jamie, don't stop.
Well, you guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like
we're not fighting. You're assuming it's sunlight.
I said it could be 4 different lights. It also could be the reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant shiny metal that has also light reflecting in multiple ways.
Where's the lunar lander?
Maybe we don't. That's what I'm saying. Where all the light sources are. I wasn't there.
That'd be the most emotional I've ever heard young Jamie. It reminded me of the time Steven Crowder was on the podcast and him and Rogan ganged up on Crowder and talk. That one was hectic. But like I said at the beginning of this video, I was kind of disappointed at the end of this. Rogan really needs to be more proactive in booking guests so he can have 2 and 3 people debating who actually know what they're talking about. Having said that, I do think Rogan did a pretty good job in this one. It's obviously something he's spoken about quite a bit on the podcast, and I don't think there's any real harm in having these conversations. As for Bart Sibrel, he came off as a bit of a grifter. He plugged his website at every opportunity. He even used it as a way of deflecting Rogan's questions. He'd get stuck and just say, go and check out my website, all the evidence is there. And when you go onto his website, it's obvious that he's just trying to sell shit. And did I mention he's not actually a scientist? Yeah, classic JRE. Anyway, that's it from me, guys. I hope you enjoyed this breakdown. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and don't forget to check my Patreon as well. There's a couple of videos there already and much more to come, so don't miss out on those. And if you're not a regular of this channel, hit the subscribe button, and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
What year was this?
That was 1999.
Sorry, allergies.
Yeah. Truth. You're allergic to truth?
No, I'm allergic to whatever's in the air in Austin. Remember, Chin, on Monday, I'll tell you about that Steve Will Do It guy who went really bad on me. He was like defending Dana. Like, I went dark a little bit how I can kill people. It comes to hand-to-hand fight, you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will you up. These are just facts.
Hello and welcome to
These are just facts.
Brendan Job has reminded us this week yet again that he's the biggest loser on the internet. Whether it's getting trolled on Twitter and not realizing it, or going on a CTE rant on his live stream that nobody watches, and then clickbaiting his dying audience on the fighter of the kid. But it's not just that. He filed an appeal this week in court that doesn't make sense. So more on that towards the end, because no matter what this guy does, he finds a way to extract maximum damage and make himself look like an absolute tool in the process. He really has taken losing to a whole new level and almost turned it into an art form. It all started with UFC 300. Boy Bubba was a vocal critic of the event. He thought that the stakes weren't high enough and it was all for show, which isn't necessarily wrong or a bad take, but in the end it was a pretty wild show. Most people I know enjoyed it. And so in Dana White fashion, he had a little edit made up to call out all the critics of the event, which included Brendan Shaw.
So this is pretty interesting. So Dana White does a thing on shout out to Dana White. So Dana White does this thing on UFC 300. He basically made like his version of a diss track of all the people in MMA media. Not a few, but some of the people in MMA media who were kind of critiquing UFC 300. And so he plays this video. Now I think this was on Saturday.
There's this idea that at that moment when God spoke of the situation for all the fighters in the Bible,
were on this card. When I said
wow,
the greatest card ever assembled in the history of combat sports,
that was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity of large populations that had ever occurred.
Is any fight on this card 300 worthy?
As we go further and further away from that revelation, people get less and less spiritual.
It is obvious. It's awesome that he actually implied with respect. That's so awesome. I saw that, and then when I put up the chat, but when we have old shit, I put fair play UFC 300 was amazing. And then Dana responded, that's awesome. Hashtag respect.
Basically.
Do you think Trinjo Poppy will ever realize that Dana White thinks he's a joke? I mean, clearly the whole thing was a publicity stunt. Dana grew the UFC off the back of being the underdog that everyone wanted to ban. They were always saying to boxing. Nobody took them seriously. So he's always going to use whatever negativity and hatred he gets to promote the UFC and prove everyone wrong. It's so formulaic, you could literally write an equation out for it. So then why is it that Brendan has to take everything so literally?
And you always have people, like whenever Dana, we've had our issues of
500 years ago, most scholars would never have been able to see because they're existing.
I give Dana
so this is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept,
if you didn't change the
notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Lord Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they fulfilled Isaiah the knowledge of God, despite the behavior described in the Bible. Then you have, like, to summarize some of the major levels.
I think I just followed it on a bit. Of course, Brendan tries to turn this into a flex, but it gets worse. So we all know who the Elm Boys are. If you don't, God bless you, you can turn this video off right now and go back to living your life with absolutely zero regrets. But for the rest of us, Dana White aligned himself with Kyle and his buddies, no doubt to capitalize on their audience and maintain relevance amongst the younger crowd. So after Brendan Shaw called out Dana for UFC 300, Steve Will Do It got onto Twitter and trolled him so badly that it was actually funny as hell. Dana White is a top-tier human. Brandon Schaub, you're a goofball. I thought you were a former UFC fighter. You failed at comedy and you can't even talk UFC right. Brandon Schaub is a loser. Then he took it down a notch and made fun of his name, saying Brandon Schaub, more like Brendan Slob, hashtag loser, followed by imagine being a former UFC fighter and get introduced by Dana White as a podcaster. Lol, Brandon Schaub, loser. So clearly Steve had a few too many hard seltzers and decided to troll the creature copy, which honestly seems entirely appropriate. I mean, I agree with almost everything he said. He was speaking straight facts. But for our boy Bubba, he thought that he had no choice to address Steve on his live stream earlier this week.
Steve will do it. Discussion. He came at me on Twitter.
Well, what exactly are they? What exactly do they do that's different?
He's close with Dana.
And I think he's young. I don't know how old he is, but I think he's young. So maybe that's his way of like giving his boys back, which I respect. I get that. But this isn't. You don't know what you're doing. You're not educated on the dynamics of everything. And
I can say three things. First of all,
that stuff doesn't bother me.
They tend to write super
much worse. He's defending his boy, which I get and I love. I do the same. Right for my guys.
Rather than write a
commentary, do a little research. This isn't it, but
Bible itself.
This isn't it.
You have
a background, so there's stuff you can go at.
Commentaries.
Yeah, I was a world champion.
Even when they are based on that core text.
So you can poke stuff at that. It's like
broader literature.
Veiled comedian.
By way of contrast, for example,
you don't know comedy. That doesn't work.
Will quote directly
from your outside perspective. I'm not at Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan or Sebastian's level. Because I mean, I feel that 99.999% of colleges fail. If that's your level, then yeah, all of us are failures. And we're about 5 guys.
Okay, this was absolutely wild. Brendan dedicated almost 1 hour of the short show, or whatever it's called, to discussing the Dana White Steve will do a drama. That's how much he doesn't care about any of this, and it doesn't bother him. Almost an hour of an hour and 25-minute long. Yeah, this doesn't bother him one bit. And you can tell the comedy thing really got to him. For those of you who don't know, the Cringe Party had to scale back on his comedy commitments because he was struggling to sell tickets and was building a reputation for cancelling shows. So he pretended that he was spending more time with his family earlier this year as a cover for effectively retiring from stand-up comedy. And just quietly, on what planet are Joe Rogan and Kevin Hart in the same league of comedy? I should also correct him. He was exaggerating when he said there's only 5 successful comedians on the planet. There's actually 1,000 of them. Or was it 500? No, it was 250, wasn't it? Anyway, I do have to agree with Brendan on one thing. He definitely isn't a failed comedian. That would imply he was a comedian to start with.
So much text.
They could be, but then things went up again. He leaned into it and he started throwing veiled threats towards Steve to do it. And don't forget, Bubba has no issues with him. None of this bothers him. He's completely cool with all of this. Just saying.
Yeah, with Steve, I have no issues with him. He seems like a good guy. Anybody that knows him tells me he's a good guy. I don't know what he does. Maybe just ill-informed. I'm easy to find. Super easy to find. Super easy to find. And we have a mutual friend in Bradley Burton. I text Brad yesterday. I talk to Brad like once a week. Brad's a close buddy. Help me out, with my energy levels.
Still deal with theoretical
Brad's my guy. Absolutely adore Brad.
But those theoretical questions are not pure.
And he's best friends with Steve, so there's a mutual friend there. So I'm easy to find. You can get my number from Bradley. If there's something going on that I don't know, but you show up set, I can meet you at Zoo Culture, whichever location you want. You can meet there, you can talk about it. If you're so mad, you can go in the back room, figure it out. You sign papers that you're not going to sue or anything like that, but you figure it out.
May be helpful in this
context. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how this goes. But I know what you're saying. No, but I'm saying if he's that mad, it's like, if you want to initiate, we can figure it out. Yeah, no problem. But you would I know. He seems like he's small too. So it doesn't, like, I don't come off as a bully. No, never came at me, so it's like, if you're that mad, that's an angle, I'm down.
Okay, Brendan. There's this thing called the Second Amendment, and never fun. But all jokes aside, not everyone thought this was as cringe as I did. He actually had quite a bit of support for calling out Steve and saying, hey man, if you've got a problem, we sound like men. And I'm not going to lie, I would love nothing the Outboy Bubba line up the Delp Boys and teach them a lesson one by one. The world give it a place after that. The thing is though, he didn't just leave it at that. He went on and on and on. Now, I don't know if it was the Kratom or the couches, the Addies, or just too much coffee. Brendan went to extraordinary unnecessary lengths to prove to everyone just how much this bothers him.
So whatever community, trucking, car community, no way that's ever come after me. I've never been worried
much less
if you lock me in a room with an hour of the show. I've never had a single person on this earth come after me that I couldn't beat up. And that's just fact. This isn't a bully thing. This isn't a cocky thing. So I think that's why it doesn't bother me, because I know Steve, or I know insert comment, or insert podcast, or insert whatever it is I do. I talk shit about me. I know.
Once again,
if we're in the same room, we're not talking about it. It comes to hand-to-hand
pragmatic
fighting.
tools to draw out the theoretical foundation.
Unless your name's Francis Ngannou,
as laid down.
Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury.
Basically, he
just
wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as my mom.
Now, we can live in a world where these YouTubers and the guys like Steve, his buddies around him, go on, dude, you should fight him. Oh, dude, I don't know, dude. He got knocked up by no hero.
As the primary
there's that world
text to be studied.
That was on social media and YouTube. That's not real.
Other words like that.
It's not. You cannot fight. I promise you cannot
fight. Was intended to
be
like
your boys,
short
the YouTubers.
All of the decisions.
That's not real, Bubba.
After having
this will not end well for you in any facet. This is the real world. You get severely
30 days.
And that's why I'm cool.
The entire show.
Yeah, he is 100% cool with this.
But that's really what
admit, Bubba's right. It's all fun and games on the internet, but once the cameras and mics are turned off, it's just you and Brent in the dark room. Yeah, he's going to have his way with you. Hang on, are we still talking about fighting? Thing is, to play devil's advocate, no one's calling you out. None of us are saying, Bubba, you're a tool, that's right, I'll smash you. So it doesn't really make sense to call somebody out to come and fight you when all they were doing was pointing out that you're a loser. It's like if the kid says to another kid that they're stupid and read too slow, and so the other kid says, but my dad's stronger than your dad. Yeah, but you're still a slow reader. By the way, Brendan's Sookfest apparently worked. Also, he thought, to me, Steve was still trolling a little shit. I want to take back anything I said about Brandon Shaw. The guy is a very nice person, and I shouldn't have attacked him. I don't think he is a nasty person. My bad, Brandon Shaw. You're a good guy, I feel. Looked into you more. It's no more nasty people than 2024, and I don't believe you're nasty. He also said, I listened to him talk about me on his podcast, and I'm like, this guy seems like an awesome guy. So I want to take back what I said. And so Brandon took the bait and replied with, all good, my brother. I'm so glad they managed to clear all this up, and Bubba still has no idea that this whole thing was a massive joke at his expense. But wait, it gets worse. Oh man, this was cringe as hell. Let me explain. So, like I said earlier, not everyone shared my feelings about this whole situation. A lot of people sided with Bubba on this and thought it was about time that he called these clowns out and set the trend. The fact that Steve fake apologized apparently fooled a bunch of people into thinking Brent had won, and so it wasn't all bad for our boy. But then, in true Cringe Puppy style, he took it too far and tried to milk it for everything. This was the thumbnail for the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. He's got Steve in the middle talking into a mic. It says they hash out their beef, and to the average person, it looks like Butler managed to get Steve on his podcast to settle this beef, except it was pure clickbait. In fact, the clickbait was so bad that not only did they knock Steve on the podcast, they spent less than 60 seconds actually talking about it over the whole episode.
I feel like most people are like, just like, remember, Chair on Monday, I'll tell you about that. Steve Doing guy went really like defending Dana. I went dark a little bit how I can kill people, which is out of character for me, and I apologize. Me and him connected, and that's what we talked about. Yeah. Okay. Because me and Bradley are super close, and Bradley texted me, he's like, yo, I'm with Steve.
And when you talk to him, I'm sure he's a great guy. You guys get along.
Yeah, he was like, dude, I watch your podcast. I was like, you're actually a good guy. He's like, I'm a drunk, man. I was just firing off at the mouth.
I love it.
He was like, oh, sorry, man. He's like, I didn't
good for him.
That's okay. I told him, I said, I get it, dude. It's all good.
We are. Of course. Good for him.
I like that talk.
Yep, that was it. And it wasn't the homeless cats that got their knickers in a knot. We all know Brendan's petty tricks, but it was actually his dying audience that started to turn on him. The Steve doing clickbait was pretty shameless. Come on, guys, don't do this. He's not even on the pod. What the F? Clickbait. 3 minutes 50 for 5 seconds of Steve will do it. Laughing my ass off. Guys, this is ridiculous. Crazy clickbait to put in with the mic, which is from the No podcast. Wow, what a misleading thumbnail. How is the headline about Steve will do it if you only talk about him for less than 1 minute? And that's how Brandon managed to take what little credibility he mustered through this fake beef and turn it into yet another massive L, all by himself. And the funniest part is the clickbait didn't even work. That episode has less views than they usually get, which makes it all so much better. This guy's a full-on train wreck at this point, and that extends to the courtroom. Here we go. All right, let's change gears. So, for those of you who don't know, a couple of years ago, Brandon sued a small YouTuber called Kyle Swindells, who goes by the name Unique. And earlier this year, the judge sided with the defendant, going against our boy Bubba, declaring that Kyle's use of clips from Brandon's podcasts fell under fair use, dismissing the case and leaving Bubba with an enormous legal bill with nothing to show for it. If you want the full breakdown, you can go and check out my video covering the legal dispute. But you would think that after making one of the biggest L's in internet history, Brandon would let it go, lick his wounds, learn his lesson, and go back into the hole that he came from. I mean, Kyle self-represented with the assistance of a ghost lawyer. Nobody knows who he is. It's a complete mystery. He operates from the dark using an untraceable email address, feeding Kyle everything he needs to make his legal filings and representations in court. Anyway, sorry. So you would have thought that Bubba would let it go now, but in true Brandon style, he had to make the whole situation worse by lodging an appeal. Honestly, this guy is the gift that keeps on giving. This is what it says. Reasons why oral argument should be heard. Plaintiff appellant, Thick Boy Productions, respectfully requests that the court schedule and hear oral argument in this case. This case involves novel and important issues of copyright law and fair use, and how these legal standards should apply in the modern age of internet podcasts and YouTube. The main issue on appeal is whether Swindells has met his burden of showing that his extensive use of Thick Boys podcast episodes, while adding at most relatively short and insubstantial voiceovers, constitute fair use. So, if you recall, the judge agreed with the defendant on all the elements of fair use, except for one. She actually agreed with Thick Boy Productions that Unique had used more clips than were necessary for his commentary and didn't specifically comment, criticize, or analyze all of the copyrighted material to the extent that perhaps he should have. She said, all of the accused videos include segments of the copyrighted videos which Mr. Swindell did not criticize or comment on. This is actually something that I personally agree with. Too many commentary channels just dump clips into theirs and don't address them specifically or comment on them. They don't actually transform the material by giving it new context based on an opinion or perspective. They just dump whole sections of the podcast and say, look how stupid Bubba is, without actually explaining why he's stupid, which is actually quite an easy thing to do. Bubba still lost because the defendant satisfied all the other criteria so well that judge had no choice but to rule in his favor via summary judgment. So if you want to know more about upload a full breakdown video on my Patreon, going through all 60 pages of the I'm not going to do it here, it'll be far too long and not everyone will be interested. But in that video, I'm going to explain exactly why this appeal is doomed to fail, which has implications for all podcasters, including Rogan. It all comes down to one specific thing that all of the small jerk, never been funny comedy podcasters just can't seem to get their head around. So check out the link in the description to my Patreon, become a member so you don't miss out on that video next week. But that's it for now. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. If you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
About your UFC book, I will come right at it. I can pin you on the ground right now. You could try. You could try. No reason. You could try. And guess what? Guess what? I will come right to your house. You'd be dead, Joe. Would I?
You're a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly well.
You are associating me with this, and you are attempting to get me to distance yourself from that. That's actually what I'm trying to do. That's not what you're doing. You don't think that? Look at the way it's phrased on your article. This sort of race science is outdated and long since debunked, especially given the strong links between Atlantis and Aryans proposed by several Nazi archaeologists. That's like a part of the headline. I want to show you some
tweets I've gotten from people that are fans of Graham Hancock.
No. Stop. Don't do that. They're not connected to him. They're just humans. There's a lot of crazy people in the world. This is you.
This was the debate that we needed but didn't deserve. Here we have two opposing forces coming together on the Joe Rogan Experience to settle once and for all the mysteries that have confused some of the smartest people in the world for centuries. Yeah, this might take a while. So let me explain. In the blue corner, we have Flint Dibble. Yep. That's actually his real name. Establishment archaeology district.
Archaeology my whole life, and I'm just very passionate about sharing archaeology and what we do. I find in general that people don't really understand what modern archaeology is about, and so I'm going to try to get that across while here.
And apart from Indiana Jones cosplay, he's known for being his father's son.
And so what I want to do is focus on where my own experience and expertise is. My dad was an Ice Age archaeologist. He's a Neanderthal cave. Modern replicas made by archaeologists. Some of them made by my dad, and some of them you're going to hook us up with some real stuff. I didn't either. This is a Middle Paleolithic style core that my dad made. The earliest stone tools are quite large. Tell me how much of the Sahara you think has actually been excavated by archaeologists. A bunch of it has been surveyed, including by my dad. I just want to dedicate this quick thing to my dad. He was an Ice Age archaeologist. His sites underwater, they all date to the end of the ice. And so they're lithic scatters, just like my dad found in the Sahara Desert.
Archaeologists see me as public enemy number one.
You started off by saying we're not sitting around thinking about you. Most of my dad's colleagues, when I mentioned I'm coming out here to do this, they had no idea you talked about the ice age. Can we talk about some agriculture? Sure. All right, cool. Can you boot up my Yeah, this is like my stuff finally. I did my dad's stuff earlier, now I get to do some of my stuff.
Bro loves his dad. I'll come back to that a little later, because in the red corner we have the Alex Jones of history and archaeology, Graham Hancock.
Hey, Graham, everybody knows you. I get on this podcast all the time. Largely thanks to you, Jim. Oh, very happy to choose the world.
Apart from trolling the whole discipline of archaeology for the last 35 years, Graham also broke the record for the most times anyone has ever changed spectacles in a single episode of JRE.
How do I say? There are many predecessor cultures. The question is, who worked in stone? The question is, when did this stone work? If you look at the research by, for example, and on introduction of geometric elements into the stonework, I think this would be a good moment for me to just give a little bit of information about the Younger Triassic. Can we do that? Because it's very important to my theories. Okay. God, these short sight. I tell you, being 73 is no joke.
And we all know who Joe Rogan is.
Just the fact, I mean, I know we're in the middle of this crazy debate, but just the wonder of nature itself, the complexity involved in these natural life forms adapting to their environment is so fascinating.
Okay, now that we've got all of that out of the way, let's get serious for a moment. What are we doing here, B? Here we have two opposing forces, Flint Dibble, and yes, that's actually his real name. He represents mainstream archaeology academia. He's what's known as a classical archaeologist because he focuses on ancient Greece, more specifically in the area of food and agriculture. He studies mostly food and trash in the fossil bones, and he has bachelor's and master's degrees as well as a PhD. Graham Hancock, on the other hand, has a very different background. He studied sociology at university, then became a journalist, and didn't actually start trolling archaeologists until he was in his 40s. But Graham's rise to fame is actually quite interesting. You see, he was one of the first so-called serious guests on Rogan's podcast, his first appearance dating back to episode 142 in 2011.
And a very fascinating thing for me in the many years that I've been on it. One of the fascinating things about it is the ability to get in touch with people that if you were younger, like a long time ago, there was no chance I would be able to sit down with you and do a conversation. Graham Hancock is probably the one guy who's influenced my view of history more than anybody ever. It's from this book, Fingerprints of the Gods. you have spent an enormous chunk of your life uncovering all these different structures and all these different monuments and all these different things that you attribute to a lost era.
Since then, Hancock's appeared on JRE over a dozen times and they've become close friends. Rogan even appeared in Hancock's 2022 Netflix series titled Ancient Apocalypse in an effort to support his work. Imagine getting Joe Rogan to appear in your documentary about the history of civilization to give it credibility. Anyway, I digress. The point of contention is this. Mainstream archaeology has long held the view that indigenous populations around the world independently derive their own systems of architecture, agriculture, engineering, and astronomy, even though they share similar characteristics with each other, never cross paths. He believes these civilizing heroes walked across continents when sea levels were several hundred feet lower than they are now, and that's why there is little to no evidence of their journeys or their existence. So as you can imagine, if mainstream archaeologists were to accept his version of the beginnings of civilization, it would completely flip the whole academic discipline of archaeology on its head.
Building a road or building buildings or building a dam, and they call in archaeologists. Does any interesting archaeology? This is part of the problem I have with archaeology as a discipline. It likes to think of itself as scientific, but what I think it's primarily doing, and it is trying to control the narrative about the past. Because archaeology is so desperate to be seen as a science, it tries as hard as possible to distance itself from any ideas that might be seen as anything out on the edge. Archaeology doesn't want to associate itself with, and then it takes the next step and really to my proposal that we've forgotten an episode in the human story. It's always been hostile since I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, but with Ancient Apocalypse, much bigger platform reaching a much wider audience, the reaction was just hysterical, and it went on for a very long time. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I don't think archaeologists are involved in a conspiracy. I think the people who are attacking me genuinely believe in what they're saying, and they genuinely think I'm harmful. But that's like calling it the most dangerous show on Netflix.
So this argument between Hancock and the academic discipline came to a head when Netflix produced his series in 2022. This is where his evidence in support of this lost advanced civilization theory. Now, I rewatched the documentary series this week to refresh my memory, and the thing that stood out for me was just how overly produced it is. I mean, it's no more or less of a production than most documentaries these days, but it definitely dramatizes Hancock's use of graphics, editing, and a strong soundtrack. They'll make vast sweeping statements after making an innocuous observation by saying something like, it's not just possible that a foreigner taught them their ways, it's likely. For me, I'd rather on the topic or watch a podcast without all the dramatizations and sensationalism, but it did very well on Netflix and stayed at the top 10 for weeks, obviously reaching a large audience. And that's what biologists so much. They didn't like that he was getting so much main attention for his unproven theories, so they wrote a letter to Netflix asking them to reclassify his series from a documentary to science fiction.
Scientific American Archaeology, they're saying that I am bold of extreme voices that misrepresent archaeological knowledge in order to spread false historical narratives that are overtly misogynistic, chauvinistic, racist, and anti-Semitic. I mean, you apply those labels to somebody and you're going to get that person hated. No, your co-author, John Hoops, wrote. We urge Netflix to add disclaimers that the content is unfounded. They want it to be called science fiction. In other words, that's a very clever way of cancelling. Here's Flint, more of a celebrity than me is Flint. Netflix, correct. I'm sorry that I am, Flint. That's not really my problem.
But one thing that Hancock can't deny is that not only was his Netflix series mostly just a bunch of unproven, half-baked theories, he really did use every opportunity to take shots at the archaeology discipline. Instead of opening the very first episode with an introduction to his theories, it was basically a compilation of how controversial he is as a public figure, using excerpts from his appearances on JRE, newspaper clippings, and media grabs, all designed to make him out to be the victim of an establishment conspiracy to silence him.
You say that you're number one enemy of archaeology and things like that. You are promoting people to dislike what we do. We are doing our jobs. No, you started off Ancient Apocalypse by calling us patronizing, arrogant.
Archaeologists see me as public enemy number one.
You started off by saying we're not sitting around thinking about it.
But the flip side is these archaeologists haven't held back in their criticism of Hancock. They've accused him of some of the worst labels you can attach to a public figure.
Pseudo-archaeology, as Dibble calls it, acts to reinforce white supremacist ideas. Flint Dibble interview Ancient Apocalypse, Graham Hancock, and conspiracy theories. Like, what the fuck is a conspiracy theory? That archaeologists are conspiring against me, which I've never said or ever suggested.
You claim we're trying to hide the evidence, just like with Clovis first. Shut down alternative narratives. That's a conspiracy theory.
Tell me where I've claimed that you hide the evidence.
And then came the claim of a widespread conspiracy. He won't say it in those words, but Hancock definitely believes he is of an orchestrated effort to have him cancelled.
You have claimed many times that we try to shut down alternative narratives, that we try to silence them. That suggests there's an archaeological conspiracy where we're all working together to have one narrative.
No, it suggests that there's a strongly held point of view, there's a paradigm, and that those who go against the paradigm are likely to be attacked.
All of them still had successful careers for many decades. But Jacques Senghor has excavated many other sites.
Denying that he was attacked for the very thing that you're saying archaeologists don't do.
No, but that's I'm denying the coordinated attack.
The problem for Flint Dibble, and yes, that's actually his real name, is that Hancock has the benefit of Rogan's massive reach, which over the years has mobilized vicious attacks against Dr. Dibble on social media. So this isn't just a battle of ideas, it's also a battle of two opposing forces for influence over archaeological narratives.
So what is this right here? It says, to Graham, Jimmy, and others, we see you and will share with the world just how you try to bully and censor us. I was trying to censor you.
Well, I'd argue that when people swarm there's times when people swarm me and they
people online.
Yeah,
cool. Tweet people.
Yeah, exactly.
Get involved in a discussion about some contentious issue. The whole world can attack you. So try to connect that to Graham or connect that to anything. You're just dealing with people. He's not responsible for that. I'm responsible to engage and read.
He called don't read the comments rant from Rogan. Imagine if Rogan tweeted something out specifically to address things people were saying in the comment section. No, that would never happen. Read comments, remember? But let's take a step back here for a moment, because I haven't actually explained what this whole controversy is really about. Let's look at a specific example. 1519, the Spanish Empire conquered the Aztec Empire, which is known today as modern Mexico. Mainstream archaeology believes that the indigenous Mexicans, who were hunter-gatherers, had developed their own system of architecture, agriculture, engineering, and astronomy before the Spanish came along. However, Hancock believes indigenous Mexicans were visited by the survivors of the cataclysm that wiped out the advanced civilization he believes existed 14,000 years ago.
I mean, what do you make of these figures? What sort of ethnic group would you think they belong to?
I don't identify ethnic groups like that, man. It's a stone carving. That's not how we identify ethnic groups.
No, I'm not actually interested. So you see beards of these folks?
Yeah, people all over the world on every continent have beards from different ethnic groups.
It's just curious that among the Olmecs we have this, and we have this, and we have this. I'm just intrigued by that. I don't know people are different. I don't know what it means exactly.
So Hancock's theory is that because there is evidence of these same people across different indigenous hunter-gatherer groups, he believes that all of these indigenous cultures were visited by the survivors of the same lost civilization, who have often been depicted as light-skinned or white saviors.
So what the archaeologists were doing there, they were going back to Fingerprints of the Gods that I wrote in 1995, in which I reported indigenous traditions about the appearance of bringing knowledge after a cataclysm to the shatters in those traditions, those knowledge bringers like this white skin. Because archaeology has since taken the view that all of those stories were made up by the Spanish, and that seems to be completely ridiculous.
Not the first time that false messiahs have
have in Peru and Bolivia, we have traditions. We have Viracocha, we have Machica. I think it's racist of archaeology to imagine that the magic powers of the Spaniards could impose a myth upon indigenous peoples all over the Americas, that they just be so stupid that they would fall for this story told by the Spaniards. Of course, these are indigenous traditions, and I was reporting them in that book, and I stand by.
If you're unfamiliar with this debate, and this is all new to you, you can start to appreciate why there's so much resistance to Hancock's ideas here. The implication is that indigenous cultures around the world were shaped and shaped by a surviving white or light-skinned advanced culture that lived on to spread their knowledge and wisdom across the world.
And I see this as actually an example of the problems here, because you cite Spanish colonial literature about, say, a white Quetzalcoatl coming. You talk about this and other kinds of people. Yes, you do. Got to get correct on this. Are you saying that the whole story of the bearded, pale-skinned Quetzalcoatl was a Spanish adventure? Yes, I am. I can show you a depiction of Quetzalcoatl from the pre-Spanish period. Okay, here we go. This is Quetzalcoatl on the Borgia Codex. It's from before any Europeans arrived in the New World. This is on a hide. It is, the ink has been analyzed, the hide, and this individual has tan skin, no beard, the feathered headdress, because this is feathered serpent.
So actually, we can't see anything. The point that I want to make is, do you think that the Spanish deliberately imposed an idea of Quetzalcoatl?
I think that every single source that we have of white skin in indigenous Americas comes from Spanish sources, and therefore I see it quoting them inaccurately because people quote things in biased ways. Earlier representation is there these individuals that show they don't have white skin. This is the documents.
Regard the peoples of Mexico, the peoples of Colombia, the peoples of Bolivia are so stupid that they would simply accept them by the Spaniards.
No, I think that interpreting these kind of sources.
Okay, so this is the essence of the debate, and it provides a prime example of how Hancock developed his theories. Flint Dibble, and yes, that's actually his real name, is saying that archaeologists believe that these depictions of a native white foreigner are sleep myths and legends carried over by the Spanish during the conquest of the Aztec Empire way back in the early 16th century. Graham Hancock is saying that they're not just legends, they're not just myths, they're actual depictions of real foreigners who visited and helped to develop the indigenous cultures. Dr. Dibble pushes back and says, well, why did they appear only at that time, shortly after the invasion? To which Hancock defends by pointing out that their depictions of bearded foreigners with the indigenous people, therefore occurring before the Spanish invaded.
Makes sense to me that if a group of people were conquered by white people who showed up on boats and dominated the society, that they would have a great influence on a lot of the myths and cultures. And not only that, but that they would heavily discourage deviation from the changes that they've made to those myths. And if you did that over the course of one generation, you would have a complete different narrative.
Whether it's described as having white skin or a beard or not, we have a tradition of civilizing hero, Quetzalcoatl in Mexico, Mochica in Colombia, Viracocha, Bolivia, depicted as bearded individual who comes in a time of chaos. The notion that the magical pen of Cortez could somehow have hoodwinked an entire continent into making up myths. And I just don't think that's credible at all. I don't understand what your video is telling us.
My video is trying to explain the complexity of difficulty of the Spanish sources.
So you can see just how contentious these myths and legends can be. Hancock saying that it can't be simply a coincidence that there are similar depictions of these bearded civilizing figures across the continent, therefore they must be depictions of real people. But then the counter-argument is that it's far too difficult to interpret these depictions with any degree of certainty.
Can I pause for a second? We know that once indigenous people are colonized, that they try to at least alter their beliefs, and if not indoctrinate them into whatever beliefs they have. And we have recent evidence for that in North America, how Native Americans were treated when they were put on reservations brought into school systems and forced Christianity and told that they couldn't use their language. It makes sense to me that that would be something that would also would have been done by the Spaniards that entered Mexico.
Yeah, I'm not persuaded by that. In this case, the myth is too widespread, and that constant reference to the bearded figure is very odd. And as a civilization bringer in a time of chaos, in a time of disaster, after a great capitalism, I don't think the Americans were so easily hoodwinked by the Spaniards.
I don't think it's hoodwinked.
Yeah.
It's also that you must take into consideration. I would imagine that a lot of these people can't read, and that they're actually probably not only being conquered by the Spaniards, but they're also being imposed upon with their language, which we know for a fact. That's why Mexicans speak Spanish.
Some of these traditions were recorded by Benesahaku within 20 years conquest.
Not that many years after the conquest, right? But don't, man, you can do a lot in 20 years.
Yeah. So I hope that clarifies where these claims of racism and white supremacy against Graham Hancock come from. I think it's a massive stretch to make those claims against him. I mean, his wife's Indian, right? And for me personally, it does come across as mudslinging from a desperate group of academics to hold on to the integrity of their discipline by refusing to acknowledge even the slightest bit of truth in Hancock's theories, which, like many contrarians, can be right from time to time, sometimes very right.
Dillahunty was not an attack. Was there more than one person?
I have no idea. Before I was even
How many architects were involved?
Oh, very large number. The Clovis First lobby, the Clovis, they used to be called by.
So it's not.
Well, think about how many people actually study the Clovis period. That is a tiny period in one area of the world. Most Americans are archaeologists on the issue of the period. It's fundamental to the issue of the peopling of the Americas.
But it's also direct evidence of a group of archaeologists going after this one guy for saying something that turned out to be correct.
It's evidence of an academic argument, which happens, yes.
They wouldn't listen to his evidence, and he turned out to be correct.
I mean, he kept excavating that site. He invited people down there and convinced them that he was right.
They didn't listen to him. They didn't take the data. They did dismiss him, and publicly, they still did all those things that you're trying to obfuscate.
I'm not trying to obfuscate anything. That's not fair. He invited down a series of Clovis First people, and he convinced them at Monteverde. He showed them the evidence, and what resulted from that conversation was that entire group changing their mind on stuff. It was very. I'm not saying there were not a few bad actors. There's assholes everywhere. But what I am trying to say is that it's not some sort of conspiracy of everybody in archaeology against Dillahunty, Graham,
nobody's saying conspiracy. And this goes to the whole idea of big archaeology, similar to Big Pharma, Big Tech, or even the military-industrial complex or the Washington Consensus. It's when the institution or a group of institutions develop a particular set of narratives that they need to be true and widely accepted so as to preserve their own existence.
But do you believe that there's such a thing? You know, we've all heard the word Big Pharma. Do you think there's such a thing as big archaeology? No. Oh, how odd. Because here you are, flip nibble. This is 2023, scare quotes, it's hard sarcasm. The reality is we live in a period where we're seeing an increased distrust of scholars and scientists. As an archaeologist, I think we have to respond by engaging with the public, and we do. In many ways, the reach of big archaeology is way beyond that of Graham Hancock. You just told me you don't believe in the big archaeology, but right here you said there is a big archaeology. That's in quotes for sarcasm. Oh, sorry, you lost me there. Because you're saying, so you don't think that the basic school children and the teaching of archaeology, what archaeology teaches us about the past, forms the basis of the education system. Not people like me, people like you. You like to present yourself as this small, dark voice, but frankly, by comparison with big archaeology, as you call it in your so-called scare quotes, by comparison with that, my outreach is very small, even on Netflix. Graham, I was hoping we'd have a respectful conversation. Yes, I was hoping that you would not disrespect me in the way that you've done. I came here to present actual evidence, and I've done that. If there's any conspiracy here, who's it against? Let's move on. Next one.
Fast days now.
The ball's in your court.
totally
The ball's in my court.
disrupted
Yeah, go ahead.
the
Say something
celebrated
interesting. Say something
the
new.
three pilgrimage holidays.
Say
of
something interesting.
Passover
This
and,
is
Like, I came here to have a respectful conversation. I want to be very clear about this, Graham. I have only met you for the first time today, so I do not know how you are as a person or how you treat other people. And so, to be honest, I think that you just tried to go and smear me back for what you see as a smear on yourself. Fair enough. That's okay.
I'm just presenting facts.
Yeah,
What you actually said.
I'm presenting facts as well from archaeology.
So I personally believe that Flint Doodle, and yes, that's actually his real name, is part of a group of mainstream archaeologists who are trying to discredit Graham Hancock and have him effectively cancelled by any means necessary. If you haven't already, go and take a look at Hancock's Wikipedia page. It's obvious that it's being controlled by those who seek to discredit him and ensure that he maintains no credibility and doesn't receive any credit for raising important questions.
I believe your friend John Hoops, your co-author John Hoops, is one of the moderators of my Wikipedia page, which people cannot edit my Wikipedia page. It's locked.
Perhaps
But now we're all on the same page and have a better understanding of the background to this debate. Here is their 4.5-hour argument condensed into a few minutes. Get some popcorn, sit back, relax, and enjoy two nerds having it out in front of a UFC commentator.
Archaeologist Flint Doodle says Hancock's claims reinforce white supremacist ideas, stripping indigenous people of their rich heritage, and instead giving credit to aliens or white people. Actually, did you really say that?
No, I said that this idea of Atlantis, the way it goes back 200 years, it has been used for those.
So, you know perfectly well that saying that my work encourages white supremacists and encourages racism. It's going to end up with me being tarred as a racist, and you know very well that tarring somebody as a racist in this day, look, the results there, down there, make no mistake, Hancock is a white supremacist like Trump.
I put that in there as a paragraph, and I say he should not be citing these kind of sources without critiquing them, because they do the harm. So there's a lot of harm in the history.
Specific about that with one of these sources that you're saying about Atlantis and why you think that they reinforce white supremacy.
This idea of Atlantis from the 16th build up into the 19th century with the book on Atlantis by Ignatius Donnelly. It described this as this kind of global superpower that was, you know, European and that was responsible for these monuments in indigenous areas. It stripped credit away from local cultures of their heritage.
This is something that is a very nuanced subject. When you say that it reinforces white supremacy,
again, I said the sources.
This quote here, reinforce white supremacist ideas, stripping indigenous people of rich heritage, and instead giving credit to aliens or white people. None of those are true.
I know Graham doesn't even talk about aliens,
Right,
and so
did
that's
you
why
say that?
I said that not in specific relation to Hancock's claims, but in specific relation to this narrative of Atlantis that has gone back hundreds of years. And I've shown you the kind of big data evidence that we actually have that disproves your entire civilization.
Let's have a look at it. Doesn't disprove my entire civilization. How can you possibly do that when you only investigated less than 5% of the continental shelves, 1% of the Sahara, 1% of the Amazon?
How can you claim there's an Ice Age civilization and ignore all the Ice Age evidence that we have?
The Ice Age evidence that you have don't. Of course, there were hunter-gatherers in the world in the Ice Age. There's hunter-gatherers in the world now. Why shouldn't an advanced civilization have coexisted with hunter-gatherers in the past?
I think we should break and
take a break. I'm deeply unhappy that you have associated me with white supremacism, racism, misogyny, anti-Semitism.
It was always the same quote.
I understand what you said.
I did say I said that there's this history of this idea which has been used by white supremacists, and that's an issue. And I would like Graham to himself from that history in a stronger way, because he goes around the world to different cultures, and he claims that instead of their ancestors building this stuff, it was done by his civilization.
No, he doesn't. I don't cite a civilization that created. I do cite civilization teaching how to do it. People that were there before in the exact same area. You and me who say that civilization was an empire. It's you, not me, who say that civilization, had temples and was highly advanced. I don't say that. I don't say that. I'm looking, in my view, what we're looking at is a civilization like all others that emerged out of shamanism, that developed a highly advanced knowledge of astronomy, that was able to explore and map the world. And I'm saying that at the end of the Ice Age, that civilization was largely destroyed. And a very small number of survivors settled amongst hunter-gatherers, as we would today. I've point before that if there was a cataclysm on our planet today, people from our so-called advanced technological civilization would not survive because we are spoiled children of the world. We do not have the survival techniques. The people in the world who know how to survive are the hunter-gatherers in the world today. And if I were a survivor of this civilization, I would head for hunter-gatherers and I would try and make my home amongst them. So that I could have some hope of surviving. And that's all that I'm suggesting.
I suggest you take a bathroom break, clear heads, relax, come back, and let's discuss some of the ancient construction.
Now, I just want to make a couple of comments before I sign off. This was probably one of the most enjoyable videos I've made on this channel. It took me 3 days to make, which is by far the longest of any video. Most videos take me a couple of days, and sometimes I can throw one together in a 12 to 14 hour day. But the reason I'm telling you this is because this particular episode of JRE is proving to be quite popular. As I'm putting the finishing touches on this video, the podcast has over 3.5 million views. And I think the reason why people care about this episode so much is that we've been starved of genuine debate from people who are genuinely passionate about a topic. This episode felt real. You know, we can call these guys nerds and laugh at Fred Dibble's name and appearance, or claim that Graham Hancock is a grifter who's just trying to sell books and plug his Netflix show. But at the end of the day, they're arguing about something that actually matters. It really does. These kind of disagreements have historically led to wars and even genocides. So I think it's important to explore both sides of the argument and actually listen to what Graham Hancock has to say, because contrarians like him have historically been proven right on many occasions, even though they've been proven wrong more often than not. And I definitely believe that there's an orchestrated effort to silence him from establishment academia because he's not following their rules and he's throwing a lot of their theories back in their face. Not to mention that he's got a far wider reach now that he's become close friends with Joe Rogan. But we also can't forget that he's probably more than likely full of shit. And that's what makes this whole argument so fun to watch. On the one hand, Hancock's theories have flaky and circumstantial evidence at best, and if he turns out to be right, Dr. Dibble and his colleagues will look like absolute tools. So which one is it then? Anyway, that's it from me. Let me know in the comments below what you think about all of this. Don't forget to also check out my Patreon. I'll be posting new videos there this week, so don't miss out on those. And if you're not a regular on yet, hit the subscribe button and give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you all in the next one.
How old is that?
It's from like the 14th century BC. 20th century AD. Sorry, yes.
He's short but eventful life. We see the Dutma actually are small but significant role, particularly.
There's so many different stories. When I was at Denny's party, I don't even know all the where I don't know what tell jokes. Tell jokes. I told you that. That's it. Smoking crackle jokes, making big jokes. That's it. Background music. I just want to understand them. What a twisted web.
Most significant for our purposes is looking at Jewish history more narrowly.
So the latest episode of JRE features Joey Diaz. He's appeared on the podcast over 60 times, dating way back to 2010 when he made his first appearance on episode 25. He's obviously close friends with Joe Rogan. They originally met at the Comedy Store back in the 90s, and he truly is a unique character in the whole Rogan universe, right? Stands to attract some pretty strange cats, and Joey Diaz is no exception. He immigrated to the US from Cuba with his parents. His dad passed away old, and then his mom died as well when he was only 16. So it's no secret that he got into Rome as a teenager and then as a young adult. He eventually got arrested for kidnapping and aggravated robbery, and he went to prison on a 4-year sentence, but was released after serving only 16 months. And it was actually in prison where he discovered stand-up comedy. Whenever the screen projector wasn't working during movie nights, he would perform stand-up routines for all the inmates. Even still, though, it would take him a few years more to build the courage to actually go and do stand-up in a club and pursue it as a career.
Beautiful, man. Where else can a felon with 2 strikes? I got 2 strikes. My next strike is life. Right? They give you like 20 years if you have 3 strikes. I told him something like, even when the feds look at me and matter of fact, gun,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my...
I don't know, man. I'm not doing it. This is the path I'm taking. I don't know what, and I never got in trouble again, Joe. Never.
So then it wasn't until the early 90s that he would really get into stand-up comedy and slowly build a name for himself over the following 20 years. It wouldn't be until 2016 though that he would release his first comedy special called Social Acceptable. But it was back in the 90s that he would meet Joe Rogan and become very close friends with him. Rogan often comments that Joey is the funniest guy he knows. He absolutely loves him, which has definitely helped to put Joey on the map, especially with all his appearances on JRE. And so in the latest episode, he recalled how the comedy scene pretty much saved his life. He was stuck in a life of crime, he had addiction problems, and just generally lacked purpose and direction.
Self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded so you can get a sense of how well you've absorbed the material. Some more interactive opportunities with myself, with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, that you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, I was something that is literally crowdsourced with your input, so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what can I observe in the work that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is
pretty much controlled his life up until that point. He got divorced from his first wife,
Abrahamite
and lost his relationship with his daughter as a result. But then he remarried in 2009 and had another daughter. He seems to put a lot of effort into making sure he calls her when he's on the road.
Theological record, we're going to look at the Assyrian exile and lost tribes.
He's definitely turned his life around. All the crime and drugs that he
something of the
but over and above all, he credits his comedy family for providing the backbone to lift himself out of that life and make something of himself.
And the second revolt, of course, we'll also look at topics like women in the period and early diaspora communities.
The people that don't get it will
really fantastic
experience too.
If I didn't teach this course, I would have to take it. So please have a look at the link that's below. And I would love to have you in this course.
And just like Rogan, he takes pride in giving back to the comedy community. Rogan himself is in legacy mode with his comedy club in Austin. He's credited with reviving stand-up comedy in the United States and giving it a whole new look away from LA and New York, which has become dominated by the elite and suits from large corporations calling all the shots. Now the comedy scene is a lot more democratic. Rogan's all about pushing the funniest people that come across his radar. He's got no agenda. He just wants to
hello and
help
welcome
the
to another
funniest
episode
comics
of
find
Jewish
an
History
audience.
Lab. Today I'd like to
Here's the thing, though.
at the origins of
let me show you.
Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. One of the most good questions regarding that is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth has put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own endeavor. Anyway, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis
this was
that
way back in 2011, less than 2
or
years after first JRE
he
episode
himself
went
liked
live.
to,
And
you
Joey
know,
Diaz
use
was telling
Jewish
Joe
phrases from
Rogan,
time
his
to time,
producer at the time,
and to
and Red Band,
have
who's
some kind
now
of
part of
very
Tony,
coded,
about how he
mysterious
used to
things in
coerce
his
young
signature
female
and
comics
elsewhere
into
to
performing
suggest that perhaps he
phase
was a Jewish
and
origin.
in turn, he would
He
give
liked
them access
to
to the
use
belly
Jewish
room, which
phrases
is part
from
of the
time
comedy
to
store
time.
in
He
LA
liked to,
for his
you know,
contacts.
kind of
He also
very
said that one
coded
female
things
comic in
in his
particular would
writings
later
that
write
suggested that perhaps there was a background.
after getting washed up and spat
famously,
out by
for
Hollywood
example,
years
pushed
later.
off the actual
Now,
date
that's
of
obviously a
departure
group that most
in
Joey
order
Diaz
that
fans
it
will
should
find
not
difficult to
fall
watch
within
and
the
would perhaps prefer to
inauspicious
forget
time
about.
of the Jewish
And
calendar.
unfortunately,
The 9 days that
worse.
begin
You
at
see,
the beginning of the month
for
of
some
Av,
reason,
and
Joey has
Bobby actually pushed off the
and
departure
predatory
so
behavior,
that it
and he
would not
likes to
fall
discuss
within
it
those
openly on
auspicious
podcasts.
calendar
Back
days.
in 2020,
But
he
without
was on
doubt,
JRE. He was
Columbus
explaining to
certainly
Rogan how
cultivated
dirty the
relationships
LA
with
scene
many
is, how
Spanish
corrupt
Jews
it's
and
become, and as
conversos.
more and more
Case in
information
point
comes out
that
about the
well
things that have been
illustrates
going
his
on there
relationship
over the
with
years,
these
the picture has
Spanish,
become
Jewish,
clearer.
and
And
crypto
he
Jew
brought a
backers
specific example of
was the
just how
fact that
rotten LA
after
is, except
he
what he
embarked on
described
his great
is
voyage,
almost
one of the
exactly what
first
he
letters he
confessed to
sent back
just 9
were
years
to
earlier
two
on the
Jewish
exact
sponsors,
same
Luis
podcast.
de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Luis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in when Columbus landed in Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first to actually set foot on the soil of the New World. Europeans that were setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would be very profitable
and what I found so interesting about all of this is how he automatically identified with Harvey Weinstein. Reagan actually asks him why he thinks Weinstein would do this, and Joey basically explained it goes back to his own experiences living around criminals and actually bringing
the habit of smoking back to Europe. Anyway, he ended up settling one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarno, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the prolific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was a Catholic country. It was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a association with furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also is extremely helpful. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil,
the point of showing you this is to point out the hypocrisy of somebody as powerful as Joe Rogan, who laughs off his own friend's predatory behavior, but then clutches his pearl. How someone like Harvey was able to get away with his actions for so many years without so much as a whisper.
And not
years is so long.
20-something years.
Nobody even do that.
So we actually have an explosion of Jewish cases
there's way more cases. This is just what he's been convicted for. I mean, he apparently was behaving like that for decades.
So you're telling me nobody knew?
Early 17th century.
That's what's crazy is it's worked into his fucking
of the European population.
It's you know what and there's a thing called diffusion of responsibility where there's too many people involved. You don't feel like you're responsible. You don't feel like that's what I say. It's easier to assault someone in front of 100 people than it is to assault someone in front of one person. Because one person might step in and stop you, but 100 people will sit around and go, someone's going to stop this.
Them to establish one
from
school
what I
and
understand,
God. I think because you always have to have, as the joke goes, one synagogue to pray in, and one synagogue would
it
become
becomes a
dead.
mythology. And I think there's also a thing about
this
power.
experiment,
It's a power thing.
very
To have
successful
power
for
over
people
people.
To me, this is where Rogan starts to fall apart.
because
He's having to provide a running commentary on Harvey Weinstein and all of his crimes. He's even brought up some disease that Weinstein has that led to deformities in creature. If you've ever heard him talk about it, you'll know what I mean. But my point is, as a basic concept, with a guy in a position of power and young women who are impressionable and desperate for attention, Rogan makes it clear exactly what his position is.
Casting couch in Hollywood, if you stop and think about it, right? You've got all these women who want to be in films, they want to be stars, then you got these guys that can actually help them make them stars, but they want something.
First of all,
and you set up this dynamic that's existed since, imagine what it was like back then. Oh my God.
So is that not exactly what his buddy Joey Diaz confessed to, even bragged about on his stereo podcast? Like, what am I missing here, right? Was Joey just doing a bit when he said all that stuff years ago? And if it was a bit, where was the funny part? See, this is what I'm sick of when it comes to Rogan and his circle group of comedy brain groupies. A lot of these guys made a name for themselves by calling out the establishment for putting up barriers and controlling access to their audiences. That's classically what
under
Hollywood
pressure
did, right?
from Amsterdam
smashed that
all over
bubble into
Cromwell,
pieces and showed how you could go directly to your audience without all the middlemen and the suits within the ticket. And he brought his friends along for the ride. The problem is, as most of my regulars will know from my extensive coverage of the Rogan universe, these guys are no different to establishment that they've replaced. And it's not about politics or anything like that. It's about double standards when it comes to the new elites versus the old elites, covering up and ignoring their own behavior, while at the same time pointing out how bad guys like Diddy and R. Kelly and Harvey Weinstein are. We saw this with the Bobby Lee Tijuana story, and then all the times he went on morning talk shows and harassed the female hosts, and pretty much got away with it. Why? Because he's a comedian, and it's just a bit apparent. I guarantee you the same thing would happen with Joey Diaz. If he ever had to actually answer for what he alleges he did, he'd end up claiming that he was just doing a bid, it was for the camera, he was embellishing a story, and that's what he does, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, they'll sit there and tell us how bad Hollywood is and how the system breeds this sort of behavior.
Isolated
literally came from.
Came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gallons, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, was living in Roanoke in 1985.
That there was going to be some
actually arrested in
revelations this year, and all this stuff was going to come out, and it's going to shock everyone. So far, it feels like he was fine, and it seems people are becoming less and less willing to excuse this kind of behavior. And just remember, you can't use the excuse that these things happened years and years ago, and therefore it doesn't matter. There are some limitations on civil actions, and a lot of what Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby did, even the current investigation to B. Diddy, a lot of those things happened years ago and even decades ago. I mean, look what happened to Louis C.K. He got dropped from all of his sponsors, all his deals got cancelled, and compare what he admitted to doing to what Joey Diaz admitted to himself. I don't know, guys. I'm a fan of Joey Diaz just as much as the next guy. I think he's pretty funny on podcasts, but not so much on stage, which seems to be the way with most of Rogan's buddies. But we've got to be consistent.
They were met by this man.
Being funny isn't an excuse for being a predator.
I know what you're thinking.
He's claiming he
looking
found
at
the right
him
box,
and
his comedy family and all of that.
Look at that.
So why bragging about how he would use and abuse the very same comedy family when he was on his way up to the point where he apparently broke something in comedy?
And I think
Anyway, that's my take on the whole Joey Diaz situation. Let me know in the comments below what you think about all this, and if you're not a regular of this channel, hit the subscribe button and give me a thumbs
up.
Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next
a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. But anyway, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was elder in the church, and he was gassed at the end. to this new colony. 750 people living there. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other
Is listening hard for you? This is what it looks like when you're listening. This is you listening, right? This is you.
He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow his Christian group to establish
conversations in the green room and the hallway.
So when Jews arrived from the seabed, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, "Can we please expel these refugees? They are," to quote from his letters, "deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers," and basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant marked Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in the seabed. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also put Jews among its shareholders, and so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a strong point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins. The Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented tries to rationalize her utterly impoverished.
For me, it's like I get defensive because I go, when you say I'm not funny and all this bullshit, you're coming for the big money to see me, and I protect them. So I think that's what I take that because you're saying my fans are dumb. Everyone that came and laughed and honked and whatever the hell they want to do, I'm like, I know that you guys laughed, and if anyone says this isn't good, they're judging you. Like I went all over the country, I went everywhere, and Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664. I'm not allowed to be boring. I have to be twice as good to get half as much respect.
Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. The next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migration to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
But it's not that simple, because in this episode of Flagrant, Whitney said the quiet bit out loud and exposed both Schultz and Rogan for over-exploiting their fan bases for the money. It's almost like Whitney got red-pilled and the comedy Matrix is trying to shut her down. So, like I said, there's a lot to cover here, and to fully understand the whole picture, we have to go back to Whitney's first appearance
to another episode of
2022, where she made one of the biggest mistakes of her comedy career. She punched down on the biggest comedy fan demographic, young men.
To me, I think it's interesting this time we're like podcasts. Not this one, like I love this podcast, it's just jokes. Like a lot of podcasts that male comedians do is like just them talking about like their depression and like their anxiety attacks. It's amazing to me that male comics need to prove that they're like vulnerable and sad. Whereas like I can't do this. I just need to prove that I'm funny. I feel like guys, there's a lot of like I need to talk about my panic attacks.
Emphasis on the United States
I hate Woody Allen for that.
Canada.
I don't like men
These waves
bragging
of
about being
migrations had a major impact
And so
on
when
what
you
would
combine
become
her
one of
complete
the largest
disregard for
Jewish
men with mental health issues, combined with her ongoing
By the time
crusade to
we
play
get
the
to the
female
18th century,
comedian victim,
New
well as
Dam
her
has
constant
become
whining
New
and
York
postulating
under the
about
British.
why people
And
don't
there are
like her.
basically
She
6
ended up
Jewish
digging herself
communities
a hole that
established
she
by
still,
the
to this
1700s,
day,
with
has
only
not
about
managed to climb out
300
of,
Jews
and
in
ended
total
up
live
on
all
Howie
in the
Mandel's show
colonies.
after
Here you can see where they are in
years
New
of
York, of
backlash
course, which
across
we
all of her
discussed.
social
Also,
media.
Newport, Rhode Island, where the Thoreau Synagogue was established. Philadelphia, South Charleston, and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is very important.
Like I think
Probably,
people think think my life is like so easy or something, and that I have like money or whatever, so they're just like, I can just be a total punching bag. Or maybe because I did the roast, we get paid to try to entertain people. So when people are not getting paid and their hobby is just to trash the people that are trying to spread joy, it's like it sucks a little bit, because then I go like, well, who am I doing this for? So much embarrassment about that whole time, because I'm so publicly embarrassed. Like, it was like, Twitter was like pretty new. I was trashed by like some people like Alex Sulkin and like writers that I really respected. I was just thinking it's punchline. I was like, they made fun of me on SNL. It was like the dreams that I had was like,
even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless,
like, I'll never get to do that. You know what I mean? Like, it was just like,
but you don't see that as a badge of honor?
I think I do now, but I always wanted to be in the club, and I became the thing that cool kids made fun of.
Yet again, we have another example of a rogue
Another way to
flying
look
too
at
close to the sun,
that
getting
from
burned.
Navi's
By
historical
2022,
atlas,
Wendy Cummings has
there
cemented her
are
reputation as the whining female comedian
Southern
who
American
but openly
particular
attacked
after
men
the
with mental health issues for being weak-minded, only to suffer her
territories
own public mental
but
breakdown
there's also
after declaring
population
weak men
moving
were
from
disgusting.
London,
So, carrying her Brendan Schaub-sized baggage on her second appearance on Flagrant in April of 2023, both Andrew and Whitney were desperately trying to rebuild her image as a funny comedian and shake off all the negativity that was following her around like a bad smell. She was focused only on one thing,
but for the most part, the major population.
She wanted to show that she could roll with the punches and
the second
hang with the
major
boys.
wave
What's up with you today? Why do you want to fight with me today? I didn't want to fight. You want to fight with me today?
Central Europe, Germany, a lot of reasons why.
Faces like it's difficult.
Is
listening for you? This is what it looks like when you're listening. This is you listening, right?
There are anti-Semitic forces in Europe that force you to do this. There's some restrictions placed on this, like Jewish marriage, like the oldest son in a family may marry. For example, there are a lot of Jewish
no, you just said that I didn't watch any of the roast.
No, I just,
is that what you just said?
I just said,
what did you just say?
Really
I didn't watch one roast.
No, I sent you a link.
And tell me what you said. Don't do the gold at the car window on the highway.
Many establish themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Grant, for example, here, Rebecca Grant College man. Taking it on himself to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they language, the systems, all that nevertheless the prior generation really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population.
And now you guys are like,
I look at these numbers, in 1826, it's estimated
now you guys are like, in the Pew Research study says that incels, like, who cares?
1840, that increased to 50,000 by 1860.
Didn't you put a whole movie out called The Female Brain? It was just like the girl version of what you just said.
German migration, but it would be dwarfed by Jewish migration. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive on these shores, they look for some kind of occupation locally available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jewish beings who live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, and repairing them and reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that, right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to owning a storefront where they'll engage in more of an economic activity with one particular kind of craft for sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and it's also the case with my ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area and kind of sell everything that anybody
also like it's a big business. I think for more like female comics, you know, like the woman. It's not really. It's not a business.
And then if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is developed essentially the department store, things like that, where they will carry all kind of large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant growth. So the Germans actually enjoy the trajectory of significant economic development over the last century. In terms of their religious orientation, they are very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews, and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal
Just think
in
about
America
think
was
about your happy days. They look like this when I'm talking about.
much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath, and those kinds of things. That, and they had a significant impact on the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, what they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures testament to their success, right? Major synagogues in Europe elsewhere.
That's true, but I think
the German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel to explore and to really penetrate the western reaches of the United States. I get a picture of a person named Julius Meyer, together with some chiefs of Wilhelm in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it's a guess here. But this is kind of like typical Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their
ironically ended up putting on a
this
display
map will
of
give you a
just
sense
how
of the
broken
distribution
she
of
For those
these
of you who
German
don't know,
Jews
she
all the way to the
and
Pacific
recently
coast
lost her
by
mother, who she had a troubled relationship with, and so as a result, she found herself switching teams and
the largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows this. It shows only Jews migrating from the Slavic settlement. That is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia. And it calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of Tsarist Empire.
Now you're sliding that meat over to a girl,
gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives about 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care, decided to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about a quarter million to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to South Africa, and 45,000 to
This is a new kind of
Zionists
defensive
in
strategy. You come in here, you
5,000 make their way to their tiny community that actually goes back to the So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Aviatar Friesel's really fascinating atlas of modern Jewish history, just to get a sense of the overall population of Euro Jews at this time. Here you see what would really look like, let's say, there are less than 1 million Jews around, about 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly North Africa and
You went to UPenn.
When you get to approximately the 1800s, you see that the population overall will
UPenn is an idea.
Well, again, Europe dominates about
It's like one of the
a quarter million in North Africa and Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia. This one, the Americas has increased to about 10,000
all the while,
by the time
she's
we
also
get
just
to
trying to be
that's
funny.
all the Americas.
There's a point where you realize, like, am I
Ghana,
am I
very
my
small
own person?
numbers still.
And I guess I never got to be my own person.
By the
just
time you
because
get
I took her
into the
illness. I
19th
think
century,
you suffer
say
from
the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews
where I
worldwide.
think can like intellectualize every aspect
to the urban behavior and find a justification for it somewhere.
I think that's what we do as stand-ups, but when you turn on yourself, like we're these, analysts, like
you
over
almost need to be able to shut your brain off and
there's
just
also
be,
a dramatic expansion of the
liver cake triangle for a second.
with over a million by the time
Being a comic is your most authentic state. I genuinely mean that. Like, I think being a person is way harder for you.
how
that's what you want, you're a comic, you're making people laugh, you're like literally getting people
spend
crazy.
much more time later on talking about that last migration.
Funny, like
now,
roasting, having great ideas.
Always have to be 10 steps ahead, always have to have 9 backup plans for jokes.
This is what makes life so difficult.
Go up, so he's the feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise,
just be
hope
your
you have a great
authentic
day.
self and everyone will love you. The problem is, in my opinion at least, that she's just not that funny. And when she tries to be authentic, her conversations just turn into therapy sessions, which is exactly what she was criticizing about what men asks. And this is where Schultz started to expose just how toxic he really is. Clearly, Whitney Cummings shouldn't have been in front of a camera. She was completely broken, struggling to toe the line between being fun and authentic, and it ended up with this incredibly awkward and confusing conversation where Schultz tried to fix her on his podcast, but ended up just being condescending and rude.
You know what you're doing right now? You ever seen somebody go down a hill on a skateboard?
Someone sent this exact thing, Michael Chiklis, on my podcast the other day. He said talking, he was like downhilling.
No,
the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews.
But I think you actually just slowed down. We were at the same pace, and then you got tired. You got tired.
I think I got tired.
No, it's really
you
important
wore
for us to
yourself
just
out.
take a second to
And
think about
now,
what
is
is this
there
word
another
emancipation
option?
actually mean.
You
It's
decided
a word
to
that
switch
Jewish
gears.
historiography has seized
But no,
upon,
I was just thinking in terms of
although
it.
it
You're
clearly
being
is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and much more dramatic emancipation that occurred in the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s.
Do you see what's happening?
There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term.
Or
So,
is this your way? You
we'll
can
go
tell.
with
I know what
the
everyone's
Jews
like.
prior
About
to
me.
their emancipation were not slaves. It's not the
Do
same
you want to
thing
go
as
into
the African
the?
American experience. They were largely living
not a
with a
function of me being
series of
tired.
disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations. Very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education. But it's not at all comparable to the
But I feel like if I was just going 100%, then you would have to be defensive. So maybe if I was just chilling and just asking questions I really want to know about you, then we'd all be able to chill.
The release of all of these disabilities
What do you want to ask
century. So, by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that,
I think
if we're
these
using this term
sins should be
emancipation, what do we
outlawed.
exactly mean by it? So,
It feels like
before
a
the
lot of
modern
energy,
era,
quick,
Jews
and then it
lived in
kind
a
of.
corporate structure, like feudal. Meaning everybody in society is stocks that is related primarily to the overall economy. You have this massive box populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they're also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage, and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like a day's freedom that's very
He's too smart for her and good sometimes.
The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box in the nobility.
What stuck out for me in this next bit
people like that
deep
will
down,
engage
I
in
think she
various
discovered that the
activities
whole universe
that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers,
We've had like a lot of trauma. I've never even heard of this. Like,
middle class who were
So there's all these people you
dealing
love.
with various kinds
Man,
of
all these
commerce,
people love you. That's pretty
because
cool.
Jews were heavily
They don't want
urbanized.
anything from you. They
But
don't need
even
anything
in
from you.
urban
They just love you.
centers,
I was thinking
That's
they were
pretty nice.
frequently
Despite
denied
all of
formal
you went through in your
burgher
life,
status.
despite
They were
these
relationships you grew up
denied
with.
access to a whole range of professional
Despite all
skills and
those
things
things
like that.
that could
And
interrupt
so they
your
weren't
ability to
really
be
in the
loved and
burger
love
class
people.
or burger
A lot of
status,
people love you.
even though they
Well, I think that the
tended
key,
to,
and my best friend,
in their
Nick, explain
lifestyle,
it.
be
Told me,
closest
don't
to
think
them.
you're gonna
They
get your heart
obviously were
broken.
not
Don't
in
explain it.
the
Just take it in. Just
clergy,
take
which
it
is
in.
another box.
I
Stop trying to
What do you want me to say, though?
So what exactly were they? Well,
Just take it.
as
Don't
we
take it
discussed in
facts.
previous
Hey,
lectures,
say
they
a
were
quote that
essentially
resonated with me.
Yeah,
Just give it a second.
servants of the
We love you.
royal
Just
chamber. They
you
had
love people. There's a lot of love over here.
activities,
Everything's
also
good. We're Christians
middleman
on this
But
activities,
if I do too much eye contact, I will
tax farming,
probably get
leaseholding, and so
No,
on.
what do you
And
mean you would
the,
get all
off
and
the
obviously
ground?
very
Don't
active
let her out of this. Don't let her out of
and a
this.
lot
What do
of
you mean?
No, I think it's like
cash
it's
that
I've been,
their
you know.
activities
Do you want me
produce
to cry?
is
I don't want you to
directly
cry.
taxed
I
by
want
the king.
to feel
In
real
exchange
emotions
for
from you.
which
If that's happiness, that's great. If it's
the
frustrating, if you're
the
crying,
royal chamber,
I
the
just wanna,
protection of
you
the
know.
king.
Do you,
And
as
that's
someone, can I,
basically how
as
they
someone who
managed
he definitely
to
loves you, he talks
exist
about you,
in
talking about
medieval
years ago.
Europe.
I think
But
he wants to
with
showcase the
modernity,
human
a lot
you
of
that he
things
knows and
change
loves.
I think we can get so
it is no
excited.
longer
Yeah,
possible
thank you.
to keep
Sorry.
people
I
in
just think
these
that I think
boxes.
people can get so caught up,
Serfs
especially in
were
our
being
business, about like
emancipated
how
all
we're
over Europe.
perceived by
The
lots of
last
people we don't know,
region
and
to
then lose
emancipate the
sight
serfs
of
was the
how
Russian
we're perceived
Empire.
by the
They were
people
also
that
the
we do
last to
know
emancipate
and we care
Jews
about.
as well.
And then
Some,
we maybe
50
almost
odd
take
years
that for
later.
granted. And I do
And
that all the time.
people
Maybe
were
I'll
like
come
moving
in, I'll
to
be
cities,
frustrated or whatever, and like
industrialization
sometimes
was
I like take a
happening,
second, oh man, like
factory
a bunch of
jobs,
guys that
which
work on this podcast
really
that like have really
upended a
busy
lot
lives
of
and their own relationships.
the structures
Everybody's coming in
of
to work on this
rural
one thing
agrarian
so
life,
we
but
can
it
all
was like a
be
period of
successful and
transition
like
where you might
sacrifice
have
and having
people
time for
to
Al's
the
birthday
ancestral
on Friday.
farms,
And it was like so
essentially
much
do
fun to
surf-like
like
activity
celebrate
during the harvest,
someone else,
and then
right?
they would go
Everybody
into
can get so
cities
focused on
during
our
the
own lives,
winter
so
and
sort of
work
celebrate someone
like
else, get drunk,
blue-collar
be
jobs in
silly,
these,
make each other. And it was just a
it was a
great
very
thing.
kind of
We weren't
transitional
filming it,
period
we weren't
in
making
the
content.
18th
It was
century.
guys hanging out and girls,
Jews,
shout out to Tanya,
for
hanging
their
out and
part,
enjoying
were
that.
really
And I think
pressing
that
to get
that's, I don't know, I think
more
it's really
rights of
important
residents
that
to
we
move
get
wherever
caught
they
up in
wanted to,
that and not
be free
necessarily
from
what
the
someone in the
hated
comments is going to say.
Jericho, this kind of medieval oath
I
where
love you,
because
and I
Jews
think
were
you. I
considered
think
trustworthy,
this about me
they had
maybe because of
endure
social media or something. But
humiliations when
like
they were,
right after my mom died, I had someone that was
in court,
posting on my social media
like
like
they
for
had to
me, and I
stand
kind
on
of
a
like
pig
forgot
skin,
about it. I'm like
sometimes with their
grieving,
chest
like
bare,
you know, I
holding
take like a
on to
month
a
of totally on
sacred
social
Torah and
media,
so
and
on.
people
So
start.
they wanted to
Danny
get rid of a
Letterman,
lot of these things.
Jesse
They wanted
McClure,
access
Dylan,
higher
show up at my
education.
house.
Really,
As you get older, I think there's a way to care,
culture
and you have to learn how to care properly with somebody.
Everybody cares differently.
Totally.
Judge them by their intent.
No, but I'm not. But I've already said that I'm not upset. You're like trying to push this thing that I'm mad at them.
Obviously, it was very closely related to the
No, but I just said, I was like, what's going on with us as a community? We stopped hanging out
while
off
the
camera
Jewish
too. So I think that a lot of dude, it's hard. But I think also a lot of comedy,
that was about changing the way Jews talk and bringing it more alive with the intellectual
totally
currents
understanding we're in a very
of
high risk
contemporary
profession,
European culture.
and it used to be, I think, the way that we stayed sane was having offline conversations, and and now it's like save it for the pod, like we're monetizing all of our conversations like for public consumption, which is great. It's healing a lot of people. People love it. Can I finish before you roll your eyes? Can I finish before you roll your eyes?
Okay, that's pretty deep and sort of goes with what I've said in a bunch of my previous videos. It should be obvious by now that we use both smart and trouble, and when you combine that with how fake the extended break universe is, it's not hard to see how she would sit back in her time of need and
subjects of
think,
the king, like
what's
everybody
going on
else
here?
was.
Why don't we just hang
And in
out like
modernity,
friends?
this is a
What
time
happened to
when
everyone?
kings
I
in
can't even
general
call up
were
my
in
friend
decline,
Andrew or
and the
Bert
idea
or Rogan
of
for a chat
societies being
without
made
being
up of
told
equal
to save
citizens,
it for the
particularly
pod.
white males,
It's like the kiss
that's
of
something
death.
that was
And
coming
you
of
can
age.
see that
And
from
Jews
this
were
episode as
claiming
well.
their rights
90% content of the conversation should not have been recorded. This should have been a private conversation, and I think that's what Whitney was trying to say. Here she is on one of the biggest comedy podcasts in the world, trying to have a really good friend Schultz, and he's basically trying to stage an intervention just for the views. Now, like we saw at the beginning of this video, when he gets emotional on other podcasts and can't stop talking about her feelings and emotions, even though she thinks it's cringe when guys do it. Okay, fine, but she's also calling out her comedy buddies for putting profits before their friendship and trying to monetize all of their conversations.
Nearly, but
You
not
have these like
quite
great intimate
This is not the
relationships,
place in
friendships
this
with
class to
comics,
talk
and
about
then
the
something happened
gradual
where you felt
whitening
like
of the Jews.
it
One
was
that
now that
is
guys you mentioned, but maybe with other people where it wasn't as pure familial as you thought.
It's such a,
You're not the only person to bring this up to me.
I think that there's such a deep scarcity complex. I think the type of person that trusts to comedy is already going to be very competitive. I also have a theory that, like, I break down people in my life, from people that played team sports and people that didn't.
But don't talk about that. Just
I know, but I'm just saying, like, I can, like, the people that don't play team sports, it's like me versus you all the time. Where I always see it as a team. I think you see it as a team. You all rise, like the ship rise together. Logan sees everything as a team.
I asked Rogan about it. I was like, where did this come from? Because you're like a deeply competitive dude.
Largely a social
Deeply
construct. Obviously, there are still
and I was like, well, why are you so like supportive of
visually,
everybody? Like,
Also, there's an arrogance of knowing, like, I know none of these motherfuckers are going to eclipse me.
it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually
right. So I asked him, and he was like, yeah, it's all martial arts.
Jews, for the most part,
We're like
clearly
doing
white.
jujitsu, and like a
More
guy's trying to literally
significantly,
put me
they will
out.
not
He's trying to stop me from breathing, and he's like teaming, and he's gonna help me get better. And he's like, yeah, if I didn't have that background to understand that like everybody can be better, get better while also competing with one another. A lot of times people in very competitive industries, they think like, well, I have to silence that person, stop that person. You saw it happen in Hollywood, where it's just like, oh, this person,
Irish Catholics,
no,
the Italian Catholics,
Bert Kreischer can't go a day without catching
so viewed from the perspective of those who wanted the full access to society in early America, the Jews were a lower priority
so
for
much bigger than
American
everyone
schools.
else that he's happy to
And the
have
kinds
them
of
on his
disabilities
podcast
that Jews
and help
faced
them
in
get
the
some
18th
sort of
and 19th century
recognition,
America
because he
were
knows they'll never come close to the fame and
minimal.
fortune that he enjoys
There was
from
questions about
JRE.
whether or not they could
I've said
hold
this
public
before,
office,
Rogan is
some
in
issues
full
of whether or
legacy
not their
mode.
oaths
He
would
knows
be
he's part of the
trusted because they
establishment
would
now,
not
so
make
he
them
feeds off
on
the
Christian
popularity
Bibles,
of
for
young and
example,
upcoming comics
and
who
those were
don't pose a
fairly
threat to him
easily
because
dealt
he's
with. The
already made
Constitution
it.
of
It's
1787
exactly how
and
we
especially the Bill of
described it.
Rights of
He knows Bert
1791
Kreischer isn't a threat
clearly
to him.
indicated
Well,
that
because
Jews
I
should
don't think I
be
need to
free
explain
of
why.
these
But I want to
disabilities.
finish by sharing
Although
with
the
you a
still
tweet that
oath
we
laws
posted
did
defending
persist in
Joe
some
Rogan
states until
back when he was in the thick of it
1877
in
when the last one
2022.
was removed that
He'd
was
come under
applying
fire after a
specifically
bunch of
to
medical
Hampshire.
experts
So
wrote
in other
a
words,
letter to Spotify
the United States of
concerning
America,
the
very
spreading
small Jewish
misinformation on his
population,
podcast
nearly
about
white,
the
it's not
pandemic
really
and
that
its
difficult
policies,
to
etc. Now, this
actually
was
make
followed
that
by
big
some
step
famous
and
singers
vaccinate.
boycotting Spotify
In
in
England,
protest,
you have a
and so Whitney
fascinating
took to
phenomenon
Twitter
where
to express her
social
support
change
for Papa Rogan,
began,
only to get
precipitated
roasted
legal
by other
change, where
comedians
it
for
seemed
taking
like
herself too
English
seriously and trying
voting
to be
society
too
in
smart.
particular
Here's
were
what she said.
ready for
Comedians
the
did not
idea
sign
of
up to be your
emancipation
hero.
of
It's
Jews
our job to
before they were
different
actually
and
emancipated.
dangerous
I
to
think one of the
question
great
authority
examples of
and
this
take you
is
through a
David
spooky
Solomon
mental
shown
haunted
here,
house
who was
so you
actually
can arrive
elected
at your own
sheriff of London
conclusions.
in
Stay focused on the people
1835,
we pay
could
taxes
not
to be
immediately
moral
hold
leaders.
office
And
because
here are
of
some
that
of the
hated
replies.
Jewish oath.
Comedians
That
did be
did
our
not
heroes, but
take
they also
the
didn't sign up
oath
for some
that
strange immunity
indicated
from
that you were
criticism.
Christian, which of course
Comedians
he
did
was
not sign
not.
up to be
So
your
in
hero.
other words,
It's
we
our
have a
job to be
situation
irreverent
where,
and dangerous to
and
question
this happened
authority
by the
and
way
drive
to
for
many
hundreds of miles
elected
to tell
officials
some
in
people in the
England
back room of
until
a pub that
the
they
whole
live
process
in
was
a
eventually
S
solved,
Comedians
where
did
the
not to be
population
your
as a
hero.
whole,
It's
the
our
voting
job to be
eligible
irreverent and
population,
dangerous to
thought that
question
the
authority and
Jewish
get chips on
candidate
the way up
was
and
the
try to
superior
hit them while
candidate
driving
for a
and
position,
ruin that perfect
and
good shirt
they
with chip
voted
grease
him
and
into
also
office,
spill a can of
voted him,
Coke all
and
in the footwells.
it was the office
And to
itself
be
that
funny,
was trying to
at
hold
least.
back on allowing this
Comedian's
Jewish
job is not
candidate
to be your
until
hero.
eventually,
Comedian's
after
job is to live
significant
across the
debates
hallway from
in
Kramer
English
and star
governmental
in a show
circles,
about nothing.
they
And so
abolished
that pretty much
Jewish
sums
oath.
up
So
Whitney Cummings. She's
emancipation for
smart,
Jews
she's
in
tortured,
England
and I actually think she's
came
kind of
from a
interesting.
groundswell
But
of
unfortunately,
support,
she's
at
just
least
not
among
funny
the
and
voting
overthinks
population.
almost everything.
France has an
As for
entirely different
Schultz,
story.
well,
Here you
he
see
keeps proving
a
time and time
depiction
again
of
that
the
he's nothing but an
Declaration
internet
of the
famous
Rights
comedian
of
who
Man
thinks he can solve the
and
world's problems
in
by
brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens. It's by the way, that, there are limited beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the Declaration of All Men are created equal was not very few all men. This is not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Cruz, actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she proposed a declaration
stand up or my fight pigs or whatever, my football pigs, that's what the internet's for. Now, if you're going to go out there with defamation,
but the French government is not willing to accept that. They're really only thinking about man. Honestly, it says man and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, legal change that precipitated social change. Almost. In other words, the laws were put before society was totally ready. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this loud, soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people, so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardic Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader economic profile. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, with much more sort of Germano-tropic in their cultures, far more observant of the Shema, and more significantly in history. So what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne, easier to accept that. And after a certain amount of having it high, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted. They were rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate. They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large population of Christians in Alsace complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into these fields and, undercutting prices and all kinds of things. So complaints went to the Emperor
notices regarding 4 of Kyle's videos.
These videos
have an approximate runtime of 4 to 8, contain roughly 50% commentary and 50%
do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have
specifically, the episodes were 725,
and so the dividers
726,
show them all. They
729,
have this thing
and
called the
740.
Sanhedrin,
All from September and October of 2021, with durations well over
back in
an
the
hour.
ancient period.
Now,
But they haven't met in
3 strikes
1900
rule
years
regarding
since they
copyright
were
notices.
exiled from
Britain's DMCA
Israel. Actually,
takedown
not
notices
since they were
resulted
exiled,
in
but
YouTube completely
shortly
deleting
thereafter.
Kyle's channel,
And so
which
we
had
said, fine,
approximately 20,000 subscribers at the
let's
time.
reopen the
This is
Sanhedrin.
where it gets
And so
interesting
messages
and a
were
little bit
sent out
technical,
all over Europe
so I'll
that
do my
Napoleon
very
was
best to
gather the
explain.
Sanhedrin.
In the United States, you
And
don't get
in that
automatic
gathering,
right
he
to
was going to
copyright
ask
of
them
your
a
work.
series of
You actually
12
have to register it.
questions.
In some other
This was
countries, if
actually
you take a photo or a
assembly of
video of
Jewish
something,
notables
you
that was
automatically
prior
have
to the
copyright over
meeting
it
of the
as
formal
soon as it
Sanhedrin.
comes into existence.
The questions
But in
that
the
he
US,
asked
for
were
some
actually
reason,
quite
you have to
fascinating, and they
register
really
your
gave us an
copyright
insight as
over
to
that work.
what,
So when Kyle
he
hit back
wanted
at Brendan 3 days
ask
later with a
questions
counter
like, for example,
notification to the DMCA takedowns,
do the
he
Jews have
actually
their own
caught
police
Brendan
force?
off guard.
Like,
See, the
what's
way
the
it
point of
works
asking
is
about
if
the
you're a
police force?
copyright
Well, the
holder,
point is
sure, you
because
can issue a takedown
he
notice
wanted
like
to know
Brendan
if he was
did,
going
but
to
then
be
if the
accepting
other
a
party hits
within
back
the
with a
state,
counter notice, which
so
basically
there's
says,
the
I don't agree with this
two
takedown,
judiciaries,
the copyright
two
holder,
police
which was
enforcement
Thick Boy
agencies.
Production
But
in
if,
this case,
Jews
then
wanted to
has
run
10
their affairs
days to
through a
prove
different
to
legal
YouTube
system,
that
would
they're
they
actually
be
taking
culpable
legal
to
action.
French law?
And
All
this
kinds of
is the
things like
interesting
this.
part,
He
because
wanted to know
so
a little
many
bit about
people
the
claim that YouTube's copyright
assimilability,
system
in other
favors
words,
copyright
the
holders, which is true to an
assimilability of the
extent.
Jews. He asked, for
But once
example,
you
are
get to
Jews
the
allowed to
takedown
marry
stage,
non-Jews?
if you
Now,
fight back with a
in
counter
basic Jewish
notification,
law,
you
that's like a
basically
really
force
short
the
answer.
copyright
No,
holder to launch a
marriage
lawsuit
is not
against you.
permitted
And
under
if they
Jewish
don't
law.
do it within 10
Obviously,
days,
there
YouTube will
are
release the
interfaith
copyright claim,
relationships, but
remove
that's
the
really
strikes,
more of a
and
20th
reinstate the
and
channel to
21st
its
century
original
phenomenon,
form.
and
So
certainly not
this is where the whole
countenanced by
copyright
traditional Jewish
registration
law,
comes into
although
it.
some of
Brendan
the
couldn't file a lawsuit
denominations that
because
are
he
active
hadn't
today, of course,
registered
have
those
different relationships
episodes
to
of
that
The
question.
Fighter and the
But
Kid
in the
for
18th century, the
copyright.
answer was
He
no,
didn't expect Kyle
it's not
to
allowed.
back with the counter
It's fascinating to
notification.
note
He
that
thought
the
he could
Assembly of
intimidate
Notables
Kyle,
in
and that would
Sanhedrin,
be the
which
end of
were
it.
made up
That's why he had
largely
to
of
scramble and
masculine.
register
There
those
was only a
4
very
episodes of The
small
Fighter and the
number
Kid
of Jews
with
who
the United
represented
States
the
Copyright
traditional
Office on
viewpoint,
February
what
22nd,
was called to the
and then
Orthodox,
filed the
and they
lawsuit
essentially
against Kyle for
hemmed and
copyright
hawed on this
infringement
answer. They
on
said, well,
February
not
28th,
exactly,
10 days
wouldn't
after the
precisely
initial
be
DMCA
recognized, but
takedown. Brendan
and they
just
essentially
made
they
the
knew what
deadline.
kind of answer
But then
proposal
Kyle
wanted,
started
and
to
they
mess
provided
up.
with that.
He didn't
I
take the
think the most
lawsuit
dramatic
seriously, and he refused to file a defense. You see, he was
Sanhedrin, the Assembly of
self-representing.
Notables
He didn't
gathered
have a lawyer.
was when he
Luckily,
asked
the
them,
judge granted him some leeway
would
and
the
allowed him more
Jews
time to file a
defend
defense. Meanwhile,
France?
Brendan's
Do
lawyers
they
were
consider
gunning for a
themselves
summary
French,
judgment in their
or
favor
would
because
they
the defendant
join
wasn't
with
cooperating.
Now,
Kyle
the fact
didn't
is
step
that
up.
France
He
and Germany
continued to
are
trouble
having
court
wars
and made
just about
almost
once
no
every
effort
30
to
or
defend
40 years,
himself.
which means
Judge
they're
gave
pretty much
him
due for one right now. Let's hope that
chance.
we
If you don't
put
file
that
your
behind
paperwork
us.
properly and
But,
lodge
he
a
was
defense,
really concerned
I'm
about
going to go
those
to a
Jews
summary
living in
judgment
Alsace
in
who
favor
were,
of Brendan
Yiddish
Shaw.
speaking. Yiddish is a much
And
closer
something
language to
magical
German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of
and started
contacts
to
with
help
Jews on the
Kyle
German
through
side of
a
the border.
burner
What would
email
happen if
account.
France and Germany got
He
into
knows who this
a
lawyer
war?
is. He's a
Who would
ghost
French
lawyer.
Jews fight
Even
for?
Brendan's legal
And
team tried to have
dramatically,
his identity
the
revealed,
Assembly rose
but
up
the
and
judge
said,
said
jusqu'à
no.
la mort. They
Kyle
would
was still
defend
doing his
France
own
to the
filing,
very
so
death.
there was
the
no
whole idea.
reason to
So
force this
Napoleon
ghost
was
lawyer's identity
satisfied with those
out into the
answers,
open.
and he said,
He would
great.
go on to
So
remain
the
anonymous
Sanhedrin became a
throughout the
formal
whole lawsuit.
institution,
And that's when things changed
it
for
was
Kyle.
headed by
All
this
of a
man,
sudden, he
David
was getting
Stein,
proper legal
who
advice,
has
and
an
he had
absolutely
Brendan's legal team
amazing
on the back
hat here.
foot.
I mean, that's,
See, Kyle
I
started
want a
playing
hat
ball
like
with
that.
the court,
That would be
submitting his
fantastic.
filings
He
correctly.
was actually
He
a
agreed to all
renowned
of the
Torah scholar
discovery.
of
He
the day
turned up
with
for
a
deposition.
significant
Basically,
commentary
he
on
was
Mishnah
cooperating
called
with the
Yad
proceedings,
David,
and
still
Brendan's
studied to
legal
this
team
day.
quickly
And
realized they
he was
didn't
one
have
of
a
the more
case.
orthodox
They planned
members
to
of
intimidate
the
him into settling on
Sanhedrin
getting a
that
summary judgment,
gave it kind
and
of like
failed.
its weight
That's
on
why
the
in
right
December
wing
of
of the Jewish
2023,
spectrum.
Brendan's legal team
There's
was
a lot more
desperately
to
trying
say
to get
about
the
how
matter out of
Napoleon
court and back
directed the
into
organization
mediation.
of
But the
Jewish
defendant said,
synagogues
no, I
within
don't want to go
France,
back to
but
mediation
they
because
leave
I
at this point
refuse to
because
agree
they
to
spend a
any
little
of
bit of time
your
talking about
demands.
these central
At one
So
point, Brendan's
in
legal team were trying to
Austria,
get Kyle to settle for
a
$1.
document was
But
issued
Kyle said,
by
no,
Kaiser
we either go to
Joseph
trial
II
or
called
I
the
want a
Toleranz
summary
Convent
judgment.
in
And his
1782.
hardball
This was
strategy
kind of like
worked. The judgment
a
in
very
favor of Kyle
important
in a summary judgment
pre-emancipation
a few
document
days ago.
that sort of
Now, for those of you wondering what a summary
gave the
judgment
Jews
is,
of
it's
Austria
basically
a
just a judgment
formal
without a trial.
understanding
If a
of
party to a
what their
lawsuit files a
rights
summary
were
judgment and the
within
judge decides that
Austria.
there
And that's
isn't
very
enough of a
important
dispute
because,
for it to go
you
to trial, that the judge can just make a decision at that point instead of having to take it through judicial trial. And so here are some of the important parts from the judge's decision. Because Mr. Swindel's reaction videos use the copyright works to criticize or comment upon them, rather than to supersede the works of objects, the first fair use factor weighs in Mr. Swindel's favor. Since Mr. Swindel's videos are unlikely to function as substitutes for the copyrighted videos in their original and potential derivative markets, the full fair use factor weighs in Mr. Swindel's favor. And then there's my favorite part. Take a look at how the judge characterized the father and the kid podcast. The ones issue in this case fall close to the factual end of the copyright spectrum, rather than the creative end. Copyrighted videos, which essentially consist of 3 men in a recording studio with a few lounge chairs and microphones recording a podcast of current events in popular culture and their personal lives, and which are basically the contemporary analog to television talk show clips, and which include reactions to the copyrighted material of others, who essentially said that,
let's just stop for a moment and appreciate exactly what the judge is saying here, because she touches on something that I've actually mentioned in previous videos about the podcast that I covered. She's basically saying that the Father of the Kid podcast is not a creative work. It's not a song, it's not a music video, it's not a movie, it's not a TV show. Therefore, it's just a contemporary talk show. And here's the best part, the podcast includes reactions to the copyrighted works of others. Now, I've said this a couple of times before, that podcasts like JRE, YMH, Bad Friends, Take Your Pick, right? They all dedicate a substantial amount of time reacting to other clips themselves on their own podcasts. I mean, there's even a theme for JRE, Finally, Jamie, because Rogan is always telling his producer to pull up clips so they can react to them. So now, finally, we actually have a court decision that basically says, stop being a bunch of hypocrites. There's no difference between what commentary channels and what you guys are doing on your podcasts. You're not producing creative work. You're just sitting around talking about stuff just like these commentary channels do. And so here we are, after a two-year-old that ended in disaster for Brendan Shaw. Not only has he blown hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees, but he somehow managed to make himself look like even more of a redact than he already did. The funniest part in all of this is that Brendan didn't even know it was a copyright case. This whole time he thought it was a defamation case, which has separate laws and rules. Take a look at his comments on the case over the last 2 years, and then I'll break them down for you guys straight after.
German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation, but a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Weizsäcker, a very significant historian who entered into a very debate with Heinrich Kretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Weizsäcker coined the unfortunate phrase, and you're finally going, the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler.
$1 million on monster lawyers, and that you had friends in dark places who were going to get the job, to which Bobby says, okay,
Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. And the next video at Eastern Europe, which has a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
If you want to criticize my fight pics and my stand-up podcast, that's what I'm a public figure. I signed up for that. That stuff does not bother me. But when you start slandering my name and content and creating this false narrative of cheating on my wife and doing all this crazy defamatory stuff, and using content and clickbait stuff like that for years, we're not playing the same game, and then I have to do something. If you made an entire career of defamation, I have to do something.
Obviously, that seems ridiculous.
Several times I've had my team reach out and go, we don't want to pursue this dude, just stop. He wouldn't. So what would you do? So this narrative that, oh, this bigger YouTuber is showing this other YouTuber for no reason to silence him, I thought you didn't get down with cancel culture. I don't make any facts. This is political ideology. You gotta know your facts, you gotta know your details. Say, oh, he has the spike pigs, or he's bad. I didn't like his stand-up. I think Louis C.K. is better. No, it's fine. That's all good. That's fine. But when you start going down that dark road, man, you start going, these clickbaity things that are defamation of character for years, hundreds of videos, years. When I got my attention, that's where it goes. And so the problem when you don't talk about it is people can jump to assumptions. Oh, this bigger guy's trying to silence the little guy because he's critical. Are you kidding me? People are critical. I wouldn't get that. Don't bother me. Be critical. That's what I signed up for. But the defamation, my attention. Start doing this evil stuff. I'm coming for you, man. That's what's happening. Can't really mess with your life. That's just, you start messing with my business, my family. Trust me.
Breaking away from this central.
You seem to be good at just focusing on what you can control and not letting the negativity get you.
My TRX off of highway.
My TRX.
It's a Dodge truck. It's not much of a flat. I didn't say like Lamborghini. It's still a truck. I'm calling it that. So yeah, what else you can do? Stop, quit? That's not.
I think we can date.
But have you done anything to try to like suppress this or like get on top of it? Like it's just
There's nothing you can do.
I mean, can you sue people? Have you tried doing any of that?
No, I mean we have a lawsuit with a guy who made like 3,000 videos. Again, if you're in a critique, stand up or like fight pigs or whatever, football pigs, all good. That's what the internet's for. Now, if you're gonna go out there defamation, like whatever against his kids or beats like, oh, you got my attention, I'm gonna come after you. Oh, yeah, that came I don't play. The guy suffered from that. So that is whatever. The internet's always gonna internet. There's nothing you can do to combat that.
Okay, that's enough, Bubba. Take a seat and listen. I'm going to finish off with some comments addressing some of the delusions we just heard from Brendan in those clips. And Brendan, if you're watching, you can have these for free. Here's the thing. This is something that the podcast elite, Hollywood establishment, and celebrities in general don't seem to understand. We don't need your permission to criticize the things you do or the things you say. It's protected by law, not by you. That's one of the foundations of free speech in the United States. So when Brendan says things like, you can criticize my comedy, my fight pics, and my opinions, that's all good. But when it comes to anything personal or anything that hurts my feelings, that's not okay. And I'm going to come after you. The judge even said in her decision that big public benefit from these commentary channels. Now, I don't know this Kyle guy, I don't watch his videos, and if I'm being honest, it's not really my thing. But let's be crystal clear about this. Brendan, we don't need your permission for anything. You will do nothing. You can. So comment on the chin like a man and keep moving like a shark. Even your boy Rogan gave you this advice 2 years ago.
You gotta remember too, Rogan's like an older brother to me. When I call Rogan. That's how I operate. Yeah. I have advice on this, right? And then he give me his advice how I should handle.
When you did tell Rogan, your version of events, I just want to know for my own peace of mind, did he believe it?
I don't know. To him, it's like, you never really dinner.
That's good advice. So why didn't you take it 2 years ago instead of embarrassing yourself and your family and wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars only to lose a lawsuit against the guy who was self-representing with a YouTube channel that no one's ever heard of? I mean, at one point, Kyle tried to play the race card during his deposition. This is what you were up against, Bubba, and you still lost. Even after you tried to take it out of court and back into mediation. You lost your lawsuit 2 years after you filed it, and it didn't even go to trial. Who loses a lawsuit after 2 years through a summary judgment? This is easily the funniest thing you've ever done. Oh man, the sheer delusion from this guy thinking that he was being Mr. Tough Guy, drawing the line in the sand and putting everybody on notice on the internet as well as throughout the comedy community that he was out for blood, that he had $500,000 ready to go with his beast lawyers, ready to take on anyone who was talking smack about him, only to lose in the most embarrassing way imaginable to a guy who relied on anonymous emails from a ghost lawyer. Honestly, someone should make this into a movie. It'd sell 10 times the tickets that the machine did. Hey, it might actually turn a profit. So it's a sad end for Brendan, but a sobering message to the podcast elites who think they can threaten and intimidate us into silence. Beware the man with nothing to lose. Anyway, that's my full breakdown of Bubba's failed lawsuit. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Big shout out to my regulars. Thanks for watching. You always turn up for me, and that's why I love you guys. And if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you don't miss out on any of my uploads. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one.
I'm a shark when it comes to business.
Not necessarily loving, but
you just gotta where you want to live. I would live in Denver. All those things out of control there, though. In Denver? Yeah, they have a very liberal mayor.
To the other side of the screen.
What did we do with them here? When I got, did we throw them in the river? No, the river's not going to get polluted by homeless. Maybe we should just go and shoot the homeless people. I like your ideas.
suspicious of the lack
Guys, relax. It's just a bit, right? I mean, Rogan's the down-to-earth man's man podcaster who tells it like it is and worked hard for what he's got. It's the mindset, you see. Some people just have it and others don't. Like homeless people, for example. If they just change the way they think and become more agreeable, they might find themselves getting back on track like the rest of us. Or maybe it's all the soda that poor people drink. Maybe that's what's keeping them poor. So, stop drinking soda and drink more water. That's the ticket. No, wait. I've got a better one. The government needs to put tariffs on processed food so it's more expensive than fresh produce. And that way, poor people will be forced to eat healthy and lift themselves out of poverty. Maybe start a podcast, buy an ice bath, jump in the sauna, get on the TRT or HGH, and buy a bow and arrow. Hey, now we're getting somewhere. Oh man, I've been waiting to make this video for so long, and here we are. I've got so much for you guys, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, because there are a few things I've noticed over the years. Joe's obsessed with aliens, bears, excessive drinking, jiu-jitsu, Vikings, the pyramids, conspiracy theories, stand-up comedy, hunting, only reading the titles of articles, and of course, homeless people. Every time Joe talks about the homeless, my ears prick up, and I wait for him to just edge past that line between healthy conversation and unhealthy obsession. And to his own detriment, he has thousands of hours of his thoughts on the record for the world to listen to and decipher his true feelings. Now, obviously, if any of us were to publish thousands of hours of our own conversations, there would be inevitably patterns and themes. That's just how we're all wired. Humans are walking contradictions, full of hypocrisy and deep, dark desires. So when Rogan and his buddies constantly homeless people like they're animals, it sort of makes you wonder, why do Joe hate poor people so much? And remember, compared to the average person, Rogan would have almost no interaction with homeless people whatsoever. But the way he talks about them, you'd think they were camping out on his front lawn.
Since Starbucks got in trouble for being racist, there's a lot more homeless people at Starbucks. Like, they understand they could just go there. The sun was awesome, right? I was like, oh my gosh, sun, crazy guys. And then I looked down. Literally homeless people everywhere. And what's going on with that? Like, it blew my mind. And I'm watching the fight happen, and then in San Francisco, right outside, I see two homeless guys fighting, like legitimately fighting. And it was kind of one of those things where I swear to God, even though amazing fighters, that Paul and Fury, the fight outside was so much more entertaining. I remember filming Fear Factor in downtown LA in like 2003 or something like that. It was crazy back then. This is wild. There's so many homeless people out there. It is insane. The amount of 10 cities everywhere you look. It's insane. Everywhere you look. It's like, what the hell? Yeah. Hundreds of millions of dollars get spent on the homeless.
And thank you for your contribution to that.
But you know where it goes to? It goes to the salaries that people work on homeless. But they get free electricity there. And then so he's got like a bag of his stuff, like he's got a little camp in the corner of the Starbucks. I'm like, I want him to get back up on his feet. Maybe this is the way to do it. Maybe it's through that iPad. On the other hand, I'm like, hey, don't give me a disease. Weather's awesome, but like that was a big thing. And I feel like as I'm walking around, if I see a large standing body of water, I'm like, there's a homeless guy living there too. Like, people just everywhere. Everywhere. San Francisco's the worst. San Francisco is like a failed state. San Francisco might as well be Libya. That place is wild. Yeah, people are just in the street.
Venice is, I think they did something where you can't loiter or litter or something, so now the homeless people are like cleaning, it's like cleaning.
What the?
Or they can arrest them. So
Camp, how about that? Get out of here.
Yeah, and you know what's weird? I noticed.
Those two people should just go to a park that has those grills. Park is not far.
Right. Park is like people with homes cook there.
Yeah, they got free grills.
Yeah, this is LA. People can't even afford to live in LA. I know it might as well be a third world country, though. I mean, it might as well be the sort of like comprehensive program to try to help people that are stuff like that and clean them up. And it would probably have to involve psychedelic drugs.
Yeah, that's what I think that you probably, because it's not a money thing, right? People have money. It's not a cure. It's not a financial cure. It's these people. My mother always instilled in me, like, always buy homeless people food. If you see them, buy them food. And so that's just what I automatically do. And I bought him ice cream. And you know what this guy says to me? Granted, he just want to fight, but I came out with chocolate ice cream. He goes, I don't like chocolate. I was
Like, Jesus Christ.
Well, that's probably why it's homeless.
Serious ego and like disagreeable. Hey, there we go. It didn't take long for the rich man's mindset to rear its ugly head. And I was putting that edit together. Something in particular caught my attention. It was when Rogan said at the end there, the reason why he's probably homeless is because he's disagreeable. Now, being the avid JRE listener that I am, I immediately thought about free speech hero and professional Karen Dr. Peterson's teachings on agreeability.
So agreeable people are compassionate and polite. What are disagreeable people like? They're tough-minded, they're blunt, they're competitive, and they won't do anything they don't want to do. So it isn't exactly that they're aggressive, although they will push you the hell out their way if you're in the way. They're not like volatile like you are if you're like in neurosis. It isn't defensive aggression. It's more like predatory behavior. And so for someone who's highly disagreeable, they look at the world as a place in which they can compete and win. If you ask a disagreeable person what he wants, say, or she wants, they'll tell you, no, but this is what I want, and this is how I'm going to get it. But agreeable people, especially if they're really agreeable, are so agreeable that they often don't even know what they want, because they're accustomed to living for other people and to finding out what other people want and to try to make them comfortable and so forth, and it's harder for them to find a sense of their own desires as they move through life. And that's not... Look, there's situations where that's advantageous. It's not advantageous if you're going to try to forge yourself a career. That just doesn't work at all.
But I came out with chocolate ice cream. He goes, I don't like chocolate. I was like, Jesus Christ. Seriously, right? There's an ego and like disagreeable. Yeah, so I went and got a vanilla, and he ate the vanilla. Oh, yeah. So clearly Chrissy D is just talking smack. I mean, I doubt that story even happened, but that's what Rogan does, right? He can't tell when his buddies are just having a laugh, and he tries to throw in some pseudo-intellectual take into Chrissy's bit, and it just makes it all awkward. Seriously, the best is when Tim Dillon or Theo Von go on JRE. In a 3-hour conversation, they probably say 2 serious sentences, and it's probably them asking for a drink or permission to go to the bathroom. The rest is just joke after joke hitting Joe's thick head like arrows bouncing off a Cybertruck. And so Rogan's an expert when it comes to understanding poor people and their struggles. It's because they're disagreeable. It's so insightful. If you're rich and successful, it's because you're disagreeable and highly discerning. Whereas if you're poor, it's also because you're disagreeable and highly discerning. So the moral of the story is, I don't know what the moral of the story is. I heard it both ways, but one of the darker conversations Rogan had about the homeless was with none other than Tom Segura. Now, we all know how Tom feels about poor people, and that's towards the end. However, this conversation actually made headlines across Snowflake media in what they were hoping was a gotcha moment, except it wasn't. You just got to live. I would live in Denver.
The thing about Denver is there's comedy.
Yeah,
there's mountains. I mean, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
You get proper 4 seasons, you know, you get to experience it all. Great restaurant. Really nice mix of everything.
The homeless thing's out of control there, though.
In Denver?
Yeah, they have very liberal.
What did we do with them here? Did we throw them in the river?
Yeah, the river's not going to get included by home.
But there was a camp set up in Brentwood, which I was like, wow, this smells like a real indication of the extreme level of this.
Yeah,
because Brentwood, for somebody that doesn't know, is one of the enclaves of Los Angeles that is like just really high end. It's an elite.
It's where OJ killed his wife.
OJ killed his wife there. Other people died there. It's a wonderful area. And you know, when you see stuff like that on the streets, at least in Los Angeles, maybe California, that's protected property.
Homeless person's property is protected.
Yes. Absolutely. If you were to go try to move that or take that, you get arrested. Yeah.
Hilarious. They wouldn't arrest you if you shot someone. Maybe you should just go and shoot them.
I like your idea.
Yeah. And nobody claims it. I mean, nobody says anything about violent crime in LA anymore. It's a joke.
Yeah.
They're just letting people out.
So really, Rogan wasn't being serious, right? He was trying to point out the hypocrisy in California, particularly in San Fran and LA, where much lighter on crime to combat the overrepresentation in their prisons. But that's an entirely different conversation. That clip really pointed out for me is the blatant elitism from Joe and his buddies. There's nothing like two cigar-smoking millionaires complaining about homeless people, even if they're only joking. Remember, whenever you get offended by a comedian, just relax. It's just a bit. They don't seriously hate poor people, right? I mean, it's not like they talk about it all the time. But what if you're fat and poor? Hey, there we go. Now you're in Rogan's crosshairs for sure. Aaron Rodgers was on JR recently. They got talking about Zempic, the new miracle weight loss drug that burns your bits off. Just ask Bert Kreischer. And because Rogan's the type of guy who lives fully naturally without any supplements, PEDs, or processed substances, he gave us all a tutorial on how to get healthy.
You gotta get better the same way you get sick. How do you get sick? You took a bunch of bad food. Here's how you get better. Eat only good food. You have to have less calories in than you're burning. And you gotta exercise. How about start drinking water? Stop drinking soda. We had this chart up yesterday of how many people on food stamps buy soda. Like how much of food stamps is spent on soda. It's crazy. It's like poor people just drinking poison, drinking shit poison.
There you have it, folks. The solution to all of your poor and fat problems is just to stop drinking soda. You see, rich people don't drink soda. Only poor people on food stamps do. There. Scientific evidence of the difference between rich and poor. So how about this chart that Rogan was talking about? Yeah, let's look at the chart.
On this guy that's talking across the thing, they were saying this scientist or this guy that used to work for the pharmacy, was saying that 10% of all food stamps, the number one thing that people buy with food stamps is soda.
So here you go. Here's
well, soda's so good. It's so good.
I really don't drink it ever.
I don't either, but ice cold Coca-Cola on ice, like a real Coke.
Fries, Coke.
Findings show the number one purchase. Number one purchase by Snap households are soft drinks. Wow. Okay, so this guy was saying it was 10%. But apparently, this is saying it's 5%. It might change.
All right, bro.
Yeah. Wow. I drink water. You don't want to get out of there. You don't want to be on food stamps forever. Drink water. It's cheaper. You don't do that. You get off food stamps. Eat food. But good job. Now what?
Ascend to the next life.
Oh, that's it. It's the only way. Jesus.
Right. Across soda, call it that. To be fair, it's also the top purchase of non-snap households.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Oh, there you go. What says like milk is number one? Or no, soft drinks. Well, Snap households, so it's more people that are on food stamps than it is for people who aren't, which is interesting. Oh, quite a bit more. 4% to 5%. Yeah, they're more than,
Oh, man, talk about confirmation bias. How's that little narrative you've got going there, Joe? Jesus, Jamie, way to ruin the moment with your stupid facts.
Jamie's wrong all the time with this stuff because he only goes these lefty, liberal, fake news sites.
Easy, Joe, chill, dude. It's just a bit relax. The best part is how he brings it up the next day and keeps perpetuating his little narrative. Even after Jamie explained the difference between snap and non-snap households was almost negligible. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story. But as always, it got worse. Much. There's nothing I enjoy more than seeing people from both the left and the right get famous by pushing a particular narrative, only to completely contradict themselves by calling correctly what they've been criticizing the whole time. See, you've got to listen carefully, otherwise you might miss it.
But the food that's actually the best for you oftentimes is the most expensive.
Yeah.
So you have to find a way to, whether it's doing all out, tariffs on certain extra taxes on certain types of product. But the problem is, in order to eat healthier, you have to spend more money because the food is the least expensive.
What scares me is what they're doing to farmers in Europe.
There we go. It's the old government intervention when it's something I agree with contradiction.
Doing all out, tariffs on certain extra taxes on certain types of product.
Let's just get this straight, right? Hands off our guns, no mandates, no lockdowns. But when it comes to processed foods, we got to tax that to incentivize the poor people to eat healthy. And what better way to do it? Let's make the food that they eat more expensive, because that way everything will be more expensive, so they'll decide to eat healthier food. How good is government-induced inflation? Wait a make the poor people homeless, dude. Great idea. But hey, did I mention it got worse?
There was a point where there wasn't technology, and it starts to filter in. You have decisions to be made on which direction to go. And we seemed to take all of our technology into the form of business and profits. What about a society that would take it in a different direction? Like a society that isn't driven strictly on profits and advancement.
The problem is innovation requires dedication and ambition, and oftentimes dedication and ambition is driven by profits.
I understand that competition has always been a part of it. Was there other societies that weren't strictly motivated by profits and advancement and competition in the form of division that actually figured out, bro, you've earned over $300 million from your NFL career, which is entirely driven by profits. What are you talking about? Oh man, this guy, seriously. I should probably also add, I don't necessarily disagree with a lot of the things both Joe and Rogers were saying, except for the obvious ones that I've been pointing out. I'm not a political guy, I don't lean one way or the other. Like I said earlier, it's the hypocrisy and inconsistency in their approach to things they disagree with versus the things they agree with. That gets under my skin. Or maybe not even that, I just think it's funny. And Joe has these types of conversations with his buddies all the time. They'll sit there in his lockdown fortress in Austin and spews empty platitudes about the difference between the poor person's mindset and the successful guy's mindset. Remember The Rock's recent appearance on JRE? Alright, so let's play a little game here. I'm going to pin the first comment that actually explains what they're talking about in this next clip. Seriously, I've watched this clip like a bunch of times now, and I still can't figure out exactly what the message is. Something about having fun with vibrating butterflies.
There's a lot of people out there who are just busting their unhappy. You and I were both in that place at one time where I don't like the position I'm in. I want more, I want something more. This idea of trying to enjoy it, but man, that time switched in my mind like exactly what you're saying. Enjoy this now. Because I've worked hard to get here, wherever this thing is, just like everybody else. With this idea, like, let's have fun while we're doing it along the way. And you're right, it has a butterfly effect. It affects other people, and it attracts other people. Before you know it, everybody's vibrating at this great place with enthusiasm and excitement and fun.
Yeah, I've got nothing. And if you recall my video covering this episode at the time it came out, I mentioned how Rogan got caught up in the moment and went into his Hollywood elitist alter ego. Him and The Rock were exchanging success stories, but there was one bit that really showed Rogan's true colors and just how out of touch he's become after the hundreds of millions of dollars he's earned. When you watch this next clip, think about what he's really saying here, and I'll pick it up with you guys straight after.
I realized when I was young, I got a development deal for Disney. When I think I was 25, 26, and I got this development deal, and all of a sudden they gave me like, I think it was like $100,000, and I had money in the bank. I was like, this is crazy. I was like 26, I think, and it was a development deal for a television show, and all of a sudden I had money. Like my whole life I was poor, and my whole life I was like wondering how I was going to, when I was on my own, it was like, how am I paying the bills? How am I eating? But then the moment I got that check, I remember feeling light. Now I didn't have to worry about my rent. Now I didn't have to worry about food. And I remember thinking immediately, oh, this is the key. Get to a place where you're not worried about your bills. That means like spend less money. That means like live a more prudent lifestyle, whatever you have to do. But get to that place where you're not worried about bills, because that hanging over your head causes stress that ruins lives. It ruins people. So then I was like, okay, now the most important thing is keep going. You know what it's like to be successful? Continue that. Do whatever you have to do, whatever you have to put in, continue that. And then when I got to a place where I feel like I have enough money that I feel really secure, then I started learning how to be happy.
Wow, there you go. You heard it from the horse's mouth. If you want to be happy, don't poor. And when you do get money, making more money. Otherwise, you'll be stressed and die. Imagine sitting opposite a genetic freak like The Rock and preaching about having the right mindset to get you off the bottom of the ladder. And so let me put this all into perspective for a moment, because I don't want my message to get lost in all of this. I don't think Rogan wants to kill homeless people. I don't think he wants to put them on trains to where or anything like that. What I'm trying to point out here is that Joe clearly has the elitist mindset. Sure, he's a highly driven individual, but most of his success can be attributed to being at the right place at the right time and having the ability to capitalize on those situations. Maybe others in his position would have thought it. Sure, I get that. It all didn't just fall into his lap. I'm definitely a firm believer that you've got to know what to do with the luck that you receive in life. Two people will handle the same situation completely differently. But where Rogan falls apart is where he values people and their opinions less because of their socioeconomic status. That's what I mean by elitist. I don't simply mean he's rich. I mean more specifically that he denies poorer people of their own agency and dignity because they're poor. Listen to the type of language he uses when labeling a commenter on YouTube as a 7-Eleven worker.
Although they're like a part of the whole YouTube ecosystem. We're like catching up bad ones sometimes. You go, maybe I can think about
Yeah, maybe I haven't.
I don't think about something. Or, I don't know. It's tough because you don't want to be like, nobody can tell me shit. Sometimes you'll read them and you're like, I don't have to do this right now.
You'd be talking to the biggest, that works at 7-Eleven, talking to the biggest,
of course.
And it's just like, you're like, dude, that's not true.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's just a waste of time.
So the distinguishing feature he chose was the fact that they're 7-Eleven. I mean, that's hypothetical, right? But fine, that's just a passing comment. But what that tells me is that to Joe, your opinion is more valid if you earn more money. So for example, if someone who earns 6 figures made the same comment as the hypothetical 7-Eleven worker, then that would somehow make their opinion more valid to him. And he's forgetting one fundamental factor in his own success. Statistically, most of the people who follow his podcast and listen to him regularly are what would he consider to be poor people. It's just basic math. When you have a large sample size, like and also regular listeners he gets per episode, statistically there would be more poor people listening than really successful people. This is the parasocial nature of Rogan's success that he not only feeds off, but he also preaches to his buddies. How many times have we heard him giving advice to about what your fans think? Just keep grinding and doing your think about it, right? If you were his position with 24/7 security, yes men everywhere you go, all the daily mundane tasks getting done for you by the helm, would you spend that much time and energy complaining about homeless people? Anyway, that's enough internet for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Back to my regulars, you guys are the best, and if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you get all my uploads in your feed. That's it from me. I'm going to leave you guys now with some words of wisdom from Tom Segura, because nobody quite hates the poor people like Tom does.
Oh, can I just say this real quick? Yeah.
It's just probably the first term
every time we talk about like a watch or a car, I'll get a bunch of messages from losers that try to tell me that I'm making them feel bad about their situation. You're in control of your own situation and your own feelings. So don't put it on me that you feel bad that I have something. Oh, but I'm struggling with rent this month. Figure it the fuck out, okay? My life be a problem for your life. If you don't like it, guess what? You're not going to be able to control what people talk about. People are going to talk about things that you don't have for the rest of your life. So you can decide, like, okay, I won't, fine, don't listen to me, don't listen to that person anymore, but you have to control your own feelings, okay? It's not on other people to make sure they don't talk about a topic that makes you feel bad, all right? Like, I lost 20 grand gambling this weekend. Go ahead.
Where does this term come from?
You're establishing yourself as problematic. Absolutely. You're taking no ownership of your own feelings. Like, people have said to me before, this joke you did, it made me feel bad. And I go, no, I didn't do that. He's like, no, it didn't. I go, no. You are in charge of your own feelings. So you can't put it on me that the joke made you feel bad. You feel bad. You chose to feel bad. It's not my responsibility to control how you feel. That's why there are people in this world that
when they see fans
in
binge
verse
on Twitter.
Leviticus, it
Yeah, of course.
offering a Holocaust.
Oh, you're talking about a nice car? I don't have a nice car, and I'm struggling right now.
Term definitely has
People should stop talking about cars.
value to it.
I was the same way that you were when I was broke. I never got mad at somebody who was like, here's my 911 or here's my Rolex, whatever.
Gas,
Absolutely. That's awesome. I hope I can get that. I want to work on stuff I hope I can get. If you're still mad,
that's theological.
just know
like,
that it's your mindset
to say
and you're thinking
that
like a
if the Jews
but you don't
are
have
serving
to.
as
You can change the way
sacrificial
you think,
lamb,
but you have to accept
what does
the
that
way
mean?
you're thinking right now. It's not going to get you.
How do we say that?
You're being bitter, you're being petty,
God
you're insecure, you're not confident.
odor.
You can change that. You have to be proactive.
For that
You just
reason,
sit around
religious
and
thinkers prefer
you know
not
what?
to use the term
You only have what you have.
and they rely
Fans,
on
so don't talk about us like that. Yeah, but you're still a loser if you're thinking like that.
destruction. And
So,
that term korban is
you may be,
specifically connected
I'm lucky
to
to have you as a
the
loser
destruction
fan,
of the temples in Jerusalem
You don't have to
in
be that way.
586
You
before
can be
the
a winner.
Common Era and the
You know,
70s
it's gotta change
of
the
the
way you
Common
think.
Era. So for religious thinkers, the term korban is definitely popular, but it also has a religious connotation that is probably
Now they're like, we don't need exclusivity anymore because we
in
won.
Israel.
The
The most
war's
popular
over. Now
term
let's
that
just
every
revenue share on ads.
also
And the best way to get
term that
revenue share on
occurs in the
ads
Bible,
is
but
let
it
them
does not
have it
have that same connotation of
that makes
destruction of the
All
temples.
right, guys, I hope
and
you're ready for a bunch of Andrew Schultz epiphanies because in the latest episode of
One last
Flagrant,
term.
Andy and the Toy Story Boys took a deep dive
careful
into
because
Joe
some of the
Rogan's
terms
new
that are
Spotify.
I
And not only do they not know the basic tales, they misinterpreted key aspects of the new deal, and it ended up being a love letter to Papa Rogan. The thing that I miss isn't the fact that they're wrong, it's that Schultz didn't even bother to call or message Rogan to get the details, and nobody in his team bothered to do a basic to get the correct answers. This is coming from a podcast at over $250,000 per month. So I'm going to get straight into it, but just quickly, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button and support the channel. Don't miss out on any of my videos. I upload a few times a week, so if you want to stay up to happening in the podcast world, all you have to do is subscribe and hit the notification bell.
When we historical
He's back on. He's everywhere. I think he's even on YouTube. So
Holocaust memorial.
this is the goat.
Yeah, they're spread out across.
Say this to you, and this is before the deal even got announced, but this is when I knew Spotify was smart. My sister-in-law was talking about a podcast. She's recommending it. She's like, you should check it out. You would like it. You know where I go to look up the podcast? Didn't even think about it. I went to Spotify. I never would have done that pre-roll.
To me, I listen to music still on Apple, and then I would listen to podcasts on Spotify. And now it's shifted my music consumption. So they're making money off of not just podcasts. They're making money. Like you said, it's not just his podcast. It's everybody who listens to podcasts.
Fucked up, you're the fag. I'm sure the same thing, but Alex Cooper's doing the same thing for girls. But not to that same You hear me, faggot?
They let that go.
I think Rogan's number one, Alex Cooper's number two in terms of all the deals they signed panning out. Rogan is number one.
Okay, first things first, Schultz is completely wrong because Spotify renewed Call Her Daddy what they renewed Rogan, and the deal was structured in almost the exact same way, except Spotify retains the video rights to Call Her Daddy. Now, if these guys had been paying any attention, they know that Spotify did this same deal last year with Trevor Noah, on a much smaller scale, obviously. Noah is guaranteed $4 million, and as he reaches that figure, Spotify will then sell everything above that $4 million mark 50-50. But for those of you who are new here and have missed my previous breakdown videos of Rogan's Spotify deals, here are the basics. Rogan's old deal was worth between $180 and $220 million over 3.5 years, according to the Wall Street Journal. This was an exclusivity deal. JRE would only be available on Spotify, but you could still listen to it for free. It's important to note that the total value of Rogan's old deal was tied to audience targets. So the more listeners he carried over from YouTube, the more money he was able to earn. And so this arrangement allowed Rogan to manage his own ad reads and sponsorships, which in my opinion, based on industry standards, advertising rates called CPMs that would in around $80 to $100 million in additional revenue for Rogan every year. So over the last 3.5 years, based on my basic assumptions, Rogan would have received over $500 million in total revenue from Spotify and from his own ads. That is a lot of money. This new deal is very different. Now Spotify is taking care of everything. In fact, not only are Spotify now managing all the ad sales, they're also going to distribute JRE across every platform, including Apple Podcasts, Amazon, and YouTube. This new deal is reportedly worth up to $250 million. Now, that figure includes a minimum guarantee, which is unknown, and a portion of the ad revenue that Spotify will make by advertising across all platforms. So just to clarify, Spotify will now manage and sell ad space on JRE, and Spotify will then pay Rogan a cut of the revenue. Effectively, Rogan has now licensed JRE to Spotify to manage entirely, and they will pay him a cut. And when you put the two deals side by side, even if you adopt more conservative assumptions than I did, in almost every case, Rogan's old deal was worth significantly more than his new deal. The question is, why?
I also think that there was another angle where it's like, you've got the market share, but you also know how he can move market share. So you have to pay him to not go to
because he could easily just be like,
you don't even have to go exclusive somewhere else. Everyone else but Spotify. I'm sure that factors in too. This guy moves the landscape of entertainment. So you just have to, it is what it is. But I also think that they aren't going to do exclusive deals anymore. They're like, we'll still do it.
Well, they got the market share. The whole idea with the deals is to get people to consume podcasts on the Spotify app, on Spotify platform. Like, you don't have to spend any more money. And I think that's why they slashed so many people in that department. It's like, it's been done. We've got all the people.
Okay, I've heard this from so many different people now, and it's just plain wrong. The argument is Spotify has now captured enough of the global podcasting audience, so now they no longer need to pay for exclusive deals. I just don't understand that logic. Spotify is just an app. It's not an ecosystem like Apple or Android or Adobe even, for example. I've seen comments from people saying how they can't wait to delete Spotify or that they can't wait to stop using it and go back to YouTube again for JRE. So whilst I agree that Spotify will be able to retain some of the users who followed Rogan and various other podcasters over to Spotify, there's still going to be a bunch of people who delete Spotify altogether and just go back to watching JRE on YouTube. I mean, think about the appeal of YouTube comment section. And if you're a publicly listed company like Spotify is, there's no way you'd spend over $1 billion on exclusive podcasting deals over the last 3 years, only to open them back up again to distribution across all platforms 3 years later and ruin that initial investment. The bottom line is, if the exclusivity deals had actually worked, Spotify would have done them again. Think about it at a very basic level. Why would Spotify pay any podcaster if they just get a publisher across
but a Jew had replaced him.
For them?
I asked Rogan how he got the bag. I don't know if it's incoming. I mean, it seems like it's bigger than the first bag. Plus, he got the free of the book.
From what I've read, Spotify's like, we don't need. I think again, they're not done. I think they threw the bag at Rogan to be exclusive because they knew. Changing behavior is the single hardest thing to do. Changing behavior of someone instinctively going to a podcast to Spotify, I need you to be exclusive, I'm going to throw crazy bag at you. And now they're like, we don't need exclusivity anymore. The war's over. Let's just create revenue share on ads. And the best way to get revenue share on ads is to let them have it.
So you take a piece of YouTube, I don't know if it's
so it's worth $250 million to get a percentage of Rogan's ads. Isn't that crazy?
I didn't know that makes sense.
Captures the idea.
And how did Schultz not know one of the most important details of Rogan's new deal? And Akash was only half right. I'll keep saying this until I go blue in the face. If Spotify's exclusive deals were working and had created value for the company, they would just keep doing them. They changed the deal here, starting with Trevor because there was something wrong. I mean, just listen to what Spotify's executives are actually saying. This is the reporting from the Financial Times after Spotify had laid off almost 20% of their workforce. The spending spree has weighed on Spotify. Paul Vogel, the company's chief financial officer, put plainly on a phone call this week. Podcasting was a big drag on our business in 2022. Though he predicted that this drag would subside over time. The article goes on to say, Spotify does not break out its podcasting financial results, but at an investor day, the company said it made close to 200 million euros in podcast revenue in 2021. This means that for all the splashy deals and hundreds of millions of dollars spent on podcasting, it's bringing in only 2% of Spotify's total revenue. And if that's not enough, how about these comments from the founder and CEO reported by Yahoo Finance? Exclusivity wasn't what the podcast host wanted. The creator obviously wants to be on many different platforms and wants to have as big of an audience as possible exit. Adding that Spotify's new strategy lets it both grow its ad revenue and keep its talent happy. And so it should be obvious by now that podcasters who went over to Spotify on exclusive agreements lost a whole bunch of their listeners.
That's the other thing. Very, very lightly.
Take a deal like that. If you take a deal that could significantly Rogan, he was great up where he didn't reduce his market share. His show probably grew, and he had the blessing to do that. I remember he got 3 weeks there, and totally fine. He kept banger after banger after banger. Like that's
which he essentially laid out his political program.
It's a paywall, pretty much. And the show all of his ads.
You're going exclusively to Patreon, and then your numbers go up overall.
So on, essentially, this gave him
unreal.
A lot more popular.
It just goes down to like almost like character, like personal philosophy, like what you do. If he's not top performance, are you someone that's gonna like still show up every day and work towards you, or are you gonna come
various elections
like he did that, just like kept the work ethic and kept the character and just be like, I'm gonna go even harder and bigger episodes, even though it's not necessarily directly going to performance
the elections of 1928 of the
first things first, Spotify did not pay Paul Jerry. It's always been free to listen to on Spotify. Secondly, on what basis is Schultz concluding that Rogan grew his audience when he moved over there? It's true that Spotify don't publish their podcasting numbers. We can go off is that they say that JRE is the number 1 podcast and Call Her Daddy is number 2. But there's no way to actually verify that.
With all due respect to the top podcasts, they
coalition style government that was prominent in many European countries at the time. Hitler was given the opportunity as the leader of the largest single party plurality to form a government.
She has a massive market.
She does, but like if you look at all podcast stats, Rogan always comes number 1. I don't know if she was
identify Jews with the so-called Nuremberg law that clearly identified them by racial characteristics. That is,
he's saying that even if they're not number 2, they're going to say he's number 2. That's not what you have contract. So you like he's for society,
which makes sense.
All kinds of
and so if Spotify's CEO is saying that podcasters no longer want exclusive deals because they're losing listeners, then it's hard to argue that Rogan actually grew his audience after moving over there. I was just reading an article from Insider Intelligence from 2023 that reported some podcasters were saying they lost up to 3/4 of their audience after going exclusive. And when you consider Schultz's comments on the DJ Academics episode, you can start to see how skewed his thinking is when it comes to these types of deals.
You guys signed out,
what's the number for you guys? Where there was really a nationwide pogrom against Jews, a widespread attack, widespread burning of synagogues that made itself
Okay, if Flagrant is worth $300 million and Rogan just signed a deal valued up to $250 million,